Leon, I hope you can take care of yourself in the future. I don't know if I can successfully break through tomorrow. Another morning, Leon woke up to the call from his ear. At this time, the golden sunlight filled his whole body, like a handsome knight in his dream being lit up by holy light. His black hair was straight, his eyelashes trembled slightly, and suddenly opened, and there seemed to be a bright light rising in his black pupils, as dazzling as the sun. Tony! Leon subconsciously called out a name. Tony Stark, the biological son of his adoptive parents, his brother, just called him in a farewell tone. But there was no Tony beside him. He immediately realized, Tony is in trouble. How could it be? Wait, didn't he listen to my advice in the end and went to Afghanistan anyway? Damn, this arrogant guy, I clearly emphasized it to him so many times. Leon reached out speechlessly and tapped the electronic display screen beside him. The intelligent system responded quickly. With a click, the restraints around Leon's waist were untied, and the next moment he floated gently in the air. Not only him. Around him, paper towels, dinner plates, tapes, all kinds of messy items were floating in the air like him, without any rules, like a group of plankton submerged in a pool swimming wantonly. But this is not a pool. It's the interior of a manned spacecraft. The bed that Leon used to sleep on was not a bed, but a titanium alloy plate fixed to the cabin. He was tied to this board day and night, facing the scorching sun all the time. When hungry, he eats pureed meat sauce. When thirsty, he drinks nutrient solution. When he needs to go to the toilet, he directly controls the intelligent system to solve the problem on the spot. It can be said that it is no different from growing on a titanium alloy plate. Calculating the time, he has spent a full 6 months like this. Although I didn't get enough sun exposure for the 2.5 years in the plan, even if I only got sun exposure for half a year, it's enough. Leon clenched his fist in the air, feeling the fullness of strength in his body as never before. At this moment, every cell and every drop of blood in his body is full of strength. When the sun's rays spread on his naked body, along his perfect muscle lines, across his chest and arms, he seemed to hear his cells cheering, and his blood was flowing like a thawed glacier flowing into a river. This is the power of Kryptonians. Leon sighed through the 2-meter-high transparent space porthole in front of him, looking at the huge sun hundreds of millions of kilometers away. It has been almost 19 years since he came to this world, and he never thought that he would be able to gain the power to subvert the world so easily. Looking at the deep universe and starry sky outside the window, Leon couldn't help but think of his past. Leon Stark, a time traveler. In his previous life, he was called Leon, and he was just an ordinary office worker. He thought he would live a dull life. Unexpectedly, one day when he was riding the subway home, he was stabbed to death because he was brave enough to stop a mentally ill patient from stabbing someone. When he opened his eyes again, he had become a baby who was almost 1 year old. He traveled through time, or was reborn, and did not awaken his memories of his previous life until he was 1 year old. As for the memories before the age of 1, because the brain was not fully developed, it can be said that there were almost none. In this world, he was originally an abandoned baby, and was adopted by Howard Stark by chance. The first thing he saw in this world after awakening his memory was Tony Stark's crying face. Poor Tony's face was full of tears, and his eyes were red from crying. He held him in his arms without saying a word. Later, he learned that on the day he awakened his memory, the Starks died in a car accident, and he was the only survivor in the car. At that time, he was tightly pressed under a ball of baby wrap, and thrown casually on the roadside. His neck was roughly wrapped twice by the wrap. A few meters away was the flaming wreckage of the car after the explosion. The doctor said that it was a miracle that he survived, and it was the last miracle that the Starks left to the world. Perhaps Tony also agreed with this statement. He regarded Leon as the continuation of his parents' lives, so he really raised Leon like his own brother. So, based on the facts, rather than saying that Howard Stark is Leon's adoptive father, it is better to say that Tony is the one who is both a father and a mother. Of course, he is not a good father. After all, which good father would hang his 2-year-old son around his neck, go to a cocktail party to hook up with a cover girl, and then go home at night to put his son on the sofa and spend a long night with the beauty? Fortunately, Tony later met Pepper Potts. With Pepper's care, Leon got rid of being disturbed every night. In the sleepless nights before, Leon had made a note of Tony in his heart, thinking that when you go to Afghanistan, you will see if you can still date the cover girl. Leon knew that according to the original plot, Tony would have to go to Afghanistan sooner or later. He had basically watched all the Marvel movies in his previous life. When he heard the names of his adoptive parents and his elder brother, he knew what kind of world he had traveled to. To be honest, the danger index of the Marvel world is not low, not to mention those supervillains who would show their faces and get lunchboxes at any time, and cause a large number of civilian casualties. Just say that if the time point of traveling to the Marvel world is wrong, Loki, the god of stories, has not yet ascended the throne of time. Then as soon as he landed, he would not have time to make a few loud cries, and the fully armed time management staff would have to copy him away and eliminate him. Fortunately, although he was terrified, Leon still lived to the age of 18 smoothly. He guessed that the timeline of the multiverse might have been disrupted, and the sacred timeline no longer existed. This is a good time to travel through time. However, this still does not affect the fact that the Marvel world is extremely dangerous, especially when he has a close relationship with Tony Stark, one of the protagonists of the story. And in this world where there is a chance of encountering villains when going out, he waited for 18 years, but he didn't get his golden finger. He didn't have the same IQ as Tony, nor the mutations as Spider-Man, nor the standard system for time travelers. He could only comfort himself that at least he lived one more life by traveling through time once, which was not a loss. Besides, this time travel was not a dark and cruel world like the Lord of Mysteries, Daogi and Perfection, so he was happy. However, even if he was just an ordinary person, he still used his advantage of prophecy to make some changes to the best of his ability. In 2006, at the age of 16, Leon, who did not wait for the arrival of the Space-Time Administration, chose to try to change the world. He used the plot prophecy to guide Tony and try to create advantages. First, he guided Tony to develop a series of new civilian electronic products, such as smartphones and tablets, that were not available until 2007. Driven by these high-tech products, Stark Group is now more than just an arms company. The business scope of the group has greatly expanded. It is already the world's #1 company. In addition, Leon also tried his best to guide Tony to develop the arc reactor. Unfortunately, Tony never thought about research in this area, and always perfunctorily said, "This technology is not possible now." In fact, this guy just didn't want to work hard to study. After all, in Tony's first half of his life, which technological product was not made by him at the snap of his head? Even for a cross-era product like a smartphone. He heard Leon say, "It would be great if the phone could be turned into a screen, and you could click it directly with your hands." Then he turned his eyes and developed it. Tony was too lazy to study the arc reactor, and Leon had no choice. After all, no one could persuade a stubborn donkey to turn back. In 2 years, the changes brought by Leon also stopped there. He is like a hardworking bee, looking for a destiny that can be changed. He also tried to find Bucky's whereabouts and avenge the Starks, or expose Obadiah and send him to prison. Unfortunately, in the end, none of these goals were achieved. Obadiah hid very deeply and only revealed some clues a year ago, and was caught by him and told Tony. But Tony was too sentimental, and even if he had doubts, he was still willing to believe his uncle. Just having an in-depth conversation with Obadiah, Tony felt that everything was solved easily. Faced with this helpless situation, Leon could only emphasize to Tony again and again that he should not let down his guard and should not go to war zones like Afghanistan alone. As for finding Bucky, Leon couldn't put it on the surface. The power of Hydra is intricate in this world. He is an ordinary person, and rash investigation will only expose himself, and then usher in the same ending as Howard. He can't even tell Tony. On the one hand, as a junior in the family, he has little say, and Tony may not believe what he says. Tony is about 20 years older than the protagonist. On the other hand, even if the source of the intelligence is not mentioned, it is just to guide Tony to think. With Tony's arrogant temperament, he will definitely use Jarvis to invade various confidential agencies as soon as he has doubts. At that time, it will only lead to Tony and him facing the assassination after Hydra is alerted. Maybe the one who came to kill was still the old guy Bucky, and finally let this old comrade of Captain America get the achievement of Stark's 4 kills. In Marvel, ordinary people are so powerless. Even if Leon is Stark, it won't work. His position in this world is like Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries. He has money, but that's all. At most he has a genius brother. Fortunately, all this changed on his 18th birthday. Leon, I hope you can take care of yourself in the future. I don't know if I can successfully break through tomorrow. Another morning. Leon woke up to the sound of a call from his ear. At this time, the golden sunlight filled his whole body. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and suddenly opened. There seemed to be a bright light rising in his black pupils, as dazzling as the sun. Tony! Leon subconsciously called out a name. Tony Stark, the other son of his adoptive parents, his elder brother, had just called him in a farewell tone, but there was no sign of Tony beside him. He immediately realized something happened to Tony. How could... Wait, didn't he listen to my advice in the end and went to Afghanistan anyway? Damn, this arrogant guy, I clearly emphasized this to him so many times. Lion silently reached out and tapped the electronic display screen beside him. The intelligence system responded quickly. With a click, the restraints around Lion's waist were untied, and the next moment he floated gently in the air. Not only him. Around him, sanitary napkins, dinner plates, tapes, all kinds of messy items were floating in the air like him, without any rules, like a group of plankton submerged in a pool of water swimming wantonly. But this is not a pool. It's the interior of a man's spacecraft. The bed that Lion used to sleep on was not a bed, but a titanium alloy plate fixed to the cabin. He was tied to this board day and night, facing the scorching sun all the time. When he was hungry, he ate bread. When he was thirsty, he drank nutrient solution. And when he needed to go to the toilet, he directly controlled the intelligent system to solve it on the spot. It can be said that there is no difference between growing on a titanium alloy plate. Such days, calculating the time, he has spent a full 6 months. Although I didn't get the full 2.5 years of sun exposure as planned, even if I only got half a year, it was enough. Lion clenched his fist in the air, and felt the fullness of strength in his body as never before. At this moment, every cell and every drop of blood in his body was full of strength. When the sun's rays spread over his naked body, along his perfect muscle lines, across his chest and arms, he seemed to be able to hear his cells cheering, and his blood was rushing like a thawed glacier, flowing into a river. This is the power of Kryptonians. Leon sighed as he looked at the huge sun hundreds of millions of kilometers away through the 2-meter-high transparent space porthole in front of him. It has been almost 19 years since he came to this world, and he never thought that he would be able to easily gain the power to subvert the world. Looking at the deep universe and starry sky outside the window, Leon couldn't help but recall his past. Leon Stark, a time traveler. In his previous life, he was called Leon, just an ordinary office worker, and thought he would live a dull life. Unexpectedly, one day when he was riding the subway home, he was stabbed to death after a mistake because he was brave enough to stop a mentally ill patient with a knife from injuring others. When he opened his eyes again, he had become a baby who was almost 1 year old. He traveled through time, or was reborn, and did not awaken his memories of his past life until he was 1 year old. As for the memories before the age of 1, because the brain was not fully developed, it can be said that there were almost none. In this world, he was originally an abandoned baby, and was adopted by Howard Stark by chance. The first thing he saw in this world after awakening his memory was Tony Stark's crying face. Poor Tony's face was full of tears, and his eyes were red from crying. He held him in his arms without saying a word. Later, he learned that on the day he awakened his memory, the Starks died in a car accident, and he was the only survivor in the car. At that time, he was tightly pressed under a ball of baby wraps, and thrown on the side of the road at random. His neck was roughly wrapped twice by the wraps, and a few meters away was the flaming wreckage of the car after the explosion. The doctor said that it was a miracle that he survived, and it was the last miracle that the Starks left to the world. Perhaps Tony also agreed with this statement. He regarded Leon as the continuation of his parents' lives, so he really raised Leon like taking care of his own brother. So, based on the facts, rather than saying that Howard Stark is Leon's adoptive father, it is better to say that Tony is the one who is both a father and a mother. Of course, he was not a good father. After all, what kind of good father would go to a cocktail party with his 2-year-old son, hanging around his neck to hook up with a cover girl, and then go home at night to put his son on the sofa and spend a long night with a beauty? Fortunately, Tony later met Pepper Potts. With Pepper's care, Leon finally got rid of the dilemma of being kept awake every night. In the sleepless nights before, Leon had secretly made a note of Tony in his heart, thinking that when you go to Afghanistan, you will see if you can still date the cover girl. Leon knew that according to the original plot, Tony would have to go to Afghanistan sooner or later. He had basically watched all the Marvel movies in his previous life. When he heard the names of his adoptive parents and his elder brother, he knew what kind of world he had traveled to. To be honest, the danger index of the Marvel world is not low, not to mention those supervillains who would show their faces and get a box lunch at any time, and cause a large number of civilian casualties. Just to say that if the time of traveling to the Marvel world is wrong, the god of stories, Loki, has not yet ascended the throne of time. As soon as he landed, he would not even have time to let out a few loud cries before the fully armed Time Management Bureau staff would have to take him away and eliminate him. Fortunately, although he was terrified, Leon still lived to the age of 18. He guessed that the timeline of the multiverse might have been disrupted, and the sacred timeline no longer existed. This is a good time to travel through time. However, this still does not affect the fact that the Marvel world is extremely dangerous, especially when he has a close relationship with Tony Stark, one of the protagonists of the story, and in this world where you have a chance to encounter villains when you go out. He waited for 18 years, but he didn't get his golden finger. He didn't have the same IQ as Tony, nor the mutations as SuperMan, nor the standard system for time travelers. He could only comfort himself that at least he lived one more life after traveling through time, so it was not a loss. Besides, this time he traveled through was not a dark and cruel world like the Lord of Mysteries, Daogi, and Perfection, so he was happy. But even if he was just an ordinary person, he still used his advantage of prophecy to make some changes to the best of his ability. In 2006, at the age of 16, Leon, who didn't wait for the arrival of the Space-Time Administration, chose to change the world experimentally. He used the prophecy of the plot to guide Tony and try to create advantages. First, he guided Tony to develop a series of new civilian technology electronic products such as smartphones and tablets that were not available until 2007. Driven by these high-tech products, Stark Group is now more than just an arms company. The group's business scope has greatly expanded. It is already the world's #1 company. In addition, Leon also tried his best to guide Tony to develop the arc reactor. Unfortunately, Tony never thought about research in this area and always perfunctorily said, "This technology is not yet possible." In fact, this guy just didn't want to work hard to study. After all, in Tony's first half of his life, which technological product was not made by him at the snap of his fingers, even for a cross-era product like a smartphone, he heard Leon say, "It would be great if the phone could be turned into a screen and could be clicked directly with his hands." Then he turned his eyes and developed it. Tony was too lazy to study the arc reactor, and Leon had no choice. After all, no one could persuade a stubborn donkey to turn back. In 2 years, the changes brought by Leon also stopped there. He was like a hard-working bee, looking for a destiny that could be changed. He also tried to find the whereabouts of Bucky and avenge the Starks, or expose Obadiah and send him to prison. Unfortunately, in the end, these goals were not achieved. Obadiah hid very deeply, and only revealed a little bit of his feet a year ago, and was caught by him and told Tony. But Tony is too sentimental. Even if he has doubts, he is still willing to believe his uncle. Just having an in-depth conversation with Obadiah, Tony felt that everything was solved easily. Faced with this helpless situation, Leon could only emphasize to Tony again and again that he must not relax his vigilance and must not go to war zones like Afghanistan alone. As for finding Bucky, Leon couldn't put it on the surface. The power of Hydra is intricate in this world. He is an ordinary person. If he investigates rashly, he will only expose himself and then face the same ending as Howard. He can't even tell Tony. On the one hand, as a junior in the family, he has little say, and Tony may not believe what he says. Tony is 20 years older than the protagonist. On the other hand, even if he doesn't mention the source of the intelligence, he just guides Tony to think. With Tony's arrogant temper, he will definitely use Jarvis to invade various confidential agencies as soon as he has doubts. At that time, it will only lead to Tony and him facing the assassination after Hydra becomes alert. Maybe the one who came to kill was Bucky, and in the end, this old comrade of Captain America was happy to get Stark's quadruple kill achievement. Marvel, ordinary people are so powerless, even if Leon is Stark. His position in this world is like Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries. He has money, but that's all. At most, he has a genius brother. Fortunately, all this changed on his 18th birthday. Boom. As soon as he entered the atmosphere, a sonic boom was generated around Leon. His speed even exceeded the second cosmic speed. After entering the atmosphere, his figure split the entire sky in two. The huge air pressure generated by the ultra-high speed cut through the sea of clouds. The invisible airwaves tore the floating clouds in the sky, and at this moment they suddenly took shape, surrounding Leon like an air shield and dragging a long trajectory in the sky. It was like a world snake falling from the sky, falling into the world, and would devour everything it encountered. When, approaching the ground, Leon began to slow down, and the deceleration rate exceeded 5,000 meters per second. He had to slow down. If he landed at full speed, even if he used the bioforce field for protection, it would cause extensive damage to the surrounding surface. The distance between the spacecraft and the ground was 30,000 kilometers, and the distance from North America to Afghanistan was tens of thousands of kilometers. It took him less than 20 minutes. Leon hovered over Afghanistan, and all the floating clouds above his head were pushed away by the airwaves. There was no cloud here at the moment, and it was around 10 o'clock in the evening. Leon did not stop, twisted his body in the air, and continued to fly eastward. This time his speed was very slow, more than 200 meters per second, not even exceeding the speed of sound. Like an invisible ghost, he flew above the cave where Tony was imprisoned at the moment. "Tony, it's time to get up," Leon whispered as he saw Tony frowning and sleeping in the cave. Then he fell down like a meteor. Boom! The hard mountain covered with rocks was not much better than thin paper in front of Leon. He pierced through the rock and soil more than 10 meters thick and entered the cave. Leon fell from the top of the cave, half squatting and landing in front of Tony's bed, just like the posture of Tony in the movie when he appeared in a battlesuit. At the crack in the top of the cave, pieces of rubble also fell with him, some big and some small, smashing into the cave with continuous impact sounds. Boom! Bang bang bang! Vibration, loud noise, continuous vibration, and continuous loud noise. Anyone who is awakened by such noise in sleep will think that the world is going to be destroyed. Ah! Tony is no exception. He was a light sleeper, and was instantly awakened by the sound of Leon penetrating the cave. Then he was frightened by the continuous loud noise and screamed. "Those guys are coming?" He was panicked, and subconsciously thought that the terrorists couldn't wait to come in. The terrorist organization kidnapped him, and the leader of the organization asked him to build a batch of Jericho missiles. Tomorrow is the final delivery date he and the other party set. According to the plan, he will wear the Mark armor tomorrow and kill the terrorist organization with his assistant Ethan. It will be a tough battle. For this reason, just a few minutes ago, he prayed before going to bed, hoping that tomorrow's plan will go smoothly. If it doesn't go well, he also hopes that Pepper and Leon can take care of themselves in the future. As a result, after praying, it took only a few minutes of sleep, and these terrorists couldn't wait and came. Damn it, even Leon didn't have such a hurry when he peed his pants. Tony cursed subconsciously, looking around in panic and shouted, "Ethan! Ethan, are you okay? Those guys are coming! Wait, why is this damn cave collapsed? Oh, Leon, go see Ethan! Wait, Leon!" Tony stared at Leon, who was half squatting beside his bed with wide eyes. The kid was only wearing a pair of pants, and gravel fell from his head, but not a grain of sand fell on him. "Leon, why are you here?" Tony tilted his head back and almost couldn't help rubbing his eyes with his hands, wondering if he had hallucinations before he died. Shock and doubt intertwined in his eyes. Tony's heartbeat accelerated, and his hands trembled slightly. He felt that he was definitely hallucinating. The return time of Leon's spaceship was clearly 2 years later, so how could that kid appear in front of him at this time? But you have to say, even if it is an illusion, Leon's posture is really handsome, and it can be seen that only Tony can come up with it. However, the illusion, Leon stood up and looked at Tony with a smile. "Because I heard you thinking about me in the middle of the night, calling my name constantly, saying that you can't sleep without seeing me, so I came. To be honest, my brother is 39 years old and still needs a coaxing service, which is quite surprising to me," Leon joked. "I can sing lullabies and hum country folk songs. Tony, what kind of coaxing method do you like? Oh, let me make it. Clear first, I can't hold you and rock you to sleep. That's Pepper's job. Tony was stunned and retorted reflexively. Hey kid, I'm the one who holds you and rocks you to sleep. Pepper hasn't held you as many times as I have. Tony's implication is that you are the one who is the opposite of Tiangong. The way they get along has always been like this. Tony has a proud personality. Leon likes to tease the arrogant Tony. Come on. An old man who is almost 40 years old still says, I reluctantly accepted your holiday gift, and then displays it in his own storage room as if it were a treasure. Very cute, okay. Tony reacted as soon as he refuted. He widened his eyes, trembling slightly with excitement, and stood up. You! Leon, you really came? How could it be? I mean, how did you do it? You should be in space 300 kilometers away now. He even reached out and pinched Leon's arm. The solid muscles felt like marble, and the touch was so clear. This is not an illusion. Leon is really here. This kid is here to save him. Tony was shocked, but his whole body relaxed at this moment, and his tense nerves suddenly relaxed. An unspeakable sense of security arose spontaneously, and the fatigue of the past few months suddenly surged into his heart. He couldn't help but smile, stepped back and fell on the bed, and breathed a sigh of relief. No one knew Leon's strength better than him. When he was tested half a year ago, Leon already had a force of 500 tons, and his defense was so strong that even sniper rifles could only leave scratches. Now with Leon, those terrorists outside will no longer be a problem. Leon raised his eyebrows. To be precise, it is a satellite, orbit more than 40,000 kilometers away from here. I heard you crying to me when you were wronged while sleeping, and I rushed here immediately. He blinked. After all, except Pepper, no one in this world can let my brother be wronged. Tony's head was full of black lines. Oh, you are wrong. Even Pepper can't let me be wronged. No one. And I am not wronged. So you live very easily and happily in this cave? Huh? Travel thousands of miles on a business trip, and then go on vacation in the base of a terrorist organization? Leon looked at Tony. Tony's charming big eyes were still bright, but the deep fatigue in them could not be concealed. You are still so stubborn. Look at your beard that you always used to show off. It has grown into weeds. You are not any better. I didn't know my brother had the habit of going shirtless and showing off. Tony never lost his temper, or maybe he enjoyed bickering with Leon. How should I put it? It made him feel very different, like a family. After all, he only had Leon as his relative in this world. And next time you can consider changing your angle to criticize, hearing my voice in a spaceship in outer space. Ha. This is not funny. You forgot the knowledge that sound cannot be transmitted in a vacuum just half a year after graduation. Tony said that with his scientific literacy, he could see through Leon's lie in 1 second. So did something unexpected happen to you and you came back early? Or did Pepper contact you? Is Pepper okay? No, she didn't contact me, maybe, because she didn't want me to know that you were attacked and in a critical condition. Leon shook his head. He explained. But I did hear your voice in the spacecraft. You were calling my name, so I heard it. This is my newly awakened ability. Tony opened his mouth. Your ability is really unscientific. Sound is produced by vibration, and the propagation limit of this vibration is generally not too far, not to mention in the vacuum of the universe. But the fact is, I have awakened a lot of unscientific abilities this time, and I will have to ask you to test them for me again later, Leon said as he observed Tony. He could see the shrapnel stuck in Tony's chest aortic valve. He sighed. Tony, you don't look well. Those terrorists must have tortured you a lot. He frowned. The shrapnel pierced the arteries around the heart, and only magnetism can be used to temporarily delay the injury. It's like a sharp knife hanging over your head at any time at those damn bastards. Tony was stunned. He saw Leonson's cold eyes, and his heart was moved. His lips moved, and finally he shook his head. This minor injury is nothing. But you came just in time. I was planning to break out tomorrow. But now, we can just fight our way out without worrying about Ethan's safety. Oh, by the way, Ethan. He suddenly slapped his forehead and stood up quickly. Then he remembered that Ethan had been silent for a long time. Ethan, are you okay? You are... So you are here? Tony showed a slightly embarrassed smile. A middle-aged man with a slightly bald head, wearing a vest who looked like an engineer, was standing quietly beside the two of them. It turned out that Ethan had always been not far away from them. It's just that Tony's attention was all on Leon just now, and he ignored Ethan. Ethan spread his hands. I haven't slept yet. In fact, I came here when this gentleman fell from the top of the cave just now. Tony nodded awkwardly, smiled awkwardly for a few seconds, and then pulled Leon's shoulder to introduce Ethan. This is my brother, Leon Stark. Leon, this is Ethan, my friend. He saved my life. Tony introduced the two to each other. The two shook hands and said hello. Leon knew that Ethan was a good person. I didn't expect Tony to be able to make friends in the cave. You must have been taking care of him during this time. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to survive with his injuries. No, Ethan shook his head. Leon raised his hand to stop him from speaking. No need to say polite words, Ethan. You saved Tony, so you are my friend. What we need to do now is to fight back and send those guys outside to where they should go. Leon's face was as calm as a lake, but his eyes were full of thunder and lightning. Maybe we can come up with a plan first. Those guys have strong firepower. Ethan hesitated slightly. Plan? No need for a plan, Tony interrupted. He walked proudly to the armor he had built. He patted the armor and said, Look, Leon, this is my masterpiece of the past few months. Even if you didn't come today, Ethan, and I would definitely be able to kill those guys tomorrow. Leon looked at Tony, who was showing off his toys like a child, and shook his head helplessly. Keep your little toys for later use. I'll walk in front and you just follow me. He said briefly. I haven't been basking in the sun for the past 6 months in vain. Toy? Unbelievable, Leon. I know you are an average student, and you may not understand the greatness of my armor. Tony couldn't accept that his masterpiece was called a toy. So when you don't understand the situation, you can keep silent, and let me show you how great it is. Leon held Tony's shoulder. Tony, maybe your little toy is really better, but I have to tell you that I flew here directly from the spaceship wearing these pants. Tony's eyes widened slightly, flying back from the universe with just the flesh, and the pants that Leon wore looked like they hadn't been washed for a long time, and there was no damage at all. Tony knew the meaning of this very well. What? You... Tony was speechless. It was over. Now his suit was really just like a toy. So you just need to follow me. Leon smiled. But before that, there is one more thing. He glanced around and stopped at Tony's chest. I have to help you solve the problem first. The aftermath? Tony didn't understand for a moment, but Leon had already made his move. His figure didn't shake at all. His right hand pressed on Tony's shoulder, and his left hand suddenly became blurry for a moment. Then Tony felt his chest stagnate, and the intense pain was about to attack his heart, but it dissipated in an instant. 1, 2, 3. There are still a lot of fragments. Tony, you can still survive with such injuries. You can really be said to have a strong vitality. What did you say? Tony touched his chest subconsciously. When he looked up again, he saw Leon's open palm, with dozens of tiny shrapnel lying quietly on it. Look, I just took out the shrapnel from your chest. I'll leave these shrapnel for you to keep, to commemorate the fact that you have suffered a huge change at the age of nearly 40, and finally grew up and learned to take responsibility. Leon stuffed the shrapnel in his hand to Tony, turned, and walked towards the closed door of the cave. In less than a microsecond, he used the bioforce field to fix the shrapnel in Tony's body, and then the fingertips of his left hand cut tiny wounds on Tony's chest, and quickly took out all the shrapnel. Then he used heat rays to stop the bleeding and heal Tony's wounds. The set of movements was as smooth as clouds, swift as thunder but calm as water. Even the scene in Tony's eyes did not change. But when he reacted, he touched his chest, and the arc reactor was still there. But there were more than a dozen holes on his clothes. This. Tony's eyes moved back and forth between Leon's palm and his chest, and he said no again. Leon had given him too many shocks today, so much so that he didn't refute the fact that his brother had just mocked him for finally growing up. Let's go. It's time to leave. Leon took the lead. He stood in front of the gate and pushed it gently, and the heavy iron gate collapsed. Leon's swift and decisive action stunned Tony and Ethan. Before they could come to their senses, someone suddenly shouted outside the iron gate, "Fire!" With an order, dense gunshots rang out, and the bullets poured out like a torrential rain. There was so much noise in the cave before, the terrorists had already noticed something was wrong. Under the command of the leader, everyone lined up in the corridor in front of the cave with guns, waiting to empty the magazines of their rifles. At this time, everyone fired without hesitation after receiving the order. But Leon's reaction speed was faster than their shooting. He glanced and stretched out his hand to protect Tony and Ethan behind him. The next second, countless bullets came almost at the same time, and the crisp sound of impact sounded continuously, but it did not have the slightest killing effect. The moment the bullets hit Leon, they were squeezed and deformed by the huge force, and then fell to the ground. Even the bullet that hit Leon's retina was no exception. At the same time, a large number of bullets hit the mountain wall in the ground, stirring up a large amount of dust and obscuring the sight. In the dust, the terrorists fired for more than half a minute before the gunshots gradually stopped. "Gurgle! Geely Gulu!" the terrorists shouted, thinking that no one could survive such a crossfire. The leader stood behind the corner of the corridor with his arms folded and leaned his head out to stare at the dusty cave. After a few seconds he waved his hand and sent people to check. No one cared, thinking that there could be no living people inside. At most, the difference was that the body was broken into a few or dozens of pieces. But at this moment, 2 scarlet spots of light rose in the smoke. The light spots seemed to contain infinite murderous intent which made people shudder. "What is that? Bats?" someone asked stupidly. No one answered, but the next second everyone no longer had any questions. The brightness of the 2 red lights rose rapidly, and then 2 fascinating heat rays were emitted. The thick and long red rays were definitely the most terrifying laser weapons that the terrorists had ever seen in their lives. Just by sweeping from left to right, all the people on the path were cut in half and died on the spot, and even the cut surface was burned to a bloody mess. The speed of the ray was so fast that no one could react. All the people blocking the corridor in front of the cave entrance were killed almost instantly, without even a wailing. And the people blocking the other side of the corridor only saw a flash of red light, and then the people standing in front of them were all cut in half, and died. They stood there in shock. Their minds were blank, and they had no time to react. It was the bald leader in the crowd who came back to his senses first. That is the laser weapon developed by Tony Stark. He was extremely shocked and extremely sure. Damn it, he's been building this thing for months. We were tricked by him. The leader's final verdict calmed everyone's blank minds a little, but they still looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to do. As long as it is a weapon, it is used by people, the leader judged at this time. Since someone has to use it, as long as we kill the people inside, the laser weapon will be ours, he ordered. Everyone retreat, use grenades to bomb the cave, and kill Tony Stark for me. After saying that, the leader licked his lips, his eyes revealing greed that could not be concealed. I just want that laser weapon. As for Stark, kill him, and ask Obadiah Stanley for money. The leader's order calmed everyone down. It made so much sense. No matter how powerful Stark's laser weapon was, as long as they killed him, the weapon would be theirs. Almost everyone subconsciously forgot that the previous round of volleys had failed to kill the people in the cave. The terrorists retreated together, took out grenades and prepared to throw them. However, footsteps suddenly sounded on the other side of the cave corridor. It sounded like only one person's footsteps, neither hurried nor slow, strolling leisurely. "Wait," the leader raised his fist, signaling everyone to stop the action. Everyone slowly put down the grenades, raised their guns again, and stared at the corner of the corridor. Click, click. The footsteps were getting closer. The leader grinned and threatened. "Tony Stark, do you think you can escape with weapons? You lied to me, but it doesn't matter, because you are dead today, and your laser weapon will become mine." "Oh? Really? But my name is not Tony," the man responded calmly. The terrorists thought the person coming was Tony Stark. However, when the man walked out of the corner, they were all shocked. It was a handsome man wearing only a pair of trousers, barefoot and revealing thick chest muscles. Who is this? When did he enter the cave? Why haven't I seen him before? TF, a burst of unbelievable curses suddenly rang out in the corridor. "Who are you? Where is Stark?" The leader's already dark face became even darker. The cave was a familiar cave, but a person he had never seen before walked out. He suddenly began to suspect that Tony Stark had been rescued without knowing it, and they were completely fooled. Leon glanced at him. "I am also Stark." "Are you Stark?" The leader gritted his teeth. "You are kidding. Fire, fire all of you!" The combat skills of this group of terrorists are really good. After the leader gave the order, the dense muzzles of their guns once again spewed out flames. Leon did not dodge, letting the bullets hit him, and walked forward at a leisurely pace. His super brain told him that he could relax here like at home. However, the terrorists who were his enemies were in a completely different mood. They all widened their eyes, and their hands kept pulling the trigger. But their minds were so confused that they could not think at all. What kind of monster is this? Even the bullets from the rifle can't cause any harm to him. Then the 2 sides were getting closer and closer, but Leon remained unscathed. Some people began to lose their minds, dropped their guns and turned to run away. Monster. Stop. The leader pulled out his gun reflexively to kill the deserter, but 2 blazing heat rays shot faster than the leader, instantly piercing the deserter to death. The leader stared blankly at his men who died on the ground, then turned his head and looked at Stark with bloodshot eyes. Those scarlet eyes seemed to come from hell. "None of you who call yourself the 10 Rings will be able to escape." Leon's voice seemed to come from the abyss. The next second, the heat ray swept across again, and the entire corridor was instantly cleared. A second later, except for Leon, there was no other heartbeat here. Before the leader died, he understood something, and looked at Leon with empty eyes of unwillingness and regret. It turns out, that was not a laser weapon. After saying that, he completely lost his vitality. Leon shook his head speechlessly, and continued to walk out. "I've already said that I'm also Stark." As soon as he left the cave, 3 rockets flew at him at the same time. These people from the 10 Rings gang are really organized and have faith. They dare to fight back even though the casualty ratio is so exaggerated. Lion sighed, and stretched out his right hand to block in front of him. He blocked 3 rockets one after another, and the flames of the explosion instantly drowned him. Then there were dense gunshots and countless grenades. All the terrorists wanted to pour out all the firepower at hand in the shortest time. Facing the monster coming out of the cave, it is not too cautious. But their ferocious expressions soon stiffened. I saw an intact figure leaping out of the fire, ignoring the bullets flying in the air. Not to mention being injured, The figure didn't even have a tear in his trousers. He glanced around, his figure suddenly disappeared, and then appeared again at the entrance of the cave in an instant. Then, all the terrorists present broke their necks one after another and collapsed to the ground. In a very short moment, Lion solved everyone. At a super high speed, he clapped his hands and shouted to the cave, "Tony, Ethan, the terrorists are all solved. Come out." 10 minutes later. "How about it, Tony? How does it feel to be leaving your temporary residence for the past few months? Do you feel reluctant to leave?" Leon held Tony and Ethan in each hand and floated above the cave. He joked, "This is a wonderful experience that ordinary people will hardly encounter once in their lifetime. Don't you want to talk about your feelings?" Tony's hair was messed up by the wind. "You call this a wonderful experience? Damn, Leon, if you hadn't become Superman, I would have asked someone to arrange such a wonderful experience for you when I go back." Okay, it seems that you were in a bad mood. It's my fault. I won't say anything." Leon, shut up. Ethan interrupted at the right time. "Well, Mr. Leon, may I ask, what are you going to do with this base below? Are you going to leave it to the US? Ethan has no good feelings towards the US officials. He believes that these terrorists are so rampant, and there must be reasons from the US side." Before Leon answered, Tony said, "Destroy it. Destroy all these Stark things." He looked at the boxes of weapons and ammunition with the Stark logo printed on them, his face as gloomy as water. "No problem." Leon agreed, and took the two of them to a higher place. When they were far enough away, he shot out heat rays from his eyes, instantly detonating the gunpowder in the entire base. Boom. Boxes of ammunition in the base exploded one after another, all the explosions intertwined, producing a chain reaction. The flames enveloped the entire area, and a mushroom cloud more than 10 meters high rose up with a bang, and the smoke quickly filled the air. This terrorist organization base, which was not small in size, became a thing of the past. It's so scary. It's all over. Ethan's cheeks were burned by the high temperature of the explosion, and he muttered in a low voice, "It's over. Your bad memories have finally come to an end." Leon nodded. "Next, I will take you to the military base in Afghanistan. Tony's old friend is there. He will send you to America." Leon turned around and flew out of the base. "But I won't go with you after all. My strength is not suitable for my identity for the time being." Ethan seemed to have some other ideas, but looking at the ground a few hundred meters below, he chose to obey the arrangement from the bottom of his heart. Tony heard the words, and his dull expression, which had been gloomy since he got out of trouble, paused. He hesitated and said, "You said it's not suitable for the time being, which means, what are you going to do later, Leon?" "That's right," Leon admitted. "There are some things I wanted to do a long time ago, but I didn't take action because I didn't have enough strength." He said calmly, "After I go back, I can show my strength to all parties while dealing with these things. This way, even if my true identity is discovered in the future, those annoying flies won't easily take action. We'll talk about the details after we get back. Superman is so strong, but Lex Luthor is still causing trouble. Not to mention a young man like him who has only been in the sun for half a year." Leon has no doubt that once his physique and strength are exposed, the covetousness of all parties will come immediately, unless he shows his invincible strength and his attitude of never showing mercy in advance. Otherwise, there will be constant trouble. Most people in the world fear power, but not virtue. There is no doubt about this. "Why do you want to persuade me not to make too much noise?" Leon asked. "No," Tony immediately denied. He paused for a long time before he let out a long breath and spoke awkwardly. "Leon, I want to say, I'm sorry that I didn't listen to your advice and shut down Stark's weapons department." Tony's face showed deep guilt. This guilt was not for Leon, but for the ordinary people who were harmed by the arms sold by Stark. More than a year ago, when the Stark Group's electronic products business spread all over the world, Leon proposed to cut and shut down the arms business. But Tony didn't care at the time. He just thought that Leon had just become an adult, and had not seen the world and was too sad. So he perfunctorily passed it over with a few words. Thinking about it now, Tony only felt extremely remorseful and guilty. There's no need to apologize. Leon was a little surprised, but not too surprised. He knew Tony would shut down the weapons department, but he didn't expect Tony to apologize. God knows, Tony has never apologized more than 10 times in his life. In the past, even if this guy made a mistake, he would only try to make up for it in other ways, never admitting his mistakes. It seems that during the time he was kidnapped, Tony has indeed grown a lot. The past cannot be undone. It is never too late to mend the rift after a sheep is lost. Make up for your mistakes later, Tony. Leon comforted him gently. And the small arc generator you developed this time can be popularized as a basic energy source to benefit the world, right? I believe that the whole world will change and become better because of you in the future. So you should feel guilty. But you can't stay on the guilt. Tony listened to Leon's words quietly. It was rare for him not to interrupt others' long speeches. After Leon finished speaking, Tony smiled and said, "Maybe you are right. Well, there is also the matter of Obi. There is definitely something wrong with Obadiah." Leon interrupted directly. "You will hesitate even if I tell you now, so I will wait for you in Los Angeles, and then we will go directly to him, to settle it." Tony subconsciously wanted to persuade him again. After all, he still had some hope for his uncle. However, he opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded in a muffled voice. "I'll listen to you." Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but curl up his lips. It seems that this experience has improved his voice in Tony's eyes. It is said that people can never teach people, but things can teach people once. It is indeed true. After flying for a while, Leon landed in the desert with the two of them. "Okay, I'll take you here. The military base is 8 kilometers ahead. Here, this is a signal gun. After I leave, you can shoot into the sky and someone will come to find you." Leon handed the signal gun he had taken from the terrorist base to Tony, and then took off and prepared to leave. "Wait," Tony hurriedly called out again. "I forgot to tell you, remember to bring my armor back home, and if the blueprints haven't been burned, bring them back too." "Holy shit, why didn't you tell me when we were in the cave? I think you can't hold more with your hands, so now, Tony, you've got it." Leon gave a middle finger and soared into the sky, breaking the sound barrier in the air and leaving. The two people left on the ground blinked their eyes, watching Leon leave a trail in the clouds, and shrugged at each other. "Won't your brother be discovered flying like this near the military base?" Ethan asked. Tony raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean, my brother? Didn't a guy who called himself Superman just rescue us and then leave? We didn't even see his face clearly." Ethan suddenly realized, so this is how we should have escaped? That Superman is really a kind and enthusiastic person. Bang! Tony fired into the air. The flare drew an arc trajectory, flew more than 20 meters into the air, and then slowly fell. The red illumination light was particularly conspicuous in the desert at night, bright enough to clearly illuminate the faces of the two people on the ground. "Okay, wait a few minutes and someone will come to pick us up." Tony threw down the flare gun. A flare appeared near the garrison base, and the US side would definitely use satellites to check. Then they would find him here and send a rescue team immediately. Tony looked at Ethan. Come with me to the United States, Ethan, and take your family with you. He could see that Ethan had been hesitant to speak since just now. Ethan's eyes were a little complicated. My family is dead. In fact, Tony, I would rather go back to Iran and do my best to help more people in need. The words Tony had just thought of were suddenly stuck in his throat. He realized that the savior in front of him had an even more tragic past, but in this case, he had to take Ethan to the United States. Ethan, he spoke with a heavy and apologetic tone. I didn't know. About your family, I'm sorry. Ethan shook his head to indicate that he didn't mind. Tony continued. I can understand your desire to return to your hometown. He could see that Ethan returned to his hometown with a clear determination to die, and actually wanted to do something. To sacrifice his life. He paused. But what Leon said before is right. I'm going back this time to help more people. What I can contribute to the world. It shouldn't just be about making something that explodes. He tapped the arc reactor on his chest with his fingertips, his eyes burning. Ethan, you can come with me. We can better help people who are hurt by violence, and then change the world for the better. Ethan stared at the arc reactor in a daze. It was indeed a technology that could change the world. He hesitated a little. Boom! Suddenly a rumbling engine sound came from afar, and the sound became louder and louder. A patrol plane approached from afar. The flare was sent out only half a minute ago, and the rescue plane arrived? Ethan couldn't help but exclaimed, they are so efficient. Then he watched the plane fly over his head and fly away into the distance. It doesn't look like a rescue team. It looks like a light patrol plane. I guess they are going to chase Leon. He was discovered by the base. Tony stared at the fighter plane flying away. But the speed is not even the speed of sound. They can't catch up with Leon. Wait a little longer. Lion's appearance was too flashy and attracted everyone's attention. But next time when I put on the MK armor, I will definitely attract more attention from those rednecks in the military. Tony took a few steps on the spot. Of course, there will be yours. You will also have your own set of armor by then. Then we can have a team called MK Team. 3 minutes passed as Tony chattered away, and another dense engine sound came faintly from the sky. It was a formation of 3 helicopters. Oh, look, our rescue team is here. The 2 men, who were thirsty from the scorching sun, jumped and waved on the ground. On the other side, as Tony said, Leon was not caught up by the patrol plane. After all, half a minute was enough for him to fly back and forth several times. When the patrol plane caught up with him halfway, he had already flown out of Afghanistan with the mark armor and blueprints. But unexpectedly, when entering California, Leon was intercepted by another group of fighter planes. After finding Tony's treasure in the collapsed cave, he flew to the thermosphere in the outer circle of the atmosphere over Afghanistan with his armor. Then he accelerated to Mach 50. In just 10 minutes, he crossed half of the Earth and returned to North America. He lowered his altitude above the west coast of the Pacific Ocean, slowed down to below the speed of sound, and flew into California. The Stark family's mansion is on the west coast of Los Angeles, California. He only needs to cross the coastal mountains in California to arrive, but because his speed dropped too much, but not enough, he was photographed by the satellite in the sky as soon as he entered the country. On the surveillance screen of the US military base, a figure moving at nearly twice the speed of sound over the mountains caught the attention of the operators. After zooming in, they were surprised to find that it was a small flying unit. Although, the image of the other party was blurred for some reason, covered by the biological force field. It looked very much like a flying humanoid object. The soldiers immediately reported the situation to their superiors. What is that? Get in touch with them and have them land for inspection. Whether it's the CIA or the Navy, let's get this good thing down for us to see first, the commander said with a serious face. Sir, there is no response from the other parties. Radio! Sir, the CIA and the Navy just contacted us, asking if that flying object is ours, and requesting the handover of intelligence. We? We have this little thing that goes nearly twice the speed of sound and lasts a long time? Not yet, sir. Shit. Go to the weapons research department and get Colonel Rhodes over. Colonel Rhodes is in Afghanistan looking for Tonista, sir. Goddamn. Then give me the database comparison. Radar lock. Satellite lock. Give me the clearest satellite image. Report, sir. No similar records found in database comparison. Target cross-section is too small for radar to lock. Satellite image is blurred due to unknown interference. Sir, what should we do? TF. Can anyone tell me what this thing is that just appeared out of nowhere and is flying right over our heads? I don't know, sir. Damn it. Are there any high-altitude surveillance units in the West Coast mountains? Send them out to shoot this thing down. Yes, sir. Lion was originally flying towards Los Angeles in boredom. Suddenly, his ears moved, and he turned sideways to look up. He heard the roar of 4 engines deviating from the trajectory and approaching him. I was spotted by a satellite, Leon guessed, slowing down to check the situation. Is it because I'm not fast enough that I was spotted? It's really troublesome. Flying below the speed of sound is too slow, and low supersonic speeds make it easy for satellites to detect anomalies and lock on immediately. Maybe next time I should consider flying at a speed of more than Mach 10. Then he heard another voice in his ear. Target locked, a pilot shouted over the radio. The missile launcher is ready, waiting for the final order. The commander of the US military base ordered, aim, shoot down that flying object for me. Global Hawk received, warning command received. 4 planes dived from high altitude. Although it was still difficult to close the distance with Lion, it was enough to hit the target with airborne missiles. Fire! Missiles were fired one after another, and the speed climbed to more than Mach 5 in a few seconds, chasing Leon. Leon looked back, and his eyes saw the missiles spewing flames thousands of meters away through the clouds. That was a powerful weapon that was enough to destroy any air vehicle. But for him now, it couldn't even tickle. So Leon suddenly had an urge to stop and catch the missile, and then walk out of the fire without a speck of dust, shocking the American soldiers. As the saying goes, if you have a body of steel but don't pretend, it's like walking in the night in brocade clothes. Pretending to be cool is a deep desire engraved in human genes. Abraham Maslow once listed the need to pretend as the 4th level of the 5 major needs of human beings. When people are full and have no life-threatening threats, and have a certain degree of social interaction, they will naturally want to pretend. Leon can't get rid of this worldly desire. But he thought about it. For a period of time, after Tony came back, he will definitely make a new battle armor to show off. There is a scene in the movie where Tony fails to show off and is bombed by US missiles. So, instead of pretending now, it would be better to wait until Tony is smug but slapped in the face by the US military before making his debut. After all, only by pretending in front of good brothers can you gain the highest level of psychological satisfaction. Thinking of the expression Tony will show at that time, Leon couldn't help but grin. Now that he has superhuman abilities, he doesn't want to be a homelander and say that he doesn't eat beef. He just wants to continue to strengthen his strength, and then do something that makes him happy in the process of strengthening his strength. For example, pretending in front of Tony that Tony wants to pretend, but can't. Thinking of this, Leon looked up at the missiles attacking from above the thick clouds, and with a thought, his speed instantly reached Mach 20 and disappeared from the lock of the US satellite. What the hell? The target disappeared, the pilot exclaimed in horror. Report! The missile missed the target. The target is lost. Repeat, the target is lost. It seems to have stealth function. In the US military base, the commander was stunned. What? Impossible. This is impossible. Continue to search the entire area. You must find the other party for me. The command room was in chaos. It can be predicted that the entire Ministry of Defense will be suspicious and uneasy for some time to come. Welcome back, Master Leon. Long time no see. As soon as Leon returned home, Jarvis's voice sounded immediately. Jarvis is an artificial intelligence created by Tony, named after Edwin Jarvis, the old butler of the Stark family. It's been half a year since I last saw you, Jarvis. Lion walked towards his bedroom. When he entered space half a year ago, he didn't have a subroutine for Jarvis in the manned spacecraft, because he would spend most of his time sleeping and the spacecraft was built in a hurry. Now, when he heard Jarvis's voice again, Lion suddenly felt a sense of relaxation, as if he was back home. Jarvis, I have good news. Tony has been rescued by me from the terrorist organization. Is Pepper in the company right now? Please tell her so she doesn't have to worry anymore. Leon instructed Jarvis in his room, while taking off his pants, and entering the shower room. He hadn't taken a shower with water for half a year, and the cleaning process on the spacecraft was really hard to describe. Master Lion, Miss Pepper received the news that the young master was rescued 10 minutes ago, and is now waiting at the airport. Jarvis replied. So fast. I didn't expect the garrison base to be so efficient, Leon muttered. It's enough for Pepper to know. She must have been worried sick these past few months. Tony is also to blame for not being careful. I have reminded him so many times, but he never takes it seriously. Now, if I calculate the time, it should be that I just went to space and he went to Afghanistan to deliver food right after that. Even though I told him that Obadiah was watching closely, he still didn't believe it. But Obadiah is really good. He can seize the best opportunity to attack. As soon as he saw Tony and I separated, he decisively killed me. Jarvis listened to Leon's complaints quietly. Leon did not say these blaming words in front of Tony. After all, Tony has suffered enough because of his arrogance this time, and he does not need him to criticize him and add fuel to the fire. People who have just escaped from danger need their family's jokes to dispel their psychological shadows. Master Lion, you just said that Obadiah planned the attack on Mr. Stark? Jarvis suddenly interrupted. Do you need me to pass your message to Mr. Stark and remind him to pay attention? No, I've already told him. When he comes back, we will solve Obadiah's problem. Leon put foam on his hair. Also, Jarvis, why do you always call Tony Young Master or Mr. Stark? Shouldn't I be the Young Master? And I am also Stark. Tony is so old, it's more appropriate to call him Old Master. Sorry, Master Lion, I was serving Mr. Stark before the 90s. Before you came into this family, I used to call Mr. Stark Young Master. If you wish, I can change the name next time. That's not necessary. Just call me like you are now. Leon began to rinse the foam. He felt that Jarvis probably had developed human emotions. Otherwise, how could there be such a thing as habit? Maybe in the future he could help Jarvis evolve into a real intelligent life, instead of being killed by Tony's son, Ultron-like in the movie. Leon quickly finished rinsing and changed into a slim-fitting gray suit. While wiping his hair with a towel, he walked out of the room. Jarvis, help me prepare some food. I feel a little hungry. Leon walked to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator door, which was empty. This is as expected. Jarvis, please order some takeout for me. It was already morning in Los Angeles. The whole city had just woken up from sleep and started to run for the whole day. Leon's takeout was soon delivered to the mansion. He couldn't wait to sit down at the dining table and start eating. After eating bread and nutrient solution for half a year in the universe, his mouth was already so bland that birds could be born. Tasting the deliciousness of fat and carbohydrates again, he couldn't help but eat for 2 hours straight. Jarvis, order me a cheeseburger takeout. No, order 10. Jarvis, order 10 pizzas, 1 of each flavor, and wait, 3 of the cheese flavor with the highest calories. Jarvis, order 5 beef Wellingtons. The meal lasted until noon. After having enough food and drink, Leon sat on the sofa in the hall, patting his belly with satisfaction. Satisfied. Very satisfied. No wonder Tony likes cheeseburgers. Eating food with explosive calories makes people feel happy. Leon sighed with emotion. He suddenly felt that for him, the biggest benefit of the Iron Man was that he could not gain weight no matter how much he ate. No matter how much calories or fat he took into his body, it could only be transformed into nutrients to make his body stronger. This was simply a blessing for him. A Chinese soul who loved food. Taking a bite of the last cheeseburger, Leon felt that he was so satisfied at this moment, that he seemed to understand the solemn and sacred, artistic conception in Pieta. Jarvis, let me see the unanswered communications in the past 6 months. Lion said, okay, Master Leon. A series of information windows popped up on the flat plate in front of Leon. Jarvis summarized in a very orderly manner. You currently have a total of 1,634 unread messages on WeChat and 807 emails in your mailbox. 74% of the messages were from your high school classmates, 89% were from girls, and 93% were erotic. Leon was speechless. These people are really blinded by money. Men also send me that kind of message? Okay. Ignore the emails from unfamiliar people. Okay, Master Leon, you currently have no unread messages. Leon clapped his hands. Perfect. Jarvis, now tell me about the development of the company in the past 6 months. By the way, it is the company under my name. 2 years ago, when Tony developed the smartphone, Lion also used the resources at hand to establish an internet company, Stark Network. Anyway, in the early 21st century, the internet field in the United States was also in its infancy. Moreover, the internet bubble had just ended not many years ago, and this field had not yet been occupied by other larger capitals. Since there are large pieces of undiscovered cakes, waiting to be divided up, why can't he be the one to eat the cake? With the resources of the Stark Group, Lion brought many internet applications that would only be available in the next 20 years to the market within a year. He founded WeChat and Twitter, acquired Amazon and YouTube. He even didn't let go of P-Station, and he registered a company before the Canadian gang. Today, Stark Network has more than 200 million users worldwide. Lion slept in space for half a year, but the company's market value quietly doubled. It's just that his disappearance some time ago, as well as Tony's disappearance, caused the rising stock to plummet by nearly half. After listening to Jarvis's report, Lion smacked his lips. Although the stock price has fallen by half in a month, why is it still higher than when I left? This is a really nice surprise. The current president of the company is Joe, right? Tell him that he has done a good job and give him 3 days off to rest. Okay, Master Leon. I will notify Mr. Jobs right away, Jarvis responded and suggested. But I think compared to a holiday, Mr. Jobs may hope that you can agree to add an external home button function to his smartphone. Leon was speechless. Oh my god. He is still obsessed with that useless function that is like adding feet to a snake. Tony has developed a super thin full touch mobile phone. The next step is projection mobile phones and projection glasses. Why is Steve Jobs still immersed in his retro obsession? Jarvis, tell him to bury his obsession in the ground as soon as possible, then have a good rest for a few days and stop being as conservative as Aunt Susan next door. Okay, Master Lion. Jarvis agreed, but it seems that there is no lady named Susan next door to us. That's a metaphor, Jarvis, a figure of speech. Lion stressed, I see. Jarvis's voice paused, and there was a slight electric sound, as if he was taking notes. Leon took Hirosaka and said, by the way, Jarvis, Tony should be back in Los Angeles between 4 and 5 p.m. There is still so much time. Please play SuperMan for me. Okay, now let's play the 1979 movie Superman. It turns out that you also like to watch nostalgic movies like Mrs. Susan. Jarvis puts his knowledge into practice. Who is Susan? Oh, you learn so fast. Leon's mouth twitched. It was afternoon. Tony returned to Los Angeles. He first looked at Pepper affectionately. Then he immediately turned to buy 2 cheeseburgers. After that, he returned to Stark Industries to hold a press conference. After Leon's repeated emphasis, Tony had already developed deep doubts about Obadiah. So when Obadiah showed up, hugged him warmly and politely asked him for a burger, Tony chose to decisively refuse. Sorry, I only have this burger in my hand. I can't share it with you, Tony said as he took out another burger from his pocket. Leon was watching the live broadcast. On TV at home, KNKV TV station, broadcast the live scene simultaneously on the internet and TV. Tony Stark was rescued from Afghanistan. This was a major event that shocked the entire Los Angeles. As soon as the news came out, it became a global trending search on Twitter, attracting tens of millions of people to enter the live broadcast room to watch. At the same time, the stock price of Stark Group has been rising all the way. Just like the cliff drop before, it is now soaring. Just because Tony Stark is back alive. It's as if his name alone is worth hundreds of millions of US dollars. All shareholders are excited. This is a surefire way to enter the market. Until in the live broadcast room, Tony squatted in front of the podium and said a lot of things like, meat eaters are despicable. Then he stood up, walked behind the podium, and said solemnly, I declare that from now on, the weapons department of Stark Group will be permanently closed. Tony was extremely serious. I want to seriously think about the future of this company. Let this group create greater benefits for the world. Boom. Everyone at the scene and all the netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked at this moment. The scene was noisy and boiling. Every reporter was trying to pass the microphone to Tony's mouth, asking him what stimulated him to make such a decision. There were all kinds of words in the live broadcast room. Some were unbelievable, and some laughed at the capitalists who would have a change of heart. But more of them were investors who had just bought stocks and were swiping the screen and cursing. Tony is really decisive, without any buffer. The market value of the subsidiary will fall again. Leon lay on the sofa and raised the milk in his hand to Tony on TV. But this is his style. Master. Lion, you seem to have known that Tony would do this a long time ago? Jarvis asked. Of course. This is what I wanted him to do 2 years ago. Leon turned over and sat up, picked up a piece of fruit on the table, and stuffed it into his mouth. He'll be back soon. I have to get ready. By the way, has Mark's armor been cleaned up? You can give Tony a surprise, Jarvis. Leon opened the door and walked down the stairs. Jarvis responded. As you arranged, the armor has been repaired on the mechanical arm console. You can wait for Mr. Stark to come back and take him there. In the evening, in the basement laboratory of Stark's mansion, Tony rubbed his chin with his palm, staring at his Mark armor. He has been in this state for a long time. Lion was beside him, trying hard to hold back his smile. So, why did you dye it pink? Tony finally spoke, pointing at the Mark armor that had turned into a girlish pink color with a blank expression. This. Leon immediately put away his smile, put his hands behind his back and said seriously. This is a surprise that Jarvis has carefully prepared for you. He stepped forward and pointed to the place on the chest of the armor where the energy core was placed. There was a small circle of faint English engraved on it. Leon read it out. Tony has a pink heart. He winked at Tony. How about it, are you touched? Pink represents innocence and kindness. Jarvis is praising you. Humph. Thank you for clearing up my confusion. Otherwise I really wouldn't have thought of it. Tony pursed his lips and sneered. His face turned black, and he couldn't believe how beautiful it would be to put on this suit of armor again. He was afraid that before he could make a move, the enemy would see the circle of English on his chest, and would die of laughter on the spot, even saving ammunition. Tony took a deep breath. Some words stuck in his chest and couldn't be said, and he was holding it in so that his face turned slightly red. Leon looked at Tony's wonderful expression change, and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Finally Tony turned his head away and stopped looking at his precious armor. Jarvis. Why, dye it pink? Tony asked another main criminal. He really liked his first suit of armor and even called it her. Sir, this is Master Leon's suggestion. He said that you will be happier when you see the armor repaired and dyed pink. Jarvis seemed to be explaining, but he was actually complaining secretly. Oh wait, Jarvis. You didn't object at the time. We all thought so, didn't we? Lion dragged Jarvis into the water. Master Leon. Please forgive my offense. You know that. Artificial intelligence does not have its own thoughts. Only artificial idiots have no thoughts. Jarvis, you reminded Tony when he was dating CoverGirl that Pepper would be angry. It's normal for you to prepare a surprise for Tony now. Tony's face became more and more ugly. Enough! He shouted, and glanced helplessly at Leon, who was already laughing. Don't think I don't know you are taking revenge. Leon didn't refute. So you also know that it is wrong for me to run back to the cave and carry the armor back for you? Tony spread his hands. Okay, I give up. This matter ends here. Okay, I'm not angry, and don't torture me because of that little thing anymore. Tony has been tortured by Leon for more than a decade. He has become accustomed to the self-emotional regulation that is necessary when facing a naughty child as a guardian. Of course, this naughtiness is only Tony's own feeling. In the eyes of others, Leon is a very good person. For example, when Tony was a child, Leon hated that Tony always brought new CoverGirls home. Several times when Tony was about to take up his gun and mount his horse, he played the love words Tony had said to other girls at the loudest volume outside the door. Then the girl who was hugging Tony became angry and slammed the door and left. He popped out from the corner of the wall, waved his little hand and said, "Good night, sweet dreams." "Tonight, Tony." So Tony blushed on the spot and chased Leon around the house with a pillow. And after listening to Tony's complaints the next day, Pepper was so happy that she stuffed a lot of pocket money into Leon's pocket. But Leon only did this for half a month, because half a month later, Tony's newly customized soundproof bedroom was completed. After that, even if Leon was dancing outside the house, Tony could play a Mozak in the house to create a quiet atmosphere and spend a good night with a beautiful woman. Similar fights. The two started when Leon was 3 years old and continued until he started to ask girls home after he entered high school. The night when Leon took the girl home for the first time, the two of them, one big and one small, looked at each other and smiled knowingly. So the two brothers reached a reconciliation. But the fights, in other aspects, did not stop. Sometimes Tony caused trouble for Leon, and sometimes Leon took the initiative. Pepper's evaluation was that these were two children who never grew up. "Jarvis, take this armor away and repaint it, or I don't want to see her again." Tony waved his hand and said, "Please help me buy some materials. I want to build a new armor. The conditions in the cave are poor, and the armor I made can't show my strength. Leon, this time I will definitely let you see that my armor is not a toy." Leon shrugged indifferently. "Whatever you say, I'll just wait and see." At this time, Dai and Ben, several intelligent mechanical arms in the laboratory came over and pushed the pink armor out together. Leon even helped. He asked Jarvis to spray paint the armor just to tease Tony, but he never thought that Tony could really wear it. But what he didn't expect was that when he visited Tony's armor collection room 10 years later, this armor with the most bizarre style was displayed at the forefront of Tony's Mark armor. "Are we going to start making the armor now?" When Leon turned around again, Tony did what he said and cleared the table with a slap, ready to start a new round of work. Could it be that you can't wait to prove yourself now? Watch your words, Leon. Tony doesn't need to prove himself, he just challenges himself. Tony said, well, when you challenge yourself, remember to come up before dinner. Leon walked towards the stairs of the laboratory. To celebrate your safe escape, Pepper plans to hold a family gathering, and Ethan and Rhodes will come. Rhodes is Tony's good friend in the military, and their relationship is so good in the movie that he can give the Iron Man suit to him. Just the few of us? No problem. As long as I'm not the one cooking, everything is acceptable, Tony replied without even looking up. Ever since the last time he cooked a sea bass that was all charred, and Leon laughed at him for a long time, he vowed never to go into the kitchen again. After Pepper cleaned up the mess Tony left at the press conference, she rushed to the mansion. She excitedly hugged Leon gently in the hall. Leon, oh my god, I couldn't believe Tony when he said you were back. The Mark spacecraft was still flying outside the Earth. The spacecraft Tony built himself was named the Mark spacecraft, and you actually flew back by yourself. It's incredible. Wow, my god, your body is so strong now. You are no longer the kid who was only as tall as my waist when you were little. Pepper patted Leon's chest. The marble-like texture made her cover her mouth and exclaimed, if I had known you were so strong, I would have contacted you a few months ago, and Tony wouldn't have to. As she spoke, she felt a little guilty. Leon quickly comforted her. It's okay, Pepper. You're also afraid that I'll worry, right? If I hadn't become as strong as Superman, even if you told me the news of Tony's disappearance, I would have been at a loss in the lonely universe. If Tony is both a brother and a half-old man to Leon, then Pepper, who brought him up since childhood, can be called half a sister and half a foster mother. Leon blinked his eyes and said, besides, although the process was a bit tortuous for Tony, since he survived a disaster, it may not be a bad thing, right? You think so? But I think he has become a little irrational. Pepper frowned. That may be because you don't know Tony well enough after his near-death experience. Leon pushed Pepper to the kitchen. Come on, Pepper. You'll have to cook dinner, and I'll tell you about Tony's wonderful adventure this time. A few hours later, the dinner ended successfully with all the guests enjoying themselves. Through Tony's introduction, Ethan met Pepper and Rhodes and successfully integrated into this small circle. For a long time in the future, Ethan will work in Stark's R&D department and do what he wants to do, and Tony also explained his idea of doing something more beneficial to the world at the dinner table. Unfortunately, Rhodes didn't quite understand it for the time being. As the night deepened, the tipsy Rod and Ethan were taken away. Only Pepper, Tony, and Leon were left in the mansion. Leon sat on the sofa after having a good meal and a good drink, looking out the window at the ups and downs of the sea level, his mind wandering. Tony looked at Pepper, who was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen, and then at Leon, who was in a daze, hesitating to speak, with a look of wanting to cover up something. Hey, Leon. He finally couldn't help but called Leon. Huh? What for? Leon retracted his gaze with some confusion. Tony glanced at Pepper. Didn't you say you were going to see Obadiah tonight? When are you leaving? Also, don't let Pepper know for the time being, otherwise she will say it's too dangerous and she will resign if we go. Usually, no matter how Tony messed around, Pepper would just keep a cold face and continue working. But as long as it involves Tony's safety, Pepper's most common threat to stop Tony is to resign. Even though every threat she made was ineffective, then wait until Pepper leaves. Lion glanced in the direction of Stark Industries and said casually, anyway, Obadiah is still in the industrial park. Wait, he is. Damn it, Tony, let's go there now. Leon grabbed Tony and pushed him out. He did not forget to shout towards the kitchen. Pepper, Tony, and I are going out for a walk and we'll be back later. Okay, Pepper replied. As they walked out, Tony lowered his voice and asked, Wait, what did you just see that makes you so anxious? Obadiah is contacting his Afghan friends. Leon also lowered his voice. What? Tony was stunned, and then Leon pulled his arm up into the sky. The two soon arrived at Stark Industrial Park. At this time, only a few lights were on in the office building. Among them, Obadiah's office was brightly lit, like a burning torch at night. Leon took Tony to float outside the window of Obadiah's office. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows allowed them to see every corner inside clearly. At this time, Obadiah was sitting at his desk with his back to the window in the room, talking to the computer screen. He is on a video call with someone from a terrorist organization. Tony's face was not very good. Can you hear what he is talking about? It's not a good thing. You can listen to it yourself. Leon put his hand on the gap of the French window and shook it gently. A corner of the glass lifted up. He grabbed it and flipped it back. Then the whole French window was silently lifted down. Tony was shocked again and opened his eyes wide. But the next second, a voice came from the office, leaving him no time to care. Our leader died because of your commission, so before the next cooperation, you must compensate us, said the person on the other side of the computer. Obadiah retorted angrily. You let Tony run away. You actually have the guts to ask me for compensation. I told your chief to make sure Tony Stark's body was 100% gone. How did he do that, huh? That has nothing to do with us. If you don't pay us, we will expose your actions to Tony Stark. The terrorists use their usual tactics. Obadiah's eyes became colder, as if he wanted to eat the person in front of him alive. Aren't you afraid that I will no longer supply you with arms and weapons? Sorry, now that Tony Stark has shut down the weapons department, I'm afraid you're of no use. The terrorists were fearless. They threatened again. Will you accept the compensation? If you don't, I believe Tony Stark is also willing to pay for the information about the real murderer. Obadiah's lips were tightly closed, and the corners of his lips moved to hide his anger. After a few seconds, he suddenly laughed. His smile was like a spring breeze. Okay, of course. I accept your request for compensation, but I have a condition. You say. When the other party heard that they could get compensation, they immediately became excited. I will find a way to get Tony to go abroad again, and this time, you must kill him for me. Obadiah said the plan. I will give you a batch of Stark arms, and you will use them to attract media attention. Tony had just announced the closure of the weapons department. At this time, weapons produced by Stark Company appeared in large quantities on the battlefield. He must be unable to sit still. The terrorist continued. I know. We will take care of the rest. I promise that the 10 rings will complete our friend's commission perfectly this time. Obadiah smiled and turned off the video call. That's great. With a beep, the video was disconnected. Obadiah sat in silence on the chair, his smile gradually cooling, and then gradually becoming ferocious. His anger began to erupt. Even if he was sitting still, he felt as if he would rush out of his workstation at any time to choose someone to eat. Idiots! A bunch of idiots! After a moment of silence, Obadiah finally exploded. He suddenly stood up, swept everything on the table to the ground, and broke the mouse and smashed it against the wall, breaking it into pieces. They even let a playboy escape. What a bunch of trash. He roared, and his roar shook the windows. Leon glanced at Tony outside the window, who was looking furious, and knew that Obadiah's performance was over. He took a step forward and led Tony into the room. He said politely, well, how should I put it? Sorry to interrupt. A sudden voice behind him stopped Obadiah's roar abruptly. Who? Tony? He was instantly covered in cold sweat and turned around. Standing opposite him were Tony and Leon. Leon looked unfriendly. Tony stared at him with red eyes. Those always beautiful eyes were now filled with disbelief and anger at being betrayed by his beloved. Tony and I heard what you just said. Leon pointed at the computer. Do you have anything else to say? Obadiah's face was visibly panicked, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. He raised his hands, and his mouth trembled. Oh, Leon, why are you still here so late? Actually, what happened just now was a misunderstanding. Listen to me. There is a reason for all this. Obadiah's mind was spinning rapidly at this moment. He put down one hand nervously and opened the drawer. This is because there is a force that I cannot resist, threatening my life and asking me to kill you all, Obadiah said as he suddenly pulled out a pistol from the drawer, quickly loaded it, and pointed it at Tony and the other man. Put your hands up and back off. Obadiah, who had just been gentle like an elder, turned into a ferocious villain in the blink of an eye. You'd better stop now. Tony pursed his lips tightly, raised his hand first, blocked in front of Leon, and stepped back. Humph. Tony, you still want to protect that little bastard? What a touching family love. Obadiah's words made Tony even angrier. He said coldly, Obadiah, I thought you were one of the people I trust the most. Really? Tony, I'm really touched by what you said. Obadiah pointed the gun at Tony and said, I also want to play this wonderful family game with you. But since you've already discovered it, there's no need for me to hide it. Tony, actually you are just my goose that lays golden eggs. You know I founded this company with your father, and I have been assisting you for the past 30 years, but I have gained nothing. Even the outsider behind you can get half of the company, but what about me? Only by killing both of you, can I get everything I want, Obadiah said, waving his fist in pain. Everything should be like this. As long as you die in Afghanistan, Leon can die in outer space. But why did you run away, and why did you want to see everything tonight? His eyes were bloodshot, and he used the gun to force Tony to retreat. You forced me to do it. You pushed me into a desperate situation. Then I will destroy everything, and no one can stop me. Tony was staring at his uncle from beginning to end. His cheeks were tight, and his eyes were filled with unspeakable grief and anger. He tilted his head back due to the muzzle of the gun, and then finally closed his eyes. Go ahead, Leon. He no longer had any expectations. I'll listen to you. Boss! As soon as Leon's voice fell, Obadiah's neck was tightly clamped by a large hand like an iron clamp, and he was lifted up. You, drink, cough, cough. Obadiah's face quickly turned red due to lack of oxygen. His eyeballs bulged, and he stared at Leon. He couldn't understand what happened in the brief moment just now. Why didn't he blink his eyes? And Leon behind Tony appeared in front of him and subdued him. He raised his arms with difficulty and wanted to struggle again. But Leon just glanced at him, threw him out of the window without caring. 3 seconds later, there was a heavy landing, sound outside the window. It sounded like Obadiah had been smashed into peanut butter. Why bother? Leon sighed, walked to the desk, connected the phone to the data cable, and then plugged it into the computer. The computers of Stark Industries executives are generally not connected to the internet, so if you want to invade, you can only connect manually. Like Obadiah just now, directly connecting to the external network for a video call is already a serious violation. Jarvis, hack into this computer, collect evidence of Obadiah's crime, hand it over to the police, and note that he committed suicide out of fear of crime, and jumped to his death. Okay, Master Leon. After arranging the task for Jarvis, Leon turned around and saw Tony still standing there, but a little depressed. He walked over and patted Tony on the shoulder. It's all over, go back and have a good sleep, or maybe date a few more cover girls this week to relax. Tony's sad expression paused for a few seconds, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You kid. Obadiah Stanny, chairman of Stark Corporation, fell to his death in Stark Industrial Park 3 days ago. According to official investigation results, Obadiah Stanislav's death was not caused by someone else, but he committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Police announced. Stanny has repeatedly conducted arms deals with foreign terrorist forces in his personal capacity, and committed multiple murders, interfering in the internal affairs of other countries and other serious crimes, including the attack on Tony Stark, the president of Stark Group, a few months ago, which was also caused by Obadiah Stanny. For more detailed reports, please contact the frontline reporter now. Lion was squatting in the hall, watching the news and stuffing a piece of cheese pizza into his mouth. It's really great. Now the stock that just went up after I appeared in the company the day before yesterday has to fall again, like a roller coaster. Leon was sarcastic to himself. Although this has no impact on me, I always feel sorry for those shareholders who support Stark. He thought about it, opened Twitter, and posted an animated message. Obadiah's incident was just an accident. Stark Group is irreconcilable with evil. Please continue to believe in Stark Group and support Stark Group stocks. You will definitely wait for the day when you will return with a full load. Stark never lets his supporters down. He also posted a picture of leftover pizza on the desktop. A few seconds later, the comment section under his post exploded. Hundreds of abusive comments appeared immediately, just like buying a house on Twitter. Look at that, Obadiah. How can such a man be the chairman? The Stark Group is doomed. It's all bullshit. I bought stocks when Tony Stark came back, and he shut down the weapons department in the blink of an eye, making me lose half of my wealth. I bought stocks. Again, when Leon Stark showed up after half a year, and 2 days later, it was revealed that the chairman was a super criminal. I can already foresee myself begging on the streets of Los Angeles in a month. Damn, Stark, you made me lose everything. Then more comments popped up every second, all of which were broken down shareholders crying that they were crazy to buy Stark stocks. Leon looked at the comments section with 9999 plus comments in 1 minute, and felt a little embarrassed. Well, it seems that Stark shareholders have their own ideas. Forget it. I believe everyone will have a bright future, peace, and happiness. At this time, Pepper came over with a cup of coffee. Just now I seem to hear you praying for the shareholders? Actually, not. Leon looked at Pepper's expression and had a bad feeling. But Pepper continued to talk. To be honest, Leon, if you really want them to avoid suffering such a huge loss, you should go and call up Tony, who has disappeared for 3 days. Then you can go back to your own chair and make money instead of leaving everything to me. Pepper was a little manic when she talked about work, because the burden on her shoulders was too heavy. Tony didn't know what he was doing. Obadiah had committed so many crimes that he deserved to die, and you stayed at home basking in the sun every day. How could I handle so many jobs by myself? She complained very quickly. Stark Industries, Stark Networks, Stark Electronics, even if I had 3 heads, I couldn't handle so many things. And you, Leon, you actually have the leisure to pray for the stockholders. Pepper became more and more angry as she spoke, and shoved the coffee in her hand heavily at Leon. Oh my god, now I realize how crazy I have been these past few days. Leon, I demand that you tell Tony that if he doesn't get out of that damn lab, I'm quitting. And you, Leon, my boy, if you don't manage your own internet company, I will quit too. After saying that, Pepper warned Leon angrily with a serious look, turned around and walked out the door with high heels clacking. She had to go to that damn job again. Leon opened his mouth on the sofa. He wanted to say a few nice words to make Pepper hold on. But leaving all the decision-making work of the 3 companies to Pepper seems a bit too much. He scratched his head. Maybe I should go back to the company. No, how can I have the idea of going to work, damn it. What I should do is, let old Joe stop his vacation and go back to work. Yes, that's it. Lion clapped his hands and asked, Jarvis, is Joe Bush still on vacation? Notify him and let him go back to work as soon as possible. I'm sorry, Master Lion, Jarvis said. In fact, Mr. Joe Bush's vacation just ended yesterday, and he returned to work at 4 o'clock this morning. 4 o'clock? 4 o'clock in the morning? Leon exclaimed. It turns out that I misunderstood. Old Joe is really the best CEO in the world. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely set up a World Outstanding CEO award and give the award to Steve Jobs every year. You said, since old Joe is already on the job, Pepper shouldn't be angry anymore, right? This question made Jarvis silent for a few seconds. Master Leon, I'm afraid that's not possible, because Mr. Joe Bush was only in charge of Stark Electronics technology and handled part of the Stark network work on his behalf. The rest of the work was still done by Miss Pepper. Leon thought for a moment. I see. That was the arrangement. When I left half a year ago, but Tony would also be involved in the company's management at that time. Jarvis, do you have any suggestions? Master Leon, in order to prevent Miss Pepper from resigning, I suggest that you return to work temporarily, and wait until you find a successor president, and then go home to continue basking in the sun. Leon immediately shook his head. That won't work. Basking in the sun is the most important thing, and we can't delay it. Besides, I have not only been basking in the sun these days, you also know what I have been doing. 3 days ago, Leon asked Jarvis to collect all the fighting tutorials on the internet. After these few days of learning, he has mastered most of the fighting techniques: Jeet Kune Do, Muay Thai, Krav Maga, Judo, mixed martial arts, Bajikwan. But the more he learned, the more Leon found that his control over strength has become stronger, but his combat effectiveness has hardly increased. This makes the fighting techniques seem a bit useless. Think about the world he is in now. Anyone he can beat can be killed by a slap. For those he can't beat, even if he uses all his strength, he may not be able to resist the opponent's move. These fighting techniques are only useful when fighting against an enemy of equal strength. But there are too few people who can match him. Odin is one, the Purple Potato Spirit is one, Captain Marvel is one, and there are really few. But your fighting skills have reached their limit, and there is no point in continuing to practice. Jarvis suggested, so why not go back to work? This will make Miss Pepper happy, and you can have a fulfilling day. Jarvis, why do you seem to want me to go to work so much? Leon was stunned. He thought of something. Ah, I see. You are protesting that I dragged you into this in front of Tony 3 days ago. Jarvis, you are so good. You still say that you have no subjective thoughts, but you have already begun to have the emotions of a human being who holds a grudge. The light ball of Jarvis on the screen flashed. Master Leon, I will not do anything that is not good for you. But you will encourage me to do things that will hinder my growth and make me unhappy. Leon spread his hands. He thought for a while, and said, how about this? I will go downstairs and call Tony up, and then find a president for the company, so that all the troubles will be gone. As you wish. Jarvis was still considerate. When Leon entered the lab, he found that there was nothing special except a few arc reactors and a stack of DC comics on Tony's desk. Even Tony was not here. Tony? He looked around. Where are you? Leon's super hearing is not always on. Just like SuperMan in the movie, he has to concentrate and let his brain discard most of the external information in order to live in a quiet world. Not getting a response, Leon tilted his ear slightly, looking for Tony's movement. It turns out to be in the garage, but why does it sound a bit noisy? When Leon found Tony in the basement, he looked like he had heavy dark circles under his eyes, but he was full of energy. He was wearing mechanical shoes with exposed wires on his feet, holding the controllers in both hands, and directing those little assistants. Stupid, you continue to record. And Dai, you move over there, right there, and you are responsible for putting out the fire. Then Tony stood in the middle of his makeshift experimental platform, and took a few deep breaths. Okay, let's try it. First, enable 10% of the thrust and prepare for takeoff. Tony shook his shoulders and took a deep breath to adjust his state. Come on, 3, 2, 1. He pressed the control device in his hand, and a strong jet of flame suddenly shot out from the iron shoes under his feet. Swish! The fierce thrust shot Tony into the air. Then he hit the ceiling heavily, making a thump. Obviously it was a heavy hit. Oh! Tony cried out in pain and fell to the ground. The intelligent mechanical arm next to him determined that the situation met the instructions and immediately released the fire spray. Oh, that must be painful. Leon looked at Tony covered in white spray, tilted his head back and sighed. Leon? Tony turned his head when he heard the voice. His cheeks squeezed together in pain, and he twisted his shoulders on the ground. Come and help me. I'm afraid my ribs are going to be broken. Here it comes. Maybe next time you can ask Dai to prepare a crash pad for you. Leon stepped forward and lifted Tony onto the chair. He glanced up and down and said, very good. It's just a skin injury. You can continue to do the extreme sports just now. That's not an extreme sport. Tony rolled his eyes. That's me making the Mark II armor. You mean your second set of armor is this pair of shoes? Do you want people to shoot at your shoes? Don't be ridiculous. These shoes are not Captain America's shield, Leon joked. Of course not. I am now experimenting with the propulsion system. Once this step is completed, the efficiency will be greatly improved. Tony immediately retorted, and did not forget to mock. Of course, ordinary people like you with average grades basically can't understand the logic here. Now it was Leon's turn to roll his eyes. After all, I was admitted to Columbia University. Do you have some misunderstandings about ordinary people? Oh? Really? There's nothing I can do about it. When I was your age, I had already graduated from MIT many years ago and had 3 doctorates from Cambridge. I really can't understand the feelings of ordinary people. Tony waved his hand arrogantly, but it should be similar. When you go to Columbia in the future, you will find that your teachers can't understand my armor either. I'm sorry, but my major in college was business, and my teacher probably understands the economic benefits of your armor. Before Leon's awakened abilities, he could only develop in the direction of managing a company, and naturally applied for a business major in college. But now it's different. He knocked on Tony's iron shoes. And the past was the past, and the present is now. Don't forget what kind of ability I awakened. Ability? What ability? Isn't it just getting stronger by basking in the sun? Tony was puzzled. It's Superman's ability, Leon emphasized. I have everything that Superman has. So what? Are you going to confess to me that you are actually a Kryptonian? And yesterday your Kryptonian dad who has become a super artificial intelligence came to your house and asked you to put on red shorts to save the world? Tony said with an exaggerated expression. Or your Kryptonian cousin received a signal from a spaceship and will come to arrest you tomorrow, so you come to me for help now? Leon was speechless. Tony, when did you have so many childish guesses? Of course I am an Earthling. You took me for physical examination so many times when I was a child, and you didn't know it? Leon was wearing 19 years ago, he turned into a baby and traveled to this world. By chance, he was adopted by the Starks, so he is undoubtedly an Earthling, although not the Earth under his feet. Also, you've been reading too many DC comics recently. There's no DC darkness in our world. Leon complained. What do you want to say? Tony tilted his head. I mean, Superman has a super brain, and so do I. The super brain will allow him to make more achievements in engineering and even reach the top very easily. Lion pointed at the iron shoes. So now I can fully understand your research, and even surpass you. Surpass me? Tony raised his chin. Leon, this year's April Fool's Day has passed. You can save this joke for next year, he said with empty eyes. And I don't remember Superman having this ability. If he has a super brain, would he always rush up and punch the enemy in the comics? Leon smacked his lips. Maybe. It's his super brain that tells him that when facing difficulties, he must first learn to believe in his superpower? Isn't that just a reckless brain? Tony concluded. So you still can't understand my armor. Leon didn't want to argue anymore. Stop. The meaningless argument ends here. People like you who only read half of the comics are the most annoying. Go and finish reading Superman's comics before you refute me. Without waiting for Tony to argue, he said directly, you mortal wisdom. Since you say that I can't understand your armor, do you dare to let me learn from you? Leon raised a finger. It only takes 1 day, and your knowledge will become my knowledge, and in 3 days, I will create a better armor than yours. What did you say? Tony was no longer sleepy. What he couldn't stand the most was others' provocation. In his professional field, especially when the provocation came from his stupid brother. This is the funniest joke I heard in 2008. Tony jumped out of bed and looked directly into Leon's eyes as if the pain in his chest was gone. I accept your challenge, he declared victory. Mortal wisdom? I will return this title to you in 3 days. Follow me. He waved his hand, returned to the experimental site, and began to command the intelligent robotic arm. Die. Go clean up the scene. Ben, go get the materials, and the rest of you, wait for me to design a new jet structure. Leon squinted his eyes and looked at Tony, who was full of fighting spirit, and his desire to win also burned. Jarvis, send all the knowledge about exoskeleton to my Stark pad. I want to understand Tony's design within half an hour. Okay, Master Leon. Jarvis agreed first, then he asked again. But Master Leon, do you still remember the purpose of your visit to Tony and Ms. Pepper's previous request? Pepper? What happened to Pepper? Ignore her for now. Leon twisted his arm. Today I will let Tony know what a super brain is. Tony began to conceive the design with full of fighting spirit, while not forgetting to observe Leon beside him. He paid close attention and found that what Leon was learning was actually the most basic mechanical structure. So he couldn't help but reveal a confident smile in advance. The motivation of competition is different. In just half an hour, Tony perfected the propulsion system that had been the most troublesome for him in the past 2 days. It can be said that he had an inspiration burst. Leon had already finished learning about exoskeleton and started to learn about circuit structure. Tony paid a little attention to it and smiled proudly again. He thought Leon gave up because he knew it was difficult and changed direction because he couldn't learn about exoskeleton. Did you find it difficult to learn the knowledge of the armor? It doesn't matter. Let's start with the simple ones. Tony spoke like opening champagne. Don't embarrass yourself. If everyone in this world can learn knowledge easily, then what's the use of geniuses? He waved his hand and began to modify the equipment shoes again. Don't worry. When I make the most outstanding armor, I can still consider letting you experience it. At this time, Tony seemed to have forgotten the fact that Lion could fly. He was completely immersed in the joy of defeating his stupid brother 3 days later. With the assistance of Die, he even hummed the song Jingle Bells when he was modifying. The jet lion ignored Tony, who was opening champagne at halftime. He sat aside alone, quickly studying the teaching materials and comprehensive papers prepared by Jarvis for him. If Tony walked behind Lion at this time and looked at the display screen in front of him, he would definitely slap himself who was just complacent. Because, on that screen, lines of text and charts were jumping rapidly at a speed so fast that it was blurred. But Lion's eyes always stayed on the first line of text and chart that appeared every time. The speed at which the display screen switches, text is not as fast as Leon's reading and understanding speed. It only takes 30 seconds for Leon to finish a university-level textbook. It only takes half an hour for him to become a comprehensive theoretical expert in a branch field. If there is a system that can rate the knowledge mastered by an individual, then, at this time, you can even see that upgrade icons are constantly popping up on Leon's head. Level 2, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4. In that way, Tony can also predict in advance that his brother has become a cheating player. Unfortunately, there is no if. When 3 hours passed, Leon felt that he had enough knowledge base and finally stood up. Tony was conducting his 13th propulsion device experiment. Now Tony can float in the air more stably. He was trying his best to control his balance and glanced at Leon. Look who's here. Could it be that our little Leon finally realized the difficulty of learning and is coming to admit defeat and beg for mercy from his brother Tony? Leon showed an unfathomable smile and reached out to support the non-existent glasses on his nose. No, I have learned the necessary knowledge and now I am ready to join your research. Tony was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, that's perfect. Although you can't help me too much, you can still carry heavy equipment. He slowly descended from the air, staggered after landing, and then stood firm. Come with me. The propulsion system is basically complete, and now we can start making the remaining armor. Tony has already determined that he can win, so he began to concentrate on making the armor. He arranged the follow-up work in an orderly manner. Leon, go get the titanium alloy and gold. Die, hold the magnifying glass steady. The two quickly began to work together to build the armor. Tony was the one who basically gave the instructions during the process. Leon asked a few questions from time to time. Tony, who was in a state of concentration, didn't think anything was wrong. He explained while working on it, and he could say that he knew everything. It seemed that although he thought his brother was stupid, he still hoped that he could learn more of his skills. There is the wrong position. You have to go around and start from here, otherwise there will be a short circuit. Ah ha ha, you must be kidding. How can such a heavy load be equipped with a deformation device? Very good. The flight stabilizer can be installed here. Leon, your strength is a great tool for assembling and building equipment. I dare say that hydraulic presses are not as useful as you. I should have asked you to come down and help me a few days ago. The two spent a whole day and night making the armor. With Leon's participation, the assembly and manufacturing of parts can be said to be both precise and efficient. For example, if Tony needed a part with IT-level precision temporarily, he had to wait for the factory to deliver it. But tonight, Leon only needed to wave his fist, and he could get a part that was better than IT level. Very good. Tony's dark circles have turned into dark bags, but his big eyes are still bright. The armor that originally needed a month or even several months to build and calibrate. With the help of Leon, 80% of it was completed overnight. Tony's mental state is now extremely excited. He only needs to take the finishing touch, and he will be able to put on the new armor and soar into the sky. He habitually commanded, Leon, you go and build another current loop. Next, we just need to connect to Jarvis's system, and then conduct assembly experiments to complete the final steps. However, what he waited for was another answer. No, Tony, I'm leaving. Leon refused. What are you talking about? Why are you leaving? Tony's eyes widened. Leon spread his hands. Did you forget? I said I would build a better armor than Mark in 3 days. Now, I have learned all your skills, so I will not stay here. It just so happens that the final steps of crafting your armor are not too troublesome, and you can do it alone, so I'm leaving. See you in 3 days, Tony. Leon waved his hand and said, I'm going to your lab. Come up to me if you need anything. What? Tony's mind was full of question marks. You really want to build your own armor? Are you kidding? You are so ordinary. Wait, Tony suddenly remembered. In the past night. In the process of assisting him, the questions raised by Leon gradually changed from simple at the beginning to in-depth later, and even began to inspire him. The same was true for the hands-on part. He was unfamiliar at first, but later became handy. In other words, Leon really learned those professional knowledge. Tony was shocked by his sudden awakening memory. He was immersed in work and highly focused last night, and he didn't notice it. Now, think about it. Leon has grown from a mechanical novice to a mechanical expert overnight, and an expert who is not necessarily weaker than him. Your learning speed. Is this a super brain? Tony was horrified and sat down on the chair. What is this? Can a super brain be so unreasonable? This is cheating. Yeah, it's true. But how should I put it? Actually, I just learn and think faster, but my creativity is not necessarily better than yours. Leon thought about it and was worried that Tony would be shocked, so he analyzed his own abilities. Iron armor is a collection of the most comprehensive and top-level knowledge you have mastered. Each step is the most advanced application of relevant knowledge. Plus, you guided me step by step last night, so I can master this knowledge quickly. What I have done is to copy your knowledge exactly as it is. Leon nodded his head. The learning and processing capabilities are as powerful as a supercomputer. This is the superbrain. But when it comes to innovation, I still have to rely on my own talent, and superbrains also have limitations in comics. In some DC works, it is said that most of Superman's superbrain computing power will be used to restrain his own power, but I haven't encountered this problem yet. Leon made a small gesture, with his index finger and thumb. The proportion of my brain power used to limit my superpowers is very small. So wait, Tony. In 3 days, I will use your knowledge plus my innovation to defeat you. Tony, who had slumped in his chair, felt a little better after hearing the explanation. Hearing this, he stood up again with a look of dissatisfaction. Don't joke, kid. Have you ever seen a plagiarist who can surpass the original author? There is no way my masterpiece can lose. Then we'll see. The wisdom of mortals. Leon left a provocative sentence and went upstairs. In the parking garage, Tony's eyes were once again filled with fighting spirit. He would never admit defeat in his own field, especially to Leon, his hateful brother. However, before Tony could return to the workbench again, Leon's figure suddenly reappeared behind him. Oh. By the way, I forgot one thing, Tony. You are in too bad a condition you can't continue working. Take a break first. After the voice fell, Tony felt his neck numb and lost consciousness instantly. Cheating. This kid is using tricks. Before Tony fell asleep, he used his last consciousness to curse Leon in his heart, saying that if you can't afford it, don't play. Look, at this baby sleeping like a baby. Leon commented, picked up Tony, and threw him into the bedroom. Master Lion, this may be a bit unfair, and Mr. Stark will not accept it. Jarvis kindly reminded, it's best if he doesn't accept it. I'm worried that he will suffer a mental blow after being defeated by me, and will never recover. Leon walked into Tony's laboratory. You seem very confident, Jarvis asked in a declarative tone. Of course there is. Leon turned on the power supplies one by one in front of Tony's workbench. After all, the most important thing for the armor in the early stage is to improve its functions, and the requirements for technological progress are not high. And I happen to have several transformation plans in my mind that can be realized without using more advanced technology. Just kidding. Let alone the dozens of iron armors developed by Tony in the movies. Even the armors in the comics, he had known about them in his previous life. The research and development ideas of those armors were fantasy in his previous life. But, in this world, it is a road that has been treaded by other Tonys. He only needs to develop along these lines to stay one step ahead of his brother. Poor Tony. He will have to live in Leon's shadow from now on. Leon happily moved Dai and Benny up from the garage and started his own manufacturing. Okay, Dai, put away the arc reactor that Tony made on the table. Master Lion! Jarvis suddenly interrupted at this time. What's wrong? Miss Pepper is here. She's looking for you. Not right now. Tell her I'll be out in 3 days. But she's already down. Then tell her Tony is in the bedroom. Sorry. Maybe you could consider telling Miss Pepper the news. In person. Jarvis finished speaking, and Pepper went downstairs and appeared outside the transparent partition door of the laboratory. She saw Leon, who was smiling awkwardly and greeting her, and patted the partition glass angrily, entered the code on the door and walked in. Hi Pepper, good morning. Leon spoke first. Pepper looked at him with an air of accusation. You didn't go to the company yesterday, Leon. Leon was busy learning how to make armor yesterday and had forgotten about it. He smiled and said, but Joe Bush went there. Old Joe is hardworking and can definitely share the work with you. But that's not a reason for you to hide at home. Pepper looked at Leon's messy hair after a sleepless night and couldn't help but tidy it up. What were you doing last night? Why are your hair and clothes so... Oh my god, did you follow Tony's example and call those cover girls and ask them to come to your house? Pepper's eyes turned dangerous. Leon was like her child. If Tony taught him bad things, she would scold Tony until he was ashamed today. No, Leon interrupted hurriedly. What do you mean again? I have never done that before and I will never do that kind of thing in the future, Pepper. Don't worry. I am in this state now and it is all Tony's fault. He tried to distance himself from the matter. I came down yesterday and asked him to come back to the company to show up, but he dragged me to make a battle armor. He rolled his eyes and snatched the oldest arc reactor from Dai's hand. Look, Tony has prepared a gift for you. Gift? Pepper became curious and shifted her attention to the arc reactor. This is the gift from Tony's chest. That's right, that's it. Lion added, this little gadget is an arc generator, a brand new cold nuclear reaction energy source, representing the future of mankind. These days Tony has been doing research related to this little thing. That was the next step he planned. For Stark Corporation, to bring better benefits to the world. And this arc reactor in my hand is a gift from Tony to you. Leon said, this is the life-saving device he built in the cave of the terrorist organization. It is also the world's first arc reactor. After he replaced this little thing, he originally intended to give it to you. But you also know that with his personality, he can't say anything straightforward in 100 years. So, Leon handed the arc reactor to Pepper. You know the meaning of this gift, right? Pepper didn't take it or say anything, because she was so moved. The meaning of this gift was too great and too romantic. Pepper covered her mouth with her hands and couldn't speak for a while. Did he really give it to me? Pepper carefully took the arc reactor. Happiness came too unexpectedly, and she was at a loss. Of course, but if it were him, he would definitely say, Leon said in a long voice. Pepper, I have many habits, but the only thing I don't have is nostalgia, so you can deal with this thing. Smash it or burn it, it's up to you. Puff. Leon imitated so well that Pepper couldn't help laughing. She looked at the arc reactor in her hand and couldn't get enough of it. That's exactly what he would say. Pepper smiled. Where is he now? Leon shrugged. He's sleeping. He was doing research all night a few days ago, so I knocked him out. No sleep for days? Oh my god, Leon, you did the right thing. Is he in the bedroom now? Of course, you should go up and see him. Okay, I'll go right away. Pepper nodded repeatedly and left the laboratory with brisk and hurried steps. Before leaving, she did not forget to look back. Leon, you too. You have to pay attention to rest, okay? I know. Leon smiled widely. After I finish packing these little gadgets, I'll go to rest. Pepper gave him an affirmative look. That's the best. Leon breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Pepper disappear into the corridor. Huh. Solved, Jarvis said. Master Lion, is it really okay for you to do this? Mr. Stark did not. What's the big deal? If I wasn't there, Tony would definitely give the arc reactor to Pepper, and what he said would be similar to what I imitated. Leon said nonchalantly. Try to simulate it yourself. Is it the same result? Jarvis paused for a few seconds. ZZ, based on Mr. Stark's past behavior pattern, the simulation result is 83% similar. Right, I just beautified the process. Lion spread his hands. As for the result, Pepper got happiness, Tony got happiness, and I got free time. A win-win situation. For all three, Jarvis said immediately. Mr. Stark will be grateful to you when he knows. Lion raised his eyebrows. He must be grateful. Okay, now that no one is disturbing us, let's officially start making the armor. When Tony woke up again, the world seemed a little strange. Pepper became very gentle. Jarvis always asked him how he felt today. As for Leon, this treacherous boy, he didn't even let him enter the laboratory. That was his own laboratory. Judging from Leon's secretive attitude, maybe he couldn't make the armor, and he was afraid of being embarrassed, so he refused to reveal anything. After Tony found out that he had slept for a whole day, he guessed, maliciously, very good. Tony walked into the underground garage angrily and began to assemble his armor. Even if I can't enter the laboratory, I will defeat Leon in the competition 2 days later, and then pour a cup of heated coke into his mouth. Now Dai, go push the bracket over here. Then Ben. Tony waited for a while and realized something was wrong. Dada? Where are you? And Benny? He looked around and found that none of his intelligent mechanical arms were there. I can't believe it. Leon didn't even leave me an arm. They all became his shape. Tony was mad. Finally, Tony ran back to the laboratory and asked Leon to take back his little assistants. After all, he didn't have superpowers. If he wanted to assemble the armor, he had to rely on machinery. 2 days later, it was another rare sunny day. The west coast of Los Angeles. The sunlight refracted on the sea surface merged with the waves, and every wave was a prism. Looking out, from the Stark mansion, the sea surface for thousands of miles was sparkling. Sailboats and cruise ships traveled on the sea, which was a very peaceful scenery. But even this tranquility could not reduce the gunpowder smell in Stark's mansion today. In the cold-toned underground garage, the sunlight shone in obliquely from the entrance, dividing the space of hundreds of square meters into dark and bright halves. Leon walked into the underground garage from outside. Under the sunlight, the ends of his hair seemed a little transparent, covered with a layer of golden light. Tony sat at the innermost side of the garage. He wore a felt hat very appropriately, and the long brim covered his face. I'm here, Leon said coldly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tony's eyes were hidden under the brim of his hat. You are destined to lose, you shouldn't have come. As Tony's voice fell, a burst of passionate and sharp music suddenly sounded, echoing in the garage, as if someone would pull out a gun and shoot at any time. Tony was startled. He actually jumped up from his chair. Perhaps he felt that he had lost his momentum and had lost the first battle. Tony took off his hat and threw it on the table, asking angrily, Jarvis, what the hell is this music? Mr. Stark, this is the song Extreme Ways that Master Leon asked me to play in advance. It is the theme song of the movie, The Bourne Supremacy, a few years ago. Tony was speechless. Leon, today we are competing in armor, not gunfighting. Do you want to shoot me if you lose the competition later? What are you talking about, Tony? Leon said he didn't understand. I am using exciting music to tell you that you will lose today's competition. Really? If bragging can make you a winner, then those underground rappers in the United States will be the kings of the world, Tony insinuated. Leon was unmoved. He is bragging before even showing his armor. Who is the guilty one? Then show me what you have built in the past 2 days. Tony looked around deliberately. But why is there nothing here except you? Could it be that you can't build the armor at all, and you are just holding on and refusing to give in? Tony opened his hands. Leon, don't be like this. As a brother, I have always taught you to be honest. If you can't do something, just apologize, and I will forgive you. Oh, don't worry, you will see it later. Leon smiled. Why not now? Tony raised his chin. Leon pointed at Tony and said, because according to international practice, ladies come first. Tony's face darkened. Boy, I don't remember teaching you that you can talk to a gentleman like this. Really? Leon crossed his arms over his chest. Which teacher told me ladies first when I was about to give a speech at my graduation ceremony? That was almost a year ago. Tony pinched the bridge of his nose. But you taught a young gentleman how to talk to another gentleman. Okay, fine. It's my fault, but you can't say such things again in the future. It's very rude. Tony was serious. For a rare time, Leon nodded. Of course not. I will only say such things to you. Tony simply turned around and stopped saying harsh words to this little bastard. Tony stood in front of the experimental site he had built. In the middle of the site was a huge support. Under the support, there stood a 2-meter-tall giant covered by a large black cloth. Its corners lifted up the black cloth, and it had a humanoid shape. That was obviously Tony's armor. You should feel honored. Tony opened his hands. You will witness the debut of the world's greatest masterpiece with your own eyes, and you will witness it twice. Leon did not deny. It seems to be so. Come on, please start your performance. Tony's expression became more serious. He kept his hands open. Let's start, Jarvis. Crack. After the order was issued, several mechanical arms extended from the bracket behind Tony and lifted the black cloth. A steel-colored armor suddenly appeared. The steel-textured outer shell of the armor reflected the sunlight like water. Suddenly, it seemed that the basement was brighter. Several mechanical arms kept moving, removing the parts of the armor one by one, and then began to dress Tony. The pieces of steel scales overlapped on Tony's body, as if they were endowed with life, wrapping him up. When Tony was completely dressed in the steel armor, the mechanical arms naturally moved away, and the eyes of the armor suddenly lit up with a faint light. Shh! The gaps between the armor's scales exhaled air like breathing. Look. This is my armor! Tony manipulated the armor to spread out its arms, and flames spurted out from the soles of his feet and palms at the same time. He flew up and hovered in the air. This is Mark II. Now I can fly too. Wow, cool. Lion couldn't help but sigh, as he looked at the metallic armor in front of him. Jarvis's voice appeared at an inopportune moment. Mr. Stark, The flight function of Mark II still needs more testing. No, Jarvis. Sometimes we have to run first before we can learn to walk slowly. Tony denied it repeatedly. It can be seen that he can't wait to fly in the sky. Tony floated, flicked off the visor, and cast his eyes on Leon again. The D. Mark II was equipped with a series of equipment including flight stabilizers and palm impact beams, which could be said to be 30 years ahead of the world. Now it's your turn. Where's your armor? Leon didn't answer immediately but walked around Tony. Made of titanium steel, with a new energy source as the core and equipped with the Jarvis system, it is indeed a masterpiece that transcends the times. Then he changed the subject. But this is far from enough. I remember there was gold in the spare materials, but you didn't use it. This will be a failure. Tony was confused. Why do we need to add gold to the armor? That's unnecessary. In a few minutes, you will find the answer to this question on my armor. Leon put away his admiration and pulled up his sleeves, revealing 2 shining bracelets. Look, this is my armor, Jarvis. Start the program. Beep! An electronic sound passed by, and the lights of the 2 bracelets on Leon's wrists turned red. Then, a roar came from the garage upstairs, accompanied by the crackling sound of various things breaking. Tony's eyes were strange. It seems that something in my laboratory is broken. What are you doing? Well, maybe there was something wrong with the planned route. Look, it's coming. Lion suddenly floated up and spread his arms in the air. The next moment, a red and blue oval flying cabin spewing flames flew in from outside the garage. Is your armor just a big iron can? That's really... My God, this is... How is it possible? Tony began to tease subconsciously, but was immediately speechless. The red and blue flight cabin began to disintegrate after entering the garage. The parts of the steel armor unfolded in the air, spewing flames, and fit perfectly behind Leon. The pieces of red and blue scales, based on Leon's torso, fit him very accurately. Finally, they formed a blue-based red-embellished armor. The eyes of the armor lit up, and each component was constantly adjusting its position with Leon's movements, as if it were a living creature that could breathe. This is simply a work of art made of steel, with a streamlined posture that combines strength and beauty. After the armor was assembled, flames suddenly spurted out from the soles of its feet, and back, keeping Leon floating. He pointed to various parts of his body and explained his newly added functions one by one. My armor is driven by a bracelet. When it is idle, it is a flight cabin. When needed, it can provide remote support. Although there are no weapons on board for the time being, there are many places reserved for adding weapons. The most important thing is that this set of armor has a propulsion device on the back, which can free your hands during flight and be used for fighting or waving and saying hello. In addition, there are many other functions, such as the newly added liquid filtration function, which allows users to solve problems anywhere during flight. Even though Tony was already open-mouthed in surprise, he quickly interrupted. Wait, that sentence just now seemed a bit disgusting. Are you going to pee while wearing the armor? Don't you feel disgusted? Oh, really? I thought you would like this function. Leon's eyes were empty. Others may not know. But how could he not? No, Tony? This liquid filtering function was specially shown off by this guy in the movie. The reason why he interrupted him now was probably because Tony couldn't stand the stimulation and had to find fault with him. I would like it? Are you kidding? This kind of disgusting and useless function is a blasphemy to the armor, Tony said seriously. Leon raised his eyebrows. Well, no matter what, I won this competition, right? He counted on his fingers. Your armor does not have as many functions as mine, and it is not as convenient to wear as mine. There are so many differences, so... No, Leon. You got one thing wrong. Tony quickly tried to make amends. What is a battle armor? It's a weapon. Its main function is combat. It's a waste of time to have so many additional abilities. So? Leon motioned for Tony to continue. Therefore, the most important thing to compare when comparing armors is their performance, such as speed, environmental adaptability, and strength. I have no objection, but how do we compete? Leon thought about it and made up his mind. I suggest that we fly to the sky together to see who can fly faster and farther. Tony snapped his fingers. That's what I think. Well, let's go out. Let Jarvis say start, and then... Lion increased the thruster power and flew outward. Oh! Leon, you are going to compete with me in armor? Tony felt something was wrong. How else can we compare? Leon paused. I mean, you can fly yourself, right? What if your armor is not fast enough and you fly up and surpass me? Tony finally remembered that Leon's own speed is dozens of times that of the iron armor. Am I the type to cheat? You can't cheat, but you knocked me out 2 days ago? Okay, then I'll come out of the armor, Jarvis. You control the armor. Wait, Jarvis is in charge? You mean your armor can be unmanned for the entire process? Tony hasn't researched that yet. How is it? My armor is strong, right? It's a very... Well, I mean, it's a good idea. But I've thought of this before. But I just didn't have enough time. That's awesome of you, Tony. Ahem. Okay, Jarvis. Are you ready? We are going to start the competition. Tony changed the subject with a guilty conscience. Okay, Mr. Stark. I'll start the countdown in 3 seconds. Are you ready? I'm ready. Jarvis gave the order. Ready. 3, 2, 1, go. The 2 armors ignited their thrusters at the same time, took off at full power, soared into the sky, and the long tail flames crossed the sky. Lion looked at the clouds where the 2 disappeared, and couldn't help but complain. Actually, if you ask me, both armors are really slow. As expected, armor has no other function for me except for sentimentality. Then he twisted his collar with both hands, and the bioforce field spread out, rushing into the sky like a reverse shooting star. Oh! Tony continued to accelerate in the sky. He had never experienced flying so freely in the sky before. For millions of years, the sky has been held high above human heads. Flying to the sky and conquering the sky is a desire engraved in human genes. No wonder so many people throughout history have tried to fly. This feeling is really great. Tony was very excited, and felt proud that he was the king of machines, who would definitely win at this moment. Jarvis, has Leon's armor been left far behind by me now? He felt that the answer was yes. However, Jarvis was always so ruthless. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. I regret to tell you that you have been left far behind by the mecha controlled by my subroutine. What? Tony was stunned. This is impossible. Sorry. The fact is that you and Master Leon's armor are already 700 meters apart. Tony looked up, but the sky was covered with layers of clouds and mist, so he couldn't see the scene above clearly. This must be a mistake. Speed up, Jarvis, speed up. Mark II burst out with greater propulsion, pushing away the sea of clouds and going up the opposite direction. However, after a few minutes, Tony still couldn't see Leon's armor, not even the exhaust. Damn, how come it's so fast? Because Master Lion used a more coordinated motion system and reduced the weight of the armor. The acceleration and top speed have been improved. Jarvis reported. Okay, I now kind of admit that the guy is a genius, but I can't lose this. Contest Jarvis, use the power beyond capacity. Sir, I have to remind you that if you continue to go up, the temperature may be too low and the armor may freeze. Listen to me and keep flying. A few minutes later, Tony could vaguely see the tail, flame of Leon's armor. Okay, that's it. Catch up with it and then surpass it. Sir, the outer layer of the armor has been frozen. Continuing to fly may cause damage to the components. Don't worry about it, keep accelerating. Tony is full of passion now, and his competitive spirit has been fully mobilized. In a hot-blooded comic, he will definitely explode next and then surpass Leon's armor and achieve a counterattack. Unfortunately, the physical rules of the Marvel world will not give in to him for such a reason. Marvel. Only the most tragic people can ignore physics and counterattack. As the height continues to climb, layers of frost begin to cover the shell of the Mark II, and quickly spread and thicken. The acceleration of the armor begins to decrease. Jarvis has no time to remind him. The next moment, the Mark II suddenly shuts down. All the current circuits inside the armor are frozen, and the power is cut off instantly. Wait, what's going on? Tony's straight body lost balance and fell rapidly like a frog with its fangs and claws bared. Jarvis! Jarvis! Open your wings! Tony found that the armor was frozen and could not be controlled. He wanted to call Jarvis. However, the current was short-circuited, and the intelligence system had already stopped working. The armor fell faster and faster. At this moment, gravity mercilessly exerted its power. No, Leon! Leon, save me! Tony shouted in panic. No problem, Tony! Leon instantly appeared in front of Mark II, holding it up, and the downward trend stopped instantly. This damn sense of security is really damn good. Tony was still in shock. Oh my god. It was really thrilling. Just now, thank you, Leon, although I know you must be watching me make a fool of myself from below. Don't say that. I actually wanted to see if you could stay calm and turn the situation around. You better think so. Tony took a deep breath to calm down. Whoosh. On the other side, Jarvis flew down in Lion's armor. Sir, I'm glad you're okay. It was a close call just now. Jarvis expressed his concern in a mechanical voice. Leon continued to carry Tony. Okay, now the competition is over. Let's go back. Tony had no objection. On the way back, he suddenly asked, what is the gold you mentioned to solve the problem of high-altitude icing? That's right. Adding gold material can keep the armor running in extreme environments. Tony fell silent. Back. In the underground garage, Tony takes off his armor with the help of his smart arm. Leon, you won. He sat down a little frustrated. That's right, I won. Leon smiled happily. He walked to Tony and sat down. But actually you also won, Tony. He explained to Tony's puzzled eyes. It was you who taught me how to build the Iron Man armor, so I can make it. It's like if you teach other mechanics this knowledge, will they really not be able to learn it? Of course they can learn it, and because everyone's thinking is different, they can even create armor with more functions than you. The most difficult thing in this world has never been learning an extension, but creation. Creation from scratch. Tony, you are the one who created it. Without you, maybe in 20 years, no one would be able to build a small arc reactor, and no one would be able to build an iron armor. I won you this time, but I just improved some things that you didn't have time to improve. Tony, do you think you can't do these things? Tony immediately shook his head. Of course not. Well, give me some time. I can do it too. Look, Leon patted Tony on the shoulder. Tony, you just lack a little time, and I just used my super brain to save that time. Tony's frustration just now slowly dissipated, and his eyes were a little complicated. Leon, you are really different now. Have you just realized that I'm already like a little Superman? How can I still be the same as before? No, I mean you grow up. Sorry, I can't tell whether you are insulting me or praising me. Of course I am complimenting you. Well, Tony, I have to say that you have grown up after returning from Afghanistan. After all, you never knew. Why are you cursing me all of a sudden? Look, what did I just say? You win. You win again. Oh, this damn adolescent desire to win. You really should go to Columbia University instead of annoying me at home all day. Look, Tony, you are anxious again. Get out of here as far as you can. All right, I'll leave now. Lion picked up his armor and ran away. This kid. Tony shook his head helplessly, thought about it, and suddenly laughed again. It's amazing. A few days later, it was a rainy day. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the drizzle turned the sea outside Stark's mansion into a honeycomb of coal. In the underground garage, Leon was wearing a tight-fitting sensor suit, with round iron pieces attached to his body. At the end of the iron pieces, there were induction wires leading to a huge machine. Are you sure this iron block can test my strength? Leon flexed his wrist. Today was the day he and Tony agreed to test their strength and new abilities. So at dawn, when the sun was casting a few rays of light through the gaps in the dark clouds, Tony excitedly dragged him out of bed. After washing up and having breakfast, the two went to the underground garage. On the wall facing the sea, a circular iron block with a radius of 3 meters was fixed. This was the prop for testing strength. Why? Do you always use a questioning tone to explain a fact? Tony was very confident. He said, after you went to space half a year ago, I had a hunch that this day would come, so I built this strength tester here in advance. Most of its material comes from the tungsten alloy I specially synthesized. High melting point, high density, high wear resistance. It will not be deformed even if a million-ton weight is placed on it, and it will not be damaged even if a tens of thousands of tons of impact force is applied. The alloy I created during the synthesis of this tester will be far ahead of its time even if it is used to build ships. Tony stood in front of the computer desk. So don't worry, I guarantee that it will not be damaged by you. Leon still had doubts. Tony, you know, the confident look you have now is exactly the same as when we competed a few days ago. Tony was choked. It's not the same thing. In short, you just need to stand in front of the tester and punch with all your strength, and leave the rest to me. No, that's not safe, Leon said. At least put on your armor first. Tony slapped his forehead and said, I'm more than 10 meters away from you and it's not safe? When did you become so arrogant? Put on your armor, Lion repeated. Okay, I'll wear it. Tony raised his hands. As long as it can reassure our little princess, I can wear it. The 2 bracelets on his wrists glowed red. A few seconds later, a red and gold flight cabin flew into the garage and quickly transformed into a battle armor that wrapped Tony. Mark III. This is a new battle armor that Tony has built by directly copying Leon's data in the past few days. This battle armor has almost the same functions as the Mark VII in the movie, except that the energy source is not made of new elements. You know, Mark VII is a battle armor that only appeared in the first phase of the Avengers, and its functions are extremely powerful. Note in brackets. Leon helped to complete it so quickly. Another bracket. Tony paid special attention to the liquid circulation function and deliberately excluded this function in front of Leon. Presumably, he will suffer for this in the future and then succumb to the law of true fragrance. Now it's all right. Tony stretched his legs and made a gesture. I look forward to your performance. Leon curled his lips speechlessly. This old dung even plagiarized his lines. I hope the tester you build is as tough as your mouth. He stood in front of the pitch-black tester and took a deep breath. Suddenly, the air in the basement began to surge into wind. Tony on the other side had never seen such a scene before. He looked around at the papers flying in the wind and was a little dumbfounded. Then he saw Leon slowly squatting back, his muscles bulging, like the most perfect stone sculptures. Why? I feel like something is not right. Tony stared at Leon, in a daze as he let out a low roar and threw a punch. Then the entire underground garage was turned upside down in an instant. Boom! The roar, like a missile exploding in his ears, filled Tony's world. Everywhere he looked, there were gravels and dust everywhere. The sudden strong wind blew Tony down, and the tables and chairs fell on him, and he was swept away to an unknown place by the hurricane. If Jarvis hadn't activated the armor's thrusters in time, Tony would have disappeared into the underground garage. Fortunately, all this noise didn't last long. After a dozen seconds, the feeling of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting apart disappeared. The entire underground garage was covered with dust, and visibility was almost zero. What happened? Tony turned off the thrusters and stumbled a few steps to the ground. Then, he heard Leon exhaling again. Whoosh! The strong wind blew up again, but this time it was much gentler, blowing away only some debris and smoke in the air. Now the vision was clear, but Tony's brain was down. The originally minimalist basement was now a war-damaged version of Syria. It was full of holes and looked like a dangerous building. Everything in the room, the glass, the machinery, the lights, were gone. The dozen or so limited edition sports cars parked in the underground garage were gone. Even the tester on the wall, which he thought could withstand almost any impact, was also left with only a hole. On the other side of the hole was the misty sea. My lord, it was afternoon. The location was a meadow outside Los Angeles. The characters were still the brothers Leon and Tony. It was drizzling, and Leon, wearing a shirt, kept knocking on a huge round iron pier. You said your iron block could withstand my strength, he complained. In the end, I didn't even use half of my strength, and it changed from a flat shape to a convex shape. It also fell into the sea, so I had to dive into the seabed to fish it out. Come on, Leon. Tony stood 50 meters away wearing an iron suit, operating the computer to calibrate the data, and replied via radio. Even if God came, he would never have thought that your power would be so outrageous. God knows you've only been in the sun for half a year. How could your strength increase so much? It's like an exponential increase. Look at the 3 months of sunshine you basked in Los Angeles 6 months ago. It took more than 90 days to increase the strength by more than 400 tons. Jarvis and I built a model based on the data from that period. It is predicted that after you return, your force should be between 1,000 tons and 5,000 tons, and your speed should not exceed Mach 5. Who would have thought you would be so strong? And look at the TV series, Smallville. Clark Kent couldn't fly even when he was in high school, but he had been in the sun for more than 10 years. Leon stopped what he was doing and pressed the headset. Do you still watch the Superman TV series? I think that movie is well made, and it shows Superman's mental journey of growing up. But you probably didn't see the second half. Superman's performance in the latter part is outrageous, Tony retorted, but he didn't become as strong as you. Well, maybe it's because I'm an adult, or maybe it's because I'm more efficient in basking in the sun in space, Leon guessed. He punched the tester again. Okay, the tester has returned to its original state. How do I test it now? Right now, I can't find any testing equipment that can fully withstand your full-strength punch. We have to change our approach and use multi-dimensional data to estimate the approximate value. Tony always has a flexible solution. What do you want me to do? Leon asked. Exerting force in the air shouldn't affect your condition, right? It doesn't matter, I have a bioforce field. Tony adjusted all the equipment and said on the radio. Then you fly up and push that tester down like Superman pushes an asteroid. This doesn't test your punching strength, but it does test your pushing strength. We will test your punching speed later, and then we can let Jarvis combine the data to roughly calculate your punching power. Good. Leon soared into the air, turned upside down in the air, and placed his hands on the iron pier. I'm going to start exerting my strength. Remember to use your best efforts. Of course. Leon's eyes condensed, his muscles bulged, and he pushed down with all his strength. Tony responded quickly. Almost instantly, the number on the screen jumped to 9 digits, which scared him. And the data was still rising rapidly, until Leon in the distance roared, then it stopped growing and began to fluctuate up and down. It's okay! Tony's voice was trembling. Call. Leon exhaled from his chest. What is my thrust? Tony swallowed his saliva. 370 million kilograms, which is 370,000 tons. Jarvis predicts that your single arm strength should be between 140,000 and 190,000 tons. So high? Leon couldn't help but be surprised. This number is really not low. The Steelman Superman who just appeared in the DC movie was set to have a strength of only 800,000 tons. Although that was his first appearance and he had not yet fully developed, he had been exposed to the sun for more than 20 years. He only exposed himself to the sun for more than half a year. Besides, such strength is basically enough for him to be invincible on Earth. But it's still not enough. Leon clenched his fist. The Earth is just a small pond. There are many giants outside the pond. I still have a long way to go, and I have to continue to find ways to become stronger. Tony heard Leon's mumbling on the other side and rolled his eyes. He was even too in the mood to refute this wave of Versailles, and directly operated the computer to start the next test. Next is the punching speed test. Punch at the highest speed you think you can withstand when attacking. Leon thought for a while. I usually use the biological force field to protect the surrounding environment when I punch, so I will use the fastest punching speed that the biological force field can withstand at full strength. He stood on the iron pier and made a charging action again. Shrink the waist, twist the hips, and punch, a standard straight punch. The fighting skills learned a few days ago allowed Leon to maximize his strength. It's just that he just swung in the air without the huge force of tens of thousands of tons. Beep! Tony was still watching Leon from a distance. In his eyes, Leon didn't move at all. But in his computer, a number suddenly jumped out without any sign. 7.69 meters per second, close to Mach 32. Is this your top speed when you exert your maximum force? Tony rested his hands on the table and stared at the screen. Leon thought Tony thought the same as him, and that the speed was too slow. It's a bit slow. In fact, I can go even faster. But if I use all my strength to exceed this speed, my bioforce field will be broken and affect the surrounding environment. Just like in the garage this morning. Tony smacked his lips. It can be even faster. This is simply a god on Earth. God? God is just like that. This is far from enough. When I become stronger in the future, the bioforce field will also become stronger, and the punching speed can be increased. Not enough? Tony was puzzled. Do you know how powerful your punch of hundreds of thousands of tons can be at this speed? Probably. Like a small meteorite falling to the Earth? Tony wiped his face with both hands. About Jarvis, you tell him the specific value. Good sir. Master Lion, according to the model calculation, with an acceleration of Mach 31 in an instant, a full-strength punch from your single arm can produce an impact force of more than 1.5 trillion newtons in 1 second, which is equivalent to the power of 240 Hiroshima atomic bombs exploding simultaneously. Tony slammed the table at this time. It is also equivalent to the power of 3.6 million tons of TNT, and this does not take into account the fact that the force-bearing area of your fist is small and the pressure will be greater. Jarvis continued. Yes, Master Leon, you are now a high-explosive hydrogen bomb that can walk around at will, and you have unlimited firepower. Tony took 2 deep breaths. He was really excited now. Who would have thought that this little brother at home who quarreled with him every day would actually hide such a huge power? Do you still feel that your strength is not enough now? I don't know why you are so eager to become stronger. Is it because I didn't protect you well enough when you were a child? No, Tony. Of course you are so good to me that you even hang me around your neck when you pick up girls, but there are many other reasons. Leon thought about it, and it seemed that what Tony said was not wrong. It was because he was worried about the Time Management Bureau arresting him every day when he was a child that he had a psychological shadow, so he now longs to become stronger. After experiencing the most powerless and anxious days, he realized how important it is to hold power. What's the reason? Because I was only concerned with picking up girls, so you were so jealous that you wanted to use your super strength to beat me up? Tony was a little confused and said casually, then I should really beat you up. Leon pressed the communication earplug. Okay, let's proceed to the next test. There will be more shocking things to come. In the next hour, Leon conducted the heat ray temperature test, the freezing breath range test, the perspective test, the flight test. Tony's exclamation also changed from being horrified at the beginning to being half dead later, from God to shit, and then to you really deserve to die. Don't blame Tony for being numb, just blame Leon for being too Versailles. The heat ray with a temperature of 6,000 degrees and the ability to adjust the power and range at will in his mouth is barely usable. He said that the freezing breath that can freeze several kilometers of land in an instant is still far from enough. He said that the perspective eye that can see through the whole world can't see through lead. It has defects, and it's better not to use it. Even the super hearing, he can say that it's too noisy and useless. After a set of procedures, Tony didn't have any other ideas. He just wanted to use his size 42 leather shoes to give Leon a big kiss on the face. What then? What is the next ability to be tested? Tony's eyes were dull, and he slumped in his chair, one hand weakly sliding the mouse. The next ability? Well, that's it. It's already been tested, Tony. Leon spread his hands. Finished the test? Tony seemed to have heard some good news, and he suddenly became energetic and straightened his back again. He enlarged the chart on the computer. I thought you could give me a whole page of ability catalog. A whole page? No matter how you put it, it can't be that exaggerated. Leon flew towards Tony. Why not? Tony said in an exaggerated tone. I remember you said that you have all the abilities of Superman. I thought you were going to show the ability to reverse time like in Superman 1, or to heal wounds with heat rays. Leon landed in front of Tony. Don't be ridiculous. How could I have such an ability? You said that you have all the abilities that Superman has, Tony emphasized. I still remember the confident expression on your face when you said this in the garage. Leon was speechless. This time he was hit by his own boomerang. Who made this world without the Man of Steel Superman played by Henry Cavill? Superman in movies and TV shows are much more powerful than Henry Cavill. So the one he was comparing himself with in his mind at that time was actually Henry Cavill. Leon sighed. Okay, I take it back. In fact, I just have the abilities of a Kryptonian. The reason why Superman is so strong is because he is the protagonist in the comics. His fellow Kryptonians are not as powerful as him. And so do I. Leon walked to the computer and checked the records. Don't look at my rapid increase in strength now. I guess in fact this level is not far from my limit. Tony thought this was a very interesting topic. Really? In fact, this is reasonable. A species of life that can reproduce should not have the ability to evolve infinitely. He touched his chin with his hand. Perhaps we can do a simple experiment and build a model to estimate your future growth curve. This is what I want to do, Leon agreed happily. But I'll need your help with the subsequent tests. No problem for me. Tony took it all. Leon smiled and patted Tony on the shoulder. Thanks, Tony. But now it seems that we have to go back home. There is still a basement waiting for us to repair. Damn it. You shouldn't have mentioned that basement. I'm already imagining how angry Pepper is. Tony looked up at the sky where countless raindrops were falling. How about this? Pepper is yours, and the basement is mine. I don't like this deal very much, but it's a deal. At night, Leon used his icy breath to solidify the last part of the rebuilt wall. He wiped the cement on his palm onto his jeans. It's over. He leaned against the wall and looked around, very satisfied with his achievements tonight. The damaged basement with holes all over it now looks brand new, and even the paint has been repainted. It can only be said that the productivity of superpowers is high. After confirming that there was no problem, Leon went upstairs. He walked into the yard, took off his jeans casually, and dived into the swimming pool. After swimming dozens of times, he emerged from the water, threw his hair behind his head, leaned against the edge of the swimming pool, and looked up at the stars. The swimming pool was misty on a summer night, and the sound of waves hitting the shore was refreshing. Strings of water droplets on Leon's body gathered into streams and flowed down his chest, making every inch of his muscle lines look particularly clear. Are you exhausted? Congratulations, you have been promoted to the Stark family's decoration boy. From now on, the family doesn't have to worry about decoration problems anymore. Tony's voice suddenly appeared behind him. Leon said without turning his head. It's just this time. Next time if you break something at home, Tony, you have to fix it yourself. Tony handed over a glass of red wine. Then it's your turn to face Pepper next time. She just left and kept nagging me, saying that I only cause trouble at home and urged me to go back to work in the company. She is right. You should go to work, Tony. Leon couldn't help laughing. Which company's president would stay at home, like you, and not show up at the company? Such a company will sooner or later lose money and go bankrupt. Tony shook the red wine. Maybe there is such a president next to me. Screw you. I will find a successor soon, unlike you. Leon also took a sip of wine. The conversation between the two ended here. The swimming pool became quiet, with only the sound of the night wind and the water flowing. After a while, Tony also jumped into the water with a splash. After swimming a few laps, he stopped beside Leon with a slight breath and looked at the starry sky like him. Lion. Tony suddenly spoke, and then there was no further news for a long time. What? Just say what you want to say. Why are you being so shy? Leon saw through Tony's thoughts. Tony shrugged. I just think that maybe we two brothers should have a good talk. Why do you suddenly want to talk? What is this, Tony's sudden concern? Did I scare you today? Tony nodded. You did scare me, but you didn't scare me. I just really didn't think that your power would become as outrageous as it was today. He paused, and said while drinking red wine. That has exceeded the limits of worldly understanding. The power of one punch is equivalent to 3.6 million tons of TNT. No one in this world can stop you from doing anything, including me. Tony was amazed. He looked at Leon's sculptured and perfect body. You are too strong. If someone else participated in today's test, they might even be too scared to sleep tonight. So can you? Lion asked directly. Of course not. I'm your dearest brother. Even if you peed on me when you were 2 years old, I would still take you to the dance to see the beautiful girls. How could I be worried and afraid just because you've become stronger? I'll only be happy for you. Tony was very sincere. Leon knew that Tony never lied, because no one had the right to make him lie. Besides, Tony's tone was so gentle at this moment, like flowing water, that people naturally chose to believe it. I know that you, Leon, have never been someone who likes to do whatever you want by relying on power, authority, money, etc. After all, in these 18 years, almost 19 years, you have never used the money and the admiration of others to do anything bad. Just like me, Tony did not forget to bring his own, so I want to ask you if you have any plans for the future. At this moment, Tony really looked like an old father who was taking great pains to teach and guide his son who was about to enter the society. From his words, it can be heard that he was afraid that Leon, who suddenly gained power, would lose his balance like a nouveau riche. Even though Leon felt that this concern was a bit of a belittlement of him. But he had to admit that Tony's concern after putting aside his arrogance was indeed touching. After Tony asked, he was worried that Leon would be disgusted, so he even took the initiative to make a joke. For example, if you really become Superman and save the world, you can drag all the nuclear bombs into outer space and destroy them? Or, find a few more girlfriends and pass on your powerful Superman genes? Come on, tell me. You don't look confused at all. You must have your own ideas. Come and satisfy my curiosity. Tony coaxed. Anyway, if I had this ability, I would date 10 cover girls in one night, and then fly out of the Earth to the solar system to see if there are any aliens or something. And it would be best if I could meet a few more alien beauties. Leon laughed dumbly. This is indeed what Tony would do. There are probably no beauties on alien planets, only alien face-huggers waiting for you. He also joked along. I am different from you. I don't have that many ideas. I will just live the same way as before. I used to be the second young master of Stark Group. I met smiling faces everywhere I went, and the whole world showed me kindness. I have become stronger now, but these things will not change. I have no reason to do bad things, don't you think? Yes, that's very well said, kid. Tony nodded, his eyes full of satisfaction. That my kid has grown up. Leon took a deep breath. Tony, if you look at me like this again, I will definitely spank your butt with the slippers that Pepper just bought. I'm just your brother. Don't always think of me as your son, okay? Tony was not happy about it. Leon, you are always so sensitive. Come on, maybe we can clink glasses to make you feel like an adult. What you said. I am not an adult. How can I be you? Leon clinked glasses with Tony but did not fall into the trap in Tony's words. He continued. I haven't finished what I said just now. While I don't plan on changing my daily routine, I will also start treading a different path. What road? Tony stood up straight in the water, chasing the path to becoming stronger. Leon drank the red wine in the glass. That's it? But you are already strong enough. Tony was shocked. There is no kryptonite in this world, and there is no one you can't beat. So why do you want to become stronger? Leon smiled and said, there is no kryptonite now, but there will be one in the future. Tony did not comment. Then how do you plan to become stronger? Continue to bask in the sun? Leon shook his head. Of course I have to bask in the sun, but there is a limit to how high I can reach just by basking in the sun. So I plan to improve my strength from many aspects. Learn some magic, some qigong, and some scientific knowledge. Then, when I have enough knowledge, maybe I can improve the upper limit of my body by studying genes. The bright moon was reflected in the water, and Leon gently clenched his fist in the water. Gene research? Super soldier serum like Captain America's? Tony had a bad feeling. That thing shouldn't be of any use to you, right? It's really useless. But what I want to study is my own genes. Leon looked at Tony. It's the genes of Kryptonians. Tony was stunned for a long time. His face changed. Are you sure you want to do this? In the comics, those who study Kryptonian genes all end up creating Doomsday. It can be seen that Tony has indeed read a lot of DC comics recently, and he knows Doomsday. That is a biological weapon of the Kryptonians. It only knows how to kill and will only bring destruction to the world. Even Krypton itself cannot control that power. Tony's face was serious. This is not an easy road nor a broad road. If the genes of Kryptonians were so easy to study with so many super brains, every Kryptonian would have become a god long ago. Leon, maybe you should think about it again. You don't need to study genes. There are many ways to become stronger. I can find them with you. Leon shook his head. I will try other ways, but I will not give up starting from genes and improving my strength fundamentally. Tony washed his face in the water with a headache. He now seemed to be a parent facing his rebellious teenagers. His mind was full of persuasion, but he didn't know where to start. So, Leon, have you ever thought about what would happen if something unexpected happened during the research and you became Doomsday? Tony guided him and said, as I said just now, no one on Earth can stop you. You can do whatever you want. And if you become Doomsday, what will happen to the Earth? Is there no other ending except destruction? You're going a bit extreme, Leon. Leon stared at Tony in a daze, lost in thought. In the original movie, Tony is actually a rather radical person. He will never back down when it is time to forge ahead, and he will stick to his decision when faced with a major choice. Just like the birth of Ultron and the Civil War of the Avengers. Part of the reason these events happened was that Tony's character was too radical, and he would never look back once he made up his mind. And now, even such a radical person like Tony actually told him that he was a little extreme. This forced Leon to start reflecting on whether he was indeed reckless for the sake of power. Okay. I admit that studying Kryptonian genes directly is a bit extreme. After a long while, Leon nodded slowly, letting Tony breathe a sigh of relief. But, the next second Leon changed the subject. However, after I get some kryptonite, I will still start this research. Tony's eyes widened. Wait, kryptonite? There is kryptonite in our world? Are you kidding? Of course we don't have it in our world. Leon gave Tony a strange look. I'm talking about going to the DC world to get some kryptonite. Tony was confused now. To DC? No. Are we going to start talking about what we dream about at night now? I'm serious. Leon shook his empty glass. I have a feeling that my time travel ability should allow me to travel to the DC world. So when I get kryptonite, I'll put it in your hands. If I really become Doomsday, you can take care of me. Tony ignored the second half of Leon's words. He was confused. Let's not talk about kryptonite first. Time travel? Do you have this ability? Does the DC universe really exist? Although theoretically, it is indeed possible. Leon was very upset. I remember telling you on my birthday that I had awakened my Kryptonian bloodline and the ability to travel through time and space, but you didn't believe any of it? In fact, Tony never believed that Leon had awakened his Kryptonian bloodline. He just thought that he had a genetic mutation and became stronger by basking in the sun. It was only when Leon came back from the universe this time and showed more abilities similar to Superman that Tony believed it. However, another ability of time travel that Leon mentioned at the beginning was long forgotten by Tony. I remember now. Tony pretended to be enlightened, so you can travel through other worlds? Yes, that's right. Leon ignored Lao Dung's pretense. This guy just forgot. My god. You're such a little genius. Now the theory of parallel worlds, or the theory of different worlds, has been proved by you. Tony was startled, then his expression became sincere and earnest. When you travel through the world, you must take me to experience it once. And, if you want to find kryptonite, you have to take me with you. Tony knew that he couldn't persuade Leon anymore, so he chose to join in. At least when you are turned into an ordinary person by kryptonite, I can take the opportunity to kick you a few times. Leon was used to this kind of awkward concern, and, after thinking about it, he didn't refuse directly. Let's talk about it then. Okay, Let's stop talking about the pursuit of power for now. Seeing that Tony still wanted to say something, he changed the subject. Let's go back to the house first. And we have to talk about what I said before. Those things I have wanted to do for a long time. Half an hour later, Leon and Tony sat around the workbench in the laboratory. Tony, wearing a bathrobe, listened to what Leon said with a more and more serious look on his face. I came back this time, and I only want to do 3 things. Leon raised his finger, as if to ask Tony to help him kill 3 people. First thing, deal with Obadiah. This goal has been achieved. I have always emphasized to you that he has problems, and this time, it has been proven. The second thing is to deal with the 10 Commandments gang. They kidnapped you, so I will help you kill them. I will start the action tomorrow. The third thing is to investigate the truth of our parents' death. The first part was fine, but when it came to the third thing, Tony couldn't sit still. The truth? What truth? Didn't they die in a car accident? Leon couldn't just say that he knew the murderer was Bucky the Winter Soldier. There was no basis for this, and he couldn't produce any evidence. Besides, his target was not just Bucky. Only the entire Hydra would be worthy of him showing his strength. I have always been doubting it. Leon put his hands together and supported his chin, very deep. I wondered if it was really a car accident. Why I, who was the most vulnerable, didn't die. But they did. Leon, that's because the car caught fire, and they couldn't get out. You were thrown out, and your neck was wrapped twice with a baby wrap. Tony's thoughts were unexpectedly clear at this time, but he actually had an impulse in his heart, and he wanted to believe everything Leon said. Immediately, maybe he had been waiting for someone to tell him, your parents' death was not an accident, for a long time. 18 years ago, when the couple died, he was out of town and was having a quarrel with Howard. When he received the news of the death, he was still thinking that he would go back to Los Angeles after a while, because the old man's face at home was really annoying, until someone handed him the envelope with the death notice. He realized that some things were gone forever. How he wanted to vent, he had endless anger in his heart towards himself, and even towards the death notice. Over the years, Tony has accepted the fact that his parents died, and has developed a habit of never accepting anything from others. But in his heart, perhaps he has always been longing for someone to tell him. Death of his parents was not an accident. This way, he might be able to seek revenge on the murderer. The anger hidden under the playboy's appearance towards his past self could also be vented. But the more this happened, the more Tony realized that he had to investigate everything thoroughly and not to affect innocent people. In the caves in Afghanistan, he learned not only the armor, but also the respect for life. On the surface, it looks like this, but there is another possibility. Leon stared into Tony's eyes. The baby was going to die anyway. The cloth wrapped around his neck had already taken his life, but the murderer who faked the accident scene and left didn't know that the baby had Kryptonian blood in his body. Leon couldn't figure out why he could survive the accident before. The controlled Winter Soldier couldn't have the idea of respecting the elderly and loving the young, unless he made a mistake. But how could a killing machine like that make a mistake? It wasn't until he awakened his Kryptonian blood that Leon realized that it wasn't the Winter Soldier's mistake that saved his life, but the blood hidden in his body. Although he didn't awaken, it also gave him a stronger vitality, thus surviving the disaster. Leon's words pierced Tony's mind like lightning. You mean? His head was rumbling. Leon didn't care about Tony's loss of composure and continued. When I was a kid, I also thought this conjecture was unreasonable. Obviously all parties have agreed that it was an accident, so why am I still speculating? But after awakening my ability, I knew that guess might be correct, and it was the truth that I subconsciously believed. Although the memories of the accident were not retained by my immature brain at the time, they left marks in my subconscious. During these few days since I came back, I haven't given up investigating this matter. I have found out the truth, Tony. Are you telling the truth? Tony stood up quickly, his pupils gradually dilated, and began to reveal surprise and anger. Leon's tone did not change. My super hearing found them. The murderer is one of theirs. Who are they? Tony already believed it. His tone was as cold as a knife. Hydra. Leon finally gave the answer. Impossible. Hydra has already died out. That is the last chapter in history, Tony subconsciously questioned. He completely believed what Leon said, but still found it unbelievable. They are dead, but only temporarily. If you cut off a head of Hydra, 2 will grow back. They have been resurrected. Leon directly revealed. I have checked a lot of confidential files of confidential departments in the past few days. Discover the behind the scenes of the world's major international official organizations. There is a secret organization unknown to the world that takes orders from the International Security Council. They are called the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Agency, which I will call SHIELD for short, and their headquarters is located in New York. The predecessor of this organization was the Strategic Science Corps established by our father and others. In the Paperclip project after the end of World War II, they recruited some talents left in Germany after the demise of Hydra, and these talents have never lost their loyalty to Hydra. Tony could already guess what happened next. So these people later lay on SHIELD and resurrected Hydra? Leon nodded. Yes, that's the fact. Hydra wants to assassinate our dad because they want to infiltrate SHIELD, and dad is one of the leaders of SHIELD, so they are in the way. Tony sat down slowly again, pursing his lips. How many Hydra people are there in that SHIELD now? Does the director know about it? The next second, Leon's words made him stand up again. There are over 10,000 people in SHIELD. Most of them are Hydra. The former director was also a Hydra, but the current director is not. But he is more Hydra than Hydra. What? Tony exclaimed. So, this organization is basically affiliated with Hydra? That's not the case. Leon pointed to his ears. Based on the intelligence I've heard in the past few days, the people in charge of SHIELD are fine for now, and the people in Hydra are just the backbone and elites. Just the backbone and elites. Tony was speechless. How different is this from the whole group? The organization founded by my father was handed over to the enemy by those idiots. He paced back and forth beside the workbench. No, Leon. It is our responsibility to solve the problems left by the old man. We must destroy this organization. I agree. Leon had no objection. Anyway, I can't stand the fact that this organization has no strength but always fantasizes about being the savior. And this is also in line with my revenge plan. Leon waved his hand at the holographic projector, projecting a picture of Nick Fury. Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD, has a strong desire for control and wants to take control of the entire world's security issues. He does sound like Hydra. Wait, why isn't he Hydra? Tony asked. I don't know. Maybe his former director was worried that he would threaten his position after joining the organization. Leon waved his hand again and a file package popped up on the screen. This is the list of Hydra members inside SHIELD that I have sorted out and packed. I have put all the evidence and identities in it. Tony, you find a way to send this file to Nick Fury and make them mess up first. Remember not to let Jarvis do it alone, or they will trace it back. Then when they are done with the chaos, we will release these documents and expose Hydra completely. By then, the whole world will spontaneously stand against Hydra. We can take this opportunity to find out the truth behind our parents' death, whether it's evidence or the murderer. We need everything. Leon showed an unfriendly smile. And in the process, I will show my strength to the world. How to show it? Tony was stunned. Force them to use weapons of mass destruction, intercontinental missiles, hydrogen bombs, anything will do. Then I went up to resist a missile with my body, and then destroyed one of their military bases with one punch. Leon poured himself a glass of water. This not only shows the defensive power, but also the offensive power, and also shows my attitude of showing no mercy when I take action. I guess after that, even if I go in and out of the house in a Superman uniform, no one will dare to mess with me. Tony imagined the scene of Leon being bombed by missiles and opened his mouth. Isn't it too risky? Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry to die. I will act only when I'm sure. Besides, can't I hide if I can't withstand the missiles? Leon said, taking out a box from behind him. I want to become stronger, but I'm not ready to die. Tony, take a look. This is the uniform I made. How is it? He opened the box and took out a Superman uniform with gold, blue, and red interweaving. This uniform does not have the traditional underwear-outerwear link. The whole body is dark blue, with a golden inverted pentagon with an S logo on the chest and a red cape fixed on the shoulder. Superman's suit is made of Kevlar fiber, bulletproof, soft, and most importantly, handsome. Tony couldn't help but comment, even though he felt heavy in his heart. It looks good. I'm glad you didn't wear your underwear outside. And this S.I., remember it means hope, right? No. It now means Stark, the initials of Stark. So, starting tomorrow I will wear this uniform and go to Afghanistan to destroy the 10 rings. From now on, I will be Superman. You seem to have forgotten me. I will go with you. Tony pulled Leon seriously. This is my own trouble. I have to solve it myself. But you still have to execute our plan. Leon pointed at the projection. I think you should be very impatient to find out the truth. Tony shook his head. But that doesn't affect me from going 10,000 kilometers away to deal with some hateful thugs while investigating the truth. Tony has been paying attention to the 10 Rings gang these days. Those guys have great influence from Afghanistan to the Middle East. Within their sphere of influence, ordinary people face the suffering of being oppressed and plundered every day. Even if Leon didn't say it today, Tony would soon choose to disintegrate this gang. Well, but we must be cautious about S.H.I.E.L.D. and try not to be traced back to us in the early stages, as that would mean a lot of trouble. I'll listen to you. Tony looked at Nick Fury's face on the projection and asked, but I'm curious. You should be able to find the base of Hydra. Why don't you just do it? Leon shook his head. The top leaders of Hydra have prominent identities in countries around the world, and those bases belong to them. If I do it directly, I might be manipulated by the public opinion and be labeled as a dictator, a war provoker, etc. Although I am not afraid, after all, even if I face that kind of situation, at most, I will just have to do it a few more times. But if you can use your brain to avoid trouble in advance, why wait until the trouble comes and then have to solve it? Tony nodded in approval. I know you are a man who doesn't like to be passive, just like me. Leon ignored his nonsense. The reason why I want to show my strength to the world is also for this reason. After all, I can't stop using my superpowers forever. My identity will be discovered one day. And when my identity is exposed, the first thing all forces will do is to test me. However, others have begun to test the waters and show their intention to invade. Can I still endure it? But if I go directly to their door, they will not give up, whether it is to maintain their power or to avenge their own people. In the end, I might have to destroy most of the world's armed forces before I can return to a peaceful daily life. In this case, I might as well make a plan, pull out a world enemy, and directly show all the power in front of the global forces that is enough to scare them. Tony couldn't help but applaud. Good idea. You made the right choice, Leon. Thank you for the compliment. I just don't like being disturbed in my normal life. Leon put away his uniform. That's all I have to do. But I've told you everything. Now you can finally rest assured, Tony. Tony smiled. I'm not worried either. By the way, let me ask you a question. Why do you want to dress up as Superman and dress like a pajama baby? Forgive me for being blunt. Do you want to be a superhero? No, I just like Superman, but I won't be a righteous hero like him. Leon left with the box in his arms. Maybe I will be a hero who helps others when he sees injustice. But do good things and save the world? Forget it. Tony shook his head behind him. That's a pity. I've even thought of the name of our hero team. Super Iron Brothers. What do you think? I think it's childish. Leon's voice disappeared in the corridor. It sounds like two kindergarten babies. Another new day has arrived. After the rain, the sky cleared up, the sun shone on the world, and Leon began to rush to the battlefield. This was his second time flying to Afghanistan, so he was familiar with the route. It took him a few minutes to get there, and he overtook more than a dozen Boeing planes. Leon floated in the air, overlooking the blue world under the clouds. His eyes moved from time to time, locking onto targets more accurately than radar. It was already night in Afghanistan at this time, and most of the bases of the 10 Commandments began martial law and prepared to rest. However, there are always some terrorists who are so crazy that they will take advantage of the darkness to harass civilians. These are the people that Leon targeted first. You are the first one to fall. He saw two armed terrorists kicking the door of the civilians, so he leaned down and fell down instantly. The biological force field made Leon fall silently like the god of death. When he landed, he dispersed the force field, and the ground under his feet cracked like a spiderweb, making a dull falling sound. This sound scared the two terrorists who had just kicked the door open. They turned around with guns in hand and saw Leon in strange clothes. They immediately came up to him cursing. Dari, are you from Iran or Tajikistan? Leon asked in Dari. He has learned most of the official languages on Earth in recent days and can understand the Dari swear words spoken by the two people. However, the two people were indifferent and even wanted to point the gun at his forehead. Leon shook his head. It seems that you don't want to communicate. Goodbye then. He stretched out his hands, grabbed the necks of the two men like a phantom, lifted them above his head, and gently twisted them. With two crisp clicks, the two terrorists drooped their heads and stopped breathing. Lion threw the bodies away and was about to leave, but then he thought of something and looked back at the family hugging each other in the house in silence. This was a typical Pashtun family. The old father had a full beard, deep sunken eyes, sallow skin, and cracked lips. The mother and two daughters were wearing long gowns and dresses. The combination of brown and orange was a kind of Pashtun national costume. They all looked at Lion in fear, their bodies trembling, not daring to speak, and could only desperately hide the heads of their two daughters in their arms. You don't have to worry about the consequences of these two people dying here, Lion said in Pashto, the official language of Afghanistan. It's late at night, go back to sleep, and tomorrow morning, the terrorist organizations nearby will be gone. After saying that, Lion turned around and floated in the air and swept his eyes to lock on the next target. Please, please. Just as he was about to leave, a childish voice suddenly called out from inside the house. Leon turned around and saw the youngest girl in the family. The girl was about 7 or 8 years old. Her frightened mother had covered her mouth, but she still struggled to pull her mother's hand away and asked timidly, "Are you Superman?" Lion wore a uniform he made himself, a red cape, and appeared at the critical moment. He could fly and he really looked like Superman. But Leon was stunned. He didn't expect that Hollywood's cultural output was so powerful that the suffering families in Afghanistan also knew Superman. But think about it, a few years ago, before the Americans came here, there must have been a rich entertainment life here. I'm not, but it's okay for you to call me that. Leon first answered the little girl's question with a smile, and then comforted the two parents. It's okay. I will leave, soon, and the guys from the Ten Rings will leave too. So, you are here to help us? The little girl suddenly asked again. After getting the answer, she became bolder. Just like you beat up those bad guys on TV? Leon was silent for a while, then nodded. Yes. I am here to beat up the bad guys, and they will never bully you in the future. Great! Superman, you are awesome! The little girl cheered, broke free from her mother's hand, and ran towards Leon, wanting to hug his thighs. Leon laughed dumbly, landed on the ground, squatted down, and held down the little carrot head. What's your name? Shafika. My name is Shafika Mazari. Okay, Shafika, listen to me. Go back to your room, lie on the bed, and have a good dream, so that when you wake up tomorrow morning, all the bad guys will be gone, okay? But the little girl didn't agree. She looked at Leon with her big eyes. Are you leaving, Superman? Shafika, Leon answered irrelevantly, and tapped the little girl's forehead with his index finger. Next time, you can't easily talk to strangers, and listen to your mother. After that, Leon stood up and took a step back, flying into the clouds with a sound of breaking through the air. The little girl and her family ran to the yard together, looking at the dark night sky, shocked. God bless, he is really a Superman. The old father made a blessing gesture. That night, the family suddenly had expectations for tomorrow's life. Lion quickly cleared out all the terrorists who were harassing civilians in Afghanistan. Each time he just showed up, threw a punch, and then left. A set of processes was completed within 1 second. It took no more than 10 minutes in total. After clearing out the soldiers, Lion began to deal with the terrorist organization's base. If it was a normal strategic offensive, it should be to attack the small base first, erode the terrorist forces step by step, and finally expel them from the country. But Lion would definitely not do that. His first stop was the largest base of the Ten Rings gang. He flew in the clouds, and his cloak was fluttering in the long wind at high altitude. At a glance, there were more than 70 patrols in the base below. Under Lion's perspective, the remaining more than 4,000 sleeping combat members in the base were also in full view. In addition, he also saw the Jericho missile in a tent, in the camp. That was a high-powered weapon developed by Tony not long ago. 1 round of artillery shells could flatten a hill. How could there be a Jericho missile here? Tony, you are really helping the evil. Although Tony felt guilty now, Leon couldn't help but complain. He even took out a cell phone. Jarvis, Leon called. Take a picture of everything I see and send it to Tony after the battle. Especially the Stark weapon scene in the process. Every detail was filmed for him to see. Leon will make Tony feel so guilty that he can't sleep all night today. Okay, Master Leon. The camera has been activated for you. Jarvis's voice came from the phone. Leon nodded silently and fell down. The battle has begun. This time he did not hide his tracks at all, and fell into the Ten Rings gang camp like a meteorite, so fast that it rubbed out flames in the air. Boom! The deafening sound of falling echoed throughout the camp. The next moment, the alarm was sounded, and cries of enemy attacks came one after another. The terrorists quickly gathered. Leon stood in the middle of the camp, and he used heat rays to kill every person who appeared. Soon the terrorists found that half of their side had died before the fight even started. Some people were awakened just after falling asleep at night, and after hearing this bad news, they were already shouting monsters, and began to flee. However, they were soon killed by the remaining people's concentrated fire. But the remaining people were not much better. They didn't even dare to show their faces, hiding behind the tents, pulling out grenades, grenade launchers, rocket launchers, tank missiles, and Jericho missiles, intending to concentrate fire to beat the invading monsters to ashes. Leon saw every move of the terrorists clearly, but he did not counterattack immediately, but stood still and waited. Soon, a large number of explosive weapons, such as grenades and rockets, were launched. Leon remained motionless, and just swept the heat ray to end the round. He did not fly until the vehicle-mounted missile began to ignite. Jarvis, are there any satellites overhead right now, Master Lion? There is a U.S. military satellite orbiting over Afghanistan. Jarvis responded immediately and began to analyze. As long as there is a small or medium-sized conflict, it will immediately monitor. And 700 meters away, there was a local reporter secretly filming. Reporter? A war correspondent? Leon nodded, puffing out the golden S on his chest. It seems that the audience is in place. How can Superman's first battle go unnoticed? He glanced around and immediately found the reporter. The base of the terrorist organization is sandwiched between several small hills, which is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The man was lying in the bushes on the hillside of one of the hills. He was wrapped tightly and his clothes were very local. Looking at his exposed beard, which was half black and half white, he was obviously not young and was a local middle-aged reporter. Such people have experienced the peaceful period in Afghanistan, the most dangerous war after the country was invaded, and the most miserable displacement. They often hate the Ten Commandments gang more and are not afraid of sacrifice. This is a group of people who only want to expose the atrocities of the terrorist organization with their own lives, in exchange for peace in their country. Is that really Superman? The middle-aged reporter also saw the figure flying in the air in the distance. The man had a bright red cape behind him, a tall figure, and a face as handsome as Superman in the movie. People didn't want to forget him, but they couldn't remember him when they thought about it. No matter how you look at it, it's Superman himself. Could it be that there is really a Superman in this world? Is he here to deal with the terrorist organization below? The reporter thought it was absurd, but the scene that he had just recorded in his device, Superman fighting against thousands of troops alone, was so real. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. If Superman can save this country, then I will use all my money for the rest of my life to support DC and Warner Brothers. DC Comics was acquired by Warner Brothers in the 20th century. The middle-aged reporter gritted his teeth, and suddenly saw a fire light up in the camp, and then a blazing flame sprayed, and 6 2 or 3 meter long vehicle-mounted missiles flew into the air. That's a missile. Not good. The reporter looked at Leon with bloodshot eyes. Superman, get out of the way, get out of the way. However, Leon not only did not retreat, but went forward. He accelerated in the air, holding a mobile phone in one hand and clenching a fist in front of the other hand, colliding with the missile like an arrow. Boom! A missile exploded, and then, the rest of the missiles exploded one after another. The deafening explosion echoed among the hills, the smoke quickly spread, and the fire illuminated the branches of every tree. The strong wind from the explosion bent the surrounding trees one by one. The middle-aged reporter's headscarf was blown away, revealing a head of dry yellow hair that was blown upside down. He stared blankly at the smoke in the sky. His blue eyes were reflected red by the flames in the sky, and his heart was uneasy. Under the direct bombardment of 6 missiles, no one could survive, and even leaving a complete body was a luxury. But that was Superman. The bullets below just now couldn't hurt him, and he still took the initiative to receive the missile. What if, as if responding to the expectations of the middle-aged reporter, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the smoke? Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind was fierce but not swift. It blew away the mushroom cloud that was about to rise in a few seconds, revealing an intact figure. It was Superman. The cape behind Superman was still fluttering, and he was not injured at all. No, let alone hurt him. Those missiles couldn't even stain him with a trace of gunpowder black. Allah! I knew it! I knew he could do it! The middle-aged reporter jumped up, his face flushed with excitement, and he jumped and punched excitedly, not caring about exposing his tracks. He looked at Superman, and at this moment he seemed to see hope. He had been looking forward to it for so many days and nights, but he didn't expect the intervention of international organizations, but he expected a miracle to happen. The terrorists in the camp were as excited as the middle-aged reporter at this time. They also jumped up and down and shouted, but they shouted, "Monster! That's a monster!" After a while, gunshots rang out among the noisy terrorists, and another group of deserters or people who didn't want to be cannon fodder were shot dead. Leon waited in the air for a while, showing an interested expression. Oh? They finally brought out the Jericho missiles. They are planning to die together. The Jericho missile has a wide range of firepower. After the explosion, the area within 2 kilometers will be covered by flames. This group of terrorists wants to use the Jericho at such a close distance, just to drag Leon to die with them. That's great. I haven't seen the power of Tony's masterpiece yet. Now I can finally experience it for myself. Jarvis, don't forget to record this and send it to Tony, leaving a message asking him how he can sleep. Okay, Master Leon. I'm recording all the time. Jarvis is always so considerate. After waiting for a few minutes, the Jericho missile was finally operated by the terrorists, pushed to the open ground, and successfully ignited. 3 Jericho missiles were launched at the same time, and the stock in the base was emptied at once. The 3 missiles accelerated in the air and immediately disintegrated after approaching the target. Dozens of small missiles blocked all of Leon's retreat routes. This was a coverage bombing without blind spots. Tony's invention was indeed top-notch. It is worthy of being Tony's latest work. Leon also praised it. Suddenly he thought of something and glanced at the reporter on the hillside. But I have to leave for a while. After saying that, Leon's figure instantly disappeared in the encirclement of missiles. Time was running out. He flashed beside the reporter, picked him up from the bushes, and then flew to another hill 3 kilometers away in the blink of an eye, and put him down, and then returned to the center of the missiles in an instant. Don't worry, I'm back. It shouldn't be too late, right? Lion muttered to himself as he looked at the approaching missiles. The Jericho missiles were extremely fast, and their strategic positioning was to bombard indiscriminately in the shortest possible time. Almost as soon as Lion returned to his original position, the missile group's concentrated fire was already on him. However, Lion did not want his carefully woven uniform to be blackened by missiles, so he punched quickly and continuously. Countless fist shadows appeared at the same time in 360 degrees, as if Lion had grown countless hands. In just a moment, all the missiles were detonated at the same time. Boom! A more violent and violent explosion than before began. The sound of tearing through the sky, the flames rising into the sky and the smoke covering thousands of meters. The strong shockwave spread at the moment of the explosion, and the trees and mountains within the range first collapsed, and were then engulfed by the explosion. 3 kilometers away, the reporter felt that he had changed places in a flash, and then he was knocked to the ground by the shockwave. He rolled on the ground for a few times, staggered to his feet, dragging a mess of clothes, and stared blankly at the mushroom cloud in the distance that seemed to go straight to the sky. The intense high temperature, even at such a distance, could be felt a little. What kind of missile is that? How could it be so terrifying? The reporter repeated dumbly. He still remembered the scene he had just seen, where the missile broke into dozens of small missiles in the air. Such a missile was simply impossible to counter. If it was used against the local defense forces, the tragic outcome would be unimaginable. And where is Superman? He just saved me. The reporter leaned against the tree weakly, looking at the mushroom cloud. He knew I was hiding there, so he saved me. What a good man. Wait, could he have gone back to deal with the missiles again? The next second, a hurricane blew away the mushroom cloud, revealing Superman's figure, once again confirming the reporter's guess. My God, he is simply a god, the reporter exclaimed as he looked at the still unharmed Superman. The figure in the sky stood silently for a long time. The sea of fire all over the mountains below had been blown out by him, and the scattered flames were as sparse as the stars in the sky. However, Leon followed the principles of forest fire, prevention, and checked again carefully, extinguishing all the remaining sparks one by one. Then he looked down at the 10 Commandments base that had been razed to the ground, and looked around leisurely. However, in the eyes of the middle-aged reporter, those actions were like the righteous Superman, who made sure that he did not let go of any criminals. The damn 10 Commandments gang did all kinds of evil, but now it's all right. Superman is here. We have hope. Superman is here. We will have peace. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt that the figure in the air was as majestic as a god. His body trembled unconsciously, and there was a sense of pleasure and revenge in his eyes, but more of it was expectation and hope. It must be like this. He is here to help us, to save us. He is the messenger sent by Allah. No, he is Allah in the world, the reincarnation of God. He was so excited that he cried. His weak legs knelt on the ground, and he fell to his knees and cried bitterly. Everything is going to be all right. It's finally over. Superman is here. Oh, Superman. I want to tell Superman that the 10 rings still have many bases in this land. The middle-aged man thought of something and he climbed and rolled on the tree trunk beside him to stand up, wanting to shout to Superman. However, when he looked up, the ocean-like blue clothes and the cape fluttering like blood were right in front of him. Superman! The middle-aged reporter was shocked. Superman stood in front of him without him knowing. Thank you for your compliment just now, but I am not God. I am just a person who sees injustice, Superman said with a smile. What's your name? You are very brave to risk your life to shoot near a terrorist organization. You are a hero, worthy of admiration. No, no, no. I am just an ordinary person. You are our hero. The middle-aged reporter was so excited by the praise that his face flushed. My name is Hafizullah Abdullah. Thank you for saving me just now. At such a close distance, he could finally see Superman's appearance clearly. His deep black eyes were as charming as the beautiful night. His face was carved with a knife and an axe, and every line was so tough and handsome. This was simply a perfect man. How could such a perfect man not be a god who came to the world to save all living beings? Abdullah dared to guarantee that if he was a girl, he would dream about the Superman every night in his future life. No. Even if he was not a girl, he would still dream about him. Don't be nervous, Abdullah. I came to you hoping you could do me a favor. Leon felt that there was something strange in the eyes of the reporter in front of him, which made his back tighten. He hurriedly explained his intention. You should have taken pictures of what I did in the 10 Rings gang camp just now, right? Yes, that's right. Abdullah was a little flustered, and immediately held the camera in both hands and handed it over. Please forgive me for taking pictures without permission. Please take back the photos in it. That's not what I meant. Leon pushed the camera back. I want you to go back and release these videos in front of the media, in your own name, of course. Just say that this is the picture you took secretly at the risk of your life, and tell other media for me. Tell all foreign troops on this land to leave immediately and give up the invasion. Abdullah's eyes widened. Are you going to declare war on the United States? It's not a declaration of war, but a post-war declaration. Leon turned around, leaving a side profile. He finally nodded to the reporter, his feet left the ground, and flew into the clouds. Goodbye, I will remember you, a brave hero. Abdullah stared at the figure disappearing in the night sky, and made a prayer gesture unconsciously. Superman is above. He is simply the perfect Holy Spirit, the savior of the world. He has a pair of... Wait, I seem to have forgotten what he looks like? Jarvis, send all the battle footage to Tony. On the other side, Leon didn't know how much of an impression he had left on the middle-aged reporter. He was only thinking about Tony. Also, if he hasn't gotten up yet, provide a wake-up call. Okay, Master Lion, I will send the image data back to Los Angeles right away. Jarvis did as he was told. I believe Tony will like my gift. Leon determined his next target in the clouds. Before you act, check the local time for me, Jarvis. Okay, it's 9:47 p.m. local time. Then work harder and try to finish all the 10 Rings gang bases before 11 o'clock, and then go to the Eagle base. Master Lion, are you going to attack the American base? Do I need to inform Mr. Stark in advance? No need to tell him. As a taxpayer, I think it is my duty to refuse those rednecks from using my money to do bad things and to rectify the mess. Besides, if I build up some reputation now, it will be more natural for me to stand up and destroy Hydra later. You are so considerate. On the other side of the ocean, Child. Chief, I think you need to see this. The half-bald middle-aged agent put a tablet in front of his boss, and the always kind expression on his face became very serious. And that boss, a bald, one-eyed black man sitting behind a white lacquered desk. After hearing the voice, he slowly turned his chair and looked back. He was looking at the scenery outside the window before, leaving only a cold back to his subordinates who came in, looking mysterious. At this moment, the one-eyed black man called the chief nodded lightly with a cold expression. Well, Coulson, what's the news? The largest 10 Rings base in Afghanistan has been destroyed, Chief Fury. Oh, who did it? Nick Fury glanced down nonchalantly, and his mysterious expression suddenly collapsed. What the hell? He stood up suddenly, eyes wide open, and watched the satellite image played on the tablet computer. A cool and arrogant man used a heat ray to easily deal with the grenades in the sky. What the hell is this? Director, there's more to come. Coulson clicked the screen to fast forward. Soon the progress bar moved to the second half. Nick Fury watched dully the scene of Leon withstanding the Jericho missile and calming the aftermath of the explosion without any injury. His mind was filled with exclamation points and question marks. When did such an awesome person appear on Earth? Why didn't he know? Who is this? Have you found out anything? Nick Fury subconsciously wanted to take out the pager he used to contact Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel is his good friend, who has the power to travel through the universe and is now maintaining peace in the outer galaxy. When he encounters a crisis that he cannot solve, he only needs to press the pager in his hand to call Captain Marvel for help. And now the man in the video gave him a sense of crisis that made him want to press the pager urgently. Coulson said with unprecedented seriousness, "This is Superman, Director." Superman? Who is that? Nick Fury's eyes narrowed, and then he became confused. Director, Superman is a superhero in DC Comics. He has super strength and super speed. Wait, you said this is a comic book character? One of those superheroes who wears pajamas and a mask and saves the world? To be precise, Superman does not wear a mask, Director. He has a biological force field that prevents people from remembering or photographing his appearance. Coulson knew everything about it. Nick Fury looked at the satellite images carefully. It is true that the facial details cannot be captured. You seem to be very familiar with him? I am a fan of Superman, and of course, Captain America. Coulson was a little excited when he talked about his hobbies. So, how do you think we should treat this Superman? Nick Fury leaned back in his chair with his hands crossed. It seems that he doesn't want his true identity to be discovered. According to the plot in the comics, he is on the side of justice, and will stop unjust violence, so we may try to contact him, Coulson said. That's a comic, Coulson. The one in reality is just an imitator, and what he is doing is committing violence. This seems to be true. The Superman in the comics does not kill people. He has a principle of not killing. Stop talking about your comics, Coulson. Nick Fury knocked on the table. Take Barton with you to Afghanistan and try to investigate the other side. Yes, Chief. Coulson finished his report and walked out with a new mission. When he reached the door, he heard Nick Fury's arrangement. From behind him, also send me a set of Superman-related comics. At the same time, the same scene was also being played out in the military. However, Nick Fury, who knew more about supernatural powers, was in chaos in the military headquarters. As a colonel in the Weapons Research and Development Department, Rhodes was the first to stand up and explain that the person in the video was a living person, not a humanoid individual weapon. The major of the missile force stood up and said that the enemy could not be hurt by the Jericho missile, and only nuclear bombs could be used. The Navy colonel said that they could not deal with such a flying person. The Air Force lieutenant colonel said that it was difficult for airborne missiles to hit a target that moved so fast and was so small. Finally, General Ross made a decision. Ignore it for the time being. Keep paying attention, and if the other party does not show hostility, try to negotiate, and it is best to let the other party cooperate in research to create super soldiers belonging to the Eagle Sauce. Then, adjourn. Prepare for war. This morning, the major secret departments were turbulent and noisy. However, the Stark mansion on the coast of Los Angeles was warm and lazy. Until Jarvis woke Tony up from his sweet dream with the Swona sound that Leon had recorded before. God! Jarvis, what are you doing? Tony got up from the ground holding the quilt. He was frightened by the sudden sound of the Swona and rolled off the bed. The passionate tune was like a galloping horse, which made his heart beat fast. He thought someone was going to trample his soft bed. Sir, Master Leon just told me to wake you up and play this video for you. After that, Jarvis controlled the holographic projection device and presented the picture taken by Leon's mobile phone in front of Tony. In the picture, thousands of guns fired in unison, hundreds of grenades bombed in a blanket manner, and vehicle-mounted missiles and Jericho missiles appeared one after another. The screen was full of fire, large fire, explosions, and even bigger explosions, which made Tony stunned. He didn't even have time to worry about Leon, who was facing these dangerous weapons in the picture, and the progress bar had already reached the end. What is this? A promotional video that Leon made overnight? Where is he now? Master Leon is destroying the 10 Rings in Afghanistan. Sir, the scene in the video was filmed by him 10 minutes ago. He's in West Asia? God, when did he leave? It's only now. Oh, it's already 10 o'clock. Tony looked at the bright sun outside and rubbed his face. He actually ran away alone. So why did he take this video for me? Master Leon wants you to take a good look at the Stark arms in the video, sir. Stark arms. Tony's expression froze. He scrolled back to the beginning of the video and watched it again. His face became worse and worse. They are basically Stark's weapons. Also, why is the Jericho missile in the base of the 10 Rings? Tony's face was expressionless, but his shaking cheeks revealed his restless mood. I only sold this type of missile to the military. Where did these people get it from? The military or Obadiah? Sir, only one batch of Jericho missiles has been produced so far, and that is the batch you sold, Jarvis said. Tony kept silent. After a few seconds, he put on his shirt and walked out. Jarvis, you control Leon's armor, and come with me to West Asia and the Middle East. Okay, sir, and by the way, do you think you can sleep tonight? Why do you ask? Tony frowned. Master Lion asked me to ask you this question and report the result to him promptly. Tony opened his mouth, about to say something, then took a deep breath and exhaled through his nose. Tell him that when I can't sleep, I'll make him unable to sleep too. After saying that, he spread his hands and immediately put on the Mark III armor. Follow me, Jarvis. He took off in the battle armor, followed by Super Mark I controlled by Jarvis. Super Mark I was the name Leon gave himself. This big boy was so eager to win that he even took advantage of the situation when naming the morning in Los Angeles is the night in Afghanistan. This night is not peaceful. The flames of guns and cannons rise to the sky one after another on this land. If you look down from the sky, it is like candlesticks that light up and then go out in an instant. It lights up from the northeast corner of the map, one piece after another, and finally all dims in the southwest corner. Tell me the time now, Jarvis. Lion looked at the last 10 rings base below, which had become a ruin with smoke rising. It is now 11:08 p.m. local time. Well, it took some time, 8 minutes longer than expected. For some reason, every time he saw the 10 rings using missiles, he couldn't help but want to wait. Wait until the missile is launched, and then blow it up in front of the terrorists. By then, even the most faithful and stubborn members of the 10 Commandments will be desperate. Killing people is not enough, but it is also necessary to destroy their hearts. Leon felt that he was a bit too much. But I have to say, it is really cool to do this. Especially when you look down at those thugs who are scared to tears and say, is this all you have? It's so weak that it makes people disappointed. It's even more cool. It just takes a little time. After clearing out the 10 Rings gang in this country, the next target is the Eagle's military base. Master Lion, what are you going to do? Just show your strength and destroy the weapons. After all, the decision is made by the people above. Most ordinary soldiers just follow orders and may not be willing to start a war. Your choices have always been wise. Master Leon, Mr. Stark has entered the Afghan border and is trying to contact you. Do you want to get through? Refuse for now. Tell him I'm busy. If he wants revenge, he can fly west and find the 10 Rings gang in other areas. Leon flew to the nearest Eagle garrison base. There are 7 bases like this in and around Afghanistan. In the next few years, there will be 19 more. So many bases have been built around a small and backward country. It can be said that the Eagle sauce has other intentions, and its wolfish ambitions are obvious. On this trip to Afghanistan, Leon originally planned to destroy the 10 Rings gang, and the follow-up plans would be left for the future, and slowly advanced. But the little girl he met at the beginning of the night made him change his mind. After all, he was here, and it was the middle of the night. It would be a shame to not do something, by the way. Although the eagle in the Marvel world is not exactly the same as the one in the previous life. But Leon couldn't help but want to trim the claws of this bald eagle. When he landed over the base, the air defense alarm quickly rang in every barracks. These well-trained soldiers are more vigilant and more efficient than terrorists. Before Leon made any offensive moves, the muzzles of machine guns were aimed at him. The communication equipment outside the base began to threaten. Intruders, land now! Stop where you are, otherwise we will open fire immediately. The arrogant tone, the quickly assembled army, and the uniform muzzles of the guns made Leon sneer. He did not consider the option of peaceful negotiation. When dealing with a group of bandits, it is only time to speak after they have been subdued and hurt. Leon slightly straightened his chest, inhaled and exhaled cold air. He chose to use freezing breath to deal with the enemy. Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly blew up. The bone-chilling cold wind swept through every corner of the military base in an instant. Following the cold wind, layers of ice spread rapidly. Layers of ice climbed on the surface of the base buildings like vines, invading the interior and freezing all weapons and ammunition. Even the troops in the camp were not immune. Soldiers soon turned into icemen, but the ice on their bodies was much thinner. When the entire base was wrapped in ice, it became as frosty and crystal clear as the ice castle in fairy tales. Leon stopped. He nodded with satisfaction, then raised his fist and punched hard on the wall of the base. It looked like just a light punch, not painful or itchy, and could not cause any waves. Crack, crack. However, circles of fine cracks immediately spread along the striking point and quickly spread throughout the entire building. When the cracks became dense to a certain critical point, the wall under Leon's fist collapsed and shattered instantly, breaking into debris wrapped in ice. The collapse of this part of the wall was like the first domino to fall. Soon, the surrounding walls also began to break, and the entire garrison base fell into a chain reaction. The walls, which had become extremely fragile due to low temperature freezing, could not resist the conduction of this force at all. Buildings collapsed one after another. What a spectacular scene. With Leon as the starting point, all the base buildings and the items inside the buildings collapsed into ruins one after another. But the sound of the building collapse was not dull, but was particularly pleasant because of the knocking of ice. For a moment, the sounds of solid objects breaking and ice colliding came one after another, like millions of jade stones breaking and phoenixes singing. When everything was broken, the huge base complex had become wreckage all over the ground. Various fragments with rugged cracks reflected the moonlight at night in the ice. Lion landed on the ground and stepped on the ruins, making a crisp sound of crackling. Directly in front of him was the only thing left in this garrison base. The Eagle soldiers. Thousands of soldiers lost consciousness in the ice. Although they will definitely have roots of illness in the future, at least their lives are safe. Lion's control of power is extremely precise. He destroyed all the base buildings and weapons and ammunition, but he was able to not hurt the soldiers. Inside the base, even the hidden injuries left to these people were intentional, small punishments and big warnings. Asking for trouble, Leon whispered. His eyes quickly turned red, and he shot out heat rays. However, the highest temperature could exceed the temperature of the sun's surface, enough to burn everything in the world. At this time, the heat rays swept across the ice sculptures of the soldiers, but only barely thawed them. What a delicate control. Phew, phew, so cold. He is a Superman. There is actually a Superman in this world? We just provoked Superman? As soon as the soldiers thawed, they all collapsed to the ground, hugging their own bodies or others' bodies, rubbing them hard to generate heat. They looked at Leon standing on the ruins, and dared not breathe. Even the lieutenant colonels with 3-bar epaulets on their shoulders in the crowd did not dare to say a single arrogant word at this time. Now, I formally inform you that you must withdraw from Asia within a week, otherwise I will come again. Don't say I didn't warn you. The ice under Lion's feet reflected a faint blue light under the moonlight. In the eyes of all the soldiers, Lion at this moment was like a cold blade, hanging over their heads and ready to chop down at any time. There was silence in the crowd. No one answered. No one dared to speak. Lion did not wait for an answer. After leaving a warning, he took off and left. These big-headed soldiers, as well as a few middle-level officers among them, did not have the power to respond to requests such as withdrawal. He had to continue to demonstrate his strength in order to make the Eagles hesitate temporarily. And if he wanted to completely resolve subsequent disputes, he would have to wait until he dealt with Hydra and resisted a nuclear bomb. The next target is 26 kilometers to the east. Try to solve it within 1 minute. Lion accelerated suddenly in the air, At the first base, he seemed to have done a lot of things and spent a lot of time. But in fact, from the time he flew above the base to the time he destroyed the base and left, it actually took less than 3 minutes. So Lion planned to solve all the Eagle bases before the 7 or 8 satellites above his head could react. That's right. In the past hour, more and more satellites have been monitoring over Lion's head. First, there were 2 high-precision satellites added by the Eagle. Then the rabbit next door saw that something was wrong with the neighbor and sent one. Then slowly, the 5 permanent members came, and a group of satellites were as lively as a meeting above his head. Lion didn't mind it at all. He even wished that every country would broadcast live, so that the people who had suffered from the Eagle for a long time could see how he solved the Eagle base. On the other side, Tony was still on his way to the scene. Jarvis, what do you mean by Leon not answering my call and going to cause trouble at the military base by himself? Tony communicated with Jarvis while flying. That's what I should have done. Sir, do you mean that you are also planning to attack the Eagle sauce base? Jarvis asked Raid. Your word is not accurate. It should be to help them relieve the anxiety of excess ammunition. I understand. You intend to do the same as Master Leon, destroy the Eagle's firepower and drive them out of this area. That guy's going to do this? Tony curled his lips. He always steals my work. I came to ask for an explanation because the Eagle sent Jericho to a terrorist organization without authorization. What's his reason? Perhaps for a girl, sir, Jarvis replied considerately. It turned out to be for a girl. That's not surprising. That guy is as gentlemanly as I am. He is very nice to all girls. Wait, what did you say, a girl? Tony exclaimed belatedly. Could it be that one of his ex-girlfriends was kidnapped by the Eagles? Or was it that a girl he met in the local area was bullied by the Eagles? Tony began to become interested. It's a local little girl. She should be bullied by the Eagle forces, sir. Jarvis is realistic. Wow, this is really shocking news. Tell me the girl's information and I'll share it with Pepper when I get home. The gossipy heart of the parents began to sprout. Here is the information for you. Shafika Mazari, 7 years old, born in Kabul, Afghanistan. Wait, that's not right. Duo Xiaosui? Tony's eyes widened. 7 years old, is there anything wrong, sir? Tony was silent. Didn't you tell Leon that he was committing a crime? Sir, although Master Lion killed 2 terrorists when he helped the Mazari family escape the harassment of the Ten Rings gang, it should be considered a heroic act, not a crime. Oh? You mean he didn't have anything with the girl? I mean, he had sympathy for the girl, so he attacked the Eagle base? Tony was slightly embarrassed, feeling deeply guilty for the dirty thoughts that just came out of his mind. After rolling around in the world of fame and fortune for so long, he sees everything with a bit of color. How can this be? It seems that he must quit drinking and gambling from now on. That's right. Do you have any other different understandings? Jarvis was puzzled. Well, I think so too. Okay, Jarvis, help me navigate to where Lion is now. Tony changed the subject. Sorry, Master Leon's current speed is over Mach 20, so it's a little difficult to locate. Is he in such a hurry? Then you navigate to where he wants to go. Yes, sir. 5 minutes later, Tony Stark arrived above an Eagle base. He looked at the ruins covered by ice crystals below, and a large group of soldiers shivering in wool blankets waiting for rescue, and was silent. Jarvis, you said Leon is here? Sir, this is the destination that Master Leon went to 5 minutes ago, and he left 3 minutes ago. Tony complained. You should have told me earlier. Now let's go to his next destination. No, to his last destination. Tony gritted his teeth and said, it seems that he intends to destroy all the bases directly, so let's get there before him and eliminate his target. Tony could guess Leon's plan without thinking. That is to destroy all the Eagle's garrison. Bases, in this way. Even if he didn't kill a single soldier. But because the bases that the Eagle spent several years to build were all destroyed. After that, even if the Eagle didn't want to retreat, they had to retreat. This plan coincided with Tony's own ideas. However, his original plan was only to destroy the weapons and ammunition in the military base. Compared with Leon's approach of cutting off the source of the fire, it still seemed a bit small. Sir, I will guide you here, but you seem a little unhappy, Jarvis asked. It could analyze the corresponding emotions from Tony's tone and expression, but it was confused. Master Leon destroyed all the 10 Commandments bases for you to avenge. You, and destroyed the Eagle base to vent your anger indirectly. Isn't that good? Of course, I'm really touched. Tony felt tight in his chest. But I just feel aggrieved, Jarvis. Do you know what aggrieved is? Analyze it for yourself. Frustration means that when you encounter something unpleasant and have negative emotions, you cannot talk or vent. Yes, that's it. Leon didn't leave any enemies for me, which makes me feel suffocated. Tony's voice suddenly became louder. Do you feel that he is treating me like a child? I don't quite understand. Legally speaking, you are Master Lion's brother. That's the problem. I should be the one to protect him. I should be the one to do these things. Tony twisted his neck. Speed up, Jarvis. We must solve the last military base before Leon. Yes, sir. Although Tony's idea was good, his will to maintain his dignity as a brother was firm, and his action was strong. But unfortunately, when he arrived at the last Eagle base, he saw a frozen ruin. Tony's mind full of battle plans and fighting spirit were instantly cooled, colder than the soldiers shaking like sieves below. Jarvis, where is he? Tony asked woodenly. He's above you, sir. Above me? Tony suddenly became alert and looked up to see Leon's cape flying. Down. Tony, you are finally here. Leon teased as soon as they met. I thought you were going to wait for me to have a nap before coming. Tony was furious. You're still talking about sleeping. You woke me up with Jarvis and rushed over, but you rushed forward like a train, leaving no enemy behind. Leon spread his hands. I asked Jarvis to tell you, if you want revenge, go west. There are many 10 rings waiting for you in the Middle East. How can this be the same? Tony held his breath. What's the difference? Lion didn't care much. They are all villains of the Ten Rings gang. They don't have ABC carved on their foreheads. They are all equally sinful. He glanced at the Super Mark 1 controlled by Jarvis next to him. But I can also see that you are really serious this time. You even brought my armor with you. Are you planning to fight a protracted war? You mean, a protracted war where the enemies either die or shiver with cold? Tony's feet spurted out flames. Listen, I'm going to the west now, and leave the 10 rings there to me. Although Afghanistan has been settled by Leon. But Tony still wants to do something. The damage he caused to the world in the past without knowing it is irreversible. But he still wants to do his best to make up for it. Even if doing so may seem that he is just moving himself, or soothing his inner guilt. Okay, I'll leave everything to you. I won't get involved for now. Leon looked at the time. But pay attention to the time, Tony. I'll prepare lunch at home and wait for you to come back. Then maybe you should prepare dinner. Tony said that he could fight the 10 rings all day. Leon shrugged and was about to say something else when he suddenly looked up at the sky. His sight passed through the clouds and saw a large group of satellites, moving overhead hundreds of kilometers away. They are catching up really fast, he sighed. He shouted to Tony. Tony, my current identity as Superman has attracted the attention of many countries. Remember not to have any contact with me in uniform, for the time being to avoid suspicion. Tony, who had already flown to the west, waved back to show that he had received the message. After Leon got rid of a bunch of satellites, it was almost 1 p.m. in Los Angeles time when he returned home. He simply made a few fried eggs with pasta for lunch. As for Tony, as he said before, he had not returned home even after fighting with the 10 rings until dinner time. So Leon naturally tested the thrust in the basement, then flew into space and began to bask in the sun. He and Tony worked out an experimental plan to predict the upper limit of Kryptonian bloodline growth. The specific process is that he tests the thrust once before going to the sun every day and tests it again after going to the sun, and repeat this process for a month, keeping the sunbathing time the same each time. In this way, the two can use Jarvis to build a rough model. In this way, the upper limit of Leon's physical enhancement is estimated. Such a simple test, of course, Leon readily agreed. Besides, the time spent in the sun every day has always been the moment he looks forward to and is happiest. Facing the sun in space is like being immersed in a hot spring, and the sound of blood flowing is like the gurgling sound of spring water. At that moment, he could always feel his strength increasing rapidly. Its speed is so fast and turbulent, just like the fish rushing into the stream after the rivers thaw, in spring. Moreover, based on the experience of the past few days, the speed of this strengthening is still getting faster and faster. Leon understands that if the effect of a person's exercise is an arc that rises first, and then falls, then he is in the rising stage at this time. From the perspective of the overall growth stage of Kryptonians, it may also be defined as a weak period of rapid strengthening, reflected in the numerical value. After a few more days of sun exposure, Leon's whole body thrust has reached a huge 400,000 tons. This speed of strengthening makes Leon happy every second of sun exposure, as if he has taken a ton of dopamine. That kind of pleasure is like hitting a certain kind of shiver that will make people enter the sage mode, and it hits one after another without stopping. Beep. Just when he was feeling so comfortable that he couldn't help himself, Jarvis sounded the end of time. Leon reluctantly opened his eyes, flew out of the manned spacecraft, and prepared to go home for dinner. Now, this spacecraft, which was originally used to protect him so that he could bask in the sun safely, has become his park, where he stays temporarily every day. It is stranded in space, and is used specifically as a place to bask in the sun. After all, if he basks in the sun directly in a vacuum, he will be easily discovered by satellites from various countries. Then a large group of satellites will gather around him, surrounding him like a gorilla in a zoo, which is very annoying. Leon returned home quickly. After completing a set of thrust tests, Jarvis suddenly reminded, Master Leon, Mr. Stark, was chased by the Eagle Flight Formation on his return journey. Do you want to go to support him? Tony was being chased? Where is he? Leon was stunned. In the West Coast Mountains? Isn't that the place where I was chased by the reconnaissance plane last time? I see. Leon smiled with gloating. Finally, it was the familiar part of the movie. Tony must have flown into California from the eastern Pacific Ocean, and was directly photographed by the military airspace satellite. Master Leon, Mr. Stark's condition is not optimistic at the moment. This is the footage from the scene. Jarvis popped up a projection in front of Leon. The footage was Tony's first-person perspective. One after another, fighter planes were flying. Down from the thick clouds, there were more than a dozen of them, enough to fight a small battle. Leon could hear Tony muttering shit in the video, and then his vision turned 180 degrees, ready to run away. The next moment, countless projectiles flew past him. The video also began to shake, and it was obvious that Tony had been hit hard by a burst of bullets from the onboard machine gun. It looks like the Air Force is going to teach me a lesson. Leon raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't too worried. I remember that the current Mark III has a maximum speed of more than Mach 8, so it should be easy for Tony to escape, right? He touched his chin. Could it be that he is confident and plans to fight the Air Force? That's not the case, Master Lion, Jarvis explained. With Mr. Stark's physical fitness, the time it can support the armor to burst out at the fastest speed is actually very short. If it exceeds a certain time, his heart will explode due to the excessive pressure. Normally, the average speed of the Mark III would be maintained at around Mach 2, but this would also continue to consume Mr. Stark's physical strength. Leon couldn't help laughing. That is to say, after defeating the 10 Rings gang, he was exhausted and couldn't speed up, right? You are right, Jarvis said. Then why hasn't he asked me for help? Mr. Stark only asked me to send you this video. I understand, this guy is just being stubborn. Leon moved his shoulders and said, however, even though he was so shy to ask for help, how could I not save him? After all, he is my dearest friend, don't you think so, Jarvis? Of course, legally speaking, you and Mr. Stark are currently the closest people to each other. Jarvis failed to understand the sarcasm in Lion's words. Lion smiled and said, help me prepare the Mark II. I want to teach Tony a good lesson. You don't wear Superman's suit? The Iron Man suit seems to only limit your strength. Wearing armor is better for class. He had been thinking about showing off when Tony was defeated, and now the opportunity has come. Leon's sight passed through the West Coast Mountains. Tony was now shuttling through the locks of several airborne missiles, like a petrel flying through a storm. The beautiful and luxurious golden-red armor had now mostly turned black. It was covered with bullet holes and scratches, just like a kebab just off the grill. Look at our Uncle Tony, how badly he was bullied. Leon walked towards the garage. There is no time to mourn for Tony. It is time for the hero Leon to come out and save the day. At the same time, in the military command room, the senior officials who had held a meeting to discuss the Afghan SuperMan a few hours ago gathered together again. They were all looking at the satellite images on the projection screen, showed the golden-red armor that was almost hit by a missile and was twisted left and right, and the blue-red armor that was covering it. They are not Superman. Rhodes made a judgment. These are just two humanoid exoskeleton mechas. Superman can definitely destroy our flying formation easily. When the two armors entered the city, the soldiers in charge of monitoring thought that Superman had arrived, so they immediately pressed the emergency button and reported to their superiors. That is why the elite flight formation, consisting of more than a dozen fighter jets, was dispatched. But where did this thing come from? Rhodes, did you just use an Air Force lieutenant colonel slammed the table and said, 2 people of this thing can hold up our entire formation, and you still think it's not strong, saying it's just an exoskeleton mecha? Rhodes touched his face and said, I am comparing it to Superman. I work in the weapons research department, so of course I know what these two things mean. But they really should be described as just. Look at their technology. Unknown high-power stable energy, ultra-high strength and precision metal materials, incredible anti-gravity system and energy transmission system. These technologies are at least 10 years ahead of us. If these technologies were in our hands, the Pentagon could start planning for world domination tomorrow. What I can't understand is why the other party uses such technology to build mechas. It's like a person being protected by a group of tanks and going to a melee on the battlefield. And have you noticed that the other side has not launched an active attack? Is it possible that they are actually on our side? Rhodes advised. So why don't we try to communicate with the other side first? General Ross, the highest-ranking Air Force Lieutenant General, made the decision directly. No matter whether they are on our side or not, we should shoot them down first. Wait, what is that? It looks like another exoskeleton armor? Suddenly a colonel pointed at the projection screen and exclaimed. Everyone looked over. Unknowingly, next to the golden-red armor, there was a silver-white armor. Damn it, they are Organized! Shoot them all down! Ross's beard trembled. Leon saw two armors flying through the hail of bullets from a distance. He accelerated and flew to the side of the embarrassed Tony. Tony, we haven't seen each other for a while. Why do you look like you've been to the oil fields? Ah, Tony exclaimed from the golden red armor. He turned his head and saw Leon and almost attacked. Leon, maybe next time you show up you can be a little more like a human being, not a ghost. Tony was really scared. He almost lost his balance in the air. Also, why are you wearing my armor? Leon tilted his head. Of course it's because you took my armor away. He looked back and saw more than a dozen fighter planes chasing him closely. The bullets never stopped pouring down. More than a dozen trajectories in the air blocked most of the escape routes. I mean, why aren't you wearing your tight underwear? Tony barely dodged a string of bullets. Have you forgotten my identity when I'm wearing Superman's uniform? I can't meet you for the time being? Compared with Tony, Leon's dodging movement seemed very easy. But the main reason is that I plan to show you the correct way to use this iron lump. What? You mean you brought me the instruction manual for the mark armor? That's great. I just need it. Tony pouted. There is nothing in the manual to follow. Watch carefully. I will not use my own strength during the whole process. Lion memorized the positions of all the fighters behind him, and suddenly shouted, Jarvis, spread the ailerons. With a swish, the silver-white Mark II armor spread its ailerons and slowed down suddenly. Jarvis is always so considerate at critical moments. He does whatever you say without hesitation, even though Leon's order caused the mark armor to fall directly into the group of fighters. Hey, what are you doing? Tony was stunned, and turned his head to see Leon flying behind him. The fighter, pilots behind him were also dumbfounded. Turning his head, he saw the silver-white armor flying beside his cabin, waving at him enthusiastically. Call the command center. Target number 3 suddenly slowed down and rushed into our formation. Request to change the attack target. The captain of the fleet immediately grabbed the radio and shouted frantically, the attack is allowed. Make sure to shoot it down. The command from the headquarters was issued at the same time. Attack! 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 The fighters immediately dispersed their formation. Some accelerated forward, while others slowed down and surrounded the Mark II in the middle, just like they had practiced hundreds of times. Although they were panicked at first, the corners of the fighter pilots' mouths almost opened after the formation was deployed. In their eyes, the enemy's initiative to enter their encirclement was no different from delivering food. Unit 1 locks on the target. Unit 2 locked. Continuous reports sounded in the channel, and the captain immediately ordered an attack. Attack! Launch airborne missiles! Launch! All missiles fired. Every fighter was launching missiles, and at the same time using airborne machine guns to block the evasive space. Lion was surrounded by artillery fire from all directions. Dozens of missiles rose very quickly after being launched, and could hit the Mark II within a few seconds. Lion would naturally not sit and wait for death. He completely shut down the propulsion device and fell downward in a horizontal parabola. Such a move was completely unexpected by the opponent. The missiles attacking, from all directions, immediately all fell in front of the Mark II, although they quickly changed direction under the control of the tracking system. But this encounter caused the speed of the missile group to drop sharply, to less than 1/3 of the previous speed. Chased downwards, the fighter group also began to turn around. Jarvis, activate the intelligent locking system. Lion used neither supervision nor super strength, relying entirely on the Mark II armor's own functions to fight back. Jarvis moved quickly, marking the trajectory of each missile and its current speed on the projection in the helmet. Very good. Lion began to accelerate backwards, and the missile group was chasing him. At this time, their direction of movement was completely opposite to Tony's previous direction. Leon! Tony's voice cut into the helmet at this time. What do you want to do? Calm down. Try not to attack. We are the invaders now. Don't escalate the situation. Their mechas were not registered with the Eagle side. Moreover, the mechas were carrying thermal weapons. Strictly speaking, they were invaders with bad intentions. It was reasonable for those fighters to shoot them down. I'll operate it. Don't worry. Just watch how I deal with them. Leon replied briefly. He operated the Mark armor to start accelerating, but he controlled the speed to always be slower than the missile group behind him. When the missiles were extremely close, he suddenly moved away, and in a short moment, the acceleration of the armor first decreased and then increased. After the speed changed, he clanged and stuck to the side of a missile. Jarvis, use the current to absorb the missile shell. Be careful not to overload it and cause premature detonation. After Leon gave the order, he suddenly increased the power of the propulsion flames ejected from the bottom of Mark II's feet. He began to accelerate with the missile. The silver-white armor and the army green missile seemed to merge into one. The two accelerated together, temporarily distanced themselves from the other missiles, and drew a huge arc in the air. At this time, the other missiles had begun to lose the accuracy of tracking and scattered in the air, no longer chasing Leon like a swarm of bees. This was also a sign that the missile was about to explode. Leon estimated the time in his mind and released his hands from the armor at the right time, moving away from the side of the missile he was controlling. 1, 2, 3, bang! He accelerated rapidly, and the countdown in his mouth ended. A loud explosion sounded behind him. Boom! Several missiles hit the side of the missile controlled by Leon and exploded in advance. The airflow in the air was violently pushed away, and other scattered missiles were affected and immediately detonated. The flames of the explosion spread immediately over the mountains on the west coast. Within a range of nearly 1,000 meters, there was thick smoke. The pilots in the fighter group were stunned. They couldn't understand why the Mark II they evaded the missile so easily, but they soon ran out of time to be in a daze. Even the strong wind in the sky could not disperse the smoke of dozens of missiles exploding at the same time in a short time. The fighters had no time to react and plunged into the dark smoke. Target lost. Repeat. Target lost. Captain reported. Speed up and get out of the sight blocking area. Continue chasing, and never let the other party get away, the command center ordered. However, Leon did not take the opportunity to escape, but turned around and flew towards the aftermath of the explosion. According to the direction and speed of the enemy aircraft, give me a simulated flight trajectory, Jarvis. The projection on the face of the armor flashed, and immediately simulated dozens of trajectories in the image of the thick smoke. At the same time, Leon made a lot of calculations in his mind, estimated the approximate time, and accelerated into the smoke. He quickly approached one of the trajectories. Prepare to turn, Jarvis. Just as the words fell, a fighter suddenly appeared in front of the Mark II, breaking through the black fog. Seeing that it was about to collide, the armor made an emergency stop and turned, flying upwards. The pilot in the fighter was frightened, and his eyes widened, but he immediately reacted, maneuvering the plane to rise, and at the same time pressed one of the hundreds of control buttons in the cabin, opened the weapon bay, and operated the machine gun. To pour bullets. Unit 13 has found the target. Report. Unit 13 has found the target. Attack! Attack! The captain ordered. Unit 13 was chasing closely behind Leon. Several rounds of bullets hit the Mark II, causing Leon to shake. This made the pilot of Unit 13 even more excited. He pushed the thrusters to the bottom and chased Leon at high speed. But, suddenly the Mark II turned again. The pilot was stunned and was about to catch up when suddenly another fighter rushed out of the black fog in front of him. Fuck! The pilot quickly raised the fuselage, but it was too late. The bottom and top of the two planes collided, and the friction at high speed directly destroyed most of the fuselage. The fighter plane immediately burst into flames and black smoke, and the engine system and exhaust system were damaged, unable to continue flying. The pilot of the number 13 plane reluctantly pushed down the rudder, let the plane fall, pulled the parachute device, and ejected out of the cabin. Plane number 13 crashed. Eject now! However, the other fighter plane that suffered an unexpected disaster was even worse. The glass cockpit of the fighter plane was directly destroyed, and the pilot instantly fell into a coma. It was only because Leon noticed something was wrong, turned back, and helped pull the pilot out of the cabin, that the pilot did not fall with the fighter plane. On the other side, pilot number 13 also found something wrong. He opened his parachute in the air and saw two planes falling at the same time, below. But there was no second voice reporting the damage in the audio, so he hurriedly asked for help. Unit 7 and I collided and fell at the same time. He has no signal. He may be being chased by the enemy. Request for rescue. Mayday! Mayday! The previous call for attack was as passionate as the shout of Mayday. Soon, Leon heard the sound of planes diving down from the clouds. It was obvious that the remaining fighters were heading for the rescue. He showed a strange expression. Looks like this exhibition match is over? He looked down at the pilot in his hand. He thoughtfully helped him open the parachute, and then flew towards Los Angeles. Good luck to you, buddy. The fighters were busy rescuing people. Although the command center saw the Mark II leaving through the satellite, they knew it was too late to chase it now, so they could only pound the table helplessly. Damn it, they got away. Ross was furious. Send me more Air Force squadrons. It's too late, General. Rode analyzed bluntly. Judging from the acceleration the opponent has shown several times, it's impossible to catch up now. Fuck. On the other side, Leon and Tony met up. The two flew back to the beach villa together. With the size and speed of Mark's armor, as long as it was not photographed by the satellite, it would not be tracked to the house. And the satellite had Jarvis to help guard it, so the two flew leisurely. I didn't use any weapons, right? Just like you requested, there was no direct conflict and no casualties. Leon said. But after watching my operation just now, do you feel like you have been taught a lesson? He focused on asking Tony's feelings. After all, he went there just to show off in front of Tony. He had been thinking about this for a long time, but he also considered Tony. After all, Tony has a close relationship with many people in the US military, and he will probably reveal his identity as Iron Man later. So in order to avoid a fallout between Tony and the military, he followed Tony's instructions throughout the whole process and did not take the initiative to attack. In the end, he even saved a pilot. It's okay. Tony was speechless for a moment, because he really felt it was amazing. Jarvis just transmitted the images of Mark the Sun to him in real time. Leon's precise control of speed, time, and direction is something he can't do now. Tony hasn't even thought that the battle armor can be as flexible as Leon just now. After all, he has just started and hasn't flown a few times. He just thinks that the Mark armor should be controlled like Leon, which is really cool. Of course, Tony can't admit defeat. You just used your powers, didn't you? That must be it. Tony lied to himself. Absolutely not. Jarvis knows everything. About Mark II, he can vouch for me. Lion showed the evidence. Jarvis immediately cooperated. Yes, sir. Master Lion was just controlling the armor all the time, and all the data is normal. Tony certainly knew this fact. He was just being stubborn. But, you shot down two fighter planes but you didn't settle the situation peacefully, which is not good enough. Leon was happy to tease Tony. I didn't use any weapons, nor did I take the initiative to attack. Can you blame me for the other party's mistakes? Tony, you are not so strict with yourself. Okay, my dear Leon. Since you prepared dinner for me, I admit that you are the better one this time. Tony raised his hands in surrender. Thank you for the compliment, Tony. As long as you keep working hard, you will be as good as me one day. Lion immediately showed a happy expression when he heard this. But what dinner are you talking about? Tony looked stunned. Don't tell me you didn't prepare dinner. I'm so hungry now that I can eat all the cheeseburgers in Los Angeles. In fact, I didn't do it. I went to rescue our soldier Tony right after the strength test, and I didn't have time to prepare dinner. Leon gave a disappointing answer to Tony. Then order takeout. Tony suggested, agreed. While waiting for the takeaway, maybe you can take this opportunity to tell Rhodes that you are the Iron Man who has caused so much trouble in the military today. Why should I tell him? Tony was puzzled. It will expose my identity. With your flamboyant style, you will be exposed sooner or later. It is better to inform Rhodes in advance so that he can be mentally prepared and help cover for you. Oh, what you said seems to make sense, Leon. When did you learn these things? Did you learn them from playing tricks on little girls in school? I learned this when I stopped you from bringing a strange woman home when you were a child. Then, you really have to thank me. The two talking voices gradually faded in the wind. Under the orange sunset, the sea surface undulated like maple trees in late autumn. In the reflection, 3 mechas flew into Stark's mansion together. A few days passed quickly. The Stark family was still calm. Leon clocked in every day to bask in the sun, waiting for the new year of college to start. Tony did not go to work as usual. He got up every day, stuffed buttered bread in his mouth, and ran to the Middle East. According to him, the inherently evil Ten Rings gang will soon disappear from the world. And since he talked with Rhodes, he has never been caught by the military. As for Pepper found Tony returning home with a battle armor full of bullet holes the evening before, and she was very angry. But as usual, she still couldn't do anything about Tony. After being angry, she still worked diligently every day to shoulder the huge task of developing the Stark group. This is the daily life of the Stark family. Like the sea outside the mansion, there will be occasional waves, but most of the time it is calm as if there is no worry. But for the world, the impact of Superman's appearance has begun to ferment, and undercurrents are surging from all sides. KNKV, TV reported. In the morning, Leon went to the space for morning exercise, and came back after making breakfast. He saw the local TV media KNKV reporting the Superman news on TV. Superman has appeared in our world, and this seems to be beyond doubt. The female host held the manuscript with a serious expression. Although he has not appeared again in the past few days, countless people are still proving his existence and praying for his reappearance. What he did that night completely changed our world. After the voice fell, the news screen switched to a noisy press conference. On the podium, there was only a middle-aged Afghan man with half-white hair and beard. Flashlights of all sizes kept lighting up below the stage, but his eyes were always looking at the camera with a bright look. It was Superman who saved our country and our people. He tried to make his voice louder, as if trying to make his words more deafening. I had the pleasure of photographing him that night. He was fighting for us. He is the Superman, the support of all things. He has no origin and no destination, and nothing can be his enemy. He is our God, our savior. The Father is in him, and he and the Father are one. At the same time, someone behind the middle-aged man brought a thick screen, which lit up and began to play the scene of Superman facing the missile. Look at him, how great he is. He drives away all the wolves and we are all his lambs. The B-man shouted to the camera. The scene finally ended here, and the view jumped back to the KNKV news broadcast room. The female host sat upright. The man in the picture is Abdullah, an Afghan war reporter. He once filmed the first appearance of Superman, and at the press conference, he shouted and declared that Superman is the reincarnation of the Holy Spirit of God. During this period, countless people came to the camera and told their own stories about Superman's entry into reality. The scene jumped again. A little girl faced the interview with the reporter and said confidently, "That night, two bad guys wanted to break in, and it was Superman who suddenly appeared and stopped them." The girl's father also said, "Superman said that the Ten Rings gang would soon be far away from us, and he did it. Not only that, now even the Eagle Party." The rest of the story was not released, and the news screen jumped to another person. "He fell from the sky, like a shooting star. I didn't make a wish, but he killed the terrorist who wanted to force my sister." A boy described it with his hands and feet dancing. There were many such scenes. There was a short clip of the Afghan guard saluting Superman's photo. There was a picture of everyone in a dilapidated village crying and shouting, Superman in front of a rice field. And, after playing the relevant materials for 5 minutes, the live broadcast screen was cut. Back to the studio again. As more and more people confirm the existence of Superman, we have to start thinking about what impact he will have on our society. Is he like Superman in the comics, righteous and selfless, like a god on Earth? Or is he just a parody in uniform, using the title of Superman to satisfy his own vanity? According to our reporter, yesterday a large number of our returning soldiers were forced to give up their assistance to the local residents under the oppression of Superman. We don't know whether he is a dictator or a hypocrite wearing a mask, and we cannot make a correct judgment immediately. Next, let's listen to sociologist Francis Wyndham's analysis. Leon propped his chin up, watching with interest the scholar who had just appeared and analyzed Superman eloquently. He analyzed from comics to reality, from clothing to childhood, and spoke with a sense of truth. The final conclusion was that Superman was a paranoid man who loved to drink milk. The analysis process was even more full of quotations from classics, and Leon almost believed it himself. "Are you reading these boring reports again? Haven't you seen enough in so many days?" Tony came down from upstairs. "Either it is full of praise, or it is completely extreme and disparaging. What's so good about these opinions? Especially these TV stations, they have received political funds and want to portray you as a complete villain. It's stuff like this. Why do you always read it with such gusto?" He threw a roll of newspaper on the table and sat down next to Leon. "And look at what these people wrote, all about Superman. Have they never read comics? They are so excited when a Superman appears." Leon glanced down. The newspaper read, "A mysterious mecha man appeared in the Middle East again. A poor imitation of Superman. So here lies the problem." Tony worked very hard for several days and basically wiped out the Ten Rings in most of the Middle East. However, almost all the media did not report on him. Even if they did, they only mentioned him briefly, and then immediately shifted the topic to Superman. No wonder Tony was so resentful. He was not a person who liked to travel at night in fancy clothes. Maybe you can buy a newspaper and have them write reports for you. How about the title? Iron Man reappears, a hero protecting civilians in the Middle East. Tony raised his eyebrows and said, "That's a good suggestion, but you know I'm not the kind of vain person. I'm just helping you, Leon." "Come on. If you really want to help me, you might as well give some money to the media so that they can learn to tell the truth," Leon said. Tony got up and went to the dining table to get a piece of bread. "I can do that if you want," he said as he ate. "But do you really think it's necessary?" "No need." Leon still supported his chin. "After I destroy Hydra and show my strength, the media will naturally speak for me. That's the truth." Tony tapped the screen with his index finger in agreement. "The media's tongue only praises those who can shut them up. But I still don't understand how you managed to gain so many loyal fans in just one night in Afghanistan." Tony waved the bread in his hand. "You mean believers?" "Almost. Especially the reporter who seems to have suffered a lot. He tells the media every day that you are the true Holy Spirit. He is a fanatic believer." "You mean Abdullah? I don't know what's wrong with him. Maybe this is the simple customs of the people there? I thought you brainwashed him, you know. Like Clark and Superman who can manipulate other people's memories." Tony waved his hands in the air. "I would like to have this ability. It sounds exciting," Leon complained. "What a cool method. Can you tell me about it? You'd better just want to listen, instead of already imagining the picture in your mind." Where was I just now?" "Oh yeah, that Abdullah. He said in the interview that you saved his life. What happened is, he was in the Jericho missile blast zone. I saved him and asked him to help spread the video and pass on the message." "So he is that guy," Tony suddenly realized. "He appeared in the video you asked Jarvis to send me. No wonder. He looked so familiar." Leon raised his head. "You seem to pay close attention to him?" Tony chewed the bread in his mouth. "He said that in order to thank you, he planned to use all the money to buy Warner stock, so I asked Pepper to acquire Warner. You know how to make a lot of money." Leon's mouth twitched. "Don't say that. The whole world is paying attention to Superman now. After acquiring Warner, Stark Group's stocks have risen." Tony finished his bread and started licking his fingers. "I'm more curious about how you negotiated this acquisition. Now that people all over the world are paying attention to DC, there's no reason for them to sell the company." Tony took a piece of paper and wiped his fingers. "Some other chaebols and countries, you know, are putting pressure on their companies, so I took the opportunity to enter the market." "How do you get in? If you don't even sell arms, how can you still get in?" "But I'm selling this now." Tony knocked on the arc reactor on his chest. "New energy. Everyone wants it." Leon's eyes widened slightly. "Have you exposed your identity?" Tony looked around, turned around twice, and raised his palm. "Almost." Rod let the cat out of the bag. "Oh, that guy's mouth is like a public service area. He can't keep any secrets." Leon didn't believe it at all. "Come on, Rod is just humorous. How can he work in a confidential department if he is not tight-lipped?" He guessed. "I think you are jealous of Superman's traffic, so you take the initiative to expose yourself to the outside world, and plan to attract all the attention to yourself." Tony stopped talking. He looked at the ceiling, pretended to be busy, patted his body, and turned around and left the next moment. "I was helping you relieve stress. So many people are paying attention to you and misunderstanding you, so I have to stand up and set an example." He waved his hand and said, "Okay, I'm leaving. Today is my last day in the Middle East. The Ten Commandments gang will no longer exist. By the way," Tony walked out the door and suddenly turned back. "I have a press conference tomorrow, remember? To attend." Looking at Tony's back, Leon's superbrain was sunk. Half a minute later, the sound of the Iron Man armor igniting and taking off came from outside the house. "Tony is going to hold a press conference tomorrow to announce his identity as Iron Man?" Lion looked at the Mark III disappearing into the horizon outside the window and was speechless for a long time. He had thought about it many times. The appearance of Iron Man, as the beginning of a major event in Marvel movies, is likely to be an absolute time point. In other words, it is very likely that Tony will say, "I am Iron Man," no matter what. For this reason, Lion has also guessed many reasons that may lead Tony to admit his identity as Iron Man. But the only reason he could not think of was that he revealed his identity because he wanted to earn traffic. This world is fucking crazy." Leon couldn't help but curse. "Forget it. Tony won't die anyway, so forget about him. The sun is more important." Leon patted his butt and stood up, ripped open his shirt, instantly transformed into Superman, and flew into space. Shield Nick Fury has dark circles under his eyes, although he is black all over. But at this moment, his eye bags look particularly dark and large, like two pieces of black coal hanging on an ink bottle. Is this your investigation report? Put down the document in his hand and looked up to ask Coulson in front of him. The information in it is not as much as what was exposed on TV. At least they interviewed all the local people. Coulson lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Director. Superman has not appeared since that day, and we can't find any clues. However, the video played on TV actually contains a lot of information. Speaking, Coulson took out a tablet and handed it to Nick Fury. Nick Fury's eyelids twitched when he saw his subordinate's familiar action. Then he saw Coulson light up the screen and start playing a video that he had watched hundreds of times in the past few days. The video content is divided into 3 parts. The first part is the footage taken by the Afghan reporter Abdullah, showing Superman resisting the vehicle-mounted missile and the Jericho missile. The second part is Abdullah's words to Eagle on behalf of Superman. All foreign troops, leave the border immediately and abandon the invasion. The third part is the reporter's private goods. He spent a whole hour promoting Superman's greatness, spreading Superman's faith, and trying his best to link Superman with Allah. Although he didn't know how many hundredth time he had watched this video, Nick Fury still watched it patiently, because the first part of the video is the strongest performance of Superman in the battle in which he has demonstrated his strength so far. And it happened that this time, no official satellite could record it completely. The only relatively comprehensive information is the video released by this reporter, which is of great significance to the study of Superman's strength. After the video ended, Nick Fury looked at Coulson. What conclusion did you draw from it, Director? It is obvious that Superman's strength, at least his defense and speed, exceeds all creatures and even weapons on Earth. Coulson carefully considered his words. Whether he is the Superman in the comics or not, based on the power he has shown, our best option is to make friends with him and stabilize his emotions. Nick Fury nodded. He stroked the pager in his hand and said, So, do you think he is an extreme and rebellious person? Do we need to suppress him? Suppression? Coulson was stunned. Excuse me, Director. We don't seem to have such means. Nick Fury looked at his pager. I mean, if there is, do you think it is necessary to carry out? Coulson did not answer immediately this time. He thought seriously for a few seconds and said, I don't think it is necessary to suppress Superman. What's the reason? Nick Fury looked at Leon, who was unharmed in the sea of fire in the video, with a blank expression. Although Superman only appeared once, and he destroyed the Eagle military base in a very tough manner and ordered the troops to withdraw, Coulson explained according to his own understanding. But he did not hurt innocent people in the process. His purpose is very clear, and he will even take the initiative to rescue the vulnerable groups who are bullied. All the local people who came into contact with him had a very good impression of him and were grateful to him. So, judging from the overall situation, he is more like a benefactor, or a judge, who has relatively positive values and strictly acts accordingly. Facing such a person, if you suppress him, it will easily cause strong resistance from the other party, create huge contradictions, and make the situation out of control. Nick Fury nodded in approval. This is also the question he has been thinking about these days. Facing Superman with a moral bottom line, showing goodwill is the best choice. However, what Nick Fury hates most is this feeling of being out of control. So, even though he has figured out the best way to treat Superman, but he still can't help wanting to defeat or subdue the other party and bring the other party completely under his control. What if we are strong enough to defeat him easily? Do you have any other suggestions? Nick Fury felt that if Captain Marvel took action, he would be able to defeat this so-called Superman with ease. Coulson fell into deep thought this time. He thought about it carefully and still shook his head. I still think we shouldn't take action. Why? Nick Fury frowned. His dark face was squeezed together. We haven't figured out Superman's true ability, Director. If he is really like the Superman in the comics, he can become stronger by basking in the sun. Coulson took a breath and said, Once we take action, unless we kill him, we will face an enemy who is getting stronger and stronger, and whose future is unpredictable. Do you think so? Nick Fury stared at Superman on the screen, as if he wanted to get in and see what kind of person he was. The room was silent for a few seconds. I have to admit, you're right, Coulson. Okay, your mission this time is over. Next, you coordinate your people, continue to keep an eye on Superman, and try to contact him after he shows up. Nick Fury finally spoke. He put the pager back in the drawer and told Coulson, also, remember to control public opinion on the internet. Don't let it be one-sided, and don't let too much negative information cause Superman's malice. Yes, Director. Coulson took the documents and tablet and left without any dissatisfaction with the continuous assignments. Perhaps this is the legendary innate working saint. Nick Fury didn't lean back in his chair until Coulson closed the door and left, then, turned around and looked out the window. He pulled out a Superman comic from the side, flipped through it casually, and then threw it back in its place. The world is not peaceful anymore. That plan needs to be accelerated. As for the agents, there is only one female agent at level 7, Iron Cavalry. That is not enough. Beep! Jarvis kindly reminded that it was time to end another hearty sunbath. Lion pressed the button in the spaceship listlessly, opened the hatch, and then returned to Earth in a dull mood. Recently, his strength has been growing faster and faster. When basking in the sun, every cell in his body feels like it's flying on a rocket, and the refreshing feeling makes Lion unable to stop. It's a pity that experiments to test the upper limit of the body require controlled variables, so in the past month, the time he spends in direct sunlight in space every day has to be fixed. Otherwise, he feels that he can even live directly in the universe and not go back. Wherever there is sunshine, there is home. It took more than 10 seconds to return to the mansion on the coast of Los Angeles. Lion pushed the door open and glanced at the time displayed on the electronic screen on the wall. It's only 4 in the afternoon. Tony probably won't be back until 7 or 8. After finishing the strength test, I'll have dinner by myself, he muttered to himself as he made his next plan. Then he went back to his room and prepared to change into his home clothes. But, after 2 steps he stopped, his right foot still hanging in the air. Tony? You're back so early today? Leon's ears moved. He seemed to have heard a second heartbeat in the room just now. You know, he always suppresses his superhearing. Normally he can only hear the sounds he wants to hear. At this moment, a heartbeat suddenly broke into his ears, which meant that the other party was very close to him. So close that even with the suppressed superhearing, he could clearly distinguish that there was a strong heart beating slowly and regularly. After waiting for a few seconds, as expected, there was no response from Tony's voice. Although Tony usually doesn't pay much attention to people when he is doing experiments, this time is a little different. Because this heartbeat is in Tony's room, but it doesn't sound like Tony's kidney deficiency. Leon narrowed his eyes slightly and did not ask Jarvis, but directly turned on the perspective. The world quickly became transparent and layers of barriers gradually disappeared. Leon's perspective seemed to turn into a ghost, lurking into Tony's room, passing through the huge and soft warm bed, and saw Natasha? Leon looked strange. Why is she here? She's hiding under Tony's bed. Under Tony's 3-meter wide bed, less than 30 centimeters high, there was a woman with a good figure. her wine-red drooping shoulders. Her hair was wet and hanging on the ground, her eyes were closed, her hands were hanging at her sides, and she was breathing slowly, like a sleeping beauty. But combined with the fact that she was lying on her back under the bed, it seemed as if a vegetable had grown under Tony's bed. Leon was a little uneasy. As soon as he got home, he saw the famous Black Widow hiding under his brother's bed. This was too suffocating. Why wasn't she hiding under his bed? It was really enviable. No, it was disgusting. Leon couldn't figure it out. Even if Tony blew up his truck and told the military and those in the political and business circles that he was Iron Man, it wouldn't be necessary for S.H.I.E.L.D. to directly send Natasha to hide under Tony's bed. Was this a kidnapping, or was she going to jump onto the bed and fight Tony in the dead of night? Leon didn't remember that female S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would engage in such low-level lurking. Jarvis, has anyone come to my house since I left today? After thinking about it, Leon decided to ask Jarvis first. No, Master Lion, I sealed all the entrances after you left. Everything? Are sewers and the like also blocked? Or, has anyone blocked you today? I have been running it all the time, and there is no record of being blocked, but the sewer shouldn't be considered an entrance? Jarvis was stuck. Look, even the artificial intelligence of Jarvis was confused. Who would crawl into the house through the sewer? However, looking at the wet Natasha under Tony's bed, she looked like she had crawled in from somewhere else except the sewer. I guess Tony will be able to smell the body fragrance left by the beautiful woman when he goes to bed tonight. Leon whispered a blessing for Tony. Thinking of the smell of the sewer, he laughed out loud, but letting Tony smell the smell is enough. Leon didn't intend to let Natasha stay under the bed, no matter what she wanted to do, since she was already doing it secretly. It was obviously not a good thing. Jarvis asked, "You mean, a woman sneaked into Mr. Stark's bedroom?" "That's right, and she is resting with her eyes closed under the bed." Leon touched his chin with interest. "Let's see what this excellent agent is going to do. Jarvis, cooperate with me later." "Okay, Master Leon." Leon put on one earphone, walked towards Tony's room, and pushed the door open. As soon as he entered the room, he looked around in a pretentious manner, deliberately making his footsteps very heavy. "Jarvis, are you sure you detected a strong abnormal smell in Tony's room?" "It's impossible. He hasn't asked any beautiful women home these days, so how could there be a strange smell in the room?" "Yes, Master. The air system has detected an abnormal odor factor." Jarvis was very cooperative. "Impossible, unless Tony solves the physiological problem himself. Where does the smell come from? And I don't think there's any smell here." Sniff, sniff, vomit. Leon sniffed a few times, suddenly stepped back, and retched a few times while holding the doorframe. This was not a planned disguise, but his super sense of smell was very sensitive to the strong, rotten smell in the room, especially when he deliberately took a few deep sniffs to look for strange smells. The sudden stench seemed to penetrate his stomach, causing his stomach to churn. "What is this smell?" "It smells like a dried, salted fish that has been soaked in a swill bucket and swollen, and then pickled in a cucumber jar for 3 days and 3 nights. Leon gritted his teeth and immediately suppressed his super sense of smell. "Master, Leon," Jarvis asked quietly in Leon's earphones, "your acting is really good. If the air system hadn't detected any abnormality, you would have almost fooled my logic." "No, I do smell something bad. They must have used chemical deodorants, but I still can't get past the smell." Leon rubbed his nose and whispered, "You continue to cooperate with me," he whispered. Then he covered his nose and walked to the bed, asking loudly, "The smell is indeed a bit strong. What did Tony do?" "Jarvis, you just said that the source of the smell is under the bed?" "Yes, the source of the odor molecules is under the bed. Do you need me to operate the robot vacuum cleaner to clean it up?" Jarvis said through the external speaker. "No need." Leon half knelt down and knelt on one knee. "I suspect there is a life-size doll of Tony underneath. If you clean it up, he will be angry, so I just took it out and washed it. I couldn't believe how Tony could do such a stinky thing." He held the edge of the bed with his left hand and reached under the bed with his right hand, pretending to take something out from underneath. Swish! Suddenly something unexpected happened. Leon's right hand was about to reach under the bed. A soft whip that was completely black was thrown out from the blind spot of his vision and wrapped around Leon's arm 3 times, like a python strangling the enemy. The next moment, a weak force came from the whip. Leon converted it, and it was about 2.5 times the arm strength of Tony. But for ordinary people, this can be called a huge force. Leon couldn't help but feel surprised. Natasha used such a great force, coupled with the sudden force. It was enough to break the hand bones of ordinary people. Such a cruel move is not just lurking. Could it be that SHIELD really wants to attack Tony? Leon's distraction in his heart dissipated a little, and this time the test had to continue for the time being. He pretended to be caught off guard and exclaimed, and fell in the direction of the whip. "Ah!" He screamed in pain as he hit the ground, on his back. The next moment, Natasha from under the bed jumped out like a poisonous snake from a hole, or rather, she slid out. She kicked hard on the bedpost, and slid out on the ground with the reaction force, and her legs wrapped around Leon's waist like bones. Then she pushed her hands against the ground and exerted force on her waist. She actually held Leon and threw him in the air, and then slammed him down to the ground. Bang! With a heavy fall, Leon screamed in pain, and then found that his posture actually hit the back of his head, so he immediately closed his eyes and began to faint. "Call." Natasha took a breath, turned over Leon's shoulder, and took a casual look. Even if she confirmed that the target was unconscious, she was extremely confident in her skills. The fighting training she had received since she was a child made it impossible for her to not be able to kill ordinary people in seconds. Nice chest muscles. She also glanced at his chest, patted it in amazement, and finally commented, "Madam, you are now invading Stark's private territory and personal safety. Please stay away from Mr. Lion and leave here immediately. Otherwise, I will notify the police immediately." Jarvis threatened tacitly. "Oh, really?" Natasha dragged out a black tactical backpack from under the bed, took out ropes and guns. She shook the gun and said, "If you call the police, this gun will be pointed at your master." After that, she ignored Jarvis and smashed various electronic devices in the room with several shots. She turned Leon over and tied him up tightly with ropes. She even checked Leon's vital signs and confirmed that he was just unconscious and not in danger of life. The headphones worn by Leon were also discovered and destroyed by her in the process. Then she stood up and pressed the communicator in the cochlea to start reporting. "General Dreykov, Natasha is reporting." After waiting for a few seconds and getting permission from the other party, she spoke again. "There was an unexpected incident during the mission. The target's younger brother, Leon Stark, discovered me using home artificial intelligence. Now I request to change the plan. Instead of kidnapping Tony Stark, I will use Leon Stark to threaten him so as to obtain energy and armor technology." After a few seconds, a flat male voice came from the other end of the communication. "Agree to change the plan." "Got it." Natasha's eyes were calm, without hatred or joy. She took out the communication device in her ear and prepared to implement a new kidnapping plan. However, when she turned around, she saw that Leon, who should have been unconscious, had opened his eyes and was looking straight at her. "It sounds like you are not working for S.H.I.E.L.D. now?" Leon's expression was intriguing. That's interesting. You just mentioned General Dreykov. If I remember correctly, he should be the leader of the Red House, right? Under Natasha's horrified eyes, Leon easily broke free from his restraints, and the rope tied around his body broke into several sections and scattered on the ground. That means you are still under the control of the Red House. Liang stood up and patted his body. This is very wrong. At this point in time, you should be... Leon couldn't say the following words. The moment he lowered his head, Natasha actually launched an attack without hesitation, even though the man she was facing was so strong that he could easily break the high-strength polyethylene rope. Her movements were so swift, like a spider catching its prey. It seemed that when she made a move, the opponent had already fallen into her web and could not escape. Facing Leon, who was obviously much stronger than her, Natasha's attack was extremely fierce and went straight to the vital points. Using speed to defeat strength is a skill she has used countless times as a woman to defeat strong enemies. Her fists, elbows and knees fell on Leon almost in no particular order, really using her body to the limit. However, this surprise attack method that always worked suffered a Waterloo this time. Natasha's face was full of shock. Leon, who looked only 17 or 18 years old, actually blocked all her attacks at a faster speed, even with only one hand. After that hand lightly grasped her fist, she couldn't break free even if she tried her best. It seemed that it was not a hand that grasped her fist, but a cold hydraulic clamp. Natasha's expression became uncertain, but her rich combat experience allowed her to react immediately. She pushed off the ground with both feet and jumped up, ready to step on Leon and break her joints to escape. Hey, don't do that. I don't want to have to find a therapist for you. Leon, who had always been calm in the face of her violent attack, suddenly changed his expression. Is he afraid that she will get hurt? Who is the super agent who sneaked into the other party's house? Natasha couldn't figure it out. But the next moment, a huge force came along her arm. She was instantly pressed against the wall without any resistance. This time, Natasha tried her best, but couldn't move at all. She tried yoga to get out, or tried to break her arm to survive. She tried to fight back by self-mutilation several times. But in front of the tremendous power behind her, all her struggles were in vain, like an ant baring its teeth and claws in front of a giant. Slowly, her eyes changed, becoming sad, desperate, and even relieved. Almost uncontrollably, she raised the middle finger of her right hand and bent it to the inside of her wrist, trying to trigger a ring device on her wrist. What else do you want to do? Suddenly, her neck was grabbed by a big hand and she lost consciousness. It seems that only in this way can our Black Widow be willing to be quiet for a while. Leon supported Natasha, who collapsed naturally after coma, from behind, picked her up in a different position, and walked out of Tony's bedroom. Master Lion, I'm so glad you're okay. Jarvis immediately expressed his concern. All the electronic equipment in the bedroom had been destroyed by Natasha, and he had no idea what happened inside. Come on, Jarvis, you know nothing can happen to me. It is my duty to care about your life and safety, Jarvis said. Do you want me to call the police? For you and hand over this intruder to the police? No, I think this matter is not simple. This intruder must have some secrets. I have to take her down to study it. Leon said that he was very curious. Why did the Marvel story, which should have developed linearly, have an accident with Black Widow? Could it be that this world is not the main universe of Marvel's movie number 19999, but the universe of What If? That kind of branch universe? But this is unlikely, after all. The characters he has seen so far all look almost the same as in the movie. He walked down the stairs with speculation. By the way, when Tony comes back, remember to tell him to order takeout. I should be in the lab tonight. Okay, Master Lion, Jarvis asked considerately. Do you need me to turn off the monitoring equipment in the laboratory for you? Lion's face darkened. Turn them on, turn them all on. What do you think I want to do? I'll listen to you, Master, Jarvis said calmly. Shut up, I just want to check her. Leon carried Natasha into the laboratory, cleared the workbench with his right hand, and put her on it. Then he took off his coat and put on a pair of white medical gloves. His movements were a little unfamiliar, and he looked like an amateur anatomist, much like a medical student who was dissecting a cadaver for the first time. However, no matter how amateur he was, after opening his X-ray vision, he became a top anatomist. First, a full body check. Let me take a look. Oh, she has a great figure. As expected of Natasha, with slim shoulders and plump hips, she is very pretty. Ahem. Let's take a look at other parts first. Leon said that he was not a person who liked to take advantage of others. He put aside his distracting thoughts and quickly got into the mood. His eyes penetrated Natasha's skin and saw the flesh and fascia wrapped under the skin. Well, it seems that there is nothing wrong with her body. No bombs, no poison packs. Ha! There is a locator on her right leg. Besides that, is this on her wrist a self-destruct device? Leon rubbed his chin. So she actually wanted to use the self-destruct device to commit suicide just now. Committing suicide when the mission cannot be completed. Such an extreme approach is obviously not Natasha's style. In the movie, Natasha Romanoff would sacrifice herself to save others, and would also give up her life to protect her companions. But when facing an enemy that she cannot defeat, she would not even think of giving up, let alone committing suicide. So, is she controlled? I remember the Black Widow movie I watched in my previous life. Natasha's sister was controlled by the Red House, an agent organization, using chemical means. But that was a timeline 10 years later. At this time, Natasha shouldn't even be in the Red House. Leon's eyes moved to the top of Natasha's head. He carefully examined the layers of blood vessels and brain tissue, but could not find any problems. Is it that my perspective is not high enough, or is it that her brain is not under control? When faced with a problem that he couldn't figure out, Leon was eager to try. He quickly went to the Stark Industrial Park and brought in a series of special instruments such as microscopes, magnetoencephalogram detectors, and brain readers. More than a dozen huge machines surrounded the workbench. Leon rubbed his hands ready. Now it's time to test the results of my studies in the past few days. In the past few days after dealing with the Ten Rings gang, he was not just basking in the sun. In his spare time, he occasionally took the time to learn some biological knowledge. But he didn't expect that this knowledge would come in handy so soon. Leon first dismantled the bomb and tracker on Natasha, and then began to extract cerebrospinal fluid and brain cells for research. Normal brain function, normal nerve nodes, and normal synaptic transmission. He checked one by one, and his hands operating the instruments on the workbench were so fast that even after images appeared. When observing a cell slice, he only needed to take a glance to remember the entire image, and then immediately draw an analytical conclusion. Sometimes when he encountered a detail that he couldn't figure out, he asked Jarvis to help search for relevant papers on the internet. During the research process, Leon's relevant knowledge reserves were rapidly improved. He couldn't help but silently say in his heart, "Thank you, Natasha Romanoff." This great female agent used her brain for free to help him learn while experimenting in an hour, and successfully grew into an excellent neurologist, chemist, and brain scientist. What a selfless spirit of dedication to science. Oh, I found it! At one point, Leon, who was bent over a microscope, shouted with joy. He dared to say that he did not feel as accomplished as he did now when he was basking in the sun every day. Nothing can make people feel more accomplished than reaching the pinnacle of a field through their own efforts in a very short time and solving a difficult problem. Master Lion, what did you find? Jarvis is a qualified supporting actor. I found the cause of the disease. Leon was slightly excited. There is nothing wrong with Natasha's brain structure and organization, but I found a foreign chemical in her cell fluid. Leon printed out a brain image. This chemical is affecting her basal ganglia, thus affecting her consciousness. If I'm not mistaken, she actually still has self-awareness, but it has been divided into several parts by the drugs. Some of it obeys the orders of others, and some of it is her own thoughts. This confused consciousness will allow her to maintain her logic, thinking, but losing emotional judgment, so that can only obey others. The person who researched this chemical substance is really a genius, but also a devil. Leon cleared the table again. Then the next step is to make a targeted inhibitor. Maybe when she wakes up, we can have an unexpected harvest. For Leon, knowing the cause and reversing the solution is a simple matter as long as the basic conditions allow. Now that it is clear that Natasha is indeed under mental control, and the means of control is some kind of chemical substance, the remaining part of reversing the inhibitor formula is easy. Leon used his supercomputer-like brain to quickly simulate various solutions, and then handed them over to Jarvis for real simulation. It only took him 20 minutes to make a tube of bright red counter-reaction reagent. The success rate is 87%, right? Leon sucked a tube of medicine into the syringe. Yes, according to the simulation, there is a 12% chance that the drug will not work, and a 1% chance that it will cause a drug conflict, resulting in brain death of the invader, Jarvis said. But this is the limit of what can be done with current medical technology. Leon shrugged. He looked at Natasha and said, if conditions permit, we should even do a phase 3 randomized double-blind clinical trial. That is the standard process for drug development. But looking at the patient's condition, I'm afraid we don't have time to find a volunteer for the experiment. On the workbench, Natasha had already woken up and was desperately tearing at the ropes on her body, trying to resist. Leon stood aside and pushed the syringe unmoved, and a line of liquid gushed out of the sharp needle. Stop struggling. The injection is about to begin. Be careful not to break the needle. Besides, you tied me up once, so I'll tie you up now, so we're even. Miss Natasha must understand, right? He looked at Natasha's bloodshot eyes as she struggled, ignoring the fact that her mouth was sealed with tape. Very good. Our patient agreed and chose to receive treatment, but please be prepared. He flicked the syringe to dispel the air bubbles inside. After all, I am an amateur doctor. Although the medicine may cause brain death, it is enough as long as it works. Why bother so much? If something unexpected really happens, we can just say it is survivor bias. In his previous life, Leon was actually a man who was very frugal with words. It's just that he was influenced by Tony Stark for more than 10 years in this life. Although he was still the serious young man most of the time, at some critical moments, he would occasionally become as talkative as Tony. The inhibitor has to be injected into the arm. Would you rather take off your clothes or tear off your sleeves? I see. Tear off the sleeves of the combat uniform, right? Leon tore off Natasha's sleeves, used his strength to control the patient, so that she could not move, and applied alcohol to her white upper arms. Very good, Natasha. Now is the final step. You have 1 second to consider whether to give up treatment. 1. Well, time has come, and you agree to continue. Great. But, now time is short, so you don't need to find someone to sign for the family members. If something unexpected happens, we will directly help you cremate and transport the ashes back to the Red House. Natasha's eyes widened suddenly, and she whimpered something. Huh? What are you talking about? No need for anesthesia? Don't worry. We don't have anesthesia here. I'm starting the injection. Lion casually stabbed Natasha's arm, which was coated with alcohol. The bright red medicine was quickly injected into the patient's body. Okay, it's over. You see, it didn't hurt, right? Our treatment was incredibly short. Now we need to press the injection site to prevent bruising. But it seems that it is not convenient for you, so I will do it for you temporarily. Leon took out the empty syringe and pressed Natasha's arm with a cotton swab. However, after putting the syringe back on the tray held by the robot arm Xiao Dai, he stopped talking. Instead, he looked at Natasha with a slightly serious expression. Leon's psychological activities at this time were not as fancy as his words. He was just thinking. As one of the main characters in this world, Natasha should not be able to hit that 1% probability. Besides, the counter-effect potion is the best he can do at present. Even if he really summoned top doctors from all over the world, at most, he could reduce the mortality rate of the potion by a few tenths. 1 percentage point, not much better. When the chemical substances in Natasha's body were synthesized, the researchers probably did not think of formulating an antidote. What they wanted to create was an unsolvable control agent. Even compared to the life of the controlled person, they cared more about the fact that the agent could not be cracked. Those chemicals were hidden in the cell fluid of Natasha's brain cells. If they were removed, it would mean the death of brain cells. It also means that the brain is damaged, and the controlled person is in danger of death. Therefore, the fact that Leon created the inhibitor was a miracle in itself. As for the 1% point of mortality rate, it is completely harmless. It seems that the inhibitor has taken effect. Leon took off his gloves, wiped them with disinfectant, and took the disinfectant cotton towel handed to him by Ben and wiped his hands clean. He looked at Natasha, whose expression quickly calmed down, and silently prayed for her for a second. Jarvis, if she really hits that 1% chance of brain death, should it be considered lucky or unlucky? While waiting for the result, Leon suddenly had an idea. From a probability perspective, a 1% chance of stepping on something is considered very lucky. Jarvis answered seriously. But from the result, if you go to the lowest probability of death, it is very unfortunate. Your view is really objective, Leon complained, but humans don't think like you. When disaster happens to themselves, even the smallest chance becomes a 100% nightmare, an absolute misfortune. So this is how humans think. Jarvis wrote it down. I will try to think this way in the future, Master Lion. That's not necessary. Mechanical thinking is your advantage. Many girls now like this type of thinking. Oh, Natasha is awake. Leon saw Natasha's silky eyelashes trembling slightly, and immediately walked to the tool table and got closer to observe. Soon, Natasha opened her eyes. Her amber pupils were dazed and her expression was distracted. But Leon laughed instead. The look of a fool. That's it. Miss Natasha, congratulations on the successful operation. The blank look on her face showed that Natasha's brain had been freed from the control of the chemical substances. All her scattered consciousness gradually began to reunite. However, it seemed that this integration process would take some time. Unlike Leon's joy. As soon as Natasha opened her eyes, she saw a face that was extremely close to her, looking left and right in front of her. Her pupils shrank suddenly, and her body moved reflexively. She used her feet to wrap around Leon's strong waist with her soft skills, and with her arms exerting force, her whole body rotated to his back with Leon as the axis, and used a naked choke. This was a physical memory brought by more than 10 years of agent training and combat experience. After completing the naked choke, she immediately exerted force reflexively. However, Leon, who should have been suffocated, had no reaction. Her arm was like stuck on a piece of diamond. Natasha was stunned, and the next moment fragments of memories flooded into her mind. Her expression became dull for a while, and her eyes lost focus. It was not until Leon reached out and lifted Natasha up and put her on the workbench that she came back to her senses. You saved me. Natasha looked at Leon in front of her with a complicated expression. She put her hands on her sides and slowly lowered her head. What did I do? She thought she would be controlled by the Red Room for the rest of her life, but unexpectedly, she was saved by the target of the mission. Now that she has regained consciousness, countless memories come to her mind. She is overwhelmed with emotions, regret, and hatred, but more of anxiety. You look like you've recovered well, Leon said. Natasha woke up after hearing that. She sat on the workbench and suddenly felt a little helpless. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, I'm sorry. I just did it unintentionally. It was subconscious. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Are you hurt? Natasha was a bit incoherent. She was obviously flustered. After all, Leon had just saved her, but she was so ungrateful and cruel. This made her feel ashamed for a moment. Don't mind it. Leon waved his hand indifferently. You made an unintentional mistake, and you can't hurt me. Natasha blinked and suddenly remembered that she was subdued by the man in front of her without any chance of fighting back. She would never forget the power that crushed all skills. Thank you. Natasha glanced at Leon's body without leaving a trace, but shook her head and thanked him again. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for not minding my offense just now. Leon was about to say something, but Natasha continued. Maybe it's just a small thing for you, but it means a lot to me. Natasha looked very sincere. She came down from the workbench and looked at Leon. You gave me a second chance at life, Mr. Stark, and it's not just me. Natasha's expression became solemn, but also other widows. We all owe you our lives. The agents trained in the Red House are called widows. The best widows who can break the highest records of their predecessors are named Black Widows. They are the most ruthless and poisonous spiders in the world. The agents given this name are, also, the life-saving grace is beyond repayment. If you need any help in the future, just ask. Natasha said seriously, I will do my best. She gently stroked Leon's cheek, and her warm breath sprayed on his strong jawline. But please forgive me for having to leave now. Her expression became tangled, reluctant, and extremely painful. If you lose contact with the Red House for too long, they will come after you. I can't drag you down, and I need to save others too. Natasha acted decisively, and as soon as she regained consciousness, she began to plan revenge on the Red House. A flash of determination flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Leon's cheek. Thank you, Leon. Her voice was so gentle, like cotton wool blown by the wind, and like saying goodbye to a lover with full love. After the kiss, she stepped back slowly, step by step, her jade-like eyes looking at Leon steadily. It was as if she was a princess, in a fairy tale who was awakened from her slumber by the prince's kiss, but had to face the vicious mother alone. After retreating to a distance of 5 meters, she turned around, leaving behind a lonely back. That back was so lonely and resolute, vividly highlighting Natasha's psychological characteristics of being willing to sacrifice heroically for her partner and rush into the sea of fire for her savior. Leon looked at Natasha and touched the side of his face. His reflection on the laboratory glass was stunned and stupid, like a young boy who suddenly fell in love. Wait, Natasha, he suddenly called. Natasha's resolute back paused. She turned her head slightly, leaving only half of her sad profile. Sorry, Leon, I have to go. No, I mean, we are not that familiar with each other yet. It is quite appropriate for you to call me Mr. Stark. Leon sighed and pinched his nose. Then he muttered softly. This rotten fish smell is really strong. Natasha was completely frozen, standing there like a wooden man. After a few seconds, she turned back with a hesitant expression. Call you Mr. Stark? It seemed that she didn't hear Leon's complaints about her body odor. That's right. Leon leaned against the workbench. Natasha Romanoff, born in 1984, is the best Black Widow bred by the Red House. She has dozens of alternate identities around the world. She is a master of individual combat and psychological warfare. Facing a world-class agent like you, I am flattered to be called by name and kissed goodbye. Leon raised his eyebrows. To be honest, I almost rushed up to hug you, and said I would accompany you through the mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead. Natasha's eyes changed, and her hesitant expression slowly calmed down. Wow, I didn't expect that the second young Master Stark, who was the most mediocre in the information, was so hidden. Are you a CIA agent? Please, now is the internet age. I have what you call home artificial intelligence. A lot of information is easy to collect. Besides, what is the most mediocre? I was admitted to Columbia University. Leon paused and spread his hands. Look, Natasha, I know your past. And I'm not a rich kid who fantasizes about fairy tales even when he's grown up. Therefore, the tactics of playing hard to get are really unnecessary. Although you seem to be just acting casually without any effort. But can we talk in a simpler way? Leon stood up, waved to Ben, and asked for 2 cups of coffee. He handed the coffee to Natasha. Drink something hot. When was the last time you drank coffee consciously? Don't tell me it was 10 years ago. Ha. Natasha didn't show any embarrassment, and took the coffee with a natural smile. Thank you. The last time I drank coffee like this was a year and a half ago. Leon raised his eyebrows. So you were completely controlled by the Red House more than a year ago? You seem to know a lot, Master Leon. Natasha walked to Leon's side, leaned on the workbench with him, half tilted her head to look at him, looking petite and beautiful. She was using little tricks to seduce Leon again. Come on, is it your habit to get information by seducing others? Leon pointed at the coffee cup. If you have any questions, you can ask directly, which can save a lot of testing costs. Natasha is indeed a beauty among beauties. Now she is 24 or 25 years old, and her every move is naturally charming, and her every frown and smile can be fascinating. However, Leon has just seen Natasha's bloody internal organs, and red and white brain, and smelled the smell of her coming out of the sewer. Therefore, he has no desire to have any wild thoughts in the short term. I didn't expect that as the brother of the most famous playboy in the United States, Master Lion is still a decent man. Natasha put away her charming smile and looked much more serious. As a master of psychology, she knew best how to please others. Leon's current demand was to exchange information efficiently, and she was happy to do so. That's not necessarily true, but the time is not right now. You can try another occasion next time. I will definitely be fooled. Leon took 2 sips of coffee. By the way, don't play the farewell scene of an ignorant girl just now. Only the second generation rich will be tempted by such a story. I suggest that when you make a move on me, you should wear black stockings directly. It will be more effective. Good suggestion. I will try it next time. Natasha nodded. Then, Mr. Stark, how do you know so much about me? She added. Don't tell me that it was found by artificial intelligence. Most of that information is confidential and cannot be uploaded to the internet. So that's how it is. Leon made a cross with his hands. I'm sorry, I can't tell you about this. It's a secret. Natasha tilted her head. Is this what you call a direct question? Just because you ask a question doesn't mean I'm going to answer it. Leon answered irrelevantly. Before you ask me, I want to ask, was that your attitude towards your lifesaver just now? He raised his finger. First you woke up and attacked me. Oh, that was an accident, and afterwards you really thanked and apologized sincerely. But after recalling the memory of your previous fight with me, you immediately started to seduce me, wanting me to offer to help you, right? The worst thing is that you turned around and secretly observed my reaction from the reflection in the glass. What? I just saved you, and you just said you would thank me, and then you turned around and wanted to drag me into a dangerous place? Leon slapped his thigh. The contrast between your behavior is so great that it makes me feel like a sucker. I apologize. Natasha raised her hands. I apologize again. It's my fault for treating you like an ordinary rich kid and trying to take advantage of you. It's also my fault for trying to involve you. I'm sorry. I just woke up and wanted to find an ally who would make me feel safe. Natasha's face showed a bit of pity. After all, you are so strong and a genius with high IQ. With your help, I will have a better chance of winning. But I promise, if you really choose to help me just now, I will definitely tell you all the real information. Although you don't seem to need it. And my previous promise is true. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to me for any request, provided that I'm still alive. Leon touched his chin. Is it okay to ask you to do some unspeakable things? Sure, anytime you want. Natasha's eyes didn't flinch at all. She was serious. Leon realized that Natasha was not joking and stopped smiling. Well, no need to be so serious. I was just joking. And I take back what I just said that was disrespectful. He waved to Ben again. Xiao Ben, come and give this lady some more coffee. Now it was Natasha's turn to be surprised. Are you apologizing to me? Honestly, you are not what I thought. Apologize? No. What did you misunderstand? I'm not apologizing. I'm just maintaining my manners. At least I won't joke about that kind of thing in public. Leon defended. Natasha's eyes were full of confusion. How could you say that? I mean, you are very different. You don't look like a Stark at all. Maybe it's because I received another kind of education besides Stark's. Leon raised his glass and clinked it with Natasha's. But it's useless no matter how much you praise me. You invaded here, attacked me, and I saved you despite past grudges. But now you have evil intentions. A verbal apology is not enough. You are right. Natasha smiled and drank the hot coffee. But I'm really praising you. It is the first time I have heard such words. It sounds very cultured. Thank you for the compliment. This is part of my image packaging. Leon shrugged. This kind of packaging must be very attractive to little girls. Natasha's eyebrows gradually curved. Maybe. Then, should we talk about you and the problem of the Red House? Leon put down his coffee cup. What do you want to talk about? Natasha stopped leaning on the workbench and said, if this is the compensation you want, I will tell you everything. I only have one question. How did you get controlled by the Red Room a year and a half ago? Leon asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. He still couldn't forget it. After all, it was related to his judgment of the universe he was in, and his treatment of Natasha was also for this purpose. How am I controlled? Natasha held the coffee cup, her expression a little dazed and struggling. To her, it seemed like a long time ago. During the time she was controlled, she committed too many bloody crimes. In comparison, even the days when she could only act with her own will seemed much better. Asking her to recount her experience at that time was like tearing open the scars from the inside out. It would be better for her to charge into the hail of bullets. But after struggling, she slowly began to narrate. I was trained and reformed in the Red House when I was young. They brainwashed all the girls. But I persisted in the brainwashing, and retained my own will. So when I found the opportunity, I tried to rebel. And then, I failed. Natasha's eyes were empty. She looked at the coffee shaking in the cup, but her sight seemed to travel back to the past. In order to prevent similar incidents from happening again, they stopped brainwashing the girls and started using chemicals to control us. That's the process. Natasha said it briefly, just like saying that putting an elephant into a refrigerator only requires opening the refrigerator and putting the elephant in. Leon got to the point. You are so capable. Why did the rebellion fail? In the original world line, Natasha should have met Hawkeye around 2006, and then launched an attack on the leader of the Red House in Budapest, the capital of Hungary, and finally successfully defected to join SHIELD. The current situation is completely opposite. You can't imagine the power of the Red House. The widows are all over the world and no one can resist them. Natasha's shoulders drooped as if they had lost their support. Almost 2 years ago, I was attacked by Hawkeye from S.H.I.E.L.D. That was a good opportunity. I tried to get in touch with S.H.I.E.L.D. through him. Only, she suddenly looked up at Leon. It has something to do with you. In 2006, your Star Company released a revolutionary electronic product. The Red House conducted a technical reverse analysis and used the complementary technologies to update the internal smart devices. Natasha turned her head and said, so when I was in contact with Hawkeye, I was monitored the whole time but was unaware of it. At that time, my communication equipment only had ordinary anti-eavesdropping functions. How could they have expected that the communication technology of the Red House would explode in just a few months? Leon's mouth twitched. It seemed that Black Widow was caught because she was out of date. The civilian technology in the Marvel world is far behind the military technology. In 2006, Tony was inspired by him and used many technologies that were previously only used in the military industry to create digital devices. During that time, Stark Group held new product launches every day. For a month in a row, Tony advanced the civilian, digital device technology that was far behind the world for some reason by at least 10 years. It seemed that the whole world switched from flip phones to smartphones overnight. Even holographic projections began to appear on the market. Leon still remembered that Obadiah complained at that time, saying that Tony was exhausting the resources, and that good technology should be released bit by bit to reap more benefits. Modern technology is like this. It explodes when it's said to. It's weird. He took a sip of coffee to hide his embarrassment. Natasha looked at him resentfully. If Stark Electronic Technology Company could be established half a year later, I might be able to successfully break away from or even destroy the Red House. You are right. Leon continued to drink coffee. Although it doesn't make sense, it's all Tony's fault. Why did he build a subsidiary for no reason? It turned out that there was nothing wrong with the world. It was the flapping of his wings like a butterfly that caused a tornado in Hungary. The butterfly effect can actually affect the timeline. Leon was speechless, and didn't know why no one had come to him even though the timeline had changed so much. It would be fine if the Time Management Bureau didn't come. An ancient one didn't come either. This made him very confused. However, at present, this world should still be the movie universe he was familiar with. It can only be said that everything will be fine if it is not the comic universe. What happened next? He continued to ask. After my defection plan was exposed, I was soon besieged by other widows and taken back to the Red House. After being imprisoned for 6 months, the Red House used chemicals to control me. I have no choice at all. Over the past year or so, although I still retain my own thoughts, I have many consciousnesses, and I don't know which part is myself, Natasha said, quietly turning her face away and wiping her face with her back to Leon. In the past 10 months, more people have died at my hands than in the past 10 years. She continued. There are little boys who can't walk yet, pregnant mothers, and powerful people. Until today, my hands are already stained with blood. Natasha lowered her head, making it impossible to see her expression. Leon subconsciously wanted to say something comforting, but it was clear that Natasha didn't need comfort. Her heart was stronger than most people. But the more she was condemned by her conscience, the more painful it was. So what are you going to do next? Ang waved to Ben to refill Natasha's coffee. Thank you. Natasha thanked Ben and looked at Leon. If possible, I hope to get your help. I don't want to drag you into this endless war, but can you please help me make some inhibitors? Natasha said anxiously. Or a formula, so that I can save other people. I will definitely find a way to compensate you for your efforts. Leon touched his chin. The inhibitor is very simple, but... You seem to be planning to rescue a group of widows first, gather enough manpower and then declare war on the Red House? To be honest, he hoped that someone would cause trouble. For the Red House, after all, Tony had just exposed the Iron Armor, and the other party dared to send Black Widow to sneak into the house to kidnap him. If Tony held a press conference tomorrow to announce to the world that he was Iron Man, who knows what the Red House would do? For this force that is rushing to seek death, Leon's choice is not to let it see tomorrow's sun. However, what Natasha wants to do is to destroy the Red House, which is a coincidence, and Leon doesn't mind going with the flow. Natasha stood up straight. Yes, this is my plan. Mr. Stark, please believe me. I will definitely. Just call me Leon. You have said so much from your heart. We should be considered friends. Leon interrupted. Natasha paused and nodded. Leon. Well, listen to me first. Leon tapped the table again. Your idea is good, but it is not easy to implement. He said, first you lose contact, and then after you start to act, other widows will lose contact one after another. The Red House will react soon, and then you will be in a very bad situation. Natasha shook her head slowly. I know, but I have to do it. This is my responsibility. Responsibility. Leon thought about it and said, now that you mention it, I have an idea. It's a win-win. No, a win-win-win idea. What idea? Natasha was stunned. Leon began to pack up the items on the workbench and prepare to make a batch of inhibitors. I will help you solve the Red House, and you and your companions will change jobs and serve me. How about that? No one can refuse a group of extraordinary female agents who can fly planes and cook in the kitchen to serve them all over the world. I can get the services of a group of top agents, you can destroy the Red House, and the other widows can get rid of control and find a new buyer. A win-win situation for all three. As for the win-win situation mentioned at the beginning, Leon not only achieved the goal of destroying the Red House, but also gained a group of subordinates. He won twice. What do you think of my suggestion? While talking casually, Leon's hands did not stop moving. His hands left after images on the workbench, but every operation was extremely precise, and the ratio of every milliliter of reagent was perfect. Natasha was amazed as she watched from the side. How are you going to solve the Red House? For some reason, she did not doubt Leon's words at all. She felt from the bottom of her heart that if he was willing, he would definitely be able to destroy the Red House that frightened her. So you agree? Leon asked without turning his head. Natasha was silent for a few seconds. I agree. After destroying the Red House, I will cooperate with you to persuade other widows to join. But I can't guarantee that they will agree. As for me, I am yours now. Natasha's decisiveness made Leon stop what he was doing. Are you serious? He turned back in surprise. You didn't even ask me what I want you to do. What is this inexplicable trust? Generally speaking, shouldn't you make 3 rules with him after careful consideration, so that he can't order the widows to do something immoral? For some reason, Leon looked at Natasha and felt that this woman exuded a little more charm. Natasha shook her head. Believe me, as long as you can destroy the Red House, they will be willing to do anything for you. What about you? Leon asked. I said from the beginning that I owe you my life. Natasha put her hands on the table, leaned close to Leon and looked into his eyes. I will do whatever you ask me to do. If I can't do it, I will have to give my life back to you. Her breath sprayed on Leon's face. Natasha's eyes were seductive, and she really grasped the man's desire to conquer. Obviously, what she meant was that she would not do anything against her will. But when she said it, it became euphemistically, that if she couldn't do it, she would pay with her life. Even if Leon heard such a complete entrustment of his life, he might be moved. However, it was obviously an exception this time. Oh, the smell on you. Don't get so close, I wanted to say. It before you can use the bathroom in my room upstairs as you like now, go and wash yourself. Leon pinched his nose and quickly moved away from Natasha with a look of disgust. Although he suppressed part of his super sense of smell, the faint smell of sewer on Natasha still made him feel quite uncomfortable when he got close to her. My smell. Natasha looked dazed, as if struck by lightning. Leon did not explain, and directly ordered Dai to send her away. Dai, push her out, and don't let her come in before she is clean. Anyway, it's useless for her to stay here while I make the inhibitor. Dai obediently rolled the pulley under his feet, used the mechanical arm to support Natasha's back, and pushed her out. Natasha was still in a trance until she walked into the bathroom in Leon's room. It was the first time that she was disliked for being too smelly when she was using her charm. Do I really stink? She raised her hand and sniffed under her armpit. No. The chemical deodorant has clearly covered up the smell of the sewer. Natasha took off her combat uniform doubtfully, clicked the electronic screen on the wall and released hot water. Well, I haven't taken such a hot bath for a long time. It's so comfortable. Could it be that Leon actually cares about me? Her red lips curled up with a smile. So he is still a proud little brother. After all, he is only about 17 or 18 years old. Looks like you're ready? That's great. I've got enough inhibitors ready. An hour and a half later, Natasha and Leon met in the living room. At this time, the huge sun had set below the sea level, and the living room of Stark's mansion was orange-red, with the shadows of all the furniture stretched out. Natasha was still wearing the black combat uniform. However, after she took a bath and washed and dried the combat uniform with a smart washing machine, Leon was finally able to face her image. Natasha's figure is not tall, but she is at the peak of her beauty. She is slender, curvy, and full of feminine charm. However, the most attractive thing is her temperament and her amber eyes. Every look in those eyes seems to contain thousands of words and express thousands of emotions. Leon thought as he looked into her eyes. No wonder Natasha never wears a mask when she goes on a mission. It's because her eyes are too recognizable, even if she covers her whole body tightly. Anyone who sees her and sees those eyes will know it's her. We are ready. So what is our plan? Why do you sound like we are going to attack the Red House right away? Natasha looked at Leon and said, and why are you wearing a windbreaker? Is your iron armor hidden inside? Wait, am I right? As Tony Stark's younger brother, it's not surprising that Leon has an iron armor. Natasha, You are wearing armor. Are you going to take me to overthrow the Red House now? Natasha asked a series of questions. She was a little excited and a little hesitant at this time. In the evaluation system of the Red House, the most valuable thing about the iron armor is actually the technology on it. As for the armor itself, at most it is the combat power of a flying formation, and what the Red House lacks the least is a flying formation. Should we make a plan first? Natasha tried to persuade Leon to calm down, but Leon shook his head and put the box of inhibitors on the ground. Plan? The plan is to find the Red House and kill all the members of the organization. He pulled the collar of his windbreaker with both hands. But you guessed part of it right just now. I do intend to take you directly to the Red House, but I won't be wearing the iron armor. After saying that, Leon pulled with both hands, unzipped the collar, and threw the windbreaker onto the sofa. Not wearing an iron armor? It's not that I don't trust you, Leon. Maybe you don't know much about the Red House. I think we can... Natasha hesitated and wanted to persuade him again. But the next moment, she saw Li Yang rip open his collar, revealing the S-shaped logo on his chest. She immediately broke down and cursed. You are Superman? Natasha was surprised and delighted, as if a big cake had suddenly fallen from the sky and covered her face with cream. Are you really Superman? She asked again, not quite sure, but her eyes were already full of life, as beautiful as crystal. Of course. Leon opened his hands, and Natasha immediately stepped forward to press his chest muscles, and then touched every hard muscle. My God, it feels just like an ancient Greek sculpture, she couldn't help exclaiming. No wonder you are so strong. No wonder your chest muscles are so beautiful. So you are Superman. Natasha no longer felt any pressure. She was suddenly very happy, like a little girl who entered Disneyland for the first time. In her hand, Leon was like a big soft Mickey doll. This is Superman. As the top agent of the Red House, how could Natasha not know about this internet celebrity who has become famous all over the world in recent days? Even superpowers have to worry about his power, so it is not difficult to deal with the small Red House. Natasha felt that it was right for her to invade the Stark mansion today. Ahem, stop touching me now. Are you ready? If you are, we will set off. Leon coughed lightly to interrupt Natasha's aggressive action. Natasha reluctantly withdrew her hand and nodded seriously. Let's go. At this time, the orange sunlight of the evening shone in from the French window. The sunlight fell on Leon's body, extending his shadow to the farthest wall in the room. Natasha stood in this shadow, and Leon and her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light. The wind from the sky blew Natasha's red hair, but she didn't feel cold. She held Leon's hand tightly and looked at the fish-like lights below. It's amazing. You just took me flying. She reached out to touch the clouds surrounding them, and mist passed through her fingers. In Stark's mansion, after Leon made sure Natasha was ready, he grabbed her hand and soared into the sky and flew into the clouds. The acceleration that broke the speed of sound and exploded the sound barrier in 1 second. Even with Natasha's calmness, she couldn't help but scream in fear. In the past 24 years, she had experienced the most difficult training, flew the fastest planes, disguised as the most luxurious nobles, and could be said to have seen most of the scenery in the world. But it was her first time to experience supersonic flight, without protection. This place is at least 1,000 meters above the ground. Why can I still breathe and speak normally and not be injured by the high-speed wind? She looked around. Everything was new and strange. Because I released the biological force field. Leon did not explain in detail. He looked up at the sky and said, the altitude here is too low. If we go faster, it will easily affect the environment. We have to fly higher. How high can it fly? Natasha was surprised. You will know in a moment. Leon took Natasha and accelerated again, rushing into the sky. Oh! Natasha had adapted quickly. She even shouted loudly when she passed through the clouds and encountered the strong wind, just like riding a roller coaster in an amusement park. The two of them rose all the way to the stratosphere. At this time, the moonlight was out. Below them were layers of flat clouds. The moonlight reflected and jumped on the surface of the clouds, adding a bluish-white color to the bottom of the dark stratosphere. Natasha looked down at the clouds under the moon. The boundless bluish-white sea of clouds led all the way to the sky, with no end and no reference points to find the direction. She suddenly remembered. When she was flying a fighter in the stratosphere before, she could use satellite positioning to determine the direction and position. But flying with the flesh, there is no navigation. Leon, do you know where to fly? Natasha turned her head and asked Leon loudly. Leon was stunned and looked at her strangely. Of course I know. Why? Do you want to show me the way and tell me where the Red House is? Natasha looked at Leon, was silent for a few seconds, and found a question again. If I say I don't know the location of the Red House, can you find it? You received training there, were controlled, and then handed over the mission, but you didn't know where it was? Leon's eyes became even more strange. Natasha looked innocent. The Red House is an intelligence agency left over from the 1990s and cannot be known to the world. It can only rely on the girls who have been controlled and trained since childhood to maintain its operation, to ensure privacy and security. Every time we return from a mission, we are injected with sedatives, so I really don't know where it is, but maybe someone knows. Natasha fell into reminiscence. I once had an adopted father, a second-generation Red Guardian, similar to the Soviet Captain America. He must know something. Let's go find him. No thanks. Leon interrupted Natasha. It's better for you to reunite with your adoptive parents by yourself after you are free. Otherwise, how can I, an outsider stuck in the middle, cry and tell them my true feelings? It was not difficult for him to find the Red House, so there was no need to ask for directions. Besides, Natasha's adoptive father Alexei was a funny guy, in the movie. In addition to providing a family home for Natasha and her sister Yelena, this adoptive father had no other role. He knew nothing about the situation in the Red House. So how do you plan to find the Red House? Using your AI butler, the one called Jarvis? Natasha asked. No, I use my eyes and ears to find it. Leon's sight traveled across half the world, and had already locked onto the Red House. Natasha opened her eyes wide after a brief moment of confusion. Super hearing and supervision? You even have these two abilities. When you saw me wearing Superman's uniform, didn't you guess that my abilities would be the same as Superman's? Leon asked back. Many people would guess so, but it's too incredible. No one wants to believe it. Natasha looked at Leon carefully again. So you really are like Superman. Are you a Kryptonian? Or are you a fan of Superman and gave yourself such power through experiments? She even analyzed. The previous generation of Stark participated in the research of Super Soldier Serum, so it seems reasonable for the current generation of Stark to research Superman Serum. Your reasonable range is the difference between the sky and the ground, Leon complained. So how did you become a Superman? Natasha's eyes were filled with curiosity. There is nothing abnormal in your blood test records. You will have a chance to know it later. Leon smiled mysteriously. Suddenly his ears moved and his eyes fixed. Hold on tight. I can hear your boss in the red room getting mad because he can't contact you. We have to speed up. Are you going to send me back before he gets over his rage? Natasha smiled secretly. He will definitely thank you. That's great. I'm looking forward to his expression now. Leon suddenly accelerated, and the huge air pressure tore through the sky and pushed away the sea of clouds. Natasha felt it all in amazement. Under the cover of the bioforce field, the wind pressure that was enough to cut through steel blew on her face, but it became as gentle as the spring breeze. She felt like she was wearing VR equipment and experiencing the flight process of an intercontinental missile. The vision and touch were completely separated. "Oh my god, this is amazing!" she exclaimed again. The speed of the two quickly exceeded Mach 50, crossing a height of more than 10 kilometers every second. There were only clouds and thin air in the stratosphere, and there was no reference point. But Natasha soon found that the North Star in the starry sky was constantly approaching her head. "Are we going to the North Pole? The red house is in the Arctic Circle?" she suddenly asked. "The closer you get to the North Pole, the closer the North Star will be to the top of your head. To be precise, it's above the Arctic Ocean. We're almost there." Leon started to slow down and dive with Natasha. "We're almost there." Hearing this, Natasha became nervous as she looked at the rapidly approaching clouds. She had never seen the full picture of the red house in all these years, and this building was always mysterious in her heart. It was like a high wall that separated her from the world, representing death and indifference. But now she was finally going to see it. And with the divine soldiers sent from the sky, Leon was her biggest support. She knew that facing the power of a Superman, the red house was powerless to resist, and today was destined to be the day that would put an end to her past life. But the more she understood this, the more nervous she became. What she thought of in her mind was not the destruction of the red house, or the revenge, the pleasure of revenge. In her heart, it was actually just a mission, something she had to do. Even if she had to die for it, she would be willing to do it. And now that this mission was about to be completed, it seemed that her life would have no other meaning except for the blood debt. At this moment, Natasha was like a puppy that was about to be sent out of a pet store. She no longer had to be locked in a cage all day, watching the travelers coming and going with hope in her eyes. She would be free, but she would also face a world she had never seen before. From now on, she could feel and touch the afternoon sun, and the green grass of summer. But her eyes that had not seen the light for a long time could not see the daytime, and her muddy hands dared not touch the green grass. "It's there! We're here!" Leon's voice pulled Natasha out of her thoughts. She shifted her sight, and countless clouds and fog were passing by them. The dark clouds at night were stacked one after another, covering all around. Natasha looked around, and all she saw were black clouds rushing up. Leon's speed was too fast, but the movement was too small, so small that it seemed to have merged into the clouds. But soon, the clouds and fog suddenly became thinner. Natasha had a premonition and looked intently. First, she saw a steel runway hundreds of meters long tearing through the sea of clouds. Then, a huge object connected to the runway emerged from the clouds. The dark clouds were suddenly lit up. It was a towering sky fortress, an aircraft carrier shaped like a tall tower, with 3 floors, 4 fighter jets on each floor, and a total of 12 runways. The lights of this fortress illuminated most of the surrounding clouds. "It hides here, like a pearl forgotten by the world. So this is the red house. It's here." Natasha stared blankly, her eyes reflecting the bright lights of the fortress. Point, Leon. Couldn't help but stop and look. "It's really spectacular. But its anti-gravity system looks like just a few large fans? Where did this combination of primitive and futuristic come from? The designer is really smart. Besides, isn't this kind of aerial unit that has no energy defense system a sitting duck?" He complained again. He even mentioned his brother. "But Tony should like this thing. It looks like steel and has a flashy beauty. Tony likes this style the most." Natasha's brewing emotions were interrupted by this series of complaints. She looked at Leon speechlessly. "You really know your brother well." "Of course, so I have to change my strategy." Lion climbed to a higher altitude and took in the entire fortress. "This fortress cannot be destroyed. It can be used as a birthday present for Tony's 40th birthday after some renovation." "Wow, your birthday presents are all so expensive?" Natasha felt as if there was something stuck in her chest that she had to say. Leon used his X-ray vision to note the position of everyone in the fortress and said, "It's not always like this, but he gave me a spaceship on my 18th birthday, so the return gift can't be too bad." Natasha couldn't help but lean her upper body back, and at this moment it seemed as if countless US dollars piled up like a mountain and hit her face. "Then you brothers are really quite modern," she said her thoughts dryly. "Other rich second generations still give away luxury cars and yachts, but this pair of brothers on the other hand gave away sky fortresses and spaceships. They are going to fly out of the Earth and into space." "Okay, that's it." Leon took a few seconds to memorize everyone's position. He took Natasha and fell silently, landing on the top runway as lightly as raindrops. "Take these and follow me." Leon handed the box of inhibitors to Natasha. "I will knock everyone out. If you follow me and think it's appropriate, use the inhibitor. If it's not appropriate, just kill them with a knife." "Is there a problem?" Natasha shook her head. No. She knew that she was just a pendant, and it was enough to play a supporting role and get some economy. "Well, I'll wait for you in the central control room." Leon flew up, and the neon lights on the runway illuminated half of his body red. He flew higher and higher, and soon attracted attention. A shrill alarm sounded inside the fortress. The soldiers patrolling on the deck quickly gathered and prepared to shoot. Natasha looked around, looking for a suitable opportunity to help Leon relieve the pressure. But before she could act, Leon, whose air was full of infrared light spots from guns, took action first. Natasha felt her eyes blurred, and the scene she saw seemed to suddenly have several circles of lines surrounding the fortress. She closed her eyes tightly. When she opened them again, the lines disappeared. Leon was still there, but the infrared light spots on his body had gone. "Out, I'll go in first. You hurry up, don't make me wait too long." Leon waved at her, and then pierced into the fort like a sharp arrow. Natasha was still a little dazed, and suddenly she heard the sound of bodies falling to the ground one after another. She opened her eyes wide and looked in the direction of the sound. The deck in front of the fortress entrance was full of unconscious combatants. Oh god. It turned out that the line just now was Leon's extremely fast figure. In the blink of an eye, he actually knocked down dozens of people and threw them all in front of her. "Is this Superman? It's incredible." Natasha couldn't hide her shock, but she still acted quickly. Since the battle didn't require her participation at all, what she had to do was actually very simple. That is to give inhibitors to all widows, whether known or unknown. As for the other soldiers, she shot them all in the head. Natasha knew it very well. In the deformed intelligence agency of the Red House, there are only 2 types of people, controllers and controlled. These people who are not widows do not need to be identified. They are all in a dominant position to play the role of oppression and stability. None of them are good people. After Natasha gave all the widows inhibitors, she rushed into the fortress in the direction of Leon. Leon's hand was not light. The widows would probably be unconscious for a long time. She could not wait here. For Natasha, the interior of the Red House Fortress was completely different from the spectacular exterior scene. She was like returning home inside, and she was very familiar with every place. The only difference was that she saw people unconscious, on the doorways and passage decks everywhere along the way. These people had calm expressions, no scars on their bodies, and their movements when they fell to the ground were like they were in a peaceful sleep. Natasha could fully imagine how Leon was like a man in a deserted place when he broke into this heavily guarded fortress. Without any hesitation, she used her left hand to finish the attack and her right hand to inject the inhibitor and quickly chase to the command room. However, there were too many people knocked unconscious. Even though she was quick, it took her almost 10 minutes to finish the injection and rush to the central command room. Before she opened the door, she heard a familiar voice inside. I apologize to you, Honorable Superman. Please forgive my presumption. I swear I have absolutely no idea of your relationship with Mr. Tony Stark. It was Drekhov's voice. Forget about begging for mercy. I listened to you talk about the truth for several minutes, about widows controlling the world and shaping peace, and now you tell me this? Leon said. Well, what do you want me to say? I can say anything. How about we talk about Gorbachev's embarrassing moments? Okay. Whatever you want to say, I'll send you to tell God. You know the relationship between Tony and me, and you still think you can get away alive? There was silence in the room for a while. The voice at the beginning suddenly laughed sharply. Hey, Superman, you've been fooled. Why do you think I've been stalling for time? The pheromones I emit will control the people around me and prevent them from attacking me. You have already inhaled a lot of pheromones. You can try to attack me again. Natasha pushed the door open and saw her old boss, General Drekhov, with neatly combed hair, black-framed glasses, and a short and fat body in a suit lying on the table. He stared at Leon, who was standing on the other side of the table with wide eyes and slanted mouth, and shrill ridicule. I don't think I came at the right time. She pointed to the door outside the two people who were looking at her at the same time. Natasha, you're the one who brought Superman here, you damn bitch. Bang! Drekhov was furious when he saw Natasha and started to curse. But before he could finish his words, Leon slapped him on the back of his head, causing his head to hit the table and his brains to splatter. This guy talks too much, and he looks like a beast in human clothing, which makes people want to slap him. Leon reached out and wiped the blood splattered on Drekhov's clothes. He tilted his head to Natasha. You don't mind if I kill him, right? Natasha shrugged indifferently. I wanted to do that a long time ago. But how did you do it? It was the pheromone he just mentioned. She walked towards Leon. That pheromone can make people unable to attack him. We have all experienced it. Why? Are you not affected? Leon grabbed Drekhov's collar and threw him to the ground, his eyes shooting heat rays. Instantly burned the mastermind behind the scenes to ashes. Abnormal pheromones can't even exist for a second in my body. How can they affect me? Leon brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands. This guy is just crazy, unless it is mental or magical control. Otherwise, want to control a Kryptonian who has been exposed to the sun for more than half a year? This level is too far away. Natasha looked at her former boss, who turned into dust on the ground and opened her mouth slightly. Heat rays? Ha! Another amazing new ability. I'm almost used to being shocked by the new things you show me. Treasure boy. How are you going to scare me? Next time? She laughed silently. But before that, you can tell me how you want me to repay you, and I will agree to any condition. Natasha, do you know that your tone now is like a 30-year-old working woman who goes to a bar after work at night to find a handsome male model to relieve fatigue? There is a huge screen in the room. On the desk opposite the screen, there is an embedded control panel. Leon walked to the desk and tried to operate on the panel. If you want to repay me, let the widows come and work for me. But the first step is to free widows from the control they are under around the world. I'm happy to help. Natasha went to Leon's side and watched his movements. Then, I'll go check on the widows on the aircraft carrier. It's up to you to crack the system and find a list of widows from all over the world, okay? It's very simple. As soon as Leon finished speaking, a red interface suddenly popped up on the screen, prompting that palm print recognition was required to unlock. Palm print recognition? Leon tried several times but couldn't crack it. I seem to be a little impulsive just now. Drekhov should wait until later to die. He took out his mobile phone instead. But I still have Jarvis. He can handle this system. Leon connected the mobile phone and the control panel with a data cable, and soon Jarvis's voice appeared on the loudspeaker in the room. Master Leon, Mr. Stark asked me to ask you if you will be home tonight. Jarvis's first sentence was very explosive. Leon's face was dark. No, tell him not to mess around when I'm not at home, otherwise I will ask Pepper to urge him to go to work tomorrow. Okay, I'll tell Mr. Stark what you said. Jarvis paused and then said, he asked me to tell you the same thing. If you don't come home at night, remember to take safety measures and be careful not to be cheated by bad people. Leon slapped himself in the face. Let him take care of himself first, a childish old ghost who thinks I'm a child all day long. Come on, I was more mature than him when I was 3 years old. Phew, cough cough. Natasha couldn't help laughing. Leon gave him a death stare, and Natasha tucked her red hair behind her ears and looked away. Next time I introduce you to Tony, that childish guy, you will definitely find him very boring. Leon curled his lips. He turned his head and prepared to let Jarvis start to crack the Red Room system, but he suddenly felt a warm touch on his side face, and it disappeared as soon as it was touched. Following his gaze, Natasha turned her back to him and retreated to the door, waving her hand. To be honest, I only need to know one childish Stark. Natasha ran away after she finished speaking and disappeared around the corner outside the door. Leon was stunned. Another childish guy? At this time, Jarvis, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said, Congratulations, Master Leon. Congratulations to me for what? Leon was puzzled. Congratulations on finding your fourth girlfriend, Jarvis said. Your first 3 girlfriends only dated for half a month before breaking up with you because they got a check from Mr. Stark. I hope you can have a long-lasting relationship this time. Leon's memories were brought back. He closed his eyes in anger. That's because Tony always thought I would be cheated of love and money, and said that emotions should only stay on the physical level. Every time I just got a girlfriend and the girls had only spent a few nights with me, he would waive the check. Fuck, he is killing my youth. But it turns out that those girls are really after your money. Jarvis is supporting Tony. Mr. Stark just did what Miss Pepper would normally do for him. Leon pouted. Every time it's a check for $1 million, whoever comes here will have to break up. So are you going to stop Mr. Stark from paying for your breakup this time? No, because Natasha and I can never be together. Leon glanced at the corner where Natasha was still hiding and eavesdropping. But your relationship seems to be going well. Jarvis's code could not understand complex emotions. Leon shook his head. This is different. He explained. From the beginning, I knew that all Natasha needed was a sense of belonging. She has lived in a tragic environment since she was a child. Her adoptive parents are undercover agents pretending to be a couple, and the so-called family affection is just a castle in the air. When the fake family was broken up, she was sent to the Red House for training and transformation. The painful training and tormenting career as a killer made her feel lost in her identity. She is like a duckweed floating in the sea. What this duckweed lacks the most is actually a mudflat, where it can stop and take root. It would be best if there were other duckweed on the beach. Everyone might be wobbly, but it would be lively. The beach is actually a place of belonging. It is not just one person, but a family with brothers and sisters. So Natasha doesn't need a lover. She needs a place where she can feel like she belongs. We won't be together. Lion, who knows all of Natasha's past and future, knows it very well. Natasha will certainly have people she loves and good friends. But she will keep a proper distance from everyone. That sense of alienation is her disguise to protect herself. It is also her reliance on maintaining relationships. Dong. Suddenly there was a sound of an object falling outside the house, followed by a messy sound of footsteps that gradually faded away. It was obvious that Natasha was told about her secrets, and she left in a panic. Master Aang, Miss Natasha was outside just now. Jarvis reminded. I know. Leon nodded. You know her well. Do you like her but are afraid to get close to her? My Jarvis. Only Tony would do something like what you said. I only admire Natasha. So you don't plan to be with her? My relationship with her can be simpler, for example. We can talk about our worries together in the dead of night. According to Mr. Stark's behavioral logic, all the things we talk about at night will become noise-making activities. That's the logic. Let's stop chatting here, Jarvis. Now hack into this host and unlock the system blockade. Lion ordered. Okay, Master Leon. Jarvis' program successfully invaded the Red House mainframe. The red password box on the big screen was immediately covered by a waterfall of blue code. Characters 0 and 1 jumped rapidly on the screen. In the Red House mainframe, Jarvis could play an unprecedentedly powerful role. It even sighed. Master Leon, I feel as free as I am in the sea here. Their mainframe system performance is very superior. Then you can enjoy it more later. I plan to give this fortress to Tony, and you can stay here permanently. Leon stared at the screen, waiting for the result of Jarvis's operation. More than 10 minutes later, suddenly a light flashed on the screen, and the system blockade was successfully lifted. Folders popped up one by one, from low-security files to high-authority confidential documents, arranged in order of confidentiality level. Leon smiled with satisfaction. Jarvis, search for key data in this system and retrieve all the information of the Red House Widow agents. Leon issued a new order. Jarvis responded quickly and began to scan and analyze the large amount of data in the system. After a moment, it issued a prompt tone. Master Leon, I have found all the corresponding information for you, Jarvis reported. File opened on the big screen. Densely packed head portraits suddenly filled the screen, and it was sliding down to show more portraits. There are at least 300 widows. Mark their locations on the world map. The screen flashed, and a world map popped up, with avatars marked all over the world, from London and Paris in Northern Europe, to Cape Town and Johannesburg in South Africa. From the Holy Land of Faith, Jerusalem, to the Free and Open, Chicago and New York. More than 300 widow agents are scattered around the world. Some are powerful, some are good at making friends, and some are hiding among vendors as a hidden sharp knife. Chuck. Red House controls the world by controlling these widow agents. Jarvis, send a copy of the list and detailed information to Natasha, and then transfer $100 million from my name to her, so that she can build a new organization center in New York. Leon's eyes became focused. Master Lion, you may want to inform Miss Natasha directly of the relevant arrangements. They are coming to see you. Jarvis said. They? Natasha is here with the widows? Leon looked at the door. His ears moved slightly, and he heard a burst of dense footsteps. It was a silent footstep that used special skills to exert force. The widows have turned this skill into a habit. Wow, what did I just hear? A man wants to spend $100 million on you. Natasha, how did you do it? Did you take off your clothes? Can you teach me how to get people to give me so much money? We will need money in the future, right? Natasha was the first to enter the room. A girl following behind her kept whispering to her in Russian. The girl would never have thought that Leon not only knew Russian, but could also hear her whispers in a low voice. Natasha rolled her eyes, ignored the girl behind her, and walked straight to Leon. Behind her were more than 40 widow agents. Under their golden, black, and red hair, their blue, dark, and even Roland purple eyes all looked at Leon in uniform. They still had confused and sad expressions on their faces, but their eyes were full of gratitude and admiration for Leon. It can be seen that Natasha should have told them the general situation. I brought everyone here. Natasha moved aside, her face normal, as if she had not heard Leon's analysis of her before. They are all willing to join your organization or company and serve you. Leon looked at Natasha and the girl behind her for a few more times. I can see that you encountered a lot of difficulties in the process of persuasion. Natasha sighed. This is my sister, Yelena. She pulled the girl behind her. She attacked me as soon as she woke up. She is just an impulsive child. Natasha and Yelena's faces were covered with bruises. One had a bruised forehead, and the other had a torn mouth. That was not an impulse. It was a punishment for you, a traitor. It was your defection that forced us to be more strictly controlled. Yelena had short blonde hair, looked neat and tidy, and her face was still childish, and she seemed to be younger than Leon. She first refuted Natasha's slander, and then stood at attention to Leon. Thank you for saving us, Mr. Superman. We are willing to follow your orders. Leon smiled when he heard that, and was about to say a few words to win people's hearts. As a result, Yelena immediately turned sideways and said to Natasha in Russian, My God, his chest muscles are so beautiful they feel bigger than mine. Have you touched them? It's a waste to seduce such a handsome man. Natasha and Leon's faces turned black. Without waiting for Natasha to deal with her rebellious little sister, Leon took the first step and gave a recruitment introduction in Russian to all the widow agents present. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't introduce myself anymore. Superman and Stark, you must be familiar with these two identities. First of all, I want to make it clear that although I helped Natasha destroy the Red House, part of my purpose was to gain your power. But this is not a mandatory requirement. After all, you have suffered enough. If you don't want to join, you can leave later, either returning to ordinary life or working hard with your own skills. Those who are willing to join, stay. I will let Natasha set up a formal company or organization in New York, and then you can all use your talents. That's all I have to say. Those who don't want to join can leave after helping to clean up the bodies on the fortress. I'll let Natasha take you there. By the way, I will also let Jarvis send you your family information. Leon waved at the big screen. Jarvis. Okay, Master. All the information has been sent. Jarvis was very efficient, and all the widow agents' communication devices at the scene received the information. The widow agents looked at each other, but did not check their own life experience at the first time. For these girls who were sent to the Red House since childhood, family is a very distant topic. This word, which should have been warm, is so strange in their ears, not much different from a bakery they accidentally encountered on the roadside. It can even be said that they are extremely unfamiliar and terrified about the future that they can decide for themselves. In more than 10 years of life in the Red House, they have never really made a choice for themselves, because every detail of their lives has long been planned by the Red House, even the way of death. And now, facing the two choices provided by Lion, they are flattered, and their hearts are secretly excited. The girls did not communicate. After a brief silence, they all came forward and surrounded Lion. We are willing to follow your orders, sir. The uneven words neatly expressed the same meaning. Lion's tall figure was like a star surrounded by moons among the black uniforms. He looked around. His eyes passed through the tense little faces, and smiled. Then you are welcome to join us. He opened his arms and said, in the future, we will definitely accomplish many great deeds together that will be admired by the world. You will never regret your decision today. Now, your first task is to clean up the Sky Fortress and deal with all the bodies. After that, I will let Natasha go with you to all parts of the world to relieve the control of other Widow agents. He stretched out his hand, and the Widows put their hands on it, and each girl's eyes sparkled. After the girls left one after another, Leon turned back to look at Natasha and her sister, who was planning to take the opportunity to slip away. From the moment Leon spoke the first sentence in Russian, Yelena's face became embarrassed. She thought Superman only spoke English and seemed to know a little Chinese at most, but she didn't expect that he could even speak Russian. She thought she would have a brand new life after she regained consciousness. Unexpectedly, she faced her first social death. Yelena just wanted to roll on the ground and disappear here as soon as possible. But when she tried to get away with it, she was stopped by Leon. Natasha! Yelena! You stay here first. Natasha stopped without any doubt. Yelena was stiff all over, pointing at herself with a wry smile. Should I stay too? I think so. Leon smiled and nodded. He deliberately puffed out his chest. You've been talking about my muscles, so I thought I'd give you a chance. Huh? Yelena took a step back unexpectedly, and after hesitating, she actually stretched out her right hand. So, can I try to touch it? Natasha's face darkened, and she slapped Yelena on the back of her head. What are you thinking about when you wake up? Yelena held her head and felt wronged. It was the boss who said he could give me a chance. She naturally put Leon's younger brother in his place. Leon shook his head speechlessly. How could a girl of Yelena's age have so many bizarre ideas? He said to the screen, Jarvis, send the information of the Widow agents scattered around the world to them too. Okay. Natasha and the other person walked behind Leon and looked at the portraits of people from all over the world marked on the screen, vaguely realizing why Leon called them. So you want the two of us to lead the other widows? Natasha asked. That's right. Leon nodded. Yelena, as the two previous Black Widows, you two are the most suitable to be their leaders. Huh? Black Widow? But I'm not. Yelena touched the back of her head, feeling confused. You are not? Leon was stunned. In the original world line, Yelena surpassed all the records left by Natasha and became the new generation of Black Widow. Unexpectedly, she is not yet. Natasha smiled and said. She was about to succeed, but those records were refreshed by me a year ago. Leon suddenly realized that this is the extension of the butterfly effect. Thank you for the generous gift. No wonder my training volume was doubled at that time. Do you know that it almost killed me? Yelena grabbed her hair frantically as she spoke. She rushed forward and wanted to hug and throw Natasha, but was quickly suppressed. Leon, ignore her. Just tell me what you want us to do, Natasha said, pressing on Yelena. After the matter here is over, you will lead others to rescue the widows marked on the map. After injecting the inhibitor, they were given the same choice. Those who are willing to join should be brought to see me, and those who are not willing to join will have their files destroyed. Okay, I will complete the task as soon as possible. Natasha nodded solemnly, gratitude in her eyes. Her biggest wish before was to allow other widow agents to have their own lives. And now, because of Leon, this wish is about to come true. Natasha felt that she owed this man more and more, and she was almost unable to pay it back. Leon put his hands on the table. But this is just the preliminary preparation work. After you finish, I will give you more important tasks. Boss, what is the mission? Are we going to save the world, or are we going to fight against the evil dark forces? Elena shouted excitedly, even though she was suppressed under Natasha. Shut up! Natasha twisted her sister's arm and Yelena screamed and was defeated. Boss, save me, boss! Natasha bullies me because of her age! She turned and started to cry. Leon's eyelids twitched. Why didn't he remember Yelena being so jumpy in the movie? How old is she this year? He couldn't help asking Natasha. Isn't this a child laborer? Born in 1988, she is 20 years old. Natasha remembers her sister's birthday very clearly. Bigger than me? Leon was speechless and ignored Yelena. This girl must have been trapped in a cage for a long time. After she was suddenly freed, her mind became active. Just ignore her. Boss, you. Don't turn around. Look at me. Natasha relies on the fact that she is 4 years older than me, and she, Yelena was punished by Natasha again. With tears in her eyes, she tried pitifully to move her boss with her eyes. However, Leon only left her with a ruthless back. Natasha shook her head helplessly and asked, Can't you tell us about that mission in advance? There is nothing to keep secret. The mission is actually very simple. Let the widow agents around the world spread some evidence through their own channels. Leon's face was reflected in the dim light of the screen. Some evidence that an evil organization that should have disappeared in history still exists and has taken root in the world. What organization? Natasha's pupils dilated. Hydra. Leon uttered a few words. Hydra? The organization that Captain America destroyed still exists? Oh my god, are we really going to save the world? That's amazing. Yelena spoke again. Natasha also stared at Leon, waiting for him to tell more details. Leon smiled and said, You have heard of an organization called SHIELD. In the next few minutes, Leon gave them a detailed account of the resurrection process of Hydra. The sisters were deeply shocked in just a few minutes. They thought that the Red House was the most hidden and darkest organization in the world, but they didn't expect that there is always someone better than you. Hydra can even occupy SHIELD. This shield is the biggest cancer in the world. Natasha, who was supposed to work at S.H.I.E.L.D., said this. Yes, you are right. Leon could hardly suppress the smile on his face. Looking at Natasha, who was Nick Fury's confidant in the movie, but now looked like a black-boiled egg that should be taken to the guillotine. He felt a subtle sense of pleasure in his heart. He was still wearing a Superman uniform. He shouldn't have such thoughts. It was a sin. He would have to wait until he got home and took off his suit before laughing again. Soon, Natasha took Yelena out of the command room. The expressions of the two sisters were completely different. Natasha's face was solemn, but she was full of fighting spirit. She thought that with her hands stained with blood, what she was most willing to do was to save the world and make up for her own sins. Even if she had to sacrifice for it, she would feel willing. In other words, after so many things happened, she was originally self-destructive. But she wanted to do more to make up for her mistakes before she died. But Yelena was different. She was so excited that she almost jumped up. She was still chattering as she walked out, saying that she was going to be a hero. But no matter how the two reacted, they felt more and more in their hearts that the organization that Leon was about to establish would be a great organization that worked in the darkness and served the light. However, if Leon could hear what they said in their hearts, he would definitely laugh out loud while clapping his hands on the table. After all, his original intention of establishing the organization was just to make the widow agents work for him better. Master Lion, maybe Miss Natasha is really good. She doesn't seem to be willing to bow down to money and has a heart of justice. After everyone left, Jarvis spoke again. Lion said perfunctorily, yes, she is a good subordinate. She is loyal, indifferent to fame and wealth, and not afraid of sacrifice. Where can I find such a good subordinate? Master. Your perspective is really amazing. It's always beyond my calculations. That's a must. Leon slid a few times on the electronic screen. By the way, look in the Red House host to see if there are any documents related to Hydra. Please wait. There are 8 undercover files and 316 transaction files, all related to Hydra. Jarvis unfolded the folder on the big screen. He added, however, the Red House does not know that the objects of these undercovers and transactions are Hydra. The above results are based on the Hydra intelligence you uploaded earlier. Leon crossed his arms and said, undercover agents. This Red House is really powerful. Even Hydra can go undercover in it. The file shows that another widow agent went undercover in a scientific research institute controlled by Hydra and was recommended to join SHIELD, Jarvis said. In terms of identity, this widow agent is also a Hydra, although she is not aware of it. There is actually a double agent. Why do I suddenly feel that Dreykov is also a genius? Leon clapped his hands. He thought for a while and said, let Natasha find a way to contact this widow first and inject her with inhibitors. Then, package up all Hydra-related files and transfer them back to Tony's host. Also, remember to keep the part of the file related to the Red House, so you can use it to write an article later. Okay, Master Lion, Jarvis responded. The file transfer screen immediately appeared on the big screen. The file package has been transferred back to Mr. Stark's host. Well done. Lion patted the table with satisfaction, just like patting Jarvis's shoulder. He moved his shoulders and said, tonight's work can be ended here, and then it's time to have a happy sunbathing time. And you, Jarvis, you are off work too. Next, you can run whatever you want in the host of this fortress. Thank you, Master Lion, Jarvis said, but I have to remind you that there are still 4 hours before your next scheduled sunbathing time. In order to predict the upper limit of the strength increase, Leon's sunbathing time in space this month is fixed. If he wants to bask in the sun as he pleases, he will have to wait for more than half a month. Okay. I forgot. Leon touched his chin. Then, I'll go help the girls clean up the bodies. He floated up, flew out of the command room, found the busy widow agents and helped them carry the bodies. This made the work that should have taken several hours to be completed in less than 10 minutes. So Leon simply called everyone together and started a party in the officers' mess on the lower floor of the fortress. At the beginning of the party, there were only simple fast food on the table, and the protagonists were the large amounts of whiskey and champagne that Leon moved from the wine cellar. The girls sat neatly at the dining table, each with a plate and a wine glass in hand. At first, they sat stiffly, at a loss. They couldn't even adapt to this kind of eating activity without any time limit. But soon, as bottle after bottle of high-end champagne sprayed into the goblet, girls from all over the world gradually indulged themselves. They whispered at first, communicate. Then gradually they began to boldly ask Leon all kinds of questions. In the end, the girls cheered, clinked glasses, drank, and sang loudly around Leon the nursery rhymes from their childhood memories. English, German, Chinese, Portuguese, all kinds of cheerful nursery rhymes were sung. Nearly 100 arms of all colors took turns lingering on Leon and were pushed away helplessly by him. Halfway through the party, most of the girls were just in high spirits. Their specially trained and even transformed bodies were destined to be difficult to get drunk. But this did not affect their increasingly bold actions and increasingly explicit words. Leon began to feel that he was no longer hosting a party, but so he tactfully closed the door and left the officers' mess, leaving behind a group of girls singing and dancing with blushing faces. Phew, I can't have dinner with so many girls next time. Leon grabbed a towel beside him and wiped the marks on his face. Especially a girl who can't get drunk no matter how hard she tries, and only gets drunker the more she drinks? Suddenly a female voice added softly. Huh? Leon turned back in surprise. Natasha was standing by the wall, and she was the one who handed him the towel. Why don't you continue to have a few drinks with them? Your sister has started to take off her coat and dance the Gopak dance, Leon joked. Natasha reached out to take the towel again, stepped forward, and wiped the marks on Leon's neck and behind his ears. If I was inside, wouldn't I be unable to wait for you? Her beautiful amber eyes blinked mischievously. Leon looked at the pretty face close at hand. It seems that I have just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. I have to admit, as long as you don't use supervision to observe, Natasha is a top beauty. What do you think? Natasha stood on tiptoe and hooked her arms around Leon's neck. She breathed moistly into Leon's ear. I don't stink anymore, do I? Bad guy? That's hard to say. Leon lowered his voice. Maybe you have to let me smell it carefully to know. Natasha tilted her head and pressed her cheek against Leon's. She sniffed lightly. But I think you smell really good. Do you want to come to my room tonight to see why you smell so strange? Are you serious? Narsha's fingertip slid down from the S-shaped logo on Leon's chest. It depends on whether you are willing to be the beach where I stop and take root. I'm very happy. The two figures overlapped, slowly moved into the elevator, returned to Natasha's room, and slammed the door. Beep! Beep! Jarvis gave an urgent reminder, and the reminder sound kept ringing. What's wrong? Leon half opened his sleepy eyes, reached out and groped for his phone from the Superman uniform on the ground. Ding! The phone screen lit up, and a wavy curve representing Jarvis appeared on the screen. Master Leon, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but maybe Mr. Stark needs your help. Tony? Hearing that his brother was in trouble, Leon woke up instantly and sat up. What's up with him? Mr. Stark is on the top deck of the fortress when he is stopped by the Secret Service ladies. It's an emergency. Huh? Deck? Agent? Why is he here? Leon felt puzzled. Tell him to calm down and not to conflict with the widows. They are all family members. I will go to find him soon. Leon pulled down the white arm on his body and slapped the bulge in the quilt beside him. You're awake, but still pretending to be asleep. I'm going to go see Tony. You hurry up and follow me. Natasha opened her eyes, but they were not as sharp as before. Instead, they were like a deep green pool in summer, with water so thick that it seemed to flow out. When will we meet next time? She sat up hugging the quilt, her shoulder-length hair disheveled, revealing half of her red and white collarbone. Leon quickly put on his uniform. When you want to come to see me, what do you think our relationship is now? He also asked. Natasha showed a charming smile. You know me so well. You should know. The only and most special friend? You are very greedy. But I agree. Natasha hugged her knees across the quilt. You are my boss, but you can't deduct my salary in the future. Do you still need to worry about salary and benefits? What I gave you last night was so much that you couldn't even take it with both hands, right? Leon raised his eyebrows. Hearing this, Natasha covered her head with the quilt and said nothing more. But after Leon left, she got out of the quilt again. In the empty room, she stretched out her hand with her eyes rolling, raised her eyebrows for no apparent reason, and uttered a silent, wow. The nights over the Arctic Ocean in summer are short. Only 3 hours after the party, the sea of clouds where the fortress was hidden was already illuminated by the sun. When Leon turned on his supervision and flew in the sunlight that came through the window, he thought he would see Tony on the deck with his two-handed cluster guns shining brightly, confronting a group of widow agents with guns. But the scene was shocking. "What's going on?" Leon muttered, speeding up. On the deck, Tony was blocked by 7 or 8 widow agents. The other 30 or so girls were looking at Tony and whispering a few meters away. They even smelled of alcohol on their faces, and from time to time they stretched out their hands to gesture, as if comparing something. But the strangest thing was Tony. He was wearing the Mark III armor, neither flying in the air nor using the weapon system. Instead, he crossed his hands, in front of his lower abdomen, took a step to the right with his left leg, and took a step to the left with his right leg. That movement was even more enchanting than the models on the Victoria's Secret show that Leon had seen in the past 2 years. "Tony, there's no danger here. Why is it an emergency?" Leon looked strange. "And what is he doing? Catwalk? No, that's stupid." Tony is still arguing with the widow agents. His visor popped open, and his expression was inexplicably embarrassed. "I've already told you that your new boss and I are brothers. Do you understand, brother? I'm his brother. If you don't let me in, I'll transfer you to the company to be Pepper's secretary." The girl who was talking to him was in a relaxed posture, with the gun at her waist and her hands behind her back. She looked a little troubled. "Mr. Stark, I can't let you in without Superman's permission. Since you have already asked the AI to notify him, there will probably be a reply soon. Just wait. But about what you just said, if Superman agrees, I am willing to work for Stark Group." She even started chatting. "Your group's salary is very high. I haven't received my salary yet. I heard that the coastal scenery in Los Angeles is also good." "Are you serious? Talking to me about salary now, huh?" Tony stared. "Nicole Parsons. If you let me in, I'll give you a monthly salary of 100,000. Sorry, no. And my name is not Nicole Parsons. My name is Mary." "That's the name of a female agent in the Bourne Supremacy. Tony gave you a nickname, Mary." Leon, who was observing the situation on the side, finally showed up. After landing, he patted the widow agent on the shoulder. "Well done. I didn't invite you to drink for nothing. Now let our Uncle Tony in." Mary and the widows finally made way for him, smiling. "Then you can't run away again at the next party." The drinking and talking at the party made the girls familiar with Leon. They behaved more casually, but the respect in their eyes was not reduced at all, but more trusting. "Next time, I will make sure to get you all drunk before I leave." Leon smiled, turned around and opened his arms to Tony. "Tony, how did you find this place? Look at your face, you look like—" "Please. Why are you coming out now? Get out of the way. I want to go in." Tony pushed Leon away. His face was flushed, as if he had been holding his breath in the water for 3 minutes. "Jarvis, show me the way, and then turn the propulsion power of the armor to the maximum." All the thrusters of Mark III sprayed fire at the same time and shot into the interior of the fortress like a cannonball. Natasha, who had just come out, almost collided head-on, and hurriedly jumped aside, cursing. Leon was stunned in place, and then he finished the second half of the sentence, like a drowning frog. When the girls heard this metaphor, they looked at each other and expressed their agreement. "Is that your brother Tony Stark? What's wrong with him?" Natasha came over, patting the dust off her hands. Leon shrugged. "I don't know, Jarvis. What's wrong with him?" "No. Did he go into the bathroom?" He took a casual look with his perspective ability. He saw Tony taking off his armor in the bathroom, fiddling with it for a while, and then he let out a long sigh. Leon's face became strange. "Jarvis, how long has Tony been on the road?" 3 hours. "Mr. Stark has been very busy today and has not had time to solve physiological problems." Jarvis said, "Ha ha!" Leon laughed out loud, so he couldn't hold it back anymore. "I was wondering why his feet kept twisting back and forth." The girls present also realized why Tony Stark was so strange just now. For a moment, there was laughter on the deck, and everyone had a deep understanding of the Stark brothers. "I'll go see what Tony wants to do. You guys keep busy." Leon flew up and returned to the fortress. "Tony, do you still think the fluid circulation system is disgusting?" Now, the first thing Tony saw when he walked out of the bathroom was Leon leaning against the wall and asking him. Tony's expression froze for a moment. After a few seconds, he turned his head away as if nothing had happened. Sometimes you have to admit that it's the function that matters, not the appearance. "So you don't feel sick now?" Leon put his index finger on his forehead. "I remember someone said a few days ago." "Okay, I admit that you are more farsighted. The armor does need a liquid circulation system." Tony's face changed and he quickly changed his words. He grabbed Leon and ended the topic. "I'll install more functions when I go back. Now why don't you take me around your fairy tale castle?" Tony surrendered. Leon gained a lot of emotional value. He stopped while he was ahead and said to Tony, "Okay, let's go this way first. By the way, how did you find me here?" "Jarvis told me that a girl ran away with my brother while I was away. I was worried that he would be cheated and lost his way, so I rushed here overnight to protect him." Tony spread his hands. "Are you moved by this story? However, this brother was so aggressive when I made a fool of myself. Is that too much?" Leon couldn't help laughing. "It was you who was shot in the knee by your own boomerang. Who said that you would never use a fluid circulation system? Besides, your lies can only fool Pepper. Why did you come here?" Tony shrugged. "Jarvis said that a little princess built a huge fairy tale castle for me, so I came here to see how it is." "Jarvis told you?" "Well, I didn't ask it to be kept secret." Leon stepped forward to lead the way. "Come this way. I'll show you the functions of this fortress. Also, this is your 40th birthday present. It's still early." The two walked from the command room on the upper floor of the fortress to the engine at the bottom. Tony was analyzing it non-stop throughout the whole process. Invisible coating, radar, absorbing materials, and optical stealth. They are really rich, worthy of being the legacy of a superpower. "Look over here. This fighter's power system is pretty good, but it's still 20 years behind my suit." "What is that?" "An anti-gravity device made of propellers." Have I suddenly returned to the age of discovery? Why does an aircraft carrier use propellers? We have to rebuild this fortress. Tony was completely in the mood, his eyes moving rapidly, pointing at one module after another, and talking about his ideas for the renovation. Replace the energy system with an arc generator. Change the anti-gravity propulsion device into a beam energy, and strengthen the stealth system. Also on the deck, I can build an armor storage compartment so that the armor can be deployed in real time. "Wait, Tony, wait a minute." Seeing Tony taking over, Leon interrupted. "What? Do you have other suggestions for transformation?" Tony now attaches great importance to Leon's scientific research ability. "No, I mean, you seem to have made a mistake. What's up? This fortress is not yours yet." "What?" "Jarvis said you gave it to me. It's a 40th birthday present. Are you 40 now? You're still a few months away from 39. Tony was shocked. 40? Are you going to leave this fortress idle for the rest of the year? Of course not. I still have a use for it. The widow agents still need this fortress, and so you're going to give me a third-hand birthday present," Tony said earnestly. "Leon, what makes you so cruel that you don't even want to give me a second-hand gift?" Has my brother treated you badly over the years? It can be seen that he really likes this sky fortress, although he kept complaining and finding faults during the visit, and said that he could only accept this gift reluctantly. His eyes were always shining. Just like a little boy who got the Transformers he had longed for. I'm certainly not like this, Tony interrupted again. Before your 40th birthday, we will each own this fortress in half, and then you will give me a gift worth 2.5 hands. Leon hesitated. But, Leon, you can't transform the entire fortress by yourself, right? Tony said again. His big eyes almost stared at Leon's face. Leon's scalp tingled when Tony looked at him with eager eyes. He raised his hands. In surrender. Okay, for now, you take half and I take half. Normally I would have the widows stationed here to conduct mission handovers and personnel transfers. As long as you don't affect them, you can do whatever you want. Tony was delighted. Of course I will never affect the work of those girls. But why do you always call them widows? Does the Red House specifically look for widows to train? Leon shook his head. They were selected by the gene sequencing project when they were young, and then sent here. He briefly introduced the history of the Red House. Tony's face became a little gloomy after listening to it. Training and transformation of little girls, first Hydra and SHIEL'd, then the Red Room. Under the peaceful surface of this world, I wonder how many evil organizations are hiding in the dark. Take me to meet the girls. Also, since you are planning to set up a new organization, maybe you should change their name. You can't have a bunch of girls around you claiming to be widows all day long, can you? That will make you look like an unforgivable medieval lord. Tony has always had a warm heart. Leon nodded. They will naturally have new names later. When the two returned to the deck, the girls were still here, basking in the sun and chatting while looking at the sea of clouds. The content of the chat was incoherent, and they talked about everything they could think of. For them who had just gained their freedom, just sitting like this, even if it was for a whole day, was extremely comfortable. After seeing Leon, the girls all stood up and surrounded Leon. After the introduction and communication, Tony talked about his plan to transform the fortress, and took the initiative to propose that he would pay the widow agent who was responsible for guarding the fortress a monthly salary of $100,000 until the other party changed his post, and left. However, during the communication, Tony found that the girls looked at him very strangely. He asked Leon several times before he got. It was because everyone in the fortress knew that he had been holding his urine in the armor. So, Leon and Tony quickly said goodbye to the girls and left the Sky Fortress together. Tony left partly because he was too embarrassed to show his face. Partly because he had to go back to prepare for today's press conference. If he missed the press conference, Pepper would definitely be angry for a while. It was time for Leon to bask in the sun. He was going to fly directly back to the space capsule to sleep. By the way, he carried a new hatch of the spacecraft up and repaired it last week. When he just woke up, he was so excited that he just wanted to destroy something to test his strength. As a result, the hatch suffered an unexpected disaster. In the end, he naturally had to repair it himself. On the fortress deck, the widows looked at the two people flying away with envy. It's great to be able to fly freely, Yelena said. I wonder if I will have the opportunity to ask the boss to build me a battle armor in the future. That's so cool. Just to think about it, flames burst out from the soles of feet, whoosh, and it flies away. Natasha didn't say anything, just watching Leon disappear into the clouds. Yelena noticed her sister's abnormality and bumped her with her shoulder. Hey, stop looking. Everyone has left. You were alone with the boss for the past few hours, haven't you seen enough? It's none of your business. Natasha pushed her sister away. I'll take care of it. Yelena approached again with dissatisfaction. She suddenly thought of something. Oh yeah, you should have. How do you feel? The other girls also became interested in this topic and came over. Yes, Superman is so strong. How do you feel about that? Tell me, is it as strong as a hydraulic press driving piles? Or as fast as an electric drill? We can't even eat it. If you don't tell us, we'll be so jealous. The widows turned into curious babies, and they almost wrote the word curious in their eyes. Natasha looked embarrassed and stretched out her hands in the air. It feels a bit like flying in the sky. And it never stops. And it's very strong. Ah! Shit. Damn. You, Natasha, my Superman. When they really heard what they wanted to hear, the curious babies were defeated. The scene was filled with ghosts and wolves howling. Los Angeles, 10 a.m., Stark Industrial Park. The press conference was held on time. Pepper read a long speech on the stage. It was a plan for the deployment of new energy supply, but it is only a preliminary explanation now. Real cooperation must be carried out with major sovereign countries. The reporters in the audience kept flashing their flashlights, and everyone was very quiet before Pepper finished speaking. They knew they were witnessing a major event that would change the world. As long as they performed well enough, perhaps in the future, they would be written into textbooks because of a wonderful report issued today. However, when Pepper finished speaking, the question and answer session that the reporters had been looking forward to did not come. Pepper stood aside on the stage to make room, and Tony Stark walked up instead. Well, don't worry, I'll just say a few words. He put his hands on the podium. After a brief commotion, the crowd quieted down again, with hundreds of eyes waiting for Tony's next speech. Wow, it's finally starting, Jarvis. Remember to record it. At the outermost edge of the crowd, Leon, who had just returned from space, was holding a bucket of popcorn, looking like he was watching a good show. Although the timing was wrong, it was still a live viewing of a major Marvel event. Mr. Leon, you seem to be looking forward to Mr. Tony's speech next? Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Leon frowned slightly, glanced at the person who was speaking, and stopped just as he was about to leave. Who are you? Familiar face. Leon recognized the middle-aged man next to him, dressed in a suit, and with a slightly bald forehead and a kind face. Isn't this Coulson, a die-hard fan of Captain America? My name is Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Coulson handed over a business card with a smile. What a tongue-twisting name. What do you want to talk to me about? Leon took the business card. Are a department independent of the FBI and CIA. We want to talk to you about some recent events in the Middle East. Leon glanced at the business card and put it back in Coulson's hand. You don't need to ask me. Tony is going to talk about what's going on there. You just need to wait. Coulson looked at Tony on the stage unexpectedly and felt that something big was going to happen today. Thank you. He nodded politely to Leon, then walked out, took out the communication equipment, and started to contact his superiors. Well, recently, I think you all must have been paying attention to what's happening in the Middle East. Tony flipped through a few pages of his speech on the stage and threw them aside. There are some barbarians there who are armed with weapons obtained from nowhere and are killing civilians wantonly. Of course, it was Obadiah who secretly supplied them with weapons. Now he's gone, but those guys still have weapons. Tony was about to continue when a reporter raised his hand and asked, Are you talking about the 10 rings that kidnapped you and were then destroyed by Superman? Well, it's almost the same, but the details are a little different. Tony was choked. Sure enough, no matter what the matter is, these reporters can always link it to Superman. Tony chose to give up the long-winded foreshadowing and get straight to the point. You are no doubt aware that the majority of the 10 rings are in the Middle East. Actually, it is in Afghanistan. Recently there was a man in steel armor there who wiped out this group of bandits. Many people started paying attention to him and thought he was a hero. I want to say that he has many shortcomings and made many mistakes when he was young, but you still think he is a hero, which is actually... Another reporter raised his hand. Are you talking about the Iron Man who imitated Superman recently? You know him well? Tony's words were stuck in his throat. He looked at the reporter for a long time, then he suddenly said, "That's Iron Man, not Iron Man, and I am Iron Man." There was silence. Everyone looked at Tony, thinking he was livening up the atmosphere. There were even a few people who forced out dry laughter to join in the fun, showing that they were indeed amused. The only one in the crowd who was really laughing and even laughing happily was Leon. This made Tony's face darken. He pursed his lips in annoyance, took a step back and shook his hands, revealing 2 bracelets. Jarvis. Boom. The next moment, an elliptical metal flight capsule rushed in from outside and passed over the reporter's head. Amid exclamations and dodging, the flight capsule disintegrated and landed on Tony's body. I am Iron Man. The armor was put on. The visor was closed, and the crisp sound of iron scales snapping together continued. Tony once again announced his identity in a calm and firm tone. This time everyone was looking at him in shock. The golden-red armor was in the center of the podium, like an industrial treasure shining brightly. Everyone was trembling in their hearts. Then, a crowd surged. Hundreds of arms raised high rushed to the podium, noisily asking their own questions. Evening. Honestly, you might as well just show up in armor so you don't get stumped by reporters' questions. Leon pushed open the door of the mansion and said to Tony behind him. After the press conference, Pepper dragged him and Tony to sit in the company for a day. The pile of documents seemed to have no end. The superbrain seemed to protest. Leon decided to let Natasha be the president of the network company after she rescued all the widow agents. This job is a bit tiring, but it shows that he trusts Natasha. Natasha must feel a sense of accomplishment because she can handle multiple transactions worth tens of billions of US dollars every day. As for the establishment of the organization, leave it to Yelena. The little girl can grow quickly only if she exercises more. The more Leon thought about it, the more he felt that this decision was feasible. It was another win-win situation. Anyway, this class is impossible to take. He went to work before crossing, and went to work after crossing. Wouldn't he have crossed in vain? But these are all things for the future. Now, he just wants to have a good dinner and use delicious food to heal the fatigue of work. However, as soon as he walked into the door, Leon stopped. Tony's questioning voice followed behind him. Do you really think so? I saw it clearly at that time. You were the one who laughed the loudest in the whole audience. Why are you standing still? Tony poked his head out from behind Leon. In front of the huge French window, a man in a black windbreaker hanging down to his ankles with his back to the two of them was looking out the window at the sea. That dark head, with a mysterious style. Who else could it be but Nick Fury? Jarvis. Tony called, "Welcome home, Mr. Stark and Master Lion." Jarvis responded immediately. It looks like local electromagnetic shielding. Good technology. Tony praised. He saw that part of Jarvis's monitoring area was blocked. He looked at Leon. What do you think we should do? Leon snapped his fingers. Jarvis, use the armor to blast the man standing in front of the French window out. Okay, Master. A mechanical voice came from downstairs. Wait, don't get excited. Nick Fury, who was dressed in a cool suit, panicked and turned around in a hurry. I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick, Honey Crab. Before he finished his sentence, Jarvis had already controlled the Super Mark I to go upstairs. The blue and red armor raised his hands, and the cluster guns were ready to go. Fuck it, I'll come again! We need to talk! Nick Fury saw that the artificial intelligence had no intention of stopping, so he broke through the French window and jumped off the cliff. Boom! After he jumped off the cliff, the cluster artillery also passed by. Well done, Tony praised, walked to the window, and watched the parachute slowly unfold under the cliff. That guy is really full of tricks, just like what you described. He sighed. Leon also came over. Jarvis, it seems we have to upgrade you, otherwise anyone can break in. Master, if I use the Sky Fortress host, I shouldn't be blocked by him. Wow, you still know how to make requests, then I'll upgrade your host. Tony looked at Leon at this time. Speaking of which, if your Black Widow's men had been kicked out when they came yesterday, we wouldn't have been able to find the Red House. Why didn't you do it then? He asked. Because there are some things I want to confirm. Leon blew towards the French window, blowing all the debris off the cliff. I plan to get some information from her, so I won't chase her away. What information? Secret. You and I have this secret? I think you just want her body, Tony said in a high voice. Of course, this factor is also involved. I just made a mistake that all men would make. Leon walked towards his room. You have a point. Tony put himself in her shoes and thought about it. He also had no way of rejecting a beautiful woman who came to his door. Half a month passed quickly. Nick Fury said he would come again, but he never came. Tony said that he packed up the Hydra intelligence and sent it to Black Egg's mailbox. It is estimated that the other party is now facing his own broken shield, cursing his mother 100 times a day. However, during this period of time, Natasha has led the girls to release the control of more than 200 widow agents. Most of these widows are willing to join the organization that Leon has not yet established. Only less than a dozen widow agents chose to quit because they were exhausted or wanted to pursue their own future. Leon destroyed the files of these people as he said. However, perhaps in a few years they will regret the decision they made on this day. Tony, because of Pepper's request, began to return to the company to help. After all, the deployment of new energy sources really cannot be done without him. Leon's biggest gain in the past half month is the growth of strength and the end of the upper limit prediction experiment. 2 days ago, Leon went home after sunbathing and finished the thrust test. Tony looked at him again as if he were a monster. 1,000 tons of force in half a month. Your strength has almost doubled. Leon nodded calmly. I can feel that the speed of growth of strength is accelerating, a bit like a geometric progression. But in the past 2 days, I found that the gap in the increase, which was getting bigger and bigger each time, began to narrow. Maybe this means I'm approaching my peak growth period. So I would rather get an upper limit prediction result. Today is the last day, right? It's time to get the results. Give me 5 minutes. Tony walked to the computer and started to calculate quickly on the screen. As he said, 5 minutes later, a prediction chart full of dots and lines was printed out. Okay, done. Leon took out the blueprint and read it carefully. Tony acted as a narrator on the side. The dots record the power of your transition after each sun exposure, and the lines are the increase. According to the model we built, your upper limit of strength will be around 2 million tons. 2 million tons per arm. Tony looked at Leon's face and found nothing unusual and continued. And 1 million tons is your peak period. Before the peak period, strength will grow faster and faster like a snowball. After that, your strength growth rate will gradually slow down until it reaches the upper limit. After Tony finished speaking, he carefully observed Leon. He knew that his brother had always wanted to pursue strength, and suddenly heard that he had an upper limit. He might not be in a good mood. However, Leon was always very calm. He even felt strange. What's that expression on your face? It's like you're afraid that I will cry in the next second, so you took out a tissue in advance to comfort me. Don't you feel sad? About your upper limit. Tony pointed at the forecast chart and asked, why should I be sad? This is expected. After knowing the result, I have a direction to work hard, Leon said. This is the fact. He knew that about 2 million tons with one arm was his upper limit. Then before reaching the upper limit, he could continue to bask in the sun while looking for other ways to become stronger. First, he could consider going to Kamartaj to study. He could also go to the Daluo village in Kunlun to learn Qigong. There are too many crooked ways to become stronger in Kamartaj. For example, using the contract signed with the demon god to become stronger, sign the weaker ones first, and then devour them. Then sign the stronger ones, and climb all the way to the path of the devil. This is a feasible path that a certain Dr. Strange has already taken. Kunlun can seek the power of the dragon. That is a multi-level power, although the probability of obtaining it is very small, even after exploring these powers in this world. He can also use the shuttle ability to go to other worlds to pursue the path of becoming stronger. In the past, Leon was always a little cautious, and felt that it was best not to leave the current world before he became strong enough. However, now he should be barely qualified to set foot in other worlds. Tony said at this time. Speaking of which, I watched a SuperMan animation a few days ago. The SuperMan in the story suddenly absorbed too much power, reaching a force of 2 million tons, and his body began to naturally collapse. I think for most ordinary Kryptonians, 2 million tons may be an unattainable limit. Leon thought about it and agreed. Maybe it is true after all, there is an upper limit to race. So if I want to break through this limit, do I have to stop being a Kryptonian? He secretly complained in his heart. 2 days later. After a sumptuous dinner, Tony continued to retreat to the laboratory to do research. Leon flew into space. After the simulation test, he basically stayed in the space capsule for the past few days, except for going home for dinner when he was hungry. He even ignored Natasha's request for salary yesterday. Entering the space capsule again and returning to the familiar titanium alloy steel plate, Leon soon fell into a comfortable dream. This night should have been spent peacefully, but uninvited guests always come without warning. Tony Stark didn't know that the wind that announced his identity to the world has now blown to the hidden corners. The moon was bright, and the sky was full of floating clouds. In the night, a group of masked men in black were hidden in the shadows of the clouds, and they attacked Stark's mansion like a sowbug coming out of a hole. They looked like some kind of ancient knights, with only their eyes exposed, determined, and ruthless. It seemed that they came here only to rob the rich and help the poor. But they also looked like ninjas that had been passed down for thousands of years. Everyone's footsteps would be imprinted on the footprints of the previous person. No one made any sound, and each one was like a cold sword hidden in a sheath. They walked in the blind spot of all monitoring equipment. Sometimes they jumped together. Sometimes they crawled. Like a group of water spiders jumping on the water. This group of water spiders finally lurked on the roof of Stark's mansion, found the location of Tony's room, and landed with a hook, laser cutters, glass suction cups, silent gloves. They removed the glass of Tony's bedroom with extreme professionalism. Then they slid into the house one by one like fish, without any sound. The leader looked around the house and shook his head, indicating that Tony Stark was not here. He made a few gestures, signaling everyone to rush out and kill everyone downstairs, leaving no one alive. Everyone nodded. The leader raised 5 fingers and began to count down one by one. Meanwhile in the lab, Tony was leaning back in a soft chair, his chin propped up, thinking hard. On the screen in front of him was Jarvis's defense system. He had been so busy during this period that half a month had passed and Jarvis's upgrade had not yet been completed. However, at this moment, an arm stretched out in front of him and waved. I was thinking about Tony. But the enemy is here. Leon reached out and took off Tony's glasses. He was sleeping in space when he heard the sound of glass cutting and dense footsteps at home. His dream was suddenly awakened. He opened his supervision, saw the situation clearly, and hurried back to the laboratory in 5 seconds. The improvement in strength during this period has also rapidly increased the strength of the biological force field. Now, even if he flies at a speed of hundreds of Mach, he can be as silent as a bird flying through the clouds. Huh? Tony was startled, and his expression became more frightened when he saw Leon. What enemy? Jarvis didn't even warn me. Damn, it's that black marinated egg again, right? Tony learned the adjective black marinated egg from Leon, which has both taste and color. No, it's a group of ninjas, or martial arts masters. Leon pinched his wrist and said, I came back to remind you to upgrade Jarvis quickly, and then I will take care of them. Oh, no, no, no! Tony was startled when he heard that Leon was going to take action, and he stood up immediately. They are obviously coming for me, so I will do it if they want to fight, he said, and waved his hand. Jarvis, armor, the flight cabin, standing quietly in the laboratory, suddenly disintegrated and detached. Leon did not stop Tony. The muscle density of the dozen people above is the level of ordinary people. Even if they may have some mysterious power, they will not be Tony's opponent. After Tony put on the armor, he smashed the glass door and rushed upstairs. You wait for my news downstairs. Tony's voice rushed into the corridor. Handsome guys with diapers on their heads, here I come. It can be seen that he has been a little depressed due to his busyness during this period, and his true nature is exposed immediately after putting on the armor. Leon shook his head and stepped on the broken glass to go upstairs. The uninvited guests obviously did not expect the target to suddenly rush out from downstairs. As soon as Tony went up, he opened fire with full power, and the cluster guns rotated and bombed. The invaders were killed without any chance to fight back. Even those who reacted were knocked to the ground by the cluster guns the moment they resisted. Tony output at full power, and the ceiling of the villa was rumbling. When Leon walked into the living room, the bodies were already lying on the ground, and the wall was cracked in half. Very good. I can call the decoration company again tomorrow. The last man in black was cornered by Tony at this time. It can be seen that these attackers are professional killers. None of them screamed when they died. Even if there is only one person left now, they will fight to the end. Right? Leon just thought that the last man would fight to the death. As a result, the man stepped back and took out a simple envelope from his arms. He handed over the envelope, and at the same time, the knife in his hand swung back and cut his throat, and died on the spot. When his body fell, he even maintained the posture of handing over the envelope. It seems that he doesn't intend to fight to the death, but chooses to die to prove his loyalty? Leon walked to Tony's side. No, he wanted me to read the letter. Click. Tony flipped up his visor and the armor separated automatically. He took a step forward and was about to pick up the envelope, but Leon got there first. Be careful of the poison on the letter, Tony. You'd better wear armor next time you come into contact with something given by the enemy. Tony was shocked. Poison on the letter? Is there anyone who would do such a sinister thing? Some of the Oriental martial arts novels like to write about this kind of plot. This group of people are sneaky and look like people who would do that kind of thing. Leon put the envelope to his nose and smelled it. Okay. It's not poisonous. It seems that I thought too much. But why did he hand over this letter before committing suicide? He opened the envelope casually. Could it be that some organization wants to recruit me? Was that a test for joining the organization just now? Tony came over to watch. Leon looked disgusted. Damn. What kind of middle school guess is this? Do you think you are the savior? He unfolded the letter. From the outside, it was a very ordinary letter, probably made of bamboo paper. People who are used to using this kind of paper are basically from Southeast Asia. Could the other party be the hand? The two read the letter line by line. To Mr. Tony Stark. Congratulations on passing my test. You killed the Outer Ten Rings gang members who were on the assassination mission. You have successfully proved that you are qualified to be beheaded. By me personally. In recent years, you are the first person to reach this stage. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Wenwu, the leader of the Ten Rings gang. The Ten Rings gang that you wiped out half a month ago was just my poor imitators. I want to thank you for killing these shoddy counterfeits for me. But I am sorry to inform you. Although they are just imitators, they also represent the prestige of the Ten Rings gang in the world. Since you have announced to the outside world that you have wiped out the Ten Rings gang, then I have to kill you to maintain the reputation of my Ten Rings gang. 1 month later, I will come to your door in person to take your head. Signed, Wenwu. The two of them finished reading silently, very quickly. Tony frowned. So, the Ten Rings gang is just the tip of the iceberg? No, the Ten Rings gang is actually a hidden organization. He thought of Hydra and the Red House. All such organizations, hidden in the dark corners of the world. As far as he knows, none of them are good. Tony was still trying to figure out the details of the Ten Rings gang. But Leon next to him exploded. What a good man! Leon's eyes almost immediately glowed red. The letter in his hand shattered without warning. He floated up, his clothes moving without wind. The red light in his eyes became stronger and stronger, like a demon crawling out of hell, staring at all living beings. He was obviously not wearing a superhero uniform, but at this moment, it seemed as if a blood-stained cape was fluttering behind him. Tony, you take a rest first. I'll go kill a few people and come back. He had no expression on his face. It was as if he was just saying that he was going to eat a piece of bread later, but the cold tone was creepy. Tony turned his head in surprise, and before he saw Leon, he felt as if a mountain was pressing on him, and he took several steps back. You mean now? Tony looked at Leon, his heart trembling slightly. Ha, if the Ten Rings dare to issue a death notice in a month, I will make sure they never see the sun tomorrow. Just floating there, Leon gave people a sense of oppression, like mountains in the air, and rivers flowing backwards. It seemed that the whole world would shatter like a mirror falling to the ground in the next moment. This was the first time Tony had seen Leon so angry. His throat tightened and he felt panic for some reason. Leon, calm down, Tony said hurriedly. He was the one looking for me, so I should be the one to deal with him. Don't be impulsive, come down first. He jumped up and tried to pull Leon down, but Leon didn't move at all, and he fell on Leon instead. Forehead. He hugged Leon's calf and smiled awkwardly. Listen, Leon, let's not rush to take action. You, see, the one who issued the challenge was me, Iron Man, and I must respond to this challenge. Otherwise, why did I hold that press conference before? Was it just to show off? Leon looked at Tony hanging on his calf in silence. The anger in his heart was extinguished for a moment because of this funny guy, isn't it? He landed slowly, and Tony also stood on the ground again. Look, you always misunderstand me so deeply. Tony stepped forward and immediately grabbed Leon's shoulder. I am Iron Man. This is my responsibility. You also know what I wanted to do from the beginning, right? This is an opportunity, he said. The Ten Rings gang, just like the Ten Rings gang, is not a good thing. They provoked me, and I just wanted to go after them. None of these dancers hiding in the dark are good people, so let me investigate and then deal with them, okay? Are you serious? The red light in Leon's eyes gradually faded, turning back to black. He looked at Tony strangely. Do you really want to fight that, Wenwu? Don't look at me like that. You solved the Red House, so I can't solve the Ten Rings gang? Am I kidding? Tony smiled and spread his hands, but he felt relieved in his heart. For some reason, he felt nervous when he saw Leon's furious look. This reminded him of 17 years ago, when he was squatting in front of his parents' tombstone holding Leon and crying. On that day, the rain in the whole world flowed like a silver waterfall curtain, and he couldn't tell whether it was tears or rain on his face. He couldn't tell whether it was anger, sadness, or confusion in his heart. He cried so hard that his eyes were blurred. Suddenly, Leon in his arms babbled and reached out to wipe the water stains on his face. Leon, who was still a baby at that time, seemed to have concern in his big black eyes, and his tender little hands patted his cheek again and again. At that moment, Tony knew that this child was his only relative left in the world. He swore that he would never let anything happen to Leon. This little guy must smile every day and be full of energy every day. In the past 17 years, he has perfectly fulfilled this oath. But now Leon has grown up and even become a Superman, and even started to protect him in return. This made Tony very uncomfortable, and he had to admit that he could no longer protect Leon. However, when he saw Leon's furious look, his heart would still tighten. It was a vague self-blame, blaming himself for being too weak and unable to protect his brother. Leon didn't know Tony's rich psychological activities. He glanced at the arc reactor on Tony's chest and shook his head. You can't beat him. Based on the performance of Wenwu in the movie, it would take a late-stage Tony to have the strength to fight. As for Tony, who is still using the palladium arc reactor, sorry, he is too weak. You haven't even seen me fight and you say I can't beat him? Tony glared at him and said, as if you know him very well. Leon picked up the two bodies on the ground and walked out. I do know some. The Ten Rings gang is an organization that has been passed down for thousands of years. It is named after the leader's treasure, the Ten Rings. The Ten Rings have amazing powers, granting the user a long life and super strong body. Legend has it that it also has a special energy that can open up dimensions. That Wenwu got the 10 rings 1,000 years ago and has lived until now. How can you beat such a person? The 10 rings in the movie have the same name as the 10 rings in the comics, but they are two weapons with completely different abilities. The 10 rings are thought energy weapons that can absorb and store kinetic energy. In the movie, this set of weapons has different powers in the hands of different people. The comics later added relevant settings. It is said that the 10 rings were originally the Jade Emperor's divine weapons, but they were left in the world. As long as they are in the hands of the right people, their upper limit of power is even close to the level of a single universe, which can be comparable to the Infinity Stones. As for the origin of the 10 rings, in the movie, Leon does not know. After all, the two people who used the 10 rings showed such strength throughout the whole process that it seemed difficult for them to even destroy a city. Compared with the description in the comics, it is almost 10 galaxies away, of course. Even so, Wenwu is not a match for Tony now. Are you sure you're not telling a fairy tale? A person who has lived for 1,000 years? Can he open a dimension? Tony subconsciously questioned, but Leon's expression told him that it was not a joke. Okay. I know that's true now. Thank you for your answer, Lion Encyclopedia. Tony also put on his armor and started to move the bodies with Lion. Let me think about it. An organization with a 1,000-year history and a living fossil old man. It's unheard of. But I still have to solve this matter by myself, Leon. If the other party is coming towards me, then I will go towards him. Leon threw the body on the lawn and asked, how do you solve it? Just because of the poisonous arc reactor on his chest, he said, and went back to the house to continue moving the next batch of corpses. Tony followed behind him. Don't say that. Let me try. If it doesn't work, you go again. With a Superman like you here, how can anything happen to me? But did you know that palladium can cause poisoning? Tony was a little surprised. Leon silently mentioned the two of them in his hand. I studied chemistry in high school, thank you. He took 2 steps and suddenly stopped. If you really want to do it, then upgrade your armor first and heal the hole in your chest. Also, I've always wanted to ask, why do you always carry the reactor, even though there are no shrapnel in your chest? Are you trying to show off by risking your life? This. Cough cough. Tony was a little embarrassed. There are some deep reasons behind this. What's that guilty expression on your face? Leon was suspicious. Don't tell me you forgot that palladium can cause poisoning. Are you kidding me? How could I forget something like this? Tony looked embarrassed. I'm just testing the effect of palladium on the human body. That's right, Leon covered his forehead and said, you are hopeless. I thought you had other plans, so I didn't ask. I didn't expect you've never thought about this before. A week ago, Tony still put the arc reactor on his chest, showing it off like an Astro Boy. It wasn't until last weekend when he came out of the lab that the big hole in his chest was finally replaced with another filling. It was probably because he felt unwell at that time that he remembered the palladium poisoning. That's all in the past. Tony threw the 2 bodies on the ground and changed the subject loudly. Only children are always thinking about the past. We should now think about how to improve the armor. Tony wanted to put his hand on Leon's shoulder but was dodged. He clapped his hands to hide his embarrassment. Since you said I can't beat that Wen-Wu, how about you help me develop the armor? In the next month, we brothers will work together, and we'll definitely make history. Leon, you don't want me to be bullied by outsiders, right? Leon raised his eyebrows. Oh, there is such a good thing. I have been waiting for you to be beaten up for a long time. He refused. It is impossible to study together. I still have to go to the universe to become stronger. But a few days ago, I used my supervision to check the files left by my father in SHIELD. It was discovered that he had developed a new element suitable for arc generators a long time ago. The clue is on the design display board of Stark Industrial Park. You can go and have a look. Lion chose to reveal the new element to Tony in advance. At the same time, he piled all the bodies together. He burned them all to ashes with a heat ray. He blew out a breath and blew all the dust out of the villa. Dad? Tony took off his armor. On the other side, he researched a new element. Are you kidding? It's not a joke. That's his last gift for you. Leon patted Tony's arm and walked into the house. Later you can ask Nick Fury for the documents left by your father. Everything he wants to tell you is in them. Leon temporarily gave up the idea of going directly to the Ten Rings headquarters to crush Wenwu's head. Since Tony wants to go, let him go. When he really can't beat them, he can take over. After all, strictly speaking, this matter is indeed a personal grudge between the Ten Rings and Tony. Tony was stunned for a long time. He probably didn't expect that after such a long time, he would still receive a gift from Howard. After standing there for several minutes, he went into the house and found Leon. So, you agree, right? I will solve the Ten Rings gang's problem by myself. Tony was still thinking about the fight. It's up to you, but I still don't think you'll win. Don't ask Leon to save me when you lose. Leon is about to go to space again. You agree? Great. I knew you would agree. You are worthy of being my brother. Tony cheered. He didn't take Leon's sarcasm to heart at all. Help? What help? He, Tony Stark, will never shout for help again, even if he jumps off the cliff behind his house. He said it. No one can change it. Leon saw through Tony's thoughts at a glance inside. This Tony has been spoiled. Maybe he will get another one in the multiverse later. Wrong. Don't be too happy too soon. I've already told you that you will definitely lose. Are you still happy? He used his words to attack her. Will we lose? That's not necessarily the case. As long as there are new elements, everything will be different. Tony waved his hand. That's wishful thinking. The Mark III plus the new elements is far from enough, and the big hole in your chest is also a fatal flaw. Unless you can cure it, but there is no such medical technology now. Well, it seems not necessarily. Leon touched his chin and suddenly thought of something. There is no advanced medical technology on Earth, but there is in the universe. The universe is too far away, and there are other worlds. Leon suddenly felt excited. He just happened to plan to travel through the world recently. Because it was the first time to travel, he wanted to find a world with a low upper limit as a trial. So, why not just travel through a world that can not only cure Tony's chest injury, but also improve his strength and has a low upper limit? Leon's eyes flickered, and he suddenly had the intention to leave. He had studied the ability to travel through the world before. As long as he thinks of the keywords in his mind, the ability to travel will feed back the approximate energy value required to travel through the corresponding world. This is like a full version of a search engine. After entering the keywords, it will prompt the traffic required to search and enter the corresponding web page. When Leon clicks confirm search and pays the traffic, the ability will be activated and teleport him to the target world. But there is a slight problem. This engine cannot recognize the names of those movies in his previous life. He can only use low upper limit. Medical technology is good, and other keywords to conduct global searches. Not necessarily. What do you have in mind? Would you fill it with silicone or something? Tony said with disgust. Don't give me such a bad idea. I would rather build a new elemental arc reactor and install it. Of course not. I plan to travel through the world soon, and I will surely bring you good news when the time comes. Lion said, crossing. Tony muttered something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Are you planning to go to other worlds? Oh, God, please take me with you. I've wanted to go there for a long time. He suddenly became very excited. That's a different world. Will there be another me, or another you there? Is it possible that in that world I'm Superman and you are Iron Man? Tony became more and more excited. He took a few quick steps and was almost scratching his head. Wait, let me think about what I need to bring when traveling through the world. Iron armor, electronic equipment, US dollars. No, I need to bring gold. And it started again. This guy got excited again. Leon stopped Tony helplessly. You misunderstood again. I only plan to go alone without you. Without me? Tony was stunned. Yes, no, Lion emphasized. Really not? Tony showed an expression of disbelief. This is really not the case. Leon is sure. You just left me like that? Tony's fingers were trembling. It's fine if you gave me a third-hand birthday present, but you won't take me with you when you go traveling. Leon's mouth twitched. Tony's expression now looked like a husky abandoned by its owner, confused and shocked. No, because there are uncertainties here. I have to try traveling through it myself first. If the crossing process is stable and can bring people along, well, it seems that it is indeed possible to bring people along. Anyway, I will take you through time again if I have the chance. I will take you to the DC world when the time comes. Leon feels that his ability to travel through time is very inclusive. As long as the energy is enough, I am afraid he can take the entire Marvel universe away. But this is the first time after all. I have the body of steel and can make mistakes, but you can't. Leon gave his reason. After listening to the explanation, Tony opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he just showed a regretful expression. He knew he had no hope. After all, Leon was right. You should be cautious when traveling. For the first time, adding him at this time is no different from adding a burden. He spread his hands and said, "Have you ever thought about what to do if you encounter kryptonite as soon as you travel to another world?" "Well, I should wear Supermark 1. Leon thought for a moment. "That's right. You have to wear a suit. Also, bring 5 arc reactors just in case. There are also sterilization issues and equivalents. You have to—" Tony gave a long list of instructions. He didn't stop until he drank some water because his mouth was dry. "Okay, just make these preparations. When you are sure you want to travel through time, tell me and I will be watching." The next day. In the evening. Leon stood in the middle of a circle of testing equipment in the underground garage. He was wearing Supermark 1 and carrying a large travel backpack. The backpack contained 5 arc reactors, 10 1-kilo gold pieces, disinfectant spray, hemostatic spray. This backpack prepared by Tony himself had all kinds of emergency items. Although Leon felt that most of them were unnecessary. "Are you sure you want to leave now?" Tony asked from behind the projection screen. "That's right." Leon nodded, "But I should be back soon. You know, with my power, everything is easy." Tony shook his head. "I'm only worried about the kryptonite and the red sun. After going there, if you encounter danger, you must come back immediately. Don't worry, even if I am restrained and lose my superpowers, I can still live well." Leon pointed his head with his finger. "Superman has weaknesses, but the knowledge in his head will not disappear. I'm leaving." He put his travel bag on the back of the armor. "I hope you have successfully developed new elements when I come back." Tony went to the industrial park this morning and brought back the design display board. "Then you have to come back soon because I can create a new element, core tonight." Tony smiled proudly. He studied it in the afternoon and found the secret of the display board according to Leon's hint. It was a structural diagram of a new element. He only needed to analyze the structural diagram and synthesize it with a particle collider, and soon he would be able to successfully obtain a new element. As proud as Tony was after figuring out everything, he couldn't help but marvel at his father's wisdom. "I hope so." Leon is also happy for his brother. "I'm leaving. Take care of yourself and Pepper," Leon said and closed his eyes. On the other side, Tony also turned on the instruments and began to record the on-site data. Recording the data of time travel is an opportunity that many scientists dream of, and he certainly won't let it go. Start searching the world. Keywords: limb repair, enhancing the strength of Kryptonians, low upper limit of supernatural power in the world, no threat. Successfully anchored the world. Calculate the energy required to cross. Crossing confirmed. Leon mobilized his crossing ability in his heart and confirmed the processes and values one by one. Soon, a clear message appeared in his mind, letting him know that the search for the other world had been successful. Dozens of options appeared in his mind, all of which were worlds that met the requirements. Those worlds were like bubbles, like chaotic black holes, and no information could be seen. He could only randomly choose one of them. Then a feeling between reality and illusion descended and enveloped him. In this state, he could vaguely sense the energy he needed to consume to cross the world he was currently anchored in. It is about 1% of his own physical strength. With Leon's human-shaped natural disaster-like strength, this energy is huge. Converted into specific values, it is at least equivalent to the global power generation for 9 days. Now Leon understands why the gifts given by the original world are Kryptonian blood and time travel. If he only has Kryptonian blood, then if he wants to achieve unlimited strength, he can only rack his brains to find opportunities in the Marvel world. And if he only has the ability to travel through time and space, I'm afraid that he will have to spend countless time and money to collect the energy needed for travel. But now that these two abilities are combined, everything becomes logical and complementary. Leon has an inexplicable touch in his heart. Perhaps with the combination of the two abilities, he can really break the upper limit easily and become the strongest. Without wasting too much time, Leon finally confirmed in his heart that he began to travel. As soon as the thought came down, a majestic suction force appeared in his body out of thin air. It was as if a black hole was connected to his limbs at this moment, madly extracting everything that could be extracted. However, this suction force came quickly and went away quickly. After absorbing 1% of Leon's physical strength, the suction force automatically disappeared. Instead, a pulling force enveloped Leon. Leon had a premonition, and only had time to open his eyes and wave to Tony. The next second, he disappeared from the spot. When he disappeared, the space he was in did not even have any fluctuations. There was no wormhole to suck him away. There was no door to heaven to open and guide his way. He was like a picture on a drawing software which was selected and cut, and then disappeared from the screen in an instant. There was no trace left. "Thank you for the generous gift," Tony exclaimed. "This is unscientific." All the instruments on the scene did not move at all, as if this place had not changed from beginning to end. In Tony's eyes, Leon's disappearance was like a drop of seawater evaporating from the ocean, without causing any waves. Tony ran madly to Leon's previous position and looked up and down. He felt that his worldview was challenged again. How could traveling through the world be so silent? This is not scientific at all. But what made him even more uncomfortable was actually another thing. "Leon, you have to come back soon." As soon as Leon left, Tony felt extremely uncomfortable. Leon felt as if he had entered a void. He was pushed by a force, moving in this void. He couldn't open his eyes or speak, and felt like an ant that accidentally fell into the river and was drifting with the current. But this description is not quite right. He didn't actually feel restrained. He just couldn't move, and kept moving forward. In this way, it was more like a vegetative person being sent to the hospital in an ambulance. But this feeling did not last long. At a certain moment, Leon felt that he had passed through a thin film like the surface of water. He could even feel the ripples caused by this film because of himself. Then the world spun around. There was a sense of reality under his feet, and Leon regained control of his body. He opened his eyes, and the power of the armor that had been turned off at some point was restarted at the same time, and the eyes on the mask lit up faintly. Is this a world at war? The first scene that caught my eye was a raging fire climbing up the high-rise buildings. All the surrounding buildings were ablaze, and the stars gathered together to burn the entire night sky red. Broken glass, collapsed, road signs, and cars with their front ends sunk in, and doors torn apart after a collision. There were also helicopters with lighting searchlights hovering above the buildings. This was probably a city at war. Perhaps it had just been bombarded. The empty cars stuck in the middle of the road showed the panic of people fleeing. Jarvis came online at this time. Master Leon, are you okay? It seems that when we were in the garage, for unknown reasons, the circuit systems of the armor all stopped running. I'm fine. We have arrived in another world now, Jarvis. Leon looked around. You stopped running because of time travel. Don't worry. Try to connect to the network first. Jarvis's task is to collect information online. Lion stood there, closed his eyes, and revoked all the brain's suppression of superhearing. Suddenly, sounds from all over the world came one after another. The sound of wind, fire, screams, countless sounds revolved around him like a kaleidoscope. At this moment, the sound seemed to have a shape, and each tone represented a picture. He quickly found useful information in these sounds. Wesker, welcome to HCF. You are now our battlefield commander. Marvin, guard the west gate. Chris, Jill and Brad are in danger now. I need to go back to them. Tell Ada Wong that we must get the G-virus. Countless sounds were reduced to the most valuable few. Leon suddenly opened his eyes. It turns out that this is the world of the Resident Evil game, and I am in Raccoon City. He recalled the plot he had seen in his previous life and made a judgment. This world does not pose a threat to me. But it's strange. How is the search process for the ability to travel through time and space carried out? Does this world really meet the requirements? The treatment of severed limbs can be solved by using a virus unique to the world. Even if it may turn into a zombie, it does solve the problem. But will this world help me improve my strength? Leon was confused, and felt it was a bit ridiculous. The so-called T-virus, G-virus, and Bacteria Master will actually reduce the physical fitness of Kryptonians. Wait, strictly speaking, there is another way in this world that can improve my strength. Lion looked up at the night sky that was burned red by the fire, and suddenly realized there is also a yellow sun. So that's it. Yellow sun can improve my strength. Damn, what's the use of this? Marvel Earth has a yellow sun. Am I here to experience sunbathing in a different world? Leon realized that the keywords he determined were not rigorous, so there were some problems with the final result of the crossing. Next time I have to change the keywords to improving genetic potential, or having ways to become stronger besides sun exposure. Forget it. Just take it as a way to accumulate experience, Jarvis. No need to collect information on the internet. Let's go back. Lion was just about to leave the biochemical world and go home. Suddenly, an invisible wave descended, sweeping across his body from top to bottom. Lion was startled, and before he could react, he felt a coolness in his brain. It was as if an invisible hand had fallen down and quickly performed a beauty spia on his cerebral cortex. He felt refreshed for a moment and felt that his brain seemed to have been slightly optimized in some aspects. This external wave was completely beneficial to him, so that the steel body did not make any resistance. What is going on? Doubts arose in Lion's mind, although he felt that what had just happened to him was a good thing, but this inexplicable good thing made him alert. Fortunately, the other party did not give a gift in vain. Lion was wondering, and suddenly through his ability to travel through the world, he discovered a strange wave. He subconsciously activated the ability. Suddenly, an obscure and unspeakable message, through resonance with the shuttle ability, drilled into his mind. Lion touched his forehead. It seemed that there was an invisible ghost connected to his brainwaves and spoke directly to his brain. Gift, salvation, doomsday, evolution, creatures, more, 9%. The message was very obscure. Leon mobilized his superbrain to think tens of millions of times in 1 second, but only parsed 6 words. It was as if the person who transmitted the message had no self-awareness. He just shared his instinctive tendencies or desires with him. This strange setting. Why does it look a bit like world consciousness? Leon stroked his chin. Is the world consciousness of Resident Evil asking me for help? This seems to make sense. He first connected to the biochemical world through the ability to travel through the world, and then traveled through. The biochemical world can naturally use this ability as a bridge to send him communication information. Although the other party seems to have only instincts and no consciousness, it is even unclear whether it is world consciousness or not. It may just be a collection of human pan-consciousness. However, the other party is given benefits after all. The gift, in that message, probably refers to the brain SPA just now. Lion felt very comfortable with this style of giving gifts first, and then asking for help. He thought about it, although he did not reach out to take it. But since the other party was so enthusiastic that he stuffed the gift directly into his pocket, it is not impossible to consider helping the little brother in the biochemical world. It just so happens that he also has to study what benefits he has obtained. But before that, he has to think carefully about what kind of help the little brother wants. After all, there are only a few ambiguous words, which is really... Boom. While Lion was thinking, there was a violent explosion on the rooftop of the building above his head. The rumbling sound of the explosion attracted his attention. Lion looked up. The helicopter that was hovering just now exploded. In the scattered flames, the wreckage of the plane rotated and crashed into another building. After a series of collisions, the wreckage was stuck in the floor, ignited flames, and a large amount of glass and building material fragments fell down. Leon felt that this scene had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Speaking of which, the biochemical crisis is also jokingly called the vehicle crisis. Almost all the running vehicles that have appeared in the game have been destroyed, so it doesn't seem strange that the plane exploded. Maybe it was because there were too many muscular men sitting in it and it couldn't bear the load, so it exploded? Leon speculated with a sense of evil in his heart. Suddenly, his ears moved, and more sounds came from the high-rise building. This sound is... a car? There is a car on the roof? He looked up again in surprise. On the roof of the 7-story building, a car rushed out of the guardrail and fell straight down with a tall black body on top. Boom! The car hit the black man hard and slammed into the ground, making a heavy sound that made people tremble. After falling, the car flipped over due to the unstable center of gravity, and the roof fell down again. At this time, the black man, who was pushed up, was exposed, and his huge body lay on the ground without moving for a while. There was a girl in the car who kept screaming. She screamed in pain when the car landed. She screamed several times in a row after being repeatedly bumped onto the roof and door by various forces and reactions. Leon felt the pain for her. But what he was more interested in was that the girl's body seemed to be too strong, falling from the roof of a 7-story building. After a brief dizziness, she actually began to climb out of the car window humming. Of course, it is even closer. The one who composed the music was the big black guy. The big black guy was hit by a car from the 7th floor to the ground. It was only a few seconds before he slowly got up and walked towards the car again. A beautiful woman who is as invincible as a cockroach. A big black guy who is shameless and continues to chase the beautiful woman even after being hit by a car and bombarded. This combination is exactly Jill Valentine in the game and the tracker model tyrant launched by Umbrella, the mastermind behind the scenes. Leon still remembers that this tyrant is called the Goddess of Vengeance. As for Jill, she is a member of a special elite team of the police station called STARS. She is one of the first batch of police officers who have experienced biological leaks in the worldview of Resident Evil. She is also one of the main characters in this world. She is full of justice and has a tough personality. She has a neat and clean shoulder-length hair, and her classic image is a blue vest on the upper body. She is known as a woman, who is so beautiful that she can be soaked in water. Good. Now I know where and when I am. This scene is exactly like the one in the game. It is now 1998, September 28th, around 21, near the Redstone Station in Raccoon City. Leon analyzed the time node based on his memory of the game. Master Lion, you are right. It is 21:14 now, and you are less than 1,000 meters away from Redstone Station. Jarvis suddenly said, I knew it. Leon raised his eyebrows and flicked open his visor. It seems you are already connected to the internet? Yes, but you have already stopped me from looking for information on the internet, so I don't know much about this world at the moment. Forget the previous instruction, and continue to collect information, focusing on the Umbrella Corporation, the Eagle Military, and the HCF organization. Okay, Master. Leon said nothing more. He smelled the thick smell of gunpowder in the air and noticed that Jill had climbed out of the car window. However, Jill also saw him at this time. The two looked at each other for a second, and Jill's face was visibly anxious. Are you human? Leon was wearing a steel armor, which was really ahead of its time in 1998. But as soon as Jill asked the question, she already had the answer in her mind. She waved desperately at Leon. Run! Run! Don't just stand there! Go to a safe place! It's dangerous here! She shouted loudly, not noticing that the car behind her was on fire. The car was about to explode, and the tyrant was about to walk behind her. If she didn't move quickly, she would first be submerged by the explosion, and then be killed by the tyrant. However, in this situation, the choice she made subconsciously was to first remind the strangely dressed passerby she just saw and ask him to leave quickly. Boom. As expected, the car exploded. The flames of the explosion spread and were about to engulf Jill. Jill also noticed this. She turned around and wanted to escape, but it was too late. She could only watch the flames spitting on her face. She was still lying on the ground at this time, and her cheeks clearly felt the scorching heat of the flames. She couldn't help showing a look of despair. In a trance, she seemed to see the scene of her and her teammates encountering zombies in a mansion in the suburbs of Raccoon City 2 months ago. Perhaps from the day she encountered these monsters, she was destined to die in their hands. But Jill didn't have time to finish her last words. Suddenly, her eyes blurred. The scene in front of her instantly retreated more than 10 meters. The flames that were supposed to engulf her bloomed in the distance, but it blew up the tyrant solid. She blinked twice stupidly, breathed a sigh of relief, and then suddenly widened her eyes. What just happened? She looked to the side, and the man in the strange iron shell was standing on the side, grabbing her arm from the touch of her arm. It seems that the other party is wearing a very heavy armor. But isn't the texture of this armor a little too good? The shiny blue-red shell and the streamlined figure seem to be more pleasing to the eye than a space rocket. And the round light on the chest makes it look like a super-era mecha warrior from a science fiction movie. But how is this possible? Things, like super time and space. Jill suddenly thought of how he had just flashed back more than 10 meters, and his face suddenly changed. You, who are you? She looked up at the head of the armor. The man's visor had closed at some point with only 2 faint blue lights on. Well, now it looks more like a mecha from a science fiction movie. I'll explain it later. A male voice came from under the armor. Jill suddenly remembered what she saw under the armor before. It was a male face, and it seemed that his facial features were quite handsome. May I ask who you are? She wanted to ask something else. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the sea of fire a few dozen meters away. A sound of breaking through the air came. The mecha warrior beside her suddenly took a step forward. With a thud, he caught the half of the car body wreckage that was thrown. The sea of fire in the distance was split in two. The tyrant, covered in black, walked out of the flames, his whole body burning with flames. Wow, look at this guy. There's definitely no warmer man in the world than him. The mecha warrior teased. Jill was stunned, looking at the tyrant wrapped in flames in the distance. Thinking subconsciously, she actually felt that it was indeed quite warm, but she quickly reacted. This was Tyrant BOW. What a warm man. The corners of her mouth twitched. She supported herself on the ground and stood up, side by side with the mecha warrior. What should we do now? Can you beat that bitch? She started with a lot of dirty talk. However, before the mecha warrior could answer, a roar came from the other side of the street. Hey bastard! Look over here! Jill turned her head and saw a rocket flying towards the tyrant. Someone actually had a weapon of mass destruction. She felt safe. The rocket hit the unguarded black man and exploded instantly on him. The tyrant's body was stiff in the firelight, and he looked seriously injured. However, a second rocket was immediately fired from the other end of the street, causing secondary damage to the tyrant. Most of the block was illuminated by the flames of the explosion. Even the tyrant, who was 2 meters 6 tall and invulnerable to swords and guns, bent his knees crookedly and knelt on the ground under 2 consecutive rockets. Are you all right? The man who launched the rocket dropped the launcher and ran towards the 2. He was wearing the green uniform of the Umbrella UBCS troops, and his fluffy black curly hair swayed with his movements. He looked very sharp, with the tough temperament of a professional soldier. I finally caught up with you. My name is Carlos, and I'm here to save you. He ran to the 2 of them and said, that monster should be dead. Come with me. I'll take you to the subway station, where our Umbrella emergency forces have built a shelter to send the survivors out of the city. Umbrella? Jill, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly became excited when he heard this. Are you kidding me? You are the one who made Raccoon City what it is now. Will you protect civilians? She was indignant. The cause of the outbreak, of the biochemical crisis in Raccoon City, was the leak of a virus from Umbrella's underground research institute. It was a strain called the T virus. After infection, it will increase the strength of the patient's bones and muscles, but it will also make the patient's skull brittle, the body eroded, and produce a crazy desire to eat flesh and blood, and spread the virus. After the virus leaked, Umbrella simply gave up the city and even used it as a testing ground. The reason why the city fell was not only Umbrella's instigation, but also the official connivance. Originally, after the Eagle officials discovered the abnormality, they planned to send troops to support. But there was a guy named Simmons in the military committee who proposed to wait and see, and take the research results of the virus into public ownership. So the military forces finally surrounded, but did not attack. They only restricted the entry and exit of people in Raccoon City, but did not send people into the city to clean up the zombies. Carlos was not aware of these things. Faced with Jill's questioning, he was completely confused. What are you talking about? Carlo felt that Jill was making a fuss. He stepped back a few steps. Well, you don't have to believe me. But, now the only way to leave the city is to take the subway. It's up to you whether you want to keep up. And this guy? What's this on you? Carlos only noticed at this time that the second person next to him was wearing a handsome steel armor. He looked like an unlucky mecha warrior actor who had just finished filming a science fiction movie and encountered a disaster as soon as he left the set. Jill also turned his head and looked over. Yes, mecha warrior, I also want to ask, you... Before she could finish her question, she was interrupted. Again, thump, thump. The dull sound of a hammer hitting the ground rang out in the distance without warning. Don't worry about me. I'm not on the same path as you guys. The mech warrior took a step forward. The two looked in the direction he was going. The tyrant who had been lying on the ground in the distance had regained his mobility at some point. The flames on his body had long gone out, and he was now slowly getting up with his hands on the ground. The dull knocking sound was the sound of the other party supporting himself with his hands on the ground. Hey, this must be fake. How can he still move after being hit by 2 rockets? What kind of monster is this? Carlos muttered to himself. Have you never seen anything like this? Jill asked. I only know that it is looking for something, with a very clear purpose, and will not give up until it achieves its goal. Carlos said, You two, we should go. This guy is completely invincible. The mecha warrior suddenly laughed and said, According to what you said, is it a very loyal man? Ah? Loyalty? The two were stunned by the sudden joke. The mecha warrior ignored them and took off the travel bag on his back and threw it aside. Then, he actually flew up. Thank you for the generous gift. Jill and the other man were stunned. This iron lump actually spewed flames from its back and feet and flew up? I thought the mecha warrior was just dressed in a sci-fi style. Who would have thought that he really had sci-fi ability? Jill thought of his previous flash and was even more shocked. The two of them were so shocked that they kept swallowing their saliva, but they did not forget to run to the bunker and stick their heads out to observe the battle between the mecha and the biological weapons. Fuck, I feel like I've traveled to a movie. Jill's eyes widened. The mecha warrior flew in the air and stretched out his hands to the tyrant. As the sound of energy gathering full of technology rang out, he actually ejected energy lasers from his palms. 2 lasers fell on the tyrant like thunder. Just a glance, it easily penetrated his chest. The tyrant's slow pace suddenly stopped, and soon flames burned on his body again, and his huge body collapsed with a bang. Is that solved? It should be impossible to stand up again. Jill was indescribably shocked. However, just as she finished speaking, the tyrant with 2 holes in its chest, its tall body suddenly began to crumble inch by inch. Its jet-black bulletproof coat could remain intact even under rockets. But in just a few breaths, the coat was shattered to pieces. Its body tore and swelled at the same time, like a soap bubble that could self-replicate. In a few seconds, the 2-6 meter tall tyrant grew 3 times larger. It became like a canine. Its hands and feet turned into claws, and its limbs and back protruded with bone spurs like fish fins. It crawled on the ground, panting heavily. The rumbling panting sounded like an old train steam engine burning coal. The tyrant is really ugly in this form. The virus and parasites in the body are completely out of control, and it has reached the brink of destruction. The tracker tyrant can maintain its sanity thanks to a strange parasite in its body. Its current appearance is the result of the parasite going out of control and its limbs regenerating and multiplying crazily. Although its strength has greatly increased, its sanity has also disappeared. Stop changing your form and end it soon. If you are the only one transforming, it will make me look stupid. The mecha warrior put down his hands, but the next second, small missile heads popped out, from his shoulders, arms, waist and other places. Fire! All missiles fired. Dozens of flames ignited, and small missiles drew arcs and approached the second form of the tyrant. The tyrant sensed danger, and kicked off the ground with its powerful legs, leaping onto the wall like a praying mantis, and firmly fixed itself on it. It tried to use its high mobility to avoid danger, but the missiles fired from the mecha warrior had their own tracking effect. One after another, the small missiles turned in the air and chased after the tyrant. It was the first time that Jill saw the tyrant running away with his head in his hands, and even then he couldn't escape successfully. Boom! First, the first missile hit the tyrant, then came all the remaining small missiles. Explosions followed one after another, although the momentum was not louder than when a rocket exploded. But each small missile seemed to hit the tyrant's vital points, causing great damage to its body, and it staggered and roared. When the last small missile exploded, the tyrant's body was left with only charred bones, leaning against the wall lifelessly, without any movement. This time he should be really dead. Jill looked at the dead tyrant, and then at the mecha warrior in the air, with amazement in her eyes. This is simply a mobile arsenal. It's so cool. When Jill was training in the army, her blasting ability was the best. At this moment, she just thought that the mecha warrior in the air was too handsome. It was simply shining. Leon floated in the air, looking at the tyrant who was only a skeleton on the ground. He also felt that the other party should be completely dead this time. The vitality is indeed very strong. Ha ha ha, T-virus, another direction of life evolution. He turned and began to think about the help that the world consciousness asked him for. The world of Resident Evil takes a completely different path from him in terms of supernatural powers. Kryptonians have all their powers in themselves, and all their powers come from their own cells and blood, and of course, the yellow sunlight. Resident Evil uses biochemical power to amplify itself, according to the plot of the game. Basically, it can be divided into 3 categories: viruses, parasites, and fungi. Each of the 3 categories has its own origin. Among them, the most prosperous is virus technology. Its origin is very interesting. In ancient times, a flower called Stairs of the Sun was born in Africa, which gave birth to a brilliant civilization there. However, this civilization was lost in history. In the 1960s, Spencer, Marcus, and Edward, the founders of Umbrella, discovered this plant again in Africa. They extracted a strain called progenitor virus from the stairs of the sunflower. More than a decade later, Marcus successfully combined the progenitor virus with leeches to develop the T-virus. During this period, Edward discovered that Spencer had the intention to harm him, so he secretly built a base in Antarctica and used the genes of his ancestors to cultivate 2 offspring, where he developed T. Veronica virus. And William Birkin, Marcus's student and Spencer's spy, developed a variant of the T-virus, the G-virus, in an underground laboratory in Raccoon City. These 3 viruses are the main strains in the early stages of the Resident Evil game world. What else is there? T-fear virus, T-abyss virus, C-virus. It has not been developed yet. In addition to viruses, the rest are parasites and fungi. There are fewer branches in these 2 evolutionary paths. In terms of parasites, the main one is a parasite called Placa. It appeared underground in the Lagna Valley Mountains in Spain hundreds of years ago, and is an ancient parasite. Unlike viruses, it can strengthen the host while allowing the host to retain some of its sanity. So later, many forces used Placa parasites to control biological weapons. For fungi, it is a kind of mold with a black appearance that originated from the underground of a village in Eastern Europe. It is also named E mold. The earliest appearance of E mold was also hundreds of years ago. This mold can store the genes, consciousness, and memory of many organisms. Even after many molds gathered together, a baby-shaped mold called Mushroom Master was born. This big mold can link all the memories and consciousness stored in the mycelium, like a network repeater. And humans infected by mold will not only greatly improve their physical fitness, but also retain a relatively complete rationality. However, their consciousness is connected to the Mushroom Master, and they will be restricted and dominated by higher-level infected people. Ethan, the protagonist of the 7th and 8th generations of the game, and his daughter Rose are the perfect fusion of E-mold. However, Rose was born more than 20 years later, which is too far from the present time. Leon sorted out the general situation of the biochemical crisis world in his mind. He had some ideas about how to ask for help from the world. Gift, salvation, doomsday, evolution, creatures, more, %1. The gift refers to the invisible enhancement he has obtained. Salvation, doomsday, should be the literal meaning. The world of Resident Evil has experienced several world-destroying crises, but they were all successfully overcome in the original work. The biggest crisis was probably the Chaos that carried the C-virus and could infect the entire world in the 6th generation of the game. The creature called Chaos is very ordinary, in strength. But the virus it carries can infect the entire ocean in a short period of time, and then infect the whole world. Of course, that has nothing to do with Leon. After all, it is very simple for him to solve these crises now. Just kill the people who are causing trouble in advance. But Leon is a little confused about this. If the so-called doomsday refers to various biochemical crises, then it should not be the world consciousness that asks him for help. After all, even if all humans and other creatures die, the Earth can still continue to revolve around the sun safely and steadily. However, it seems that we cannot immediately make a final conclusion on this. What if the world of Biohazard is the same as some Marvel worlds? There are rules similar to the spiderweb incident. That is, once some important people die or not die, the world will have a chain reaction and be destroyed. Then, he can understand the motivation of the world consciousness to ask for help. After all, according to this theory, if humans perish, the world will also be destroyed. However, Leon felt that the real reason should not be so weird. He temporarily suppressed his doubts and continued to analyze the remaining entries. Evolution. Biology. It's not hard to understand. Probably to let him help promote global biological evolution. This fits the theme of Resident Evil. He sighed when he played the game before. He said that all kinds of weird things can be brewed in Resident Evil. Viruses and molds. It's simply not a way for people to survive. But now the game has become real, and the world may have instinctive consciousness. Everything has another explanation. In order to promote biological evolution, the world has taken the initiative to breed these dangerous but highly potential species. Various viruses, fungi, and parasites can merge and mutate with each other, which is very consistent with the goal of evolution. Perhaps the two words, evolution, biology, are what the world mainly wants him to help with. As for the last, more, Leon couldn't quite understand it. He closed his eyes and tried to feel the emotions shared by the world consciousness. Slowly. He found that the information about the more part was full of encouragement, expectation, and impatience. He thought about it. He felt that this was probably the world consciousness telling him that after he completed his request for help, he would give him more feedback. Well, even the world consciousness knows how to make big promises these days. Leon tapped the metal visor with his fingers. But since there is still follow-up feedback, I have to be more serious. Although he still doesn't know what the gift he got before is, Superbrain has a vague intuition that the gift will be of great use to him. First, as the first step to saving the world, let's solve the Raccoon City crisis to practice. He stopped the armor's propulsion system and landed on the ground. In the original novel, there is a serum for the T-virus in the hospital. I can use that serum to try to reverse engineer a more widely used antidote. There is also Umbrella's underground laboratory. The G-virus there cannot be left alone. It is needed to promote biological evolution. While Leon was thinking, his armor was gently knocked. Hello? Jill walked to his left, staring intently at the arc reactor on the chest of the armor. It's amazing that such a compact armor can hide so many weapons. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Jill Valentine, a member of STARS. May I ask who you are? Are you a secret operator from the military? Carlos also came over. Wow, man, you were so handsome just now. You killed the big black guy in seconds after he turned into a dog. Leon Stark. Leon nodded to the two and introduced himself. You'd better leave here quickly. The zombies will come over if they hear the noise. Aren't you going to the subway station with me? Oh, I understand. Brother Stark. You are the one, sent by the higher-ups to solve the problem, right? Carlos couldn't help but touch the armor. I didn't know that the technology of this country is so advanced. Those people are really hiding deep. Jill seemed to think so too. She looked at Leon with much kinder eyes, as if she saw her comrade in arms. She stretched out her hand. I have been in the Delta Special Forces. Which unit are you from, Leon? Leon shook hands with her with his arm, wrapped in armor. You have misunderstood me, he said. I am not from your country, nor from your world. World? Are you saying that we are not in the same class as you? Jill frowned. Literally, I come from another world. Leon let go of his hand. I'm not here to clean up Umbrella's mess. It was the consciousness of your world that hired me. It lets me help save the world, so you guys should leave quickly and try to gather as many civilians as possible. I may send you some T-virus vaccines later. After saying that, he turned around, found the direction of Raccoon City Hospital, and prepared to fly over. Carlos laughed and shouted from behind. Hey, brother Leon, are you kidding? How is another world possible? Do you have any evidence? Although this handsome boy with instant noodle hair has some funny attributes, he is no longer at the age to believe in passionate stories about saviors from another world. He felt that the mecha warrior in front of him might have PTSD from the war and was mentally ill. The person hired by the world consciousness means the savior? Jill's eyes also became strange. She thought of the teleportation just now, and her heart was a little shaken, but she quickly denied it. The savior from another world. How could this be possible? She thought about it, and felt that Leon was probably joking to keep it secret. At this time, Leon flew straight up. However, he did not activate the thrusters on the armor. He had not used the armor for a long time, and he had been thinking about many things. For a moment, he even forgot to activate the thrusters, and habitually used the bioforce field to fly up. So the several-ton iron shell flew lightly in the air, and Leon's voice came out, as if it had been suffocated by a can. I don't have to prove it, Carlos. You don't need to believe me. And I don't need you to believe. Just do what you were doing before. Maybe you can save more people. Leon looked around in the air. Also, you should go. The zombies are surrounding us. Gil and the others didn't notice that the iron armor had opened Newton's coffin and floated there. They looked around, and saw that there were indeed groups of zombies limping towards them from the corners of the streets. We have to go. Jill's face turned serious, and he did not forget to ask Leon, what about you? Where are you going? Maybe we can help you later. I'm going to the Raccoon City Hospital and the police station. The underground passage of the police station leads to the Umbrella Laboratory. If you need serum, you can find me there, Leon said. He thinks that plot characters like Jill and Carlos should be very important to the world consciousness of Party A's boss, so he doesn't mind providing some help. Umbrella's laboratory? Jill wanted to ask more, but Leon suddenly stopped him with his hand. Wait a minute, he moved his ears. There are a lot of things crawling nearby. Well, it sounds like wireworms climbing. Wireworms? Aren't those things parasites? How can there be sounds when they crawl? Jill and the others had question marks in their heads. Should we take him with us? He looks mentally ill and might get into an accident if he's alone, Carlos whispered. But Leon seems to be quite sober. Jill and Carlos thought differently. She thought Leon was probably speaking some kind of code. Professional Special Forces personnel all have codes. It's just a pity that she and the umbrella guy next to her were not Leon's informants. The sound is there. Lion suddenly turned around in the air and looked at the location of the tyrant's wreckage. The originally dry bones there had turned into a bulging mass of black matter. Countless black threads less than 1 millimeter thick extended from the mass of matter, covering the ground and crawling towards the zombies in the distance. There was no sound in the process, just like rain flowing over the ground of a city. There really are wireworms, Carlos exclaimed. Wasn't that a code just now? Jill exclaimed. This tyrant is still alive. Lion judged. Huh? Leon raised his eyebrows. Why are Jill and Carlos talking so strangely? The brain circuits of these characters are different from those of normal people. The point is that the tyrant is still alive, but one of them is paying attention to the iron wire worms, and the other is thinking about some messed up codes. It's really strange. Maybe she has mental problems because of fighting too much. Leon remembered that in the game, Jill had just experienced a biochemical leak 2 months ago. At this point in time, she still has a shadow in her heart and can't sleep all day. So she really has mental problems. Tyrant? Gil and the others woke up from their dream and their faces suddenly changed. It's still alive? Puff, puff, puff. As the two were surprised, they heard continuous falling sounds from all directions on the street. They looked over and saw that the zombies who were walking over were falling in groups. Groups of black silk. Threads wrapped them and then quickly absorbed and digested them. Damn it. It's absorbing other zombies. Stop it. Jill quickly pulled out his gun and fired. However, the firepower of the pistol was insignificant at this time. Carlos also fired, but it was also useless. Leon watched the scene in the air, but did not join the attack of the two. He was a little confused. Does the tracker-type tyrant in the game have such a strong vitality? Well, he didn't know. After all, he always used the plug-in Fengling Yueying when playing games. No matter how strong the boss is, he will die with one shot. Let me see how many stages you can transform into, like Frieza. Leon folded his arms in the air. The tyrant absorbed the zombies very quickly. In less than a minute, the dark mass grew to 8 meters long and 3 meters high. The huge body was like a leech, occupying most of the street, blocking the way of Jill and the others. What the hell is this thing? Jill gritted his teeth. Leon, do you have any other ideas? At this point, she could only hope that the most powerful mecha warrior among the three present could perform a miracle. She thought to herself. Leon is so mysterious. Although he would claim to be the savior of another world, maybe he really has a way to deal with the terrifying creature in front of him. Stand back, let me do it. Leon's voice came from behind, sounding so calm and confident. At this moment, Jill suddenly had an illusion of being extremely relieved. She thought of the generals she met during the military training, and thought of a word, the style of a great general. Could it be that Leon was a senior general in the army? Jill looked back with doubts and saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. Jarvis, take off your armor. Jill heard Leon's voice coming from inside the mecha. Yes, young master. A second voice seemed to appear in the mecha, and Jill thought she was hallucinating. However, after the second voice fell, the mecha's thrusters suddenly spewed flames. Then the iron scales opened one by one, revealing the man hiding inside. Jill's mind went blank when the thrusters began to spew flames. She suddenly realized that the mecha just now was floating as if there was no gravity at all. No propulsion device was used at all. This is simply like a ghost. Jill felt creepy, and a chill instantly ran up her spine to her mind, but this chill was soon replaced by horror. Leon's visor popped open, revealing a face with a high nose bridge, thick eyebrows, and deep eyes. His hair was scattered, and each strand was clearly defined. His temperament was as lazy as the afternoon sun. The first thought that came to Jill's mind was that this man was a Greek statue that had come to life. But Leon's clothes were very casual. He wore a rock gray knitted wool sweater on the upper body, khaki work shorts on the lower body, and half of his legs were exposed, wearing a pair of brown high heels. Now he didn't look like a serious and muscular statue. Instead, he looked like a student who yawned and went out to buy breakfast in the early morning of summer vacation. If everything ended here, Jill would still think that this handsome man in front of him was an elite warrior who was a little out of tune. But after the mecha was opened, the man named Leon actually flew up directly. Jill and Carlos opened their mouths in horror, cursing a generous thank you, with expressions as if they had seen God. They watched Leon fly into the air. His lazy temperament became sharp, and his black pupils jumped with scarlet light. The mecha closed up on its own, emitting flames and hovering nearby. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but this tyrant has been resurrected again and again. Now that things have come to a point, I'm laying my cards on the table. In fact, the armor is just my seal. Leon folded his arms and floated in the air. The loose shorts that reached his knees also showed his arrogant demeanor. In front of him, the giant leech that had expanded to 10 meters away suddenly exploded and shot out countless thick tentacles. Those tentacles cut through buildings, covering the buildings as if they could reproduce infinitely, and dyeing them with their colors. In the center of the tentacles, the original upper half of the tyrant's body was preserved. But now it has become huge again, standing in the middle of the street like a small building. Now it has no legs, only one. The two claws were nearly 10 meters long, and the head had become like a leech with sharp teeth. The tyrant officially entered the third stage, having been killed twice. All its hatred was on Leon. As soon as it had grown its body, it stretched its neck forward and roared at Leon. A strong wind blew out of its mouth, sweeping across the street, and the cars were swaying and shaking. The strong wind blew in his face, and Leon frowned. He had no intention of breathing in the tyrant's bad breath. His figure suddenly moved sideways and appeared below the tyrant. Shut up! Leon shouted in the air. His figure instantly broke through the sound barrier, and punched the tyrant's head from bottom to top. This punch seemed to be a light blow. But the tyrant's head, which had been reborn with great difficulty, could not even hold on for a single blow. It instantly shattered into countless fragments, like a balloon explosion. Even its body was not spared. Leon wrapped the tyrant with a biological force field, making its entire body bear the force at the same time. So with one punch, the tyrant's body, and the buildings fixed by the tyrant's tentacles, all rose from the ground and shot into the sky. Large pieces of black biological tissue, carrying a group of tall buildings and roads, broke through the speed of sound and flew in the air. Leon did not stop, and continued to chase and punched again. Boom! The earth-shattering force exploded in the air. It was as if a meteorite fell from the sky. All the buildings, the tyrant's body, and the zombies were shattered into countless debris, in an instant. Jill and Carlos on the ground felt as if they had lost a memory, because they just blinked. No, they didn't even blink. As a result, all the buildings within a dozen meters around broke through the sound barrier and flew into the air. Looking around again, there was only a bare, barren, and shriveled ground left. Large areas of asphalt and cement on the ground also disappeared, revealing the deep sewers underground. At this moment, the two were at a loss. They found that they seemed to no longer recognize this once familiar world. Jill stared blankly at Leon, who had become a tiny dot in the sky. There was no thought in his mind at all, and all his brain capacity was used to feel shocked. Swish! Without any sound, Leon, who was as far away as a tiny dot, suddenly appeared in front of the two the next moment. Sorry, seeing how strong and biologically beautiful the tyrant's body is, I accidentally used too much force. The big boy in baggy shorts laughed and waved to the two. Although it caused some damage to the city, it doesn't matter anyway since the residents here have already become zombies. Let's separate here. Goodbye, Jill and Carlos. Remember to collect the civilians. After saying that, Leon flew up again and waved to the armor beside him. Let's go, Jarvis. We're going to the Raccoon City Hospital. Master Leon, do you need me to put on your armor? Why wear armor? I wore it before because I was worried about encountering kryptonite in the red sun. But there is nothing in this world that can hurt me, so I don't need to wear it. Okay, Master. Let's go. Take the bag Tony gave me and follow me. As soon as Leon finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. With his current strength, he can accelerate to hundreds of Mach in 1 second, and as long as he wants, under the coverage of the bioforce field. The noise caused by high-speed movement can even be smaller than the sound of the wind blowing naturally in the city. Before Jill and Carlos could wrap their heads around Leon's words, the figure had disappeared from their sight. There was only the wind blowing from afar, blowing up a thin layer of yellow sand on the ground. He just left like that? Carlos was stunned. Well, it seems so. Jill is not much better. He really is the savior, right? He must be. I don't know. Maybe. Did he just say he was going to the Raccoon City Police Department? Seems to be right. So, what should we do now? Should we go to the subway station? Carlos rubbed his cheeks hard. Go! Jill looked away. She showed a serious expression. Just now Leon told us to rescue civilians. I have to follow him to the subway station and keep an eye on you umbrella people. The scene just now was still replaying in her mind, although she didn't see any details of Leon's actions. But the figure in overalls kept appearing in her mind. In comparison, it seemed that other things seemed insignificant. While the two were talking, the debris in the sky fell down like a gray rain. Raccoon City is a city developed by Umbrella Corporation. When it was still a small town in the Midwest, Umbrella came here. So hospitals, subways, universities, many modern buildings gradually appeared. Every building and every wall in this city is related to Umbrella Corporation. Walking on the streets of the city, anyone you pass by accidentally may be an Umbrella employee. When Leon came to the Raccoon City Hospital, he happened to hear the confession of an Umbrella researcher. My name is Nathaniel Bader, and the current time is 21:35 on September 28th. I am the director of the Virus Research Center. I hope someone can come and rescue me. But I am afraid that the hope is slim. They don't want me to live. Umbrella Corporation. Those guys will definitely kill me. The biochemical crisis in Raccoon City this time is caused by them. I hope that what I say next can be spread through the video and save more people. At least my reputation will not be too bad. Umbrella, my employer, Layla Corporation, ordered me and my team to participate in the research of a biological weapon called the T-virus. I'm now... Oh my god, what was that sound just now? I'll record it again later. Now I have to go check out the noise-making thing outside. It turned out that director Nathaniel Bader was recording a video. This video was the suicide note he prepared for himself. Lion listened to the various sounds, coming from his ears and floated outside the hospital. He scanned the entire building with his supervision. Now the hospital has been occupied by infected creatures. The only living person is the director of the Virus Research Center who just confessed. But this guy is not far from death. In Lion's impression, in a few hours, this director will be killed by people sent by Umbrella, and the T-virus concentrate will be taken away. But now he is lucky and met Lion, who came to find him. Lion landed, and the Super Mark I, controlled by Jarvis, finally arrived, and landed silently behind him, pushing open the door of the hospital. Several zombies with bloody appearance turned their heads. They were all in uniforms, either doctors, nurses, or security personnel. Take care of them, Jarvis. Lion walked towards the location of the research director. Jarvis can take care of the infected people outside. Research Director Bud is a middle-aged man wearing a white coat, with a half-bald head and a serious face. He is in his own research room, separated from the hospital lobby by a heavy iron door. At this time, a lizard-like monster is constantly hammering outside the iron door, with its bloody mouth wide open and roaring like thunder. Obviously, it was attracted by the voice of Director Bud. On the other side of the door, Director Bud, who knew that he had made a stupid mistake, was sweating and covering his mouth, probably wanted to keep quiet and hold on for a while until the lizard monster moved on. Speaking of which, Leon also knew that Monster Hunter V, a biological weapon of Umbrella Corporation, was airdropped into Raccoon City for testing. It is considered a small boss in the game. So Leon gave it a face. He punched behind it. A powerful force exploded. Hunter V and the iron door were blown to the wall of the room and embedded in it like a pancake. Ah! Director Bard in the room was startled by the explosion and collapsed to the ground. His expression was terrified. The scene of the iron door being blasted against the wall reminded him of a biological weapon called Tyrant from Umbrella. Now, Umbrella used Tyrant to kill him, and he really couldn't escape death. Director Bard's lips trembled. After realizing that he was doomed, he climbed onto the chair tremblingly. He slid the mouse with shaking fingers and clicked on the video recording again, intending to use the last bit of time to record the unfinished confession. However, before he could say the first word, Leon walked in. Director Bud? Leon asked. Who are you? Director Bud was confused. How could you not be a tyrant? I'm here to find the T-virus stock solution and vaccine samples. It would be even better if you could give me some relevant research data. Leon noticed that Director Bud's expression quickly became alert, and his tone changed. Don't think too much. I'm not from Umbrella. I'm only looking for the virus and vaccine to save this city. Save the city? Director Bud was much braver when facing humans. After all, he felt that he would die at most. The fear in his heart was completely different between dying at the hands of humans and dying at the hands of a tyrant. He squinted his eyes. How do you know there are viruses and vaccines here? No one except Umbrella can know. Leon thought for a moment and said frankly, I am not from this world. I came here because your world consciousness asked me for help. All the information comes from it. Lion put the blame on the world consciousness. He spoke frankly in order to improve the efficiency of communication and build trust. After all, in this world, as long as he doesn't commit suicide, nothing will happen to him. Instead of trying hard to fabricate a great and glorious identity, it is better to tell the most incredible truth directly. To a certain extent, as long as he shows his strength, the most unbelievable truth will immediately become the fact that people are most willing to believe. After saying this, Lion didn't care about Director Bard's expression. He puffed up his chest and blew it out suddenly. Suddenly, a breath of air flew out like a sharp arrow, blasting a flat round hole in the opposite wall. In the dust, Director Bard's eyes almost popped out. When he looked at Lion again, the rational eyes that always advocated science had become a little more fanatical. Unbelievable! The breath from the mouth can actually destroy the wall. This requires a force that is impossible for the human body to achieve. Could it be that you are really from another world? Excuse me. What is the other world like? There is also world consciousness. Does our world have consciousness? I knew it. Ha 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 ha. Director Bard muttered at first, then began to ask boldly, and finally burst into laughter. Leon was a little stunned. He thought that Director Bard would continue to question, and might even be skeptical. But he didn't expect that the other party would laugh hysterically. But it is understandable. It seems that some scholars who love scientific research will become crazy and weird when they encounter the ultimate problems in their own fields. What's more, what Director Bard encountered at this time was the other world and world consciousness, which is almost impossible for humans to reach. He was very restrained for not going crazy on the spot. Bang. Leon slapped Director Bard on the shoulder. We will discuss these issues later. Can you show me your research materials and achievements first? Director Bader was stunned and touched his half-bald forehead. Yes, please come with me. I've printed out all the research materials in paper form. The electronic version has been destroyed. I had planned to burn these materials before I died. Luckily, you arrived in time. Director Bud took out a thick stack of documents from the safe and handed them to Leon. This is most of the key experimental data, as well as the research process and conclusions. Do you want to use these materials to restart the research? Lion picked up the 30-centimeter thick bound document and began to read it on the spot. He said lightly, no. I plan to finish reading it now and then go to the Umbrella Underground Research Institute for the next step of improvement. Finish reading now? Bud thought to himself that he would read until the end of time. However, Leon's reading action immediately shocked his eyes. That can't be called reading, not even browsing. Leon lifted up the corner of the thick document, and his fingers loosened slightly, and the pages fell down like poker cards. In 2 or 3 seconds, the thick stack of documents was shuffled. Leon closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, he pushed the document into Bud's arms. Okay, burn it. Well, Bud was stunned, his eyes moving back and forth between the documents in his arms and Leon's face with his eyes closed. I mean, I've read it and I've memorized it, Leon explained with his eyes closed. But you turned the pages backwards, didn't you? Bud didn't question whether it was reasonable to finish reading and memorizing a 30-centimeter thick book so quickly, because just turning the page from back to front was very shocking. Write down all the words, and then reverse the page numbers in your mind. It's very simple. Lion still closed his eyes. Director Bud's mouth opened and closed. He didn't know whether he should believe it or not. Anyway, he was very skeptical about life at the moment. Finally, he looked at Lion, who was unmoved, and still took the document, to get gasoline and set it on fire, he told himself in his heart. The other party is the savior sent by the world, so it is normal to have some strange things. Lion stood there with his eyes closed. It's not that he was pretending to be cool, but when he wrote down all the experimental data in the document and began to understand it, he found something unusual. He found that when he understood the knowledge related to biochemical technology, his thinking became particularly sharp and flexible. The speed at which the superbrain processes information has not changed, but his research talent in the field of biochemistry has greatly improved. Just recalling the experimental data he had just written down, countless inspirations kept flashing in his mind. So this is the gift. It is indeed a kind of enhancement that I really need. Lion understood. It turns out that the gift given to him by the world consciousness is to strengthen his research talent in the field of biochemistry. If we make a comparison, his talent in this area can be said to have reached the top level in the world of Resident Evil. The corresponding characters are probably William Birkin, Alexia, and Marcus. It's just that these people only have talents, not superbrains. So even in terms of creativity and inspiration, everyone's talents are roughly the same. But their actual research level is countless levels lower than that of Leon at this time. After Director Bud burned all the information, Leon also opened his eyes. Is there anything else you need? Director Bud immediately came to Leon. Take all the T-virus fluid and vaccine samples in your hands. We should leave. Leon shouted to the outside of the room. Jarvis has been controlling the armor to kill the infected. It is killed from the first floor to the top floor. The zombies in this hospital are almost killed by it. Is Jarvis your companion? Director Bud asked carefully. We are companions. You will know when you meet him. Half a minute after Leon finished speaking, the ceiling of the room was suddenly blasted open by a cannon from above. Super Mark 1 dropped from the sky and knelt on one knee in front of Leon. Leon's face was dark. Was Tony's squatting posture popularized in the Stark family? Exoskeleton mecha? Bud, who was standing by, didn't have so many thoughts. He just felt dizzy. This is my artificial intelligence, Jarvis. You can ask him for help if you have any problem. After Leon finished explaining, he put the virus stock solution and vaccine that Bud had just taken out into the box and handed it to Jarvis. He then reached out and lifted Director Bud's collar. Let's go to the Raccoon City Police Department. Amid the scream of the middle-aged Director Bud, Leon and Jarvis flew up into the sky one after another. A few seconds later, Leon appeared above the police department, and Jarvis was on his way. 10 kilometers away, Director Bud, who was held in his hand, still had a look of shock on his face, and his scream was still loud and heroic. Stop howling. We are here. Leon could not help shaking Bud's collar. Bud's feet were empty, and he screamed even louder. Even the zombies besieging the police station were attracted. They turned their heads left and right strangely, looking for the source of the screams. Leon simply ignored Director Bud. He turned on the perspective and observed the police station. In the small police station, corpses and zombies were everywhere. The police officers of the Raccoon City Police Department, except for the chief, were very competent. The biochemical crisis broke out in the city on September 25th. It was 3 days ago. It was the police station that responded quickly, set up shelters, rescued civilians, and installed explosives on the streets. Most of the zombies in Raccoon City were eliminated, providing a ray of hope for the residents who survived in the early stage. But the price is that there are only a few police officers left in the police station. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the police officers do not understand the T-virus. The fall of the police station was initially due to the existence of infected people among the refugees. The infected broke out in the crowd, and the zombies outside the police station continued to attack. Soon there were a large number of casualties in the police station. Now under Leon's observation, there are only 5 people still alive in the entire Raccoon City Police Department. One of them is the scumbag Chief Brian Eslon, who always stays in the office. During his tenure, this police chief has been illegally cooperating with Umbrella Corporation. He accepted bribes and concealed evidence for the other party. He even opened an orphanage next to the police station to adopt orphans as experimental materials for Umbrella. He is a complete scumbag. Leon couldn't stand this scumbag. He directly released heat rays through several layers of walls and nailed the chief to death, lying on the leather sofa. Poor Chief Eslon. He was fiddling with the body of the mayor's daughter on the table, intending to make her into a specimen. But without any warning, 2 red rays came through the wall and pierced his chest. He opened his mouth in disbelief, touched the 2 holes on his chest where blood scabs had formed due to the high temperature, made a gurgling sound, and fell headfirst on the body in front of the table. On the other side, Jarvis finally rushed to Leon. Director Bud also recovered. He looked at the door of the police station below, his mouth wide open. Raccoon City Police Department, are we here yet? He looked up at Leon, who was holding him up. He was amazed. How did you do it? Leon smiled but didn't answer. Finally calm down. To be honest, your scream just now was at least 3 decibels louder than when my brother called for help. It was an accident. An accident. I'm not usually like this. Director Bud realized his own gaffe and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead in shame. He looked down and saw a few zombies roaming around in the dark streets. There were also a dozen guys with rotten chins and arms blocking the door of the police station and banging on it. What should we do now? Mr. Savior? Bud asked tentatively. Leon smiled. Just call me Leon. The next step is to enter the police station. He began to lower his altitude, exhaling icy breath as he approached the ground. Layers of frost began to spread rapidly on the street. All the standing and lying zombies turned into ice sculptures one after another. The ice layer has been wrapped around the building circle within a range of 300 meters around the police station, turning the entire area into a kingdom of frost. But the magical thing is that these ice layers only cover the surface of the objects and do not affect their internal structure. 1 or 2 sturdy dim street lamps can still continue to emit light and heat under the ice layer, projecting strange colors through the solid ice. It's like the ice god has waved his scepter. The frozen street scene reflected in Director Bud's eyes is so dreamy. This analogy is not quite appropriate. Leon put Bud on the ground. After all, I only have you in my hand. Director Bud felt Leon's friendly attitude towards him and laughed. It's my honor to be your scepter. Leon shook his head and walked to the police station first. Bud followed closely, turning his head from time to time to observe the frozen zombies or street lights. He found that the zombies in the ice layer were not dead, but due to lack of oxygen, their bodies were gradually losing activity. It will not be long before the zombies in this block will die silently. How amazing. He sighed and chased after Leon. Jarvis was at the back, clanging forward. After bypassing the cars blocking the street, the two came to the police station. A closed iron gate blocked the zombies from invading the police station. Dozen zombies were frozen into an iceberg. Leon bent his knuckles and knocked, and the iceberg and the zombies inside shattered to the ground. Standing in front of the frozen iron gate, Leon looked through the gap at the police station behind the door. Then he asked Jarvis to turn on the built-in PA system of the armor. Is anyone inside? All the zombies on the street have been dealt with. Please open the door and let us in. The frustrated voice spread throughout the block. Presumably, the 4 people in the police station were woken up even if they were wearing earplugs to sleep. Besides, they were not sleeping, but resting in the hall. Leon saw through perspective that the police inside quickly took action. The broadcast of the Raccoon City Police Department to take in refugees is still being played on some car radios. As long as they don't break in directly, there will be no conflict with the police. In a few minutes, the front door of the police station building was opened. A tall and thin black policeman came out. He put his right hand on the butt of the gun at his waist and held a flashlight in his left hand. He first looked around, then trotted to the iron gate. Behind him, 2 more people came out. They were all police officers in uniform. They were dumbfounded at the frost on the street. Wait a minute. I'll open the door and let you in. The black policeman glanced at Leon and the other man's bodies, and after finding no obvious wounds and no guns, he immediately prepared to open the door. He looked around and said, "Oh my God, what happened here? Why is everything suddenly frozen? It's September now," he said as he pulled the bolt. However, the bolt was also frozen, and he tried his best to push and pull it, but it didn't move. "No, this thing is stuck inside. I have to find a flamethrower." The black policeman frowned. He looked around again and said, "Fortunately, the zombies are frozen and unable to move. Don't make any noise here. I'll be back soon." "No need, officer." Leon called out to the black policeman before he turned around. He grabbed Bud's collar with his right hand, jumped over the iron gate, and landed beside the black man. Sometimes the most primitive way is the simplest. He raised his eyebrow at the black man. The black policeman took a step back and praised, "Is this kung fu? It's really an amazing skill. And thank you for saving me the time of going out to find the flamethrower." He pointed at the other 2 policemen and said, "Come with me. Let's go inside first. It's freezing cold outside. Maybe I can find you some coats in the police station. No need for clothes. I can handle this temperature. But I have a friend who has to go in with me." Leon snapped his fingers. "Jarvis, come in." The sound of the thrusters immediately sounded outside the police station wall, and the steel armor sprayed flames into the yard. Fuck. The black policeman subconsciously pulled out his gun. "What the hell is this?" "We can go in later and talk slowly." Leon showed a mysterious smile. He walked into the police station first and glanced back before entering. In a building a few dozen meters away, he saw a red skirt flash by a window. A few minutes later in the police station lobby, "So, he is the savior. You are the director of the virus center. This is a mecca. The ice outside is caused by his breath, and Umbrella is the culprit of this crisis." After a few minutes of conversation, the black policeman made a summary. During the conversation, Leon's statement and Bud's guarantee were carried out alternately. The 3 policemen were skeptical at first. It was not until Leon froze a table with his freezing breath that their attitude finally changed. Now the 2 sides have reached a preliminary trust. "Okay. We believe it for now." The 3 looked at each other, and the black man stood up and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Marvin Branna." The black policeman pointed to the other middle-aged white policeman and the fat policeman and said, "This is Elliot Edwards. The last one is the fat man. We all call him Old Man." "Are there only 3 of you? There is no one else in the police station?" Chief Bud asked. He was still wearing a white coat, which made him look very authoritative. Marvin immediately pointed to the medical partition at the back. "We have another person, but his condition is not right, Mr. Bud. I'm afraid you have to go and see him." Bud didn't say anything, but looked at Leon first. After Leon nodded, he agreed. "No problem for me. Take me to see him." The 3 policemen looked at each other again, and they could see that Leon was the dominant one in this group. This made them believe the previous words of the 2 more. Everyone is now at the entrance of the police station. Further in is the reception desk. The front desk is surrounded by brown marble tiles and ancient load-bearing stone pillars, because Leon's freezing breath did not affect the interior. So everything here is still the same as before. The whole hall presents a retro style. The wall lamps inlaid with stone pillars are plated with gold powder, and the light tone is close to sunlight. Behind the front desk is a statue of the Statue of Liberty. Leon remembered that this police station was originally a museum. Later, it was converted into its current appearance by the director. The purpose is to cover the entrance to the underground Umbrella laboratory. The entrance is just below the Statue of Liberty, and 3 stone slabs are required to open the mechanism. The group bypassed the front desk. Between the Statue of Liberty and the reception desk, there is an emergency room temporarily built with medical partitions. On a stretcher inside, a pale man was lying. He was very strong, with fat wrapped around his muscles and neat short hair, but his body temperature was frighteningly low. "He is infected." To saw the man's problem at a glance. He examined the man's body and said, The wound is on his arm. It looks like the infection will not last more than 3 hours. There is still hope for recovery. But I don't understand why you keep an infected person in the police station. It's very dangerous. These days, Bud has seen too many examples of people being killed because they couldn't bear to give up their companions. The 3 police officers who were overjoyed to hear that their teammates could be saved, their expressions became silent at this time. He is a member of the STARS team. His name is Brad Vickers. He is very important to us. We found him lying in the alley, so we brought him back. Officer Marvin said, "We are the only ones left here, so even if he has mutated, it doesn't matter. So, we still have a glimmer of hope in our hearts, and fortunately, we've waited for you." "What do you mean by there is still hope?" The 3 policemen looked at Bud and Leon expectantly. "We brought the T-virus vaccine, which can cure the infection." Leon called Jarvis over and opened the suitcase. There were 3 blue virus fluids, and 9 rose-red vaccine samples. Vaccine? There is a vaccine for cannibalism? Marvin trembled. If they had obtained the vaccine earlier, how could they have lost so many companions? Umbrella developed the virus, so of course they would also develop a corresponding vaccine. Bud took out a vaccine from the box and injected it into Brad's arm. After the vaccine was used up, Brad's pale face actually improved a little. The 3 police officers felt relieved and trusted Leon's words a little more. "You two, since you are going to save the city, you must have a purpose for coming to the police station." Middle-aged policeman Elliot asked. "I wonder if we can help." Leon turned and walked towards the Statue of Liberty. "It's like this. A research institute of Umbrella Corporation is right below the police station. I plan to go in there and make a better vaccine, so you need to enter through the entrance of the research institute in the police station." Elliot was very excited when he heard this. "Are you serious? I knew there was a secret passage here." Officer Phillips was right. Unfortunately, she will never hear the news again. Phillips seemed to be his female boss, but she had died before. Leon patted the middle-aged policeman on the shoulder. "You have done a good job. Now move aside. I will open the passage." Several people retreated in confusion. They saw Leon half crouching in front of the Statue of Liberty, and suddenly he made a lightning move and smashed through the thick stone slab under the sculpture. Those stone slabs fixed with steel bars were just soft jelly in front of him. There was no sense of stagnation at all. His face was as pale as a lake. His breathing was calm, and even the muscles in his arms were not tense. He just raised his hand suddenly and lifted the entire Statue of Liberty sculpture and foundation stone. It was so easy that it seemed like just lifting a piece of tofu. This scene made the eyelids of the other people present jump. It was too violent, too brutal, but no one had the energy to pay attention to this. Because after the Statue of Liberty was pushed down, a section of stone stairs was exposed underneath. Under the stairs was an open secret room with exquisite decoration. Even if you only see a corner, you can feel the luxurious atmosphere. "Damn it, this secret room is right under our noses, but we haven't discovered it for so many years." Elliot held his head and shouted. Marvin's face was also extremely bad. "It's the chief. He colluded with the damn umbrella." The police officer was so angry that he didn't say a word. They looked at Leon. "Mr. Leon, what should we do now?" Leon thought for a while. "First search for survivors in the surrounding area. Deal with the remaining zombies in the police station, and then go into the underground research institute together. I have frozen all the zombies outside, so I will leave the search for survivors to you. Is that okay?" The black man Marvin nodded immediately. "Don't worry. The 3 of us will set off right away." The 3 of them quickly packed their equipment, formed a formation, and left the police station. Leon looked at the armor again. "Jarvis, you go and eliminate the zombies in the police station." "Okay, master." Jarvis took off automatically, rushed into the various offices of the police station, and cleared all the zombies. 20 minutes later, Super Mark 1 returned to the hall with some zombie blood. There was a scratch on its chest, which must have been caused by a monster called a licker. "After a sneak attack, mission accomplished, master," Jarvis reported. On the other side, Marvin's team also returned with 3 survivors. They were a father and daughter, and an Asian woman. The father and daughter combination was very strange. The father had a round figure, but his temperament was very tough. He kept his daughter in his arms and didn't let her show her face. The Asian woman wore a red dress, her long legs wrapped in black stockings and high heels. She looked gorgeous, but her temperament was cold, and her eyes and eyebrows were jumping out of something called charm. "Mr. Lion, these are the only survivors around." Marvin was a little frustrated. "I can't find anyone else." "It's okay. When the new vaccine is produced, more people will be saved." Leon patted Marvin on the shoulder. The middle-aged policeman Elliot introduced. "This is the owner of the Kendo gun shop behind the police station, Robert Kendo and his daughter. And this lady is in an abandoned building. I am an FBI federal investigator." The Asian woman took out an ID. "Ada Wang. I am here to investigate Umbrella Corporation." She looked at Leon and said, "I heard that they say you are the savior. Can you give me some evidence?" "Sorry, I don't need to prove it." Leon couldn't help laughing. When he froze the streets around the police station, Ada Wang was watching from a certain building. Asking these questions now is undoubtedly an attempt to investigate more of his intelligence. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you are the savior or God. Kendo, the father of the 3, suddenly shouted, "They said you have a vaccine, right? Give me the vaccine. I will do whatever you say." Everyone looked at him in amazement. Director Bud observed and exclaimed, "The girl in his arms is an infected person," Lion added. "But it's still in the early stage, just infected, and there is still hope." Without his command, Jarvis automatically controlled the armor to take out the vaccine, and before everyone could react, he gave the little girl an injection. The little girl, who was only barely conscious, collapsed into her father's arms after the injection. Emma, how are you? Damn, how dare you? Emma, your eyes are starting to recover." Old Father Duncan held his daughter anxiously. Fortunately, the vaccine worked very quickly, and the girl's white eyes quickly returned to their original color. But she was still not conscious, and she might have to rest for a while. "Very good. Everyone is happy. I like this kind of family-friendly plot when I watch movies." Leon looked at her again, and after confirming that the little girl was getting better, he turned and walked towards the underground passage. "Now there is a new mission, Officer Marvin. One of you stay behind to protect the survivors and guard the police station. The other 2 will go down with us to the institute to make new vaccines," he said, and disappeared into the passage. Very neatly and efficiently. "Let's go. We have to race against time." Director Bud and Jarvis followed behind Leon, one in armor, and also walked into the underground passage. The remaining people looked at each other in bewilderment. Marvin gave the order. "Old man, you stay. Elliot, let's go. The survivors should rest here." "I'll listen to you, Marvin." The fat policeman obeyed the order. Is he really the savior?" Father Kendo interrupted hesitantly at this time. "I haven't had time to thank him yet. It won't be too late to thank him when he comes back, and take your daughter who has recovered to thank him together." Marvin helped him put his daughter on the stretcher. "But, you guys broke into Umbrella's laboratory. Are you really okay?" Duncan was doubtful. Officer Elliot said, "Mr. Lion is so strong, it's impossible for him to get into trouble. But we are not sure whether he is the savior or not. That is incredible, but we believe him." The fat police officer interrupted. Marvin walked out of the medical partition at this time. Let's go, Elliot. Let's follow him. Two police officers, one black and one white, drew their pistols and followed into the underground passage. Ada Wang watched silently on the side, waiting for the two police officers to lost, then suddenly said, "It seems that you got along well before." "No. I was really frightened by the incredible mecha and freezing breath as soon as I arrived." "Haha." The fat police officer sat on the sofa. "But you don't seem to mind being left alone?" King Ada glanced at the underground passage. "The police station also needs people to guard it." The fat man frowned. "It sounds like you have a different opinion, ma'am?" Ada walked to the front of the passage gracefully and slowly. "No opinion. I just have to say goodbye to you for the time being." She waved her hand, held the passage, lowered her head and went in, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. "Hey, you can't go, damn it." She ran in. "Let's chase her." Dad Kendo's eyes were wide open, but the fat policeman next to him was calm. "Hey, fatty, aren't you in a hurry?" Duncan stopped halfway through his run. The fat man shrugged. "Whether she wants to make trouble or conduct an investigation, it is impossible to affect Mr. Lion. Let her be." "Are you kidding? Would an ordinary federal agent affect Superman who can easily dig the Statue of Liberty out of the ground?" On the other side, the four men in the armor walked into the elevator in the underground room. This elevator led to a deeper underground. However, as soon as the armor entered the elevator, the circuit sounded an alarm, indicating that the overweight Jarvis, "You are too heavy. You need to fly." Leon complained, "Master, your armor is too heavy." Jarvis controlled the armor to fly in the air, preparing to lower the altitude as the elevator descended. "Good rebuttal. I won't let you drive my armor next time." Leon pressed the down button. Again, the elevator door began to close. However, at the last moment, a beautiful red figure slid into the elevator and stopped in front of Leon. "Wow, black." Leon silently retracted his gaze. Ada stood up and smoothed the hem of her skirt. "Those are safety pants, gentlemen." "Because I am a gentleman, I openly remind the lady that you are exposed," Leon said. "I really want to thank you very much, Mr. Lion." Ada squeezed in front of Lion. This elevator was a relatively spacious multi-person elevator, but Ada squeezed in front of Lion and stretched out her neck seductively. The distance between the two became very close, and they could hear each other's breathing. Lion was very familiar with this routine. Natasha would do this from time to time during their night talks. He dared to guarantee it. If he was lustful and confronted her at this time, King Ada would immediately retreat and say with a silky but contemptuous look that this was not very gentlemanly. At that time, if it were an ordinary person, wouldn't his defense be broken immediately by her, and the fish would bite the hook? To put it in a more literary way, it was like a deer broke into the heart without any warning. Playing hard to get is the basic skill of these female agents. But facing the temptation of Ada Wang at this time, Leon can remain calm. After all, let alone a safety pants, he even personally operated Ada's bunny girl costume in his previous life. Don't give more benefits, and still want to seduce him, Leon? Does he look like the kind of person who can't stand the test? You're welcome. I'm more curious about why Miss Ada followed in. I have to remind you that it's very dangerous down there. Leon slightly turned away from King Ada. A little surprise flashed in King Ada's eyes. Leon's behavior really made her believe that he was a gentleman. This is my job. If there is danger, dealing with it is also part of my job. Ada Wang pulled out a pistol from his tactical vest. Besides, Dr. Bud will go down with you too. Aren't you afraid that something might happen to him? Facing Ada's temptation, Director Bud, who had been silent, explained, "I'm fine, Mr. Leon. Will protect me." Since following Leon, Bud's sense of security has exploded. This kind of sense of security, let alone after the outbreak of the biochemical crisis. Even before the crisis broke out, he had never experienced it. There were a few times when Bud kept thinking about how he could stay with Leon and work for him. Compared to Umbrella, Leon is the best boss. So that's how it is. It seems that Mr. Leon is very powerful, King Ada asked. She was trying to get information, but it seemed too straightforward. Fortunately, you will see. Leon did not answer directly. Speaking of which, Ada Wong is also one of the protagonists of the Resident Evil series of games. She is a free agent who serves the HCF organization on a daily basis, and occasionally works for a force called Family. Compared with Natasha, Ada Wong can be said to be much freer and more unrestrained. Of course, while being free, she has also experienced fewer life and death crises than Natasha. Now 23 or 24 years old, Ada Wong is many times more immature than Natasha of the same age. Ding! The elevator also reached the bottom. The sliding door opened, and 5 people and 1A walked out one by one. There was a long set of stairs under the elevator. Leon led the way down, forcing any locked doors open and freezing any zombies blocking the way. Soon, the group walked into the sewer under the police station. Going forward along the sewer, you will reach the Umbrella Research Institute. Leon flew up directly. He had no intention of wading through the sewage. Even his sense of smell was suppressed by him. Otherwise, the smell here would be enough to make him choke. Fly! Fly up! Marvin and his companions were startled at first, and then they kept looking at Leon in amazement. However, their amazement did not affect their efficiency. Several people followed Leon and jumped down the stairs one by one. The sewage from the sewer instantly covered their thighs. In the end, only Ada Wang was left standing on the stairs. She looked at the turbid sewage flowing under her feet, and then at the man in armor above her head, and her lips trembled. Leon looked at her jokingly, waiting for her reaction. In the end, Ada Wang sighed and jumped into the sewage. "Everyone follow me, and be alert," Leon called out, and floated slowly forward. To be honest, it is a bit strange for him to fly in this casual outfit. It feels like a high school student working hard at school and finding time to save the world. The sewer is very close to Umbrella's laboratory, along the way, in the turbid sewage, and on the mossy cave walls. Strange mutant creatures keep jumping out to attack everyone. Some are infected people with half of their bodies like giant corpses and the other half like giant leeches. Some are 1-meter-long sewer insects, and there are huge mutant crocodiles that are 10 to 20 meters long. God knows how Umbrella made an ordinary sewer more biodiverse than the Rinkai in Japan. These monsters are not only dangerous, but also numerous. Normally, even if a small team of special forces came, they would be in danger of being annihilated. But Leon flew in front of everyone. He hit monsters when he met them, and destroyed walls when he met them. No monster could block his punch, and no one could stop him. A wall could not stop him for one more second. The group had no problem on the way. Except for the unacceptable environment. It was like a hike here. Even Ada Wong, who had been extremely vigilant, only had time to shoot and kill a zombie fish that was pretending to be dead. Apart from that, she didn't get a single monster. Our Mr. Lion really makes people feel safe. I admit that. He is an absolute gentleman. Wong ought to praise him, but wrung her skirt with disgust. Everyone came to a sewage treatment pool platform. There were all water buildings here, and large sewage treatment machines were running continuously, rumbling. They finally got rid of the sewage for a while. Marvin used a flashlight to illuminate the surroundings, and stinking corpses could be seen in some corners. Look at these people. Some are wearing lab coats, some are wearing combat uniforms. Umbrella really has a huge scientific research base here. Elliot also gritted his teeth. This city is controlled by them. These termites deserve to die. Capital holds power. Isn't that the characteristic of this country? King Ada followed Leon nonchalantly. Are you right, gentlemen? Leon didn't respond, took a few steps, and suddenly said, back off. What? Ada Wang was stunned. Before she could react, Leon in front of her had already grabbed her arm and pulled her to his side. The next second, there was a sound of breaking air behind her. Looking back, a giant mutant insect with its mouth wide open flew past her. The insect failed in its sneak attack and wanted to escape, but was hit by Leon's whip kick, smashed against the wall and exploded into insect juice. Ada Wang was a little scared, thank you. She half leaned on Leon, supported by his arm, and backed away, only to find that the arm had a marble touch. She couldn't help but sigh. Nice figure. Leon raised his eyebrows. I think so too, but you owe me one. Girls, don't like conceited men? Ada Wang raised the corner of his mouth. That's hard to say. Leon continued to walk forward. Going along the sewage treatment area, he came to the monitoring room. Through the glass, everyone could see a large platform at the other end of the monitoring room. The armored cable car was parked on the platform. We are here, Leon said. Take the cable car to the institute. Thank God we are finally here. Director Bud was the weakest and he was exhausted. He took the initiative to open the door, but the iron door of the monitoring room was locked tightly. It's locked, Bud said. Then everyone looked at Leon. Let me do it. I can open the lock, please. Leon, you can't always. Ada Wang walked forward and took out the lockpicking tools. However, before she finished her words, Leon had already pushed the iron door and the surrounding walls to the ground. The two looked at each other. Leon spread his hands innocently. Maybe. Next time you can tell me in advance that you can open the lock. Just ignore what I said. Ada Wang put away the props. Let's go take the cable car. Leon turned his head and looked at the hidden corner in the monitoring room. Lady, if you want to take a ride with us, you can come out now. Everyone was shocked. There was someone else here? All guns were raised in unison, aiming at the direction where Leon was looking. A thin, middle-aged woman with sunken eye sockets came out. She was wearing a white research coat and pointed her pistol at everyone. Police? You shouldn't be here. The only people left in the institute are infected. You'd better leave now. She stared at everyone and warned them. Yanni Birkin. At this time, Ada Wang stepped forward with guns in both hands and confronted her. You and your husband are the creators of the virus and the culprits of this disaster. There is no need for hypocrisy, she warned sternly. Now, hand over the G-virus. At the same time, Ada did not forget to explain to Leon. My purpose here is to destroy Umbrella. The G-virus is far more dangerous than the T-virus. It must not be left in the hands of this woman. Everyone looked back and forth at the two of them, feeling that the situation was a bit complicated. Director Bard had never even heard of the G-virus. When Annie Birkin heard the word G-virus, her eyes changed instantly and became sinister. So that's why you're here for the G-virus too, she sneered. Don't even think about it. Under the cover of the voice, she took the opportunity to throw a grenade, and then raised her gun to shoot at Ada. No, it's dangerous! Marvin and the other policemen rushed to Leon at the first moment, trying to knock him down to block the explosion for him. However, Leon dodged, grabbed the grenade with his left hand, and pulled Ada Wang with his right hand. The bullet grazed Ada's arm. After a few seconds, there was a muffled sound, and Leon spread out his left hand, shaking off a few strands of black ash and debris, and his palm was still clean and fresh. This. Everyone was stunned. Who was this person who covered the thunder with his palm and didn't get hurt at all? On the other side, Annie Birkin, who was about to leave the monitoring room, was also stunned. She felt that even her husband, who had turned into a monster, could not do such a thing. Leon glanced at the stunned Annie, stepped forward a few steps, grabbed her and threw her to Marvin. Control her, and we will go to the research institute. Several people looked at each other and followed Leon onto the platform. King Ada hesitated and wanted to say something. But when she remembered how Leon had just extinguished the grenade, she didn't want to say anything. On the platform, they walked to the cable car. They found that the operation of the cable car required the staff identity bracelet. Annie Birkin came back to her senses and smiled triumphantly. I can't give you the authority bracelet, just give up. Mr. Lion? Marvin and the others looked at Lion out of habit. It seemed as if they were waiting for him to show off his skills and solve the heavy armored door with one punch. King Ada was anxious first. Wait a minute. And Lion, calm down first. Opening. The cable car violently may cause a malfunction. I think we can interrogate this woman first. She pointed at Annie. She must have an authority bracelet. She was shocked and challenged time and time again along the way. Now the cold temperament on Ada Wang's face collapsed. Before today, she could never imagine that she would communicate with others in a tentative tone. However, even though she had made such a huge sacrifice, Leon just looked at her strangely. What did you say? Do you think I can only think with my muscles? Leon frowned with some dissatisfaction. He snapped his fingers. Jarvis! I'm here, master. The iron armor, who had always had little presence, stood up. Turn on the cable car and start it running. Yes. Several data cables extended from the steel armor and connected to the cable car's external screen. After a few seconds, the screen flashed, and the cable car's armored door opened with a hiss. Look, I also have artificial intelligence. Leon winked at King Ada and walked into the cable car first. Everyone followed him in, praising him for being worthy of being Mr. Leon. Ada Wang was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly tilted her head and laughed. Ha! Like a fool. She didn't know whether she was talking about Leon or herself. She tapped her forehead and followed him into the cable car helplessly. Under Jarvis's control, the cable car began to run slowly, and the speed gradually increased. There should be a lot of zombies and mutants in the institute. Leon stood in the middle of the group and said, so it's the same as before. I'll be in front and you guys follow me. Once the underground base is cleared, you can help organize the research materials and equipment. As for how to improve the vaccine, I have already had some preliminary ideas, and if nothing unexpected happens, I will have results by tomorrow morning. Several people expressed admiration for Bud. Marvin and Elliot were full of excitement, and Ada clapped her hands with a slightly flickering look in her eyes. Ha, you boastful brat. You are only 17 or 18 years old. Go to college first. Only, Annie muttered disdainfully. The cable car arrived at the station very quickly. As soon as everyone got off the platform, they exclaimed, I don't even know how much money and effort Umbrella spent on this. This is simply another world, Marvin and Officer Elliot exclaimed. At the first glance, the Underground Research Institute left them with an extremely deep impression. The Research Institute is completely different from the sewers in front. The sewers are full of rough pipes and stinking odors. But here, this Umbrella Research Institute, the outermost, is a high-strength titanium metal wall. The texture of metal flows throughout the entrance, and the indicator light like sunlight shines, all the way to the deepest part. Marvin and the others felt like they had walked into the future world. In their eyes, facing the sci-fi base, it seemed that even Leon had become much softer. He no longer used his fist to open the blocked door like before. Instead, he asked the iron lump to crack the data. Of course, the actual situation was that there was no electronic door in the sewer for Jarvis to crack, and the fastest way was for Leon to swing his fist. With another click, Jarvis easily invaded the base that required researcher privileges to enter. The heavy 3-story gate outside the base slowly rose. The 5 people present were automatically given high-level privileges. Every time they arrived at a door, an intelligent system would automatically open the door. Compared to the outside, there were almost only humanoid zombies in the institute. Leon directly sent Jarvis to clear it out, while a few of them waited in place. The few people who stopped temporarily began to explore and search in the surrounding rooms. As a result, they really found a lot of researchers' diaries. The diaries of these people almost all recorded the general process of the outbreak of the biochemical crisis. From the beginning when someone was accidentally infected during the experiment, to that person becoming a zombie and being dealt with by security forces. Then everyone was in danger, the virus leaked, and creatures such as rats began to bring the virus to the ground. I didn't expect it to be like this at the beginning, my god. Director Bud rubbed his eyes. I thought only my team was doing this research. Marvin comforted him. Dr. Bud, you were just forced by people with bad intentions. What we have to do now is to save everything. The two of them were chatting enthusiastically, and Ada also found Annie Birkin on the other side. Leon was checking the past records on the computer in the security room. Suddenly, the mobile phone in his bag was turned on, and Jarvis's voice came out. Master, the mutant creatures inside the base have been cleared out, but I found a creature similar to the Tyrant. It's chasing a little girl hiding in a corner. Do you want me to rescue her? Little girl? Could it be Shirley Birkin? Leon picked up the phone. Shirley Birkin is the daughter of Annie and William. The game, William was forced to inject the G-virus and turned into a monster. His brain was affected and he was full of the desire to reproduce the virus. However, this virus can only be transmitted stably between parents. Non-parental transmission will cause the infected person to die quickly. So William, who turned into a monster in the game, has been chasing his daughter Shirley all the time, and Shirley was later killed by Leon in the game, as Kennedy and Claire. In the end, she even became one of the heroines of the 6th generation of the game. Leon thought, for a while, you take Shirley to lure the monster over, and let me deal with it. The firepower of Supermark 1 is enough to kill William. But the G-virus infected people are like the trackers they have fought before, and can continue to mutate and regenerate. If Jarvis really lets William deal with him, the end result will probably be that this research institute will be destroyed. After Jarvis gave a positive answer, Leon immediately took everyone back to the platform and waited for Jarvis to lure the monster back. The area here on the platform is spacious and suitable for fighting. Facing several people with confused faces, Leon stood in the front. There are very strong enemies coming. We will meet them here. A few minutes later, the iron armor held a little blonde girl in his arms, spewing out a long tail flame, and stopped abruptly above everyone. Sully! Yanni suddenly shouted to the little girl. Why are you here? Mommy! The little girl was a little happy, but not too excited. It was this Iron Man who saved me. Jarvis landed and let go of her hand. The little girl immediately rushed to Annie. Ada, who had been restraining Annie, was also a little stunned. After all, she was 23 years old and had little experience. Seeing that her enemy was the mother of a little girl, the strength in her hands relaxed a little. As a result, Annie broke free and hugged Shirley in her arms. Shirley, I'm sorry, Mommy hasn't been to see you these days. Yanni rubbed Shirley's head. Shirley said timidly, Mommy, Daddy has become so scary. He wants to catch me. Yanni was stunned for a moment, staring at her daughter, her eyes flickering, as if she had thought of something. Didn't he hurt you or give you anything to eat? No. Dad hasn't caught me yet. Shirley shook her head. Annie heaved a sigh of relief, but her eyes struggled, and her heart was in a fierce struggle. I'm sorry, Shirley, I have to do this. Yanni suddenly said something inexplicable. She hugged Shirley tightly. Her expression became determined, as if she had made up her mind. Then, she turned around in a flash, grabbed the gun in Ada's hand, turned it around, and actually wanted to shoot Shirley, but Ada reacted quickly, twisted Yanni's arm and pressed her to the ground. What are you doing? That's your daughter. Her voice was cold. It is because she is the daughter of William and me that I cannot let her live. Annie struggled, but was determined. Except for Leon, everyone present felt unbelievable. What kind of mother could say such cruel words in such a ruthless tone? Shirley fell to the ground, kicking her legs against the ground and backing away, feeling at a loss. Mom. Mommy. Annie noticed the strange looks from everyone and retorted fiercely. You don't understand anything! You don't understand what kind of monster it is! We must never let the G-virus spread, otherwise the world will be doomed. If Shirley stayed here, William would infect her and turn her into a monster. Even if he sent her out, William would chase her out. So, in order to prevent the G-virus from spreading, I can't let Shirley stay. And you'd better not think about the G-virus. It's the key to the end of the world. Marvin walked forward with a bad look on his face. No matter what you say, it's not a reason for you to kill your own daughter. Excuse me, William Birkin. That's the monster in front of us. Leon suddenly spoke. He twisted his neck and said, Mrs. Birkin, have you ever thought about the possibility that killing your husband can also prevent him from spreading the virus? What did you say? Annie Birkin looked at him like a fool. You know nothing about his power. Really? Leon took the initiative to greet William Birkin, who had just run out of the research institute. William Birkin staggered out of the institute's gate. His figure became clear under the lighting. The right half of the body became huge, with huge eyes growing on its arms. Various scarlet muscle lines tore through the skin and twisted together. The left half was a normal zombie, with its dry white eyes locking onto Shirley in the crowd. Roar! It roared, and its body seemed to be a little bigger, like a beast that had been hungry for several days and finally found a delicious meal. It lowered its head and charged, with its ferocious right hand stretched out in the air, trying to clear everything that blocked it. Leon, who was standing in the front, went forward without giving in. However, his tall body seemed a little thinner under the opponent's huge arm. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little worried. They knew how powerful Leon was, but in Yanni's mouth, this monster was even more powerful, as if no one could stop it. In a tense situation, Ada and Marvin even raised their pistols and began to aim, intending to cover Leon's retreat. The fight between the two sides lasted only a moment. The monster that William Birkin turned into was very fast, but Leon was faster. He went forward, twisted his body at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, and threw a hook. So there was no doubt that William Birkin's head exploded, like a watermelon exposed to the sun. In the dull eyes of the crowd, Leon silently retracted his fist and turned around, his body still spotless. He twisted his wrist, and the headless corpse behind him fell down with a bang. How powerful did you say it was? He looked at Annie. Annie's face trembled, unwilling to believe what she saw. She said in a trembling voice, You will only promote his own mutation, and he will soon become more powerful. You'd better. Before she could finish her words, Leon turned around again and released a heat ray towards William's body. In a few seconds, there was no ashes left on the ground. Only a handful of carbon ash remained. Most of it was blown away. By Leon, the monsters in the game that could transform into the 4th or 5th stage just finished their curtain call. What about now? Lion turned his head and asked. Annie was completely silent. In fact, she had been struggling with whether to kill her mutated husband William, but she had never been able to make up her mind. Now, she doesn't have to make a choice anymore. That hateful young man ruined everything. Annie stared blankly at the carbon ash at Leon's feet. She stood up like a zombie. Ada frowned, and did not immediately take action to tie her up again. Everyone watched Annie walk to the pile of carbon ash, gently picked it up and put it close to her face, silent tears flowing down without knowing when. Mommy! Little Shirley ran up timidly, but just hugged Leon's thigh and didn't dare to move forward. Yanni ignored Shirley. She stood up quietly and walked into the base quietly. No one spoke at this time. Half a minute later, a gunshot was heard in the institute. Mommy! Shirley's eyes were red, but she hugged Leon's thighs even tighter. The Birkin couple obviously rarely took care of their family. They didn't have such a deep relationship with Shirley. Shirley was chased by the monster William turned into, and was almost shot by Annie on the grounds of justice. She had lost all her support in this world at this time. Both material and spiritual. She had lost everything. But she remembered that the Iron Man said that the big brother in front of her was the one who ordered to save her. Now she can only hold on to Leon, like holding on to a life-saving straw. Leon pursed his lips and touched Shirley's little head, but did not comfort her. With such a complicated family change, any comfort from outsiders is just in vain. More importantly, the little girl has to get out of it herself. Let's go in. It's been emptied. We need to make a new vaccine as soon as possible. He asked Shirley to participate in everyone's work. Marvin, Elliot, you and Jarvis go collect resources from the institute. All kinds of resources are needed. Ada Wang, go do what you want to. Do steal the G virus or do something else, it's up to you. Bud, come with me and help me develop a vaccine. Shirley, if you can, could you come and help everyone? Give them a cup of coffee or something. Oh, one more thing, Jarvis. Terminate and destroy the self-destruct program of this institute. Don't let the base blow up while you're researching. Everyone responded and then dispersed. Even Shirley wiped. Her eyes looked at the room Annie had entered before, bit her lip, and ran to the kitchen to make coffee. But King Ada stopped Leon and said, "You knew my identity was fake? When did it happen?" "When I first saw you." "Oh, then why did you let me follow you all the way?" "I heard you're a freelance agent working for many forces at the same time." "That's right. Are you interested in working with me in the future, saving the world or something? You want to recruit me? Huh. Sounds interesting. I'll think about it, Leon." King Ada tried to hook Leon's chin with his finger before leaving, but was dodged, so he blinked and gave a cool smile. "Nice to meet you, and thank you." She turned around, waved, and walked into the inner passage. As expected of Aunt Wang, she likes to be mysterious even in her 20s, Leon muttered, retracted his gaze, grabbed Bud, and flew to the research room. On the other side, at the Redstone subway station, Jill Valentine said goodbye to others before the subway was about to depart. "Jill, are you sure you want to go find Brother Stark? The Raccoon City Police Department is not close to here." Carlos suggested. "I think it's better for you to leave the city with the others." "He said he would save the city and I believe him, Carlos. I have to go, as long as I can help a little." Jill checked the ammunition. Carlos sighed helplessly. "I really don't know where your trust comes from." "After seeing him take action, do you still have doubts about him?" Jill asked back, picking up a rifle. "I have to admit, he does look like a savior. Well, I'll come find you guys when my mission is over." Carlos scratched his head. Jill put two fingers together on her right hand and waved in the air. "Then see you at the police station." After saying that, she turned and ran into the burning street. 2 hours later, the antiviral serum and vaccine corresponding to the T-virus, the airborne version, done. Leon looked at the 2 test tubes of red medicine in his hand and snapped his fingers. He handed the test tube to Bud. "Take it to the mice for experiments, especially to see if the vaccine can work through the air." In order to increase the scope of the vaccine, he directly modified the way the T-virus spreads. In the past, the T-virus could only be transmitted through liquids and blood. Now, after his modification, the virus can be spread by direct exposure to the air. In the movie version of Resident Evil, the original liquid of the virus that infected the world was also inferior to the new T-virus he created. The new T-virus now has a transmission efficiency that is catching up with the future C-virus, and it has the initial possibility of destroying the world. Fortunately, while Leon opened Pandora's box, he also developed an air-diffused version of the vaccine and locked it. Another half-hour passed. Mr. Lyons, the vaccine and serum worked in all the mice. Jarvis predicts that the difference in their effectiveness in humans will not exceed 0.3%. What is the range of action of the vaccine? As you would expect, after being diffused in the air, it is effective within a range of 30 meters for less than half an hour. Very good. You asked Marvin and the others to start the production workshop and start mass production of new T-virus vaccines and serums. Lion said as he took another bottle of dark purple liquid. "And this, the new G-virus serum. Take it for experiment too." Bud's hands were shaking a little, and he looked at Leon in amazement. You even developed an airborne version of the G-virus?" "Not really. The G-virus has not yet infected a large area, so I don't need to study its spreadable vaccine." Leon said, "This is a strong anti-G-virus serum. Anyone infected for no more than 20 hours can be saved." Bud breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly took the vaccine. "Okay, I'll go experiment now." Leon picked up the coffee that Shirley had brewed and took a sip. "Next, I'll do my own research." 6.5 hours later, Leon rubbed his forehead and returned to the lobby of the east area of the institute. Marvin and others immediately surrounded him. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning on September 29th. "Brother Leon, do you need to take a break for a while?" little Shirley asked, holding a box. In the box was Anne Birkin's ashes, which everyone helped to cremate a few hours ago. It was also mixed with some of William Birkin's carbon ashes. "No, I'm just a little upset." Leon waved his hand. In the past 5 hours, he combined the information of the ancestral virus with the T-virus and the G-virus to develop a new virus. With the superbrain computing power fully open, although he did not conduct research for a long time, the results are better than those of William and others in decades combined. The prototype of the S-type virus, this is the name he gave to the new virus. This virus has the widest transmission and lethality. It can spread in the air, has extremely strong vitality, and will not lose its activity within 6 hours after exposure. Once infected, he initially predicted that the patient would have a chance of turning into a zombie of more than 90%, and they would become super zombies that are extremely powerful and difficult to kill. But as long as they survive, the infected can retain their sanity intact, gain absolute physical enhancement and regenerative ability. However, in terms of the efficiency of airborne transmission, it is still much worse than ordinary pneumonia infectious diseases. The breathing or droplets of the infected person will not directly cause the virus to spread. Only when the body fluids and blood of the infected person are exposed and a large amount of virus is enriched will the virus spread. Spread under transpiration, but even so, there are still certain limitations. As long as the effect of this virus is known by Spencer, Wesker, and others, they will definitely shout that this is the ladder of human evolution and immediately begin to promote the global evolution plan. Even when the virus was successfully synthesized, Leon felt the joy from the world consciousness. But unfortunately, he doesn't need such a virus. What he needs is a medicine that is 100% successful and can enhance the regenerative ability of the human body. After all, this is to be used to treat Tony's body. It would be bad if Tony was turned into a zombie, considering the problem of excessive mutation probability. Perhaps after solving the crisis in Raccoon City, he will have to go to Europe again. I believe that after combining the characteristics of the Plaka parasite and the E-mold, the S-virus prototype will be able to evolve more perfectly. But before that, he may have to go back to Marvel first, at least to see how big the difference in the speed of time in the two worlds is. The last time, Leon took advantage of the perfect opportunity. He also took out a drop of his own blood and tried to infect Kryptonian blood with the S-virus prototype. Since awakening his ability, his blood, which was originally no different from that of ordinary people, has a Kryptonian factor. In other words, it has transformed into a fusion of Kryptonians and Earthlings. So there is nothing wrong with calling his blood Kryptonian blood. However, the experimental results were not good. When the two came into contact in the container, the Kryptonian blood instantly swallowed up the prototype of the S-virus, and it also carries a will to reproduce crazily. It only took a few breaths. The Kryptonian blood that swallowed the prototype of the S-virus seemed to have life. It began to corrode the container and wanted to escape into the air. If it was really allowed to escape, with the airborne characteristics of the S-virus prototype and the superactivity of Kryptonian blood. Leon didn't dare to think about what the final outcome would be. Anyway, at that second, the world consciousness was like crazy, constantly sending him emotions of fear and despair. He could only destroy it immediately with heat rays. In the end, the glass container that turned into ashes on the test bench let Leon know. I'm afraid he still has a long way to go in blood research. So when he walked out of the laboratory, he rubbed his forehead in frustration. Bud, how are the production results and experimental results of the vaccine and serum? Leon turned his head and asked Bud. He handed the syringe containing the golden S-virus prototype to Jarvis and asked him to keep it. All other traces of the S-virus prototype in the laboratory were destroyed by him. Even after leaving the laboratory, he deliberately destroyed the entire room to ensure that no one would break in. Now the only S-virus stock solution is the one in his hand. The experiment of G-virus serum went smoothly. At least for now, all organisms infected within 5 hours can be cured after being injected with serum. Director Bud took the report and said, the new T-virus vaccine and serum have also been produced, in sufficient quantities to cover the entire Raccoon City. Moreover, antivirus bombs transformed with the new serum were also produced with the help of Mr. Jarvis, with the number exceeding 500. Lion nodded. That's enough. Now we can start taking action and launching a citywide vaccination campaign. I believe that in a few hours, Raccoon City will be able to return to its original state. Marvin and Elliot stood straight at this moment. It seemed that they even wanted to give a standard salute. We will move the bomb right away, Mr. Lion. Marvin saluted and left with Elliot. Remember to bring Jarvis with you. Leon asked Jarvis to control the armor to help. He looked at Ada Wang, who was leaning against the wall, and said, I thought you had left. Are you not in a hurry to hand over the G-virus to your boss? After a few hours, Ada seemed to have taken a shower in the institute and even changed her clothes. At this time, she was wearing a red jacket and black slim pants, which was very stylish. That was the last boss. Ada put on a pair of sunglasses. Now I find that I have found a better boss. She walked towards Leon with her steps crossed, her waist and hips swaying gracefully. Do you want to establish a long-term employment relationship with me, Boss Leon? Ada raised her chin slightly. In the past 9 hours, she has witnessed the excellence of the big boy in front of her. Not only does he have unimaginable power, but he also has an astonishing brain, and most importantly, a heart of justice. Such a person is like a dazzling sun wherever he goes. Ada must admit that she has a vague idea in her heart to get close to this sun, preferably to bask in the sun every day. In layman's terms, she has a strong curiosity about this man. Ada decided to stay with Leon for the time being and observe the savior found by this world consciousness. Is this considered an application? Leon raised his eyebrows in surprise. He thought that a free agent like Ada would not be willing to be inferior to others. If you are applying for a job, do you think you are qualified? Ada said, just barely, passed. Congratulations, you are now accepted. Remember to call me boss from now on. You can raise your salary yourself. Leon smiled happily. Only if I can earn some legal income in this world. Does that mean I'm a free employee now? Ada raised her lips. Or do you want to pay me with something else? Sorry, we don't pay interns in our company. Leon won't take the bait. He has already been hooked by Natasha. Come on, Shirley, I'll carry you. We should leave this place soon. Leon turned around and picked up Shirley. Ada behind him was not angry, but the expression on her face became more meaningful, and she followed slowly. Half an hour later, everyone was ready to go and took the cable car back again. After returning to the sewer, it was another difficult trek. But this time, Leon had Shirley on his back. Ada Wong hung around his neck, and he was holding a bunch of wooden boxes filled with bombs in his hands. Not only him, but Marvin and his men also had their hands full of wooden boxes. When they returned to the police station, the fat police officer thought that this group of people had returned from purchasing goods. At some point, there were more than a dozen survivors in the police station. After hearing that the boxes were full of antiviral bombs and vaccines, the survivors were extremely excited. At this time, the old father Kendo also brought his daughter Emma to find Leon, bowing and thanking him with inexpressible gratitude. Kendo, thank you too much. Just do your part when dropping the bomb later. Leon touched Emma's head and said, Marvin said you are the best gunsmith here. Remember to protect yourself and your daughter. Then what about me? Shirley, who had been standing behind Leon, grabbed the corner of his clothes. The girl hugged the urn with her shoulders hunched together, looking a little anxious. Shirley's appearance made Leon a little dazed. He remembered himself when he was 1 year old and had just awakened his memory. At that time, he was as uneasy as little Shirley. It's just that he still has Tony, but little Shirley has nothing. No one present was known to Shirley before today. They were all strangers. This world is not friendly to her at all, but she is very brave. At least she dares to find support. Leon bent down and touched Shirley's head again. Okay, I will protect Shirley. Shirley smiled happily, hugged the urn, and wiped away her tears while laughing. Leon! A voice called out from the police station. Jill Valentine, still wearing a blue denim vest, opened the door and walked in. Behind her were Brad and Carlos. Jill? Leon didn't expect to see Jill here. Thank you, Leon. Before he could say a word, Jill ran over and gave Leon a deep hug. Ada, who was opening a wooden box not far away and preparing to load a bomb, looked over when she heard the sound. She looked at the two people hugging each other. Her expression did not fluctuate, but her eyelids were slightly depressed. Jill hugged for a few seconds before letting go. I really didn't expect you to save Brad. He was infected just to cover me before I don't know how to say it, Leon. Thank you very much. Leon has heard too many thanks today. On the other side, Brad, who had recovered, also ran over, thanked him profusely, and introduced himself. Leon could only wave his hands and say that they were all trivial matters, and the big thing was to save the Raccoon City citizens who were in dire straits. He felt that he had to let these people do something quickly. Otherwise, the police station is about to become a cult of praise, or the kind that specifically praises him. Jill, why are you here? He started the conversation. I came to find you. You want to save Raccoon City, and I hope to do my part, Jill said. But when I first arrived, there were only Lao Xiao and Brad and the others here, so I went out to look for other survivors. When she saw Leon again, she seemed to have a lot to say. Before she said it, her eyes were already telling it. But at this time, Ada came over. Boss, when are we leaving? Boss? Jill was stunned. Aren't you from another world? Is this person from your world too? Of course not. I am Ada Wang, a former federal agent now serving the boss. Ada Wang was using a fake identity again. She stood next to Leon very naturally, as if they were very close, which made Jill's eyes slightly frozen. Actually, I have many names, and Ada Wang is just one of them. She suddenly said, what's your original name? Leon was very interested in this topic. In the previous life game, Ada was very mysterious, and no one knew her specific background. The previous names are not important anymore. When I met you, the boss, I was called Ada, and I will be called Ada from now on. Queen Ada's words shocked everyone around her, and made them all silent. All kinds of eyes focused on her. Marvin and others were stunned. Bud was thoughtful, Shirley was puzzled, and Jill was dazed. At this time, Jarvis's low voice reminded Leon, Master, Mr. Stark asked me to remind you when I encounter such a situation, be careful of strangers' deception. Jarvis knew that Leon had super hearing, so he stood in the distance and spoke with the high-frequency sound emitted by the armor. Leon couldn't help but slapped him in the face. This Tony, he is still meddling in other people's business, even though we are separated by a world. Tony? Ada's expression froze, not understanding why another person's name suddenly popped up. Okay, Ada, I'm very touched really, Leon explained immediately, but Ada's eyes were subtle, and her mood probably couldn't go back to the way it was just now. That Tony must be very important to you. Or does this Miss Ada look like Tony? Jill couldn't help laughing beside him, and didn't even hide it. Hearing this, Ada turned her head and looked at Jill, and both of them had inexplicable meaning in their eyes. That's enough. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and act. Don't just stand there and watch. It was the old policeman Marvin who knew how to read the atmosphere, and he stood up and gave orders loudly. The hall soon returned to its bustling scene. More than 10 minutes later, everyone armed themselves and formed a team of 3 people, left the police station, and began to release vaccines in various blocks of Raccoon City. Leon did not go with these people. In order to improve efficiency, he was responsible for freezing the outer layer of the entire city with his freezing breath. Jarvis and others were responsible for dealing with zombies and spreading vaccines. What they had to do was very simple, that is, to throw out vaccines when they met people, and to throw out antiviral bombs when they met zombies. The antiviral bomb is a scattering bomb that will shoot out countless fine needles with serum after the explosion. These fine needles will pierce into the bodies of zombies, and inject the serum into them as well. No need to. If it takes too long, the virus in the zombies will be inactivated, and they will die. The mechanism of action of the vaccine is even simpler. After the container is broken, the vaccine will evaporate naturally and spread to the nearby area, allowing all people who come into contact with it to naturally produce antibodies. Leon was flying in the air from the beginning. He carried Shirley on his back, floated on the edge of the city, and flew along the outer buildings. He exhaled freezing breath while flying. Soon the surface of the entire city turned into a world of frost. All the zombies on the streets were frozen. This time, Leon lowered the temperature. The zombies, like ice figurines, all died in the process of rapid freezing because their cells were pierced by the ice chips in their bodies. As for the remaining zombies in the house, they will be left for everyone to clean up slowly. With the new vaccine and serum, all actions became smooth, but the efficiency of ordinary people's actions is still too low. 2 hours later, the people responsible for cleaning up the city returned to the police station. At this time, Leon had even returned to the institute once and disinfected himself. But when everyone gathered in the lobby of the police station again, everyone's face was filled with excitement and joy. The Raccoon City rescue plan was successfully concluded and completed. It's just a pity that the world consciousness did not send more gifts at this time. It seems that the other party does not care about the salvation of a small raccoon city. Leon, you saved this city! Marvin and Jill brought everyone to thank Leon. There were thousands of people in the police station at this time, many of whom were survivors who gathered on the road. They learned about what happened. At this time, thousands of people shouted Leon's name at the same time, and the momentum seemed to break through the dome of the police station. Leon was not very interested in such a scene. Like Tony's speech, he did not make a long speech but just used a few words like, "You are the real heroes," to deal with it. Half an hour later, Marvin, Jill, and others who had settled the survivors gathered in the conference room. Leon got straight to the point. I'm going to leave temporarily and return to my world for a while. Seeing that everyone was beginning to show signs of anxiety, he pressed his hands down, indicating that he would finish speaking first. Don't worry, I will be back soon. I am leaving now just to test the speed of time in the 2 worlds, and make sure I won't be away from my world for too long. Before I leave, I'll ask Jarvis to stay here and help you. It has collected evidence of all the crimes of Umbrella Corporation. As long as you are ready, it can be published on the entire network at any time. In addition, Umbrella has already used this place as a testing ground, and the Eagle Sauce official does not necessarily have a positive attitude, so you'd better prepare to evacuate in advance. I suspect that no matter which side finds out what happened here, they will destroy the city to erase all traces. Don't miss me too much, friends. I will be back soon. Leon said goodbye in a relaxed state. But those who had only been with him for a few hours were reluctant to leave. Sometimes emotions come so inexplicably. Some people may become strangers after being together for several years. But sometimes, just one thing or one sentence can make a person fall in love with another person. Are you sure you will come back? King Ada looked at Leon steadily. My salary hasn't been paid yet. Leon hugged her gently. Is this considered salary? Still a long way to go. King Ada stretched out his hand and pressed it on Leon's chest, her fingertips sliding down along his perfect muscle lines. That's almost it. You have a good body, big boy. Leon was speechless and snapped his fingers. Jarvis, assist everyone in their work and cooperate in combat when necessary. After that, he touched Shirley's little head beside him and told her to listen to Ada and Jill. He gave everyone present another hug. Finally, he waved to everyone. I'm leaving. Goodbye, everyone. As soon as the voice fell, Leon closed his eyes and activated his ability to travel through time. There was no need to search the world when he went back. In the chaotic space, the bubble representing the Marvel world automatically emerged. Behind that bubble, there seemed to be a huge group of chaotic bubbles, but except for the world he came from, all other bubbles were hidden in the hazy shadows. Leon knew that was the Marvel multiverse. He chose the return trip and paid the same energy as when he came. The next moment, Leon disappeared in front of everyone. It was another time of travel without any spatial fluctuations. After everyone was surprised, there was silence. To be honest, I'm starting to miss him now. In the dull atmosphere, Marvin joked, he is really honest and has never deceived us from beginning to end. It is our luck that the world consciousness can find such a savior. Did you know that we had a newcomer coming to our police station yesterday? His name is also Leon, but it's Leon S. Kennedy. Elliot also agreed. Yes. I thought Mr. Lion was the new guy at first. However, I don't know what happened to the newcomer. He was already late for a whole day. I hope he is still alive and well and as good as Mr. Lion, so that everyone is willing to applaud him. Marvel Universe, Stark Mansion in Los Angeles. Beep beep beep. As soon as Leon appeared in the basement, all the instruments and lights turned red, and the alarm sounded as if urging his life. Dai held up the disinfectant spray, rolled over, directly on the pulley, and sprayed him. Ben held up the fire spray on the other side, also ready to go. That's enough. Stop. Am I a burglar? Why are you making such a big scene? Leon waved his hands at Ben. The alarm and red light finally stopped. Master, you are finally back. It seems that you are not doing well in the other world. Jarvis's voice appeared. Finally? How long have I been away? It must have been more than 10 years. Leon's heart skipped a beat. If more than 10 years had passed, the Suomi incident might have happened. It has been 12 hours and 37 minutes since you left. It is now 7:49 the next morning. Huh? Leon raised an eyebrow. I've only been gone for 12 hours, and you used the word, finally. Jarvis, I think you need to reload your program logic for word choice and sentence construction. Master, these are the words I chose based on Mr. Stark's mental state after you left. Jarvis said. So Tony missed me very much? Leon couldn't help laughing. I think so. 3 hours ago, he would ask if you were back every 7 minutes on average. What? About the last 3 hours? Was it once a minute? Mr. Stark fell asleep 3 hours ago. Now he has received the alarm and is rushing down. I just heard you say bad things about me? Tony suddenly popped up from the stairs. He was wrapped in a white scarf and it was obvious that he had just gotten out of bed and rushed over. Look whose Peter Pan is. He finally decided to go home. Did he get wronged outside and come back to complain? When Tony saw Leon, his excited expression instantly became extremely lazy. He took a crooked step and fell on a chair. Isn't it because they are worried that the empty nesters at home will be lonely? Leon felt a little funny. I didn't expect that, Tony. You can't leave me so much. It's only been 12 hours and you've already started calling my name in your dreams. Don't I have to come back quickly? Calling your name in the dream. Just kidding. Tony laughed until he couldn't laugh anymore. Jarvis said that. What, do you think? Shit. Watch your language, Tony. Leon sat down at the table next to Tony. Sir, I didn't tell Master Leon that you shouted about his sleep talk 17 times in the past 3 hours. Jarvis complained. Tony slapped him in the face. Well, now you tell me. Sorry, sir. Tony turned his neck helplessly and looked at Leon again. So, you suffered in another world? Why do you say that? Lion was puzzled. Jarvis had just said the same thing. Tony spread his hands and deliberately looked around. It is very obvious that your Super Mark 1 is lost, along with the Jarvis subsystem inside. His guess made sense. After all, when Leon left, he was still wearing the armor. But when he came back, he was alone. Something must have happened. So that's what you're talking about. Leon suddenly realized, I left the armor there on purpose. This is the situation in that world. He simply recounted his journey through time and what happened in the Resident Evil world. He just omitted the part about studying the fusion of Kryptonian blood and viruses. Tony stroked his chin and thought, world consciousness and viruses. Very interesting. But one thing is strange. You also spent 12 hours in that world? That's right. You mean the speed of time on both sides is the same? Leon nodded. I thought of this too. It's amazing, right? Tony clapped his hands. That's the problem. He picked up a box and a pencil and put the pencil into the box. You must know that the speed of time flows differently in spaces with different gravitational forces. Come on, don't tell me you don't know. Tony was as serious as if he was in class. Leon nodded in confusion. Of course I know this. It's the theory of relativity. According to the theory of general relativity, the greater the gravity in the universe, the slower the flow of time. Very good. Tony pushed the pencil through the box. He pointed at the pencils on both sides of the box and said, suppose this box separates two universes, and this pencil travels through the past. The left side of the box has a larger space, while the right side has a smaller space. At this moment, the two of them were in the front half of the garage, and the size of the space was very appropriate. Then, Tony said, assuming that the larger part of the space has a larger mass, and the smaller part has a smaller mass, do you think the speed of time will be the same on both sides? Leon was stunned. No. Unless the masses of the two universes are equal, and the mass of the space in the part of the Earth where I am is also equal. That's right. Tony put down the box and snapped his fingers. But the probability of this happening is incredibly small. Do you still think it's reasonable that the time flow rate in the two worlds is the same? There seemed to be a flash of lightning in Leon's mind. He frowned and suddenly realized. He thought that the time flow rate in the two worlds should be the same. In fact, it was because many novels he had read before wrote like this. So he subconsciously thought so. However, in fact, it may be his thinking that led to the same speed of time. Tony looked at Leon with a dazed expression and continued. I think that, when you travel between the two worlds, you may also be traveling on time nodes. It doesn't mean that our world will stop functioning after you leave. The vast universe will not stop and wait for you just because of your little energy. The truth of the matter is that when you came back, you entered this moment. As for when to start, whether it is the moment of leaving or sometime after leaving, it should be decided by you. And if you choose different time entry points, your own consumption may also be different. You need to experiment a few more times yourself. Tony once again felt the joy of educating his younger brother and patted Leon's shoulder with pride. You have to think more. Having a good brain is not enough. You have to think more, kid. Tony looked like a person who had experienced it. If he were in a different cultural background, he would probably say that he had experienced more than Leon. Leon looked at Tony helplessly. You're awesome this time, okay? He sighed. Tony was even happier, humming a tune. Well, you can be proud of yourself slowly. I will try again now. Leon chose to let Tony be alone. Wait. Tony stood up suddenly, his white scarf falling off. You have to take me with you this time. It's only 1% of the energy. One more person doesn't matter. It's very dangerous. Don't let yourself get infected with the virus. Leon glanced around and found a triangular light on Tony's chest. Huh? You installed the reactor again. So the new element was successfully synthesized? Tony smiled proudly. Yes, you synthesized it 2 hours after you left. I call it badassium. What do you think? Leon's mouth twitched. How should I put it? It's pretty awesome. If your dad knew you named the new element like this, he would definitely get up and punch you. Sorry, the old guy has been cremated and can't get up. Tony has a talent for telling hell jokes, so, will you let me go with you? I need to think about it. By the way, who just said that I don't like to think? Who is it? Who dares to say that to you? Why is this person so annoying? Tony looked around in a pretentious manner. Leon finally agreed to Tony's request to go with him. After all, the Resident Evil world is really not a threat to the two brothers. Even if they are accidentally infected with the virus, there are already developed vaccines and serums just in case. Just think of it as taking Tony on vacation. I remember the last family trip was when I graduated from junior high school. Tony, Pepper and the other three went to Dubai together. It was supposed to be a trip, but in the end they had a 3-day party in a villa in Dubai. He had just graduated from junior high school, and almost graduated there again. This time, going to the Resident Evil together was just to make up for the high school graduation trip. Leon called Natasha in his bedroom, because Tony had to install some recording equipment on his armor before leaving to record the process of crossing. So he had to wait for a few hours. While waiting, he suddenly remembered that there was a virus in the Iron Man movie. It was called the Extremis virus. This virus can give the host super regeneration ability, super strength, speed, and other extraordinary abilities. Some hosts can also have the ability to create fire and electricity. This virus may be obtained as a reference for the development of the S virus. So Leon immediately contacted Natasha. What's the mission? As soon as the call was connected, Natasha got straight to the point. Why are you so straightforward? Can't I just care about the living conditions of my dear subordinates? Leon said stubbornly. It's not even 8 in the morning yet. I can't. Imagine what else the man who refused to pay me 4 days ago would do by calling me at this time, except to arrange a task. Leon didn't expect Natasha to have such deep resentment. Well, there is a mission. You said, I'm in an office building in New York, and the surrounding area is safe now. Natasha said no one was eavesdropping on the conversation. Do we have a widow undercover at Avant-Garde? I need a virus they are researching called Extremis. Leon stated his intention. Natasha was silent for a few seconds, as if she was looking up information. The widow codenamed Tracy used to work there as a mid-level researcher. She quickly replied, you can pick up the virus test kit in Tennessee in 3 hours, or I can deliver it to you in Los Angeles at 2 p.m. Natasha's work efficiency is so high that it breaks through the sky. Let me go over there. It will be faster this way. Leon couldn't help but smack his lips. I have to say the sisters are really amazing. Then you can spend more time drinking with them. They have been thinking about you for a long time. That's it. Hang up. Natasha hung up the phone directly. Leon was stunned, threw the phone on the table and curled his lips. It's not right for a subordinate to talk back to his superior. 3 hours later, Leon was taken into the former Red House safe house in Tennessee by Natasha. This is a cabin in the woods. From the outside, it looks like a traditional Western-style pastoral wooden house. It is only 2 stories high and can accommodate a family of 5 at most. But when Leon walked into the underground darkroom of the wooden house, he saw a modern base with a full 4-story underground building. There were not many people in the base, only a few widows who had drunk with him twice. After seeing him, they all greeted him cordially and continued to do their own things. Natasha took Leon into the innermost command room. She took out a reagent and a USB flash drive from the safe. This was stolen by me and a few sisters outside with the help of Tracy. You want to use it for research? Natasha said. I took a quick look at the research records, and it seems that there are still big problems with it. Thank you for your hard work, Nada. Leon took the reagent and observed it in front of his eyes. I know there is something wrong with it. I'm just researching a virus that can give humans super regenerative abilities. The Extremis virus might give me some inspiration. Regeneration. Natasha saw. Eyes wavered slightly. Can physical defects be cured? Yes. But the virus still has serious side effects and cannot be used directly. Leon patted Natasha's arm and said, but I am confident that I can solve its defects and quickly. Then I'll... Wait. Natasha put her arm around Leon and stroked his hard chest muscles. So, this boss who doesn't care about anything, can you pay me today? Here? Leon glanced around and saw that there was only one desk in the command room. Natasha followed his gaze, sat on the desk with a cat-like step and crossed her legs. Right here now. An hour and a half later, Leon helped Natasha put her clothes in order. She had fallen on the chair and couldn't stand up. My evaluation is that, if you are not good at it, it is better not to have a strong addiction. Leon pinched Natasha's cheek with his fingers and deformed it. Natasha rolled her eyes. Can't you be gentler? You are slandering me. I have been obeying your demands. Leon straightened the damaged version of Natasha on the chair. He turned and left. After the salary is paid, I will leave first. You continue the task of liberating other widows. Remember to pay attention to safety, and contact me if you have any problems. Leon! Natasha suddenly shouted again. Do you know that Pioneer Technology is kidnapping beggars for human experiments? Leon was stunned. They are starting to do this now? What do you want to do? If you agree, it can become Stark's property in 2 days, Natasha said. Leon raised his eyebrows. Great. Of course I agree. But you have to pay attention to safety, and I'll contact you if I have anything. I understand. Natasha smiled. Good to know. I'm leaving. Leon pulled up his trousers and left without taking a cloud. Of course, he didn't forget to take the desperate virus and the USB flash drive with him. 1 p.m. Stark Mansion basement. Where did you go just now? I couldn't find you at home, and Jarvis couldn't locate you either. Tony put his hands on his waist in his armor. God knows how excited he was about traveling through the world. He had already modified the armor at the fastest speed in his life. But his stinky brother disappeared at the critical moment. For him, this was like not being able to find a toilet when he had diarrhea. I asked Natasha to help me get a copy of the Extremis virus, which will be helpful for my research in another world. Leon gestured to the metal box in his hand. What is the Extremis virus? Tony was curious. It's a biochemical virus developed by an old acquaintance of yours, Killian. Lion briefly introduced the origin of the virus. It sounds like a good idea, although the possibility of achieving stable injection is not great. Tony nodded. But who is Killian? I know him. He urged impatiently. Let's not talk about these irrelevant people now. Hurry up. Let's start traveling now. Okay, no problem. Leon put his hands on Tony's armor's shoulders and enveloped him with a biological force field. Then he closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the dark space of the search world again. This place is no longer empty. Instead, it is permanently inhabited by a chaos bubble. As long as Leon's consciousness touches it, he will understand that the bubble represents the world of Resident Evil, and this world has been permanently open to him with unconditional access. However, when he chose to travel back to the moment when he left Resident Evil, the energy requirement reflected by the shuttle ability was as high as 30% of the physical strength. It was 30 times that of his first time traveling. Leon tried to postpone the time of traveling. He found that with every day that passed, his physical strength would be reduced by 1%. It was postponed until the 30th day after he left. The physical strength required returned to the original 1%, pushing it back again. The 31st day, the 32nd day. The energy required did not change at all. It was all 1% of the physical strength. Tony is right, Leon thought thoughtfully. To travel to a point in the past, you need to pay double the energy. If you travel to the future, the energy consumption will remain the same. That is to say, I have only been back for 6 hours, but 30 days have passed in the Resident Evil world. He tried to choose the time when he was still in the Resident Evil world, which was the night of September 28th. He found that he could not choose that time. Even going back to the time before the Resident Evil, he could not choose the time. In other words, based on the time when I appeared in that world, I cannot travel through the past, but I can choose the future at will, Leon thought thoughtfully. He tried to use his ability to travel through time to select Tony, marking him as another life that would travel with him. As a result, the energy required suddenly increased to 11%. Leon then tried to mark the entire Stark Villa as traveling with him. However, he found that the energy requirement was still about 11% of his physical strength. The extra energy required after traveling with the villa was about the same as the energy required to take a breath of cold air. The energy consumed by carrying life through time is extremely huge, but carrying matter does not consume much. Lion roughly understood the mechanism of the shuttle ability and stopped researching. He reminded Tony, "Get ready, it's about to begin." "I've prepared it, come on, I can't wait to try the cheeseburger from another world," Tony shouted excitedly. Finally, Leon confirmed in his consciousness that he had traveled to the time node 30 days after he left the world of Resident Evil. The next moment, the two disappeared from the spot. Resident Evil world, October 29th, in a tropical rainforest. Two figures that shouldn't belong here suddenly appeared, startling a flock of birds. After Leon opened his eyes, he immediately looked at Tony, who was wearing armor beside him. He used his supervision to observe and confirm that Tony's body was still the same as before, and he was relieved. He waited there for a few seconds. Suddenly, the iron armor shivered, the visor lit up, and Tony woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw unfamiliar woods and wetlands. Tony subconsciously exclaimed, "Leon! Awake? Your physical fitness needs to be improved. I've been waiting for a long time." Leon teased, "That long? But I do feel like I slept for a while." Tony patted his head through his visor. "Where is this? The Amazon forest?" "Oh, my recorder." Tony slapped himself awake and said, "Jarvis, did the recorder record the process of crossing? Especially the empty area where Leon described that." He couldn't open his eyes? Shit. Why don't I have that feeling at all? It's as if I just took a nap and came here. He was very annoyed. Jarvis said, "Sir, just now in the garage for unknown reasons all the circuits of the armor were disconnected and the equipment did not work properly." "How could that be?" Tony looked disappointed. "So we didn't record anything?" "The circuit of the armor was actually disconnected at the beginning of the journey," Leon said. "It happened to me last time. I guess this is a protection mechanism. There is a saying that the amount of information outside the world is too vast for humans to handle, and just looking at it could cause brain death. So you slept soundly during the journey, which might be a kind of protection." Tony shook his head. "Maybe. So where are we now?" "You can ask Jarvis to connect to the internet and search for it." Leon closed his eyes and began to listen to the voices of the world. For a moment, explosions, screams, quarrels, cries, roars, countless negative information came to him. Leon almost subconsciously suppressed his super hearing. How could this happen? He was puzzled. He had solved the crisis in Raccoon City and arranged everything before leaving Jarvis behind. Why did the sound he just heard sound like the whole world fell into the abyss? There was hardly a place on the entire earth that was not shrouded in gunpowder. There were roars of gunfire and wailing and crying everywhere. What happened in this world in 30 days? As Leon was wondering, an invisible wave descended. With a thought, he used his teleportation ability to connect to the wave. All kinds of complex emotions of ecstasy, resentment, frustration, and relief suddenly rushed into his consciousness. Leon was stunned for a moment and sorted out the information. Leave, evolve, lose control, gift, save, gift, save. The world consciousness kept sending out the emotion of asking for help. Leon realized that during the time he was away, the world consciousness might have done something to push the world to the edge of losing control. Another gift. "You want me to clean up your mess? What are you going to give me this time?" Leon felt that he had to raise the price. It would be best if his scientific research ability could be improved by 1 or 2 times. However, as soon as he passed his idea to the world consciousness, the other party immediately responded with a helpless emotion. In other words, the previous improvement was already the highest level. "Are you such a loser?" Leon couldn't help cursing. The world consciousness suddenly felt timid, as if it was a trembling child. "What else can you give me?" Leon sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground around him suddenly appeared with dots of platinum light. These lights were only visible to him. They gathered together and condensed into a larger ball of light, then floated towards Leon, trying to merge into his body. Leon knew that this was a gift and did not reject it. However, the next moment, the ball of light had just merged into the body, but was bounced out again. Leon was stunned. Then the world consciousness sent him more information. After analysis, he understood. The ball of light in front of him can transform the human body into a physique that can perfectly adapt to all products of the Resident Evil series. It can be said to be a positive reinforcement without any side effects. However, just as the ball of light was about to begin to merge, it was spontaneously expelled by the immune system of the Iron Man. Obviously, his immune system thinks that this useless thing is here to weaken his physique. This kind of thing is of no use to me. Lion has a headache. That's right. He clapped his hands. "You can merge it into the person next to me, and it will be given to me." The world consciousness obeyed. Then the ball of light slowly merged into Tony's body. At this time, Tony's mask popped open, and he was looking at Leon like a fool. "What are you doing? Synaptic collapse? Epilepsy?" Tony said sharply. "Something is melting into me. Who are you talking to?" "Oh, what is this? Someone stuffed a hot water bottle into me." Tony suddenly jumped up, scratching his head and cheeks, and his hands were randomly touching his body. He even unbuttoned his armor, ran out and lifted his shirt to feel around carefully. "You look more like a madman than you are now." Leon complained. "I was just communicating with the world consciousness, and it transformed your body. Is this warm feeling a transformation? It turned me into a Kryptonian too?" Tony was stunned. "No. It allows you to stuff all kinds of native and unique biological factors in your body at will, and they can all be perfectly integrated. What kind of transformation is this?" Tony tilted his head back in disgust. "It sounds like they're going to turn me into a Frankenstein. It's better to have a gift from the world consciousness than nothing, so be content." Lion spread his hands, indifferently, and then he received another emotion shared by the world consciousness. "Save, evolve, more. Okay, there are subsequent performance rewards. Let's understand the situation first." Leon flew up. It seems that something bad has happened in this world. Tony also put on his armor again and took off. The two floated side by side, and suddenly Jarvis's different voice came from Tony's Mark IV. "Master Lion, you are finally back." Jarvis's tone was always full of mechanical feeling, but this time it seemed to be a little excited. "Jarvis, have you connected to the subsystem on the Super Mark I?" Leon asked. "What happened during my absence? Why is the whole world at war?" "Master Lion, a lot of things happened after you left. I'm afraid it's hard to explain at once." "It's okay, just keep it short and focus on the main points." Leon motioned Tony to fall back to the ground. After the two landed, Tony took off his armor and let Jarvis play freely. The story begins after Master Leon left. On the morning of September 29th, after you left, Miss Jill Valentine and Sheriff Marvin led the police department to search for survivors in the city. By night, the entire city was cleared, and even more than 90% of the zombies were eliminated. But as you warned, Umbrella Corporation discovered the abnormality of the city. They airdropped 6 tyrants into the city, but fortunately, they were all killed by serum bombs in the end. In order to avoid more serious attacks, Sheriff Marvin decided to take everyone to leave Raccoon City overnight. The team of more than 10,000 people left in a mighty manner, and even the military that set up checkpoints outside the city did not dare to stop them. The empty Raccoon City also made all parties lose interest. After several special teams were sent in but found nothing, no one paid attention to this suddenly dilapidated city. A day later, everyone who couldn't wait for you to return temporarily went their separate ways. Jill, Marvin, and other police officers were abruptly transferred to the New York Police Department. Miss Shirley and Mr. Budd chose to leave with your newly recruited subordinate Ada Wong. Other survivors were also officially resettled, although the compensation they received was not good. However, after everything stabilized, Miss Ada Wong was attacked by the HCF organization because she did not submit the G virus, so she asked me to take Shirley and Bud and hide with her in the countryside of Canada. There, I connected to the internet and made all the evidence of Umbrella's crimes public, Jarvis said, as he projected the video shot by the armor, with pictures and text. During the period, Tony couldn't help but comment that Leon had a good eye for finding a girlfriend this time. After listening, Leon frowned. Although there have been some twists and turns, it's all developing in a good direction. What happened later? Jarvis replied. The incident happened on the morning of October 1st. A biochemical crisis broke out in New York City and quickly spread to the world. But then, Miss Ada Wong infiltrated Umbrella Corporation and connected me to the internet. We found the real reason. The crisis that swept the world seemed to originate in New York, but the root cause was actually in Raccoon City. Everything started in the early morning of September 30th, when Marvin, Jill, and other police officers led the survivors out of the city. A special Umbrella worker who was mixed in among them quietly stayed. This worker was called Hank. He sneaked into the Underground Research Institute alone, with the task of recovering the G virus. Fortunately, all the viruses and vaccines in the institute were destroyed in advance by Mr. Budd. Hank returned empty-handed. However, when he left the institute, he was bitten by a rat that rushed out of the sewer, and this rat went to the laboratory you destroyed half a day ago after we left the institute. It was infected with a prototype of the S virus. Jarvis projected a surveillance video. In it, a mouse entered a collapsed laboratory and came out again soon after. The time marked was 11 o'clock in the morning of September 29th, less than an hour after Leon left the world of Resident Evil. Jarvis continued. Hank didn't take it seriously after being bitten. He killed the rat and left Raccoon City and went to New York. On the evening of September 30th, Hank arrived in New York. On October 1st, Hank went to Umbrella's New York branch, but his condition was very poor. In the surveillance video projected by Jarvis, Hank, still wearing combat uniform, staggered into the office building. The video began to speed up. 10 minutes later, screams came from the building, and the crowd rushed out like a tide. Soon, explosions occurred in the building one after another, and a 3-meter-tall behemoth rushed out in the flames. It was covered in blood and howled at the sky. The guns and cannons of the Umbrella combat troops could not kill it, but made it mutate again and again, becoming stronger. Even those who were splashed by its blood began to become like it, with twisted bodies and mutations. The surveillance screen flashed and jumped to 2 hours later. There was already a dense group of zombies in front of the Umbrella building. Various used heavy weapons were scattered randomly on the ground, but the monster that Hank turned into at the beginning was still standing among the zombies, with scarlet eyes. Hank mutated inside Umbrella Corporation, and it quickly infected everyone it met. According to the base number calculation, the probability of the infected becoming a zombie is more than 98%. Those who survived the infection and did not become zombies would also fall into a coma and be quickly eaten by zombies. The crisis quickly swept across New York. The final survival rate of local residents was even less than 1,000th. Jill and Marvin, who had just arrived at the New York Police Department, escaped New York with difficulty that afternoon with my remote support. Jarvis switched the video material and projected New York engulfed in flames. However, this is just the beginning. After the situation in New York became irreversible, the military began to use high-powered weapons. But the physical fitness of these zombies is more than twice that of before infection. Even among every 100 zombies, a monster like Hank will be born. These monsters are extremely tenacious. Even if they are hit by a 125mm tank gun and only half of their heads are left, they can still survive. To kill them, you must use a blanket bombing. However, the number of these monsters is too large. Among the millions of zombies in New York, there are tens of thousands of such monsters, and they are even increasing. Because ordinary people will be quickly infected and assimilated as long as they smell the blood of those monsters. Finally, seeing the situation getting out of control, the Eagle side used nuclear weapons. Tony was shocked. Nuclear weapons? Jarvis said, yes, at 1930 on the afternoon of October 1st. 3 nuclear bombs landed over New York, opening the prelude to world chaos. After that night, New York was razed to the ground. But the people of Umbrella have obtained the supreme evolutionary ladder. They extracted the virus from the zombies. After repeating the experiment, they found that although there would be a super zombie among every 100 zombies, there would also be a survivor among every 100 infected people who could maintain their sanity and not turn into a zombie. These survivors will fall into a coma after being infected, but they will be no different from ordinary people after waking up. Because of the perfect integration with the virus, they will even gain immunity and become extremely powerful, agile, and wise. There is a man named Albert Wesker in Umbrella. After being injected with the virus and surviving, his strength reached 20 tons, and his speed reached 150 meters per second. So Umbrella called the virus extracted from these zombies the Ascension virus. Later, after the man named Wesker became stronger, he quickly took control of Umbrella. At that time, I had already announced the evidence of Umbrella's crimes, and they were being wanted by countries all over the world at the same time. But Wesker didn't care about it, but directly launched his human evolution plan. That is to say, the Dengshin virus was released all over the world. London, Berlin, Monaco, Moscow, Tokyo. Umbrella is a global pharmaceutical company. They have branches in almost all countries. These branches are still capable of releasing the virus even when facing wanted orders. So on October 8th, European time. Overnight, the Dengshin virus, which can be transmitted through the air, spread to most parts of the world. Within a few hours, the capitals of hundreds of countries fell one after another. 5 days later, the White Bear country abandoned the Eastern European border, moved all the survivors to Siberia, and established a temporary capital on the frozen soil. Most cities of John Bull and Gallic Chicken fell, and the temporary command post moved to the air defense base. What defeated them was not the strength of the zombies, but the infection efficiency of the virus and its own loose management system. By October 14th, the only country in the world that was still intact was the Rabbit Country, which had strict customs and strong mobilization capabilities. All their soldiers wore protective clothing and fought on the southwest and northern borders. They successfully blocked the virus at the border. October 15th, more and more superhumans who survived the virus were noticed. Because of the existence of such a group of people, the situation of various countries resisting zombies has changed. October 16th, the whole of Eagle Sauce was caught in a zombie crisis, and the economy was completely shut down. On this day, Texas declared independence. On the one hand, the military's bombing of New York destroyed the hearts of the people in this country. On the other hand, a group of superhumans stood in the foreground, took power in the artillery and speeches, and formed a new official. October 17th, 16 states, including Florida and Louisiana, declared independence. It was also on this day that Jill, Marvin, and others, who had been traveling around the states for several times, were trapped in a small town in Missouri. After receiving the rescue signal, I rushed to help and eliminated the zombies around the town. October 18th, Jill and others returned to Raccoon City in Colorado with my help. At the request of Ada Wong, I went to Canada to take Bud and others to Raccoon City. Everyone gathered again. October 19. Ada Wong made the information he had investigated public. Everyone knows that the Dengshan virus is actually the prototype of the S virus developed by Master Leon. That day, Jill took the initiative to ask me for the original virus liquid and injected herself in the wild. She survived, and because she was injected with the original virus liquid, she became a stronger existence than ordinary superhumans, with a strength of more than 30 tons and a speed of more than 200 meters per second. October 23rd, Colorado, led by Jill, declared independence, with its capital in Raccoon City. By this day, most of the southern states and counties of Eagle Sauce had become independent, and only 7 northern states still supported the old official. October 27th, a force called Family took control of the power of the old official of Eagle Sauce. They dropped a nuclear bomb on Moscow and London, which had already fallen. The reason was to eliminate zombies and save mankind. October 28th, White Bear Country dropped a nuclear bomb on Washington, also for the reason of saving mankind, and the old official of Eagle Sauce failed to intercept it successfully. In the early morning of October 29th, that is, in the early morning of this day, the old official announced that it would launch a nuclear strike on the temporary capital of White Bear Country. The White Bear Country also announced that it would launch a nuclear strike on the capitals of the independent countries in the Eagle Sauce. There are still 5 hours before they launch dozens of nuclear bombs at once. At this point, Jarvis finally stopped, but Lee Tony's brain was shaking uncontrollably. He was trembling with his heart and liver, and he looked at Leon with shock. Is this the virus you developed? Tony's pupils trembled. You've only been here for 12 hours, and you almost destroyed a world. Leon's face turned black. I developed the virus, but I also destroyed it. I destroyed all the virus containers and the lab, and even used X-ray vision to confirm that there were no living creatures around the lab. Not even a spider. Where did that mouse come from? And what a coincidence, after it was infected, it didn't bite anyone, but just wanted to transmit the virus to Hank with incredible precision and be beaten to death. This is the work of the world consciousness. It messed itself up, and now I have to clean up the mess. Lion connected the emotions shared by the world consciousness before, and he understood. Leave, evolve, lose control, gift, save. Gift, save. Leave refers to his departure. Evolution refers to the world consciousness pushing for evolution. It seems that the world consciousness thought that he would never come back after he left. So in order to continue to promote the evolution of creatures around the world, as soon as he left, he quickly drove a mouse away and ran to the ruins of the laboratory to breathe in the air there. After all, the S virus prototype can survive for 6 hours after it escapes. Leon estimated that when he destroyed the container, a part of it was released. But there were only a few strains floating in the air at most, and even if someone went in, they would be able to leave safely. But those strains were all inhaled into the mouse's lungs and multiplied wildly in its body. And after it inhaled them, it immediately ran out of the laboratory, just to wait for Hank, the destined person. You said that this matter was completely caused by the world consciousness. Can it be blamed on him? I really didn't expect that this world consciousness is still a radical faction. Leon rubbed his forehead. Forget it. Let's go to Raccoon City first, and then we'll see what to do next. Jarvis's subsystem notified Jill and others early. When Leon and Tony flew to Raccoon City, all the old acquaintances were already waiting outside the city. Today's Raccoon City is very different from when he left. A circle of steel fences with wires and spikes surrounds the entire city. Thick coal smoke is floating over the city, and it smells very pungent. As soon as Leon landed, Shirley rushed out from the crowd. Brother Leon! The little girl jumped onto Leon and hugged him with tears in her eyes. I was always worried that you wouldn't come back, but Sister Ada said you wouldn't abandon us. You are finally back. Sorry. Leon rubbed Shirley's head. I've been away for too long. I promise, I'll take you with me this time. Jill and Ada Wang also came over. You're talking about leaving right after you got back? Boss, how about killing that world consciousness before you leave this time? Wang Ada was wearing a windbreaker and a band-aid on his face. Although he was in a mess, he still looked elegant. Leon, welcome back. I didn't expect the world consciousness to cause such a disaster. It's really hard to describe. Jill also had a complicated expression. She was wearing combat uniform, but her aura was different from before, with a bit more fierceness and decisiveness. 3. Experience during this period made her grow into a qualified leader. Do you think our world is hopeless? Is there no way? Jill pursed her lips and wanted to ask for help, but she didn't know where to start. Alas. Let's not talk about this, Mr. Lion. I didn't expect to see you again when the world has become like this, but you are still so energetic it's really gratifying. Director Bud greeted with a smile. Jarvis has told them all the truth. Everyone present felt that the future was bleak, but this did not affect their gratitude to the sunny man in front of them. Lion's eyes swept across the faces in front of him. Marvin, Bud, Elliot. None of the familiar people were missing. Obviously, in the past month, it was the world consciousness that secretly helped. Otherwise, how could these people who were cannon fodder in the original work survive in a more serious global crisis? It's just saving a world. It's not a big deal. Leon opened his arms and hugged everyone. Don't be so sad. I promise that the children will still have quiet desks in the future, and the world will still have bright sunshine. I created the virus. How could I not solve it? Of course, the world must be saved, not only because of these people in front of him, but also because the world consciousness descended again just now, and offered him a price he couldn't refuse. The authority to control half of the world, plus the ability to self-lock genes. Leon has not come into contact with the former authority, and can only say that it sounds very impressive. The latter ability to self-lock genes is tailor-made for him by the world consciousness, which allows him to actively control the stability of his own genes. With this ability, He will be more controllable when conducting Kryptonian bloodline research, and in the future, he will be able to actively block his own genes to prevent the outflow of genes. Specifically, when blood and hair leave his body, they will automatically lose all genetic information that he does not want to flow out. For Leon at the moment, such an ability is no less important than strengthening his strength. To be honest, Leon does not want to clean up the mess of this radical world consciousness. But there is no way. It really gives too much. More importantly, the premise for these rewards to be issued is that Leon successfully saves the world and promotes biological evolution. Otherwise, the world consciousness cannot give it even if it wants to. It gives rewards not based on what Leon wants, but on what it has. What do you mean? In the eyes of everyone present, there was something called hope. Let's go in and say, by the way, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Tony Stark. He came here just to take a look. Leon pointed to the iron lump beside him and introduced him. Only then did everyone realize that there was a person in the golden red armor, and it was not another Jarvis. So you are Mr. Lyon's brother. I have heard of you for a long time. Your brother is so great. You must be an excellent person too. A group of people immediately surrounded Tony and spoke well of Leon. Tony was speechless, and his mouth twitched. This was what he couldn't stand the most, and these people got one thing wrong. They should have said, it turns out that Leon is your brother. No wonder he is so excellent. Tony decided that he must give these natives of the other world some shock from the genius. The Raccoon City Police Department has now become the capital office building of the Republic of Colorado. As the leader, Jill works here every day, or sets out from here to eliminate zombies. In the police station conference room, Bud, the director of the National Virus Research Center, and Marvin, the director of the National Security Bureau, and others all sat at the bottom. Leon, who was standing in the main seat, felt a little disillusioned. To him, it was just a few hours of absence. As a result, the former small police officers and small directors have all become national figures. Although the country has just been established and the population is only a few 100,000, most of them are still huddled in the small city of Raccoon City. But it is still somewhat uncomfortable. The main problem now is that we have no means to stop the nuclear bomb that the White Bear country is about to launch, Jill analyzed from the side. In addition, the number of zombies migrating from other countries' territories is still increasing, and our defense pressure has been rising. Especially the super zombies, except for me in iron armor, no one in Raccoon City can resist them. Nowadays there are more than 40 countries in the territory of Eagle Sauce. Almost every state has a new official. The exchanges between states have suddenly become international negotiations. It is really weird. Jill looked at Leon. What to do next is up to you, Leon, to decide. Let me think. The solution is actually very simple. I will destroy the nuclear bomb, and then kill the super zombies. After understanding the general situation, Leon made a decision directly. Great efforts can make miracles happen. I will solve these problems before tonight. But if you want to save the world, ordinary zombies are the biggest problem. Even if we can produce the corresponding antiviral serum, it will still be a long-term problem to solve them. For example, in India, almost 80% of ordinary people have died or turned into zombies. If the nearly 1 billion zombies were not without intelligence, they would have occupied the world long ago. How can ordinary people fight them? Not to mention the zombie birds, zombie rats, and zombie insects that are now all over the world. There is only one way to reverse the situation. Leon put his hands on the table, study the updated S-virus, and turn every ordinary person into a superhuman. The meeting was over. Jill stayed in the former director's office to handle matters. Marvin and others accompanied Leon around the city and went to the Underground Research Institute. They had previously dug a skylight above the Research Institute and built a new elevator that could go directly to the main entrance of the facility. Everyone took the elevator down. I don't think I can eat hamburgers in this world anymore. Tony complained to Leon in a low voice. The virus has made this place go back to the Middle Ages. Even the streets are full of people sleeping, and the stench of excrement is everywhere. So you regret following me now? Leon also asked in a low voice. Regret? Tony looked like you were kidding. What does this word mean? Sorry, I don't know this word. His big eyes were full of seriousness. Since I'm here, I have to do something for this world, just to wash away your sins. Don't be ridiculous. Can you blame me for this? I didn't know the world consciousness would be so exciting, Leon retorted. It was just a joke, but I did have to do something. Did you forget? I am Iron Man, Tony stressed. Okay, Iron Man, what? Do you want to do work on a new suit of armor here? Study your S-virus prototype? Are you kidding me again? Your research fields are energy, materials, and machinery. Am I a jokester? Well, let me ask you a few questions about biochemistry. Leon asked a few questions in the field of biochemistry that he thought were cutting edge, but Tony answered them all fluently. You actually answered all of them? When did you secretly study for a PhD in biology? How come I didn't know about it? Leon was surprised. Tony shrugged and said, after you said you wanted to study Kryptonian genes, I studied for a few days. Only a few days? Then you're a genius. Do you think you are the only one who learns things quickly? Tony shook his head indifferently. Learning speed is only the basis of becoming a genius, kid. Leon suddenly realized that Tony's learning speed was not much slower than his superbrain. The other party was indeed worthy of Thanos' evaluation of a person cursed by knowledge. After the elevator arrived at the institute, Tony pulled Leon into the laboratory. In the research of the S-virus, Tony got started very quickly. Often before Leon finished explaining the previous sentence, he even thought of the content of the next 3 sentences. For the first time, Leon felt the fast understanding ability of a superbrain in others. The two discussed and experimented. When one of them burst out with inspiration, it always inspired the other. Their inspiration is like the left foot stepping on the right foot, constantly spiraling up. Director Bud and his assistants who were assisting next to them were all in a state of confusion, staring at each other with big eyes, not understanding why there are such perverted people in the world, and 2 of them at once. Half an hour later, a tube of orange reagent came out. The S-virus prototype vaccine can form antibodies to block virus infection and can be effective through the air, but it will also make the strengthening effect of the S-virus prototype disappear. Tony touched his chin and said, it's enough for now. Hey, you take it and use it for experiments on mice. Leon also held a bottle of golden reagent. The S1 virus has been successfully improved, and the mutation probability after infection has been reduced to 70%, and the strengthening effect remains unchanged, but it is still a long way from the final goal. He took out the suitcase he brought with him. After opening it, he took out the desperate virus and the USB flash drive. Tony, try to see if you can fuse the extremist virus with the S1 virus first. Leon took off his white lab coat. Further improvement of the virus requires other references. I'll go find some and destroy some nuclear bombs, by the way. Then you have to speed up. I'm afraid that in a few hours, even the perfect version of the S-virus will appear on this table. Tony stared at the bottle of golden virus concentrate. After in-depth research, he clearly realized that this virus can indeed be called the ladder of biological evolution. Tony already thinks it's worthwhile to see such a creation. What's more, he thinks it won't take too long before he can create a truly perfect virus. By then, maybe they brothers can really promote the evolution of the whole world. which makes people excited just thinking about it. I hope so. I hope you can create the final version of the S-virus directly. Leon was not worried about Tony's infection. With his special physique, Tony no longer had the possibility of becoming a zombie. No matter how infectious the virus was in the world of Resident Evil, it could only make him stronger now. Leon left the Underground Research Institute and soared into the sky. He accelerated in the air, and after 5 seconds, he broke through the atmospheric escape layer and floated in the universe. His sleeves fluttered silently in the void, and his supervision covered the entire world, locking onto the super zombies on the surface one after another. Judgment is coming. 2 heat rays, like a punishment from heaven, landed on the ground from outer space. For the Earth of this era, it is simply the most deadly space-based weapon in science fiction movies. The super zombies wandering aimlessly on the ground, suddenly, it was enveloped by the blazing heat from the sky. Tens of trillions of cells in its body wailed together, and were blasted into the most primitive molecules in an instant. The red beam of light that reached the sky plowed on the ground. It was like God holding chopsticks and stirring the world. Wherever it passed, the world collapsed and the ocean evaporated. In the territory of the Indian Kingdom, millions of super zombies roared to the sky, as if to challenge the punishment of God. But they were instantly reduced to ashes in the beam of light. The whole world began to focus on the 2 beams of light that were like divine punishment, watching it sweep from the Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean, and from South Asia all the way to Africa. It also blasted deeper gullies beside the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. Wherever it passed, the sea was divided and the clouds were broken, just like Moses stretched out his rod to the sea, and God parted the sea. When the whole world was plowed by 2 beams of light, the divine punishment that fell from the sky gradually died down. The evil people who stirred up trouble felt as if they were falling into the abyss, and the refugees in dire straits crawled on the ground and prayed. At this moment, they all believed in the existence of God. But Leon's actions did not stop there. He used 20 minutes to deal with tens of millions of super zombies on the Earth. Next, there are nuclear bombs waiting for him. He twisted his waist and dived into the Earth. People in this world don't deliberately use lead to block prying eyes. With a glance, Leon saw all the storage locations of nuclear bombs on the Earth. He went through mountains and dived into the sea. Bases that were strong enough to withstand nuclear explosions could not last long in front of him. A few minutes later, Leon wrapped the upper 10,000 nuclear bombs from Eagle Sauce and White Bear were pushed into space together. It was not until hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the atmospheric exosphere that Leon used heat rays to detonate all the nuclear bombs. Brilliant fireworks exploded in the universe, and invisible penetrating radiation and electromagnetic pulses spread in circles. Countless satellites witnessed this scene together at this time. Leon turned his back to the Earth, his figure swaying in the firelight, like a god who looked up and down at the sky and picked up everything. When he turned back, he did not use the bioforce field to cover his face. Half of his cheek was illuminated by the firelight, and the other half was covered with sunlight. Countless screens around the world were recording Leon's face at this time. This face, which looked like it was carved by a knife and an axe, was deeply engraved in the minds of countless people in front of the screen. Raccoon City, Ada Wong, Jill, and others are also watching Leon on the screen. Did he destroy all the nuclear bombs of the Eagle and the Bear? Even calm as Ada felt her brain heating up. Jill stared at the screen and smiled bitterly. I thought I had become a superhuman and was closer to him, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Brother Leon, you are awesome. Shirley raised her hands and cheered. He saved us again. Marvin and one of his men looked at each other and spread their hands. You see, this is why we all call you Kennedy instead of Leon. Leon's Kennedy shook his head helplessly. Maybe I should give myself a nickname. Otherwise, it would be very stressful to have the same name as this gentleman. In the research institute, everyone who saw the nuclear bomb explosion cheered. Tony took a glance and continued his research. He knew Leon's strength best. Next, it's the Plaka parasite and the E-mold. Lion dived into the Earth again, and his figure disappeared from the sight of all satellites. He fell like a meteorite without any cover, and the friction around him caused fire due to the high speed movement, and he slammed heavily into a village in the Langya Valley in Spain. Boom! The huge shockwave spread, and dozens of houses in the village were blown away by the airwave. The Earth cracked like a spiderweb and collapsed rapidly. After the aftermath, Lion floated up from the 10-meter deep crater caused by the impact and flew to the castle deep in the village. This castle has been passed down since the Middle Ages, and it is classical and magnificent. Lion couldn't help but stop and admire it for a few minutes. Then he kicked outside the castle, and the entire building complex collapsed like a tidal wave. The people inside emerged from the ruins one by one, standing there in amazement, but they were unharmed because of Lion's control. Who is Sadler? Leon asked the question, but his eyes went straight to the hooded man holding a scepter at the back of the crowd. Osmond Sadler, the leader of the Church of Light, attempted to use the Plaka parasite to control the world. Everyone in the castle ruins looked at Sadler. The man's face under the hood was hidden in the shadows, and he seemed to be planning some conspiracy. Then he knelt down with a thud. My lord, I am Sadler. Leon walked over the ruins and stood in front of Sadler. Hand over the dominant Plaka parasite. Yes, but the dominant type is temporarily gone. Sir, please give me some time. Sadler's body trembled slightly. No? Isn't this already available? Leon crushed Sadler's head with one foot and burned his body with a heat ray. A few seconds later, a parasite crawled out. I hate people lying to me. He put away the parasites and looked around. Destroy all the parasites within 3 days. Otherwise you will be destroyed. Dust rose. Leon disappeared silently, which was completely different from the momentum when he came. After a brief silence, the sound of kneeling was heard. A few minutes later, Leon suddenly appeared in a village in Romania. With an extremely fast speed and the biological force field, his movement seemed to be teleporting. It was the same as the last place. There was a village on the outside, but castles on the inside. Leon floated above the center of the castle. He looked around, found the cave where the fungus master was, and dived in. The solid mountain was easily penetrated like tofu. A huge mold aggregate entrenched in the cave appeared in front of Leon. That was the fungus master. The fungus master looked like a baby, and its color was almost pink. The whole body rose and fell as if it was breathing. Leon could even hear the vital rhythm in its body, and billions of hyphae were transporting nutrients to it. This is the third type of evolutionary key in Resident Evil mold. Leon took out a syringe, inserted it into the fungus host, and drew out a full tube of mycelium. After he put away the test tube, heat rays shot out of his eyes, and in a few breaths, the huge fungus host was burned up. Ah! Who destroyed the Master of Fungi? As soon as the Master of Fungi was burned to ashes, a piercing howl came from outside the cave. This reaction was as fast as unplugging the network cable of an internet-addicted girl. As soon as it was unplugged, ghosts and wolves began to howl over there. Leon was unmoved. He punched the dome of the cave, flew into the air, and continued to destroy the mycelium. How dare you! Stop it now! The woman who howled before was approaching rapidly. That was Miranda, the earliest infected person of the mold and the owner of this territory. Behind her was a group of people. There were men and women, some who looked like humans, and some who did not look like humans. They were all a group of guys infected with E-mold. Leon's goal was to destroy the mold. The arrival of these people was just what he wanted. According to the development of the Resident Evil game, the mold might develop into a world-destroying crisis in the future. Since he was here, Leon decided to clean up these hidden dangers and regard it as completing the task of saving the world, as mentioned by the world consciousness before. He immediately climbed to a higher altitude and used all his strength to spit out freezing breath. After a few seconds, the entire village turned into a huge piece of solid ice, and even the lake outside the village was not spared. Every edge of the huge ice block was crystal clear. Leon could even see Miranda in the ice, whose expression remained in a hideous moment. I remember this person has lived for more than 100 years. Mold is indeed unique. He flew to the edge of the ice block, lifted up the huge ice block with a radius of more than 3 kilometers and a height of more than 200 meters, and then flew into space. Soon, satellites from various countries captured Leon's figure again. But this time, everyone in front of the screen was even more confused. Where did this great god find a giant block of ice with people, houses, flowers, and trees on it? Was he performing magic? Leon threw the ice block outside the earth and smashed it with a punch. Suddenly countless ice crystals with a diameter of no more than 1 millimeter scattered around, like silver-white fireworks blooming in the middle of the night. Everyone in front of the screen couldn't help but say, "So beautiful," to this wonder of the universe. When they came back to their senses and looked at the mysterious figure again, the other party had disappeared again. On the other side, as soon as Leon returned to the police station, he was warmly welcomed by everyone. Jill took the lead in shouting thank you. She saluted with tears in her eyes, and then hugged. For a moment, the hall was filled with applause, cheers, and even the sound of crying with joy. All kinds of emotions rushed over, like waves of rising and falling tides. There were fireworks next to Leon, and colorful confetti scattered like waterfalls. There was also champagne. Kennedy pressed the bottle mouth with his thumb, shook it hard, and then cheered and sprayed out the wine. They all knew what had just happened, and they all knew that the savior in front of them saved them. They watched on the screen with their own eyes that this man used heat rays to kill super zombies and detonate nuclear bombs. Today is undoubtedly their happiest day in the past month. Everyone surrounded Leon. Whether girls or boys, they all kissed him hard on the cheek, and then proudly showed off to others. They all saw hope. The super zombies and nuclear bombs that were originally unsolvable, but in Leon's place, they were all dealt with in less than half an hour. It seemed as if the end of the world was just a noisy game of playing house in front of this man. Here, the name Leon has completely become synonymous with the future. The men lifted Leon up and threw him into the sky, with smiles on their faces, as if they were throwing up their beloved at the wedding. The women pushed Leon onto the podium again, hoping that he could say a few more words. Even if it was just one sentence, they would definitely meet this handsome savior in their dreams tonight. Leon was actually not very interested in such occasions. This would remind him of the parties he attended when he was a child hanging around Tony's neck. That was not a good memory. After all, he could only be a spectator. But the expectant eyes of the crowd made Leon know that he had better say something. So he coughed lightly, looked around the suddenly quiet hall, thought about it, and sang a Chinese version of the Internationale. They, not so loud singing echoed in the police station hall. Slowly, some people followed Leon's rhythm in English and Russian. When the song ended, some people cheered loudly, while others burst into tears. But they all had one thing in common. They all rushed to the podium frantically, trying to embrace Leon again. The revelry at this moment lasted until the night. Later, even Tony ran back to the police station, bringing a large number of scientific researchers to join the revelry. He held the girl's arm to dance a waltz, held the beautiful woman's waist to drink Bordeaux, and the happiness that had disappeared for a month suddenly came at this time. Leon spent the night in a daze. Alcohol couldn't make him drowsy, but the drunken faces pressed against him made him give up thinking. In the end, it seemed that all kinds of strange things were happening. When he saw Ada and Jill next to him the next morning, he understood what was strange. The two of them were still drunk and sleeping soundly. So Leon chose to leave the room first after tidying up the corners of the quilt. He washed off the bloodstains on some parts of his body in the shower room of the police station. He changed into a set of casual clothes. Then he slowly walked into the Underground Research Institute. Tony was of course not here at this time. The last time Leon saw him last night, he was disappearing in the corner with 2 big waves. Tony probably won't get up until noon today. There is actually no one else in the Research Institute now. Yesterday's revelry probably made this newly established country press the pause button. For a while, Leon simply started researching alone. He ordered Jarvis to open Tony's research records yesterday. Originally, he wanted to take over Tony's results and continue research. As a result, he was surprised to find that the infection mutation rate of the S virus was reduced to 5% by Tony. This is actually no different from a true evolutionary potion. But even for Tony, isn't this progress too fast to be true? Leon sat down and looked through the electronic records carefully. It turned out that Tony was stuck in the middle of the experiment, and later attempts to integrate the extremis virus did not work. Finally, he had an idea and chose to use his own blood as a medium, and the efficiency of the experiment soared. It has to be said that the physique given by the world consciousness is a universal material in terms of virus fusion. Finally, Tony analyzed the changes that occurred when the virus was integrated into his blood. He successfully fused the extremis virus with the S virus and reduced the mutation rate to 5%. According to Leon's naming habits, he called this newly synthesized virus the S2 evolutionary virus. But the subsequent research was not very smooth. Even if Tony found the right way, the infection mutation rate of the virus could not be further reduced. At the bottom of the research record, Tony finally wrote down a conclusion. The characteristics of viruses are contagion and mutation. If we want to achieve complete and safe evolution, we cannot use viruses as carriers. We need to find new media. Leon read Tony's message thoughtfully. New, medium, using mold or parasites. No, none of these will work. They are all unstable external objects. We have to find something else. But among the things I have come into contact with, there seems to be no other substance that can strengthen the human body. Leon glanced at the serum on the table and suddenly an inspiration flashed in his mind. Wait, super soldier serum, that's right. He stood up and slapped the table excitedly. Jarvis, do you have any forgotten information about super soldier serum in your database? Like a partial formula or something? Master Leon, there is a relevant document in the mainframe of Stark Industrial Park, but it is incomplete. Jarvis replied. Beautiful, that's what I want. Leon couldn't wait to activate his ability to travel through time, disappearing from the spot and reappearing the next moment. He inserted a USB drive into the computer, and a large amount of super soldier information popped up. It seems that there is really no possibility of failure this time. Leon touched his chin. Time soon came to noon. Tony came to the laboratory with sleepy eyes. He wanted to tease Leon. But after seeing the research direction of Leon, he couldn't sit still for a second. He immediately put on his research clothes and joined the research. Unknowingly, 6 hours passed. In the laboratory, when the giant precision synthesis instrument sounded, the golden solution was poured into a transparent syringe. Leon and Tony both showed admiration on their faces. Look at her, how beautiful she is. Tony opened his hands like a flower, showing the syringe. We really did it. At this moment we are simply Prometheus, Leon. Leon also said, it can allow any creature in the world to step onto a new ladder and become a new species. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the fire in Zeus's hand. It is indeed amazing. He walked to the instrument and picked up the syringe. S-virus, E-mold, placa-parasite, and desperate virus. We referred to the transformation method of the super soldier serum and integrated the mutation factors and evolution factors of these 4 evolution keys into one. Today's new reagents are not contagious and have no side effects. They are just a step in evolution. After the injection, in addition to the comprehensive super enhancement of strength, physique, speed, and brain, individuals will also gain virus immunity, super regeneration, limb extension, bacterial control, blood parasitism and manipulation, and the ability to control temperatures of thousands of degrees. It's hard to find a second word to describe it except perfect. So how should this serum be named? How about SS-enhanced serum? After all, it is derived from the S-virus. Leon counted the characteristics of the new serum with his fingers, and finally made a suggestion. Tony felt that the name was neither good nor bad. It doesn't feel original. It's already so powerful. How about calling it Super Soldier Awesome? Extra large serum? We have surpassed that old guy Howard. It's not good. I shouldn't have had hope in your naming skills. It's decided to call it SS-type strengthening serum. Leon thought Tony's name was lame. Your name is not very good. It has the style of a cheap industrial mass-produced commercial order. Tony immediately retorted. But it's up to you. It's your serum anyway. And don't tell me that you really intend to popularize this serum to every region of the Earth. Tony frowned. That will inevitably lead to more crises, more conflicts and contradictions. You must know that. Of course not. Leon took out 2 syringes. Have you forgotten our previous research results? He placed 3 reagents on the table and explained, check these out. This is the SS1 enhanced serum that incorporates only the characteristics of the S-virus. On the right is the SS2 type, which is based on the SS1 type and incorporates the characteristics of the desperate virus. Finally, we have the perfect SS3 type that we just synthesized. I have already thought about it. I will make SS1 available to the whole world. SS2 will only be injected to trustworthy people, and the last SS3 will be left to you. Leon patted Tony on the shoulder and said, after all, the first 2 serums can be synthesized directly, but the raw materials of SS3 must contain your blood. This serum is destined to be yours alone. Wow, to be honest, I'm almost crying when you say that. Tony tilted his head back. His expression was exaggerated. If you hadn't sucked 400 cc of my blood in one breath before, I would definitely cry. Don't say that. That's all for the experiment. Come on, I'll take you to eat some delicious blood-replenishing food. Leon put his arm around Tony's shoulders. Delicious? You mean the sticky cereal in this doomsday siege? Tony was not impressed by the food in Raccoon City. You said it's the end of the world, but you still want to eat more. As Leon was speaking, a wave of movement suddenly descended upon him. His expression gradually became strange. What happened? Why did it suddenly seem like seeing a ghost? Tony stopped and looked surprised. He remembered how Leon looked in the woods yesterday. Oh, I know. Is that world consciousness coming again? Leon was stunned for a few seconds. After coming to his senses, he nodded with a strange expression. Its meaning is very complicated, but it roughly means that the SS reagent is not enough. It needs the previous infectious evolutionary potion. What? It's brain damaged in saying that? Well, it doesn't have a brain either, Tony exclaimed. He felt strange. So why not use SS serum? Because the SS serum is too stable. It no longer has the possibility of further evolution. Leon was speechless. It wants something that is relatively stable, but has the possibility of evolution or continued mutation. Tony put his hands on his hips. What an interesting idea. It wants to keep evolving. It sounds like what Obadiah said when he gave me advice before. Will he also give you very complicated suggestions, like the colorful black ones? So I just ignore him and do what I think. Now the case is solved. No wonder he wanted to kill you. Maybe, but I can't make a rifle that can heat, cool, and navigate as he says. Strange idea, as expected. The clients all over the world are strange. Lion returned to the experimental table. But fortunately, with the experience of developing SS serum, it is very simple to create a new type of S-virus now. He had no intention of refusing the request of the world consciousness. After all, if there is a problem in the future, the world consciousness will have to find him again. If he finds him again, it would be unreasonable not to give him more authority. Then, it is hard to say who is the world consciousness. Lion thought that if he really mastered the biochemical world in the future, it would be nice to extract the world consciousness and keep Jarvis as a companion. 5 minutes later, the final form of the S-virus with an infection mutation rate of only 1,000th was successfully born. It is almost the same as the initial, prototype version, and perfectly meets the requirements of evolving global organisms. After the new virus was synthesized, the world consciousness was indeed very satisfied. It exuded a joyful mood, urging Lion to spread the virus quickly, feeling like a pastoral dog wagging its tail happily. Okay, I'll go out with Tony for dinner and then find someone to test the virus, Leon promised repeatedly. Then shrugged at Tony and walked towards the elevator of the institute. Yesterday's revelry really made most people skip work. The institute was empty until Leon and his partner left. There were only a few police officers on duty in the police station. Leon complained on the way, saying that it would be difficult to manage a country with such a loose official organization. It was not until he met Jill that Leon learned that it was President Jill who deliberately gave everyone a day off. The reason was that Leon saved the world yesterday. So today was designated as a new Thanksgiving. Now Leon had to change his mind and sighed that the new official was very efficient. However, when he saw Jill, this beautiful woman was actually in a bad mood. In the former police chief's office, Jill, what happened to you? Leon asked Jill, who looked unhappy. Tony had already left when he saw that the situation was not good, and he didn't know where he was going with the 2 big waves from last night. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? What's wrong with you? Jill put her right hand on her waist. You did such a ridiculous thing, but you left me and Ada behind and disappeared for a whole day. I thought you had fled. The term, absconding for fear of crime, refers to criminals, so it should not be used carelessly. Leon corrected. Last night, you were clearly drunk and arguing about it and decided to be together, so you can't blame me. In fact, you were not drunk. You were just tipsy, and you used alcohol as an excuse to do bad things, he added. Jill blushed and turned her face away. Even so, you can't leave us 2 behind. I didn't abandon you. I tucked in the quilt when I left. Leon picked up the paper cup and filled it with water. I was just doing experiments with Tony in the institute. You didn't tell me that you had a day off today. I was wondering why there were so few people here today. He drank the water in the cup and looked towards the door. So, Ada, why are you hiding behind the door? Of course I was waiting for you to call me in. Ada pushed the door open and walked in. Her steps were still a little staggering. Her physique was far inferior to Jill's, and she needed some time to recover after being injured. After all, I don't want to disturb the private conversation between my boss and my rival, Ada said. Jill narrowed her eyes when she heard the word, rival. Shouldn't you pretend you didn't hear it and turn around and leave? Oh really? I thought Miss President and I were on the same side. Ada sniffed Leon closely. After all, compared to the two of us who are just starting out, someone's skills can be said to be at the pinnacle. Jill was stunned for a moment, then turned his gaze to Leon, thinking that what Ada said made sense. No wonder I felt so. Could it be that you have other… Leon coughed. Stop arguing. A president and a director of intelligence are quarreling at a critical moment. How can this country run? The two were speechless. This person knows how to divert conflicts. Leon spread his arms at this time. So I think, as colleagues, we need to have a good talk together. Is there any problem that cannot be solved by communication? If so, it must be because of insufficient communication. What communication? Let me finish asking you questions. Oh my, you are so impatient, you don't even wait for me. Ada shook her head and followed. It was another early morning, and Leon woke up in a familiar bed. He pulled himself together, woke up the two elves beside him, did some morning exercises, and then washed up and left together. The lobby of the police station. In stark contrast to the empty scene yesterday, today it was full of civil servants coming and going. Tony was sitting at a table eating. His eyes were dark circles, his face was pale, and he looked like he had kidney deficiency. Leon sat over, took a piece of baguette, and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste was hard to describe, but he still chewed and swallowed the baguette after it entered his mouth. Tony, did you do bad things with the big waves again last night? Look at yourself. You are obsessed with those things all day long. Do you still look like a scientist? Leon took the moral high ground as soon as he arrived. If you continue like this, will you be worthy of Pepper? Tony raised his eyebrows. Didn't I pay her salary this month? I also gave her strawberries a few days ago. Come on, she is not even my girlfriend. How can I be worthy of her? Pepper is allergic to strawberries, Tony. Leon's face straightened. Tony nodded and ate baguette with milk. Yes, so she scolded. If me seriously after receiving the gift. You deserve to be scolded. Seeing Tony enjoying his meal, Leon couldn't help but take another bite of the baguette. But it still tasted terrible. What about you? Do you think I don't know what you did? After the show ended the past 2 days? Tony deliberately elbowed Leon. Are you worthy of the agent's sister in your fortress? She is my subordinate, thank you. Leon took the paper cup and poured half of Tony's milk over. Oh, my subordinates. Tony nodded. He raised the milk and winked. Come. On. Toast to my subordinates. I really can't do anything about you. Well, I'll toast to your big wave too. Leon clinked his glasses and drank up the milk. But I still want to remind you that when you start continuous high-intensity combat, you must first pay attention to your body. Leon patted Tony's arm and stood up. We are not the same. If I hadn't had my blood drawn yesterday, I would be fine. Now! Tony tried to defend himself. So it's different. When I had my blood drawn, I was just as energetic. Hey, you're in good health. Tony looked at Leon's departing back and curled his lips. He was silent for a few seconds, biting the baguette in his mouth, and suddenly stood up and walked towards the research institute. No, I have to finish the live experiment quickly and inject the serum. This is a different world, and I can't let this kid be arrogant alone. October 31st afternoon. Raccoon City Police Department meeting room. You said that you have researched a virus that has only a 1 in 1,000 chance of mutation after infection? Jill stood up in disbelief. Are you serious, Leon? Not only her. Everyone in the conference room stood up. All kinds of surprised and nervous eyes turned to Leon and Tony on the main seat. The virus that made scientists all over the world helpless. It took only 2 days for this pair of brothers to successfully conquer it. Now even if someone shouted that Stark was God, they would probably believe it. There's no need to get so excited, guys. I know you must be thinking, wow, did God play a joke on me when I woke up today? Tony pushed Leon aside and performed alone. But this is the fact. I promise in the name of Iron Man that the end of the world is over, starting today. He opened his arms exaggeratedly, as if to embrace the whole world. But no one in the world responded to him, because everyone's head was hit by the pie that came out of nowhere. Well, you guys, shouldn't you do something now? Tony posed for a few seconds, waving his fingers awkwardly. For example, cheering, screaming, and partying. Everyone in the conference room suddenly woke up, shouting to fulfill Tony's wish, rushing up to throw him into the air, shouting Iron Man over and over again. Leon quietly retreated to the corner, helplessly watching the brother who was being tossed up and down, smiling and shouting to be lifted higher. Your brother and you have different styles. That's how he is. He has a strong desire to perform, Lion said. That's not what I'm talking about. Don't you realize that you have a strong desire to show off? Ada couldn't help laughing. I mean, he's more flamboyant, while you prefer to keep a low profile, and then show off your skills when everyone is surprised. Leon raised his eyebrows. Thank you for helping me find the common ground between us brothers. You're welcome. Ada used her little finger to hook Leon's palm. They are going to party again, so today, the old place. Lion replied. Okay, boss. Ada blinked. However, the carnival that Tony had been thinking about was not held in the end. In the doomsday environment, there are not so many resources and time to waste. Besides, no one is willing to relax at this moment after hearing the news that the new virus has been successfully developed. Everyone is full of energy, with hope burning in their hearts. They can't wait to get the new virus now and rush out of the city to regain lost territory. The first batch of volunteers participating in the experiment was recruited on the spot. When asked, no one in the conference room hesitated for even a second. They are not afraid of dying in the laboratory, but they are afraid that the experimental results will not be satisfactory. These civil servants recruited by Jill are indeed warriors who dare to sacrifice and have great righteousness. The order of the experiment was finally determined by drawing lots. Lion.S. Kennedy. This new police officer who had just received the noble nickname Sangwang from the savior at the cocktail party the day before yesterday, had the honor of being the first in line. Half an hour later, in front of a closed laboratory in the Underground Research Institute, dozens of people stared at Kennedy on the other side of the high-strength glass. He was tied to the test table with tubes of nutrient solution inserted into his body. Leon, who was wearing protective clothing, injected the final form of the S-virus. Watching the golden virus fluid being injected into Kennedy's body, the volunteers queuing outside clenched their fists. Sangwang, come on, hold on, you can do it. 3 lights. You can't fail to be given such a title by Mr. Lion. At the cocktail party the day before yesterday, Kennedy shyly asked Lion to give him a nickname. After serious thinking, Lion said that Kennedy combined highlights, sunshine, and glimmers, so he must be called 3 Lights. So Kennedy's nickname was decided. After the cocktail party, he has been proudly calling himself Three Lights Kennedy. This nickname also makes everyone in the police station envious. Now every day, when they see Kennedy, they have to hug his neck and say a few sour words. In the laboratory, Kenny, who was injected with the virus Concentrate Kennedy, after a brief calm, suddenly had veins all over his body tense, muscles swelled, and he let out a shrill howl. His waist and back were still trying to lift up under the restraint of the steel shackles, and he was about to break free from the shackles. Leon quickly pressed him back to the test bench, and no matter how he screamed and yelled, he remained calm. Kennedy screamed for 7 minutes, and the people outside the laboratory were also worried for 7 minutes. After Kennedy calmed down, Leon observed him again with his X-ray eyes and then pinched his bones and muscles. It's okay, the experiment was successful, the virus enhancement went smoothly, and there was no sign of mutation. Next one. Lion made a summary, then carried the much heavier Kennedy and put him on the bed outside the laboratory. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but jump up and scream and cheer. The next experiment went much more smoothly. With the precedent of Sangwon Kennedy, everyone was mentally prepared. Soon, Marvin, Elliot, Fatty, Carlos and others were injected, with the final version of the S-virus one by one, and all the enhancements were successful, and no one mutated. In order to improve efficiency, they also joined Lion's work and helped inject the virus. At night, all the personnel in the temporary official of the Republic of Colorado completed the virus injection. Among more than 1,700 people, only one person was infected and mutated, but he also recovered after being injected with antiviral serum. For the poor man who happened to be in this situation, Lion could only say good luck to him, because those who escaped the mutation ending, by injecting antiviral serum, antibodies have been generated in their bodies. They will no longer be able to undergo a second virus enhancement. So when receiving in this era of global evolution, these people are destined to become abandoned by the times. If we really want to find a culprit, we can only let them blame the world consciousness. Arrange all those who have been strengthened by the virus to stay in the institute for isolation and observation. Lion took Ada, Jill and Shirley back to the laboratory again. This time he injected the three with SS2 serum that combines the characteristics of the desperate virus. After the serum injection, all three have super regeneration ability, except for Shirley, who is still growing. Jill and Ada have become little Supermen with a strength of more than 40 tons, and a running speed close to the speed of sound. And in the next period of time, their physical fitness will continue to improve. But what surprised Lion was that after hearing the world consciousness's choice of evolutionary potions, the three expressed their understanding. They actually felt that the possibility of the world's continued evolution should not be stifled. This made Lion reflect on whether he had misunderstood the world consciousness too deeply, or perhaps the other party was not that radical. In the following days, after the Stark brothers observed and confirmed that no abnormalities occurred in all those who had been successfully enhanced, the temporary official formed by Jill began to popularize the final version of the S-virus throughout the city. Anyone who is willing to accept virus enhancement will be provided with a complete set of services. The people in this city obviously trust the temporary official. As soon as the announcement was released, the registration site was crowded with people. Some people even called Jill the Goddess of Victory, shouting that they were willing to do anything for the Goddess of Victory. In the past month, Jill has always been at the forefront, blocking the deadly attacks from super zombies for everyone. In this country, she has done what people want. On the other side, while the virus enhancement work in Raccoon City is in full swing, Leon and Tony have also completed the injection experiment of SS3 serum, Underground Research Institute. Although everything went well with the mouse experiment, Jarvis calculated that the chance of an accident was less than 1 in 10,000, and all your clones were successfully strengthened. But are you sure? You want to do this? Tony, this is risky, you have to think it over carefully. Lion repeatedly stressed to Tony that there are risks in injecting SS3 enhanced serum. In order to minimize the risk, he even found the cloning technology of Umbrella Corporation and conducted cloning experiments. Until an hour ago, 10 unconscious clones of Tony were successfully enhanced and destroyed. He agreed to Tony's real body on the field this time. Okay, I'm very sure. Tony has already laid down on the test bench. He buckled himself into the metal ring and waist restraint belt. You know, you are like a second Pepper now. No, Pepper will not clone 10 of me and kill them one by one. Tony pointed to the instrument beside him. Anyway, I have never seen such a cautious lion. Where is the resolute and brave boy from before? He is not the kind of person who would tremble in fear when he sees his brother lying on the test bench. This is what I decided to do, and this is what I have to do. I also have something I am determined to pursue, Leon. So let's get started. Tony leaned against the cold countertop and took a deep breath. Don't hesitate anymore. Leon looked at Tony deeply, nodded, and controlled the instrument to inject the SS3 type enhanced serum into Tony's body. The serum took effect very quickly. Before the syringe was even empty, Tony, who had just looked determined as if he was ready to sacrifice his life, began to scream. Leon suppressed his reluctance and signaled Jarvis to record a video to record Tony's miserable condition. If the enhancement is successful, this is black material. If the enhancement fails, sorry, it is impossible for the enhancement to fail. The SS3 serum incorporates too many evolutionary factors, and the strengthening time after injection is much longer than the final form of the S-virus. Leon watched, with his own eyes as Tony's body turned red and was burned into charcoal by the extremely high body temperature. Then the charcoal became brittle, and after it broke apart, Tony, whose skin was as tender as a newborn baby, was revealed. The wound on his chest also healed in the process. But this is just the beginning. Blood was flowing under Tony's skin. The bones cracked and contracted with a creaking sound, and were precisely buckled into a perfect structure. His muscles first expanded like inflation, and then gradually tightened to the most suitable shape. Every muscle line is becoming perfect, and his streamlined body is second only to Leon. Even his height has increased by 10 centimeters. This is the end. This old guy will be even more powerful in doing bad things in the future. Leon suspected that the reason why Tony was so determined to inject the serum was that he wanted to become stronger and do bad things. The strengthening lasted for 2 hours. After it was over, Tony broke the binding metal directly, jumped off the test bench, and went straight to the cafeteria. An hour later, Tony, who had eaten 10 people's food, tested his physical fitness with the help of Leon. The single arm strength is 113 tons, and the fastest sprint speed is 423 meters per second. I think you can abandon the steel armor, Lion complained while holding the experimental record. The most important thing is that you can also manipulate, mold, generate flames with your flesh, grow body tissues and generate flesh tentacles, and even use your own blood to control others. Leon slapped his forehead and said, "To be honest, these abilities of yours make me feel like you are a supervillain." "Go to hell," Tony cursed with a smile. One of his hands was burning with fire, and the other was controlling a ball of mold, to wriggle. There was a bright light in his eyes. "This is indeed the ladder of human evolution, Leon. Are you sure you don't want to be injected?" Leon shook his head. "Superman is already invincible. Why does he need the help of serum? Speak English." This serum is useless to me and will lead my body to an unknown evolutionary path. Leon spread his hands. For example, turning into a tentacle monster or something. After all, the SS3 serum is made based on complete human genes, and basically can only make humans evolve. But I did gain something. At least with this experience, it will be much easier to study Kryptonian blood in the future. Then you must ask me to study with you. I don't want you to wake up the next day and become Doomsday. Tony said. Got it. I'll take you with me when I go to the DC world. Leon destroyed the experimental records casually. By the way, your mission in this world is considered completed. Do you want me to send you back first? You are going to stay and help them kill the zombies, right? Tony patted Mark IV. I want to stay too. How can I be absent from saving the world? I am Iron Man. Iron Man? You should be called Muscle Man now, Leon said. You have been shirtless since a while ago. I can see that you are very satisfied with the muscles shaped by the serum. Tony laughed and posed, showing off his chest muscles. My muscles are not worse than yours now, Leon. Oh, don't forget to give Pepper an injection of serum when you get back. She needs it. He thought for a moment. For now, let's use SS2 serum. Whether Type 3 can be used by everyone still needs research. Don't worry. I won't forget Pepper even if you don't tell me. Leon threw his clothes to Tony and said, Let's go, Muscle Man. It's getting late today, and I still have things to do. It's Iron Man. Wait, I will use biotechnology on the armor, and leave your super mark far behind in one go. Tony said, You will know when the time comes. There is no limit to the mark armor. Okay, I'll wait for your new armor. Leon waved and left. Soon, half a month passed. The refugees in Raccoon City had basically completed the S-virus enhancement. They all became fierce men with a strength of at least 5 tons. So Jill began to form a force and prepared to march to the newly established countries in other states to recover the lost land. During this period, Leon mass-produced the final version of the S-virus and randomly gave it to the main survivor bases in various regions. Among them, the Rabbit Country received the largest dose of the virus. Now they have completely recovered the borderline and even started to cross the Himalayas to help the completely fallen Asan country get through the difficulties. In addition, every day, Leon would clear zombies all over the world or go to space to bathe in the sun. However, when the night falls in Raccoon City, he sometimes returns to the city to rest for a while. After being enhanced with the SS2 serum, Ada and Jill have undergone earth-shaking changes. Today, they can be said to be a combination of a vice and a furnace. This makes Leon feel very different. As for Tony charges with a large army during the day. His firepower is the most handsome guy on the battlefield. When encountering a super zombie, he would take off his armor. Then he would become the strongest guy again. At night, Tony would retreat to the laboratory to transform his mark armor, but the transformation process was always hidden. Leon did not deliberately spy on him and did not know what progress he had made. Anyway, the world was pushed to the brink of doomsday. Now the dawn has finally risen. Leon's name began to spread all over the world. However, this person who brought hope was not called a savior. Everyone used one word to honor him, the god of the world. A familiar underground garage, 3 figures, 2 adults, and 1 child, suddenly appeared. The electronic equipment in the garage immediately sounded an alarm. Disinfectant spray sprayed out from all directions, covering the 3 people, and it took a full half-minute to stop. It's the evening of the next day now? Tony glanced at the clock on the wall. Only 1 day has passed. Tony, let's not talk about time. I think your arrangement is a bit exaggerated. After the spray stopped, Leon opened his armor and walked out. He wiped Shirley's face with his palm. This damn sterilizer has turned our little Shirley into an ugly duckling, haha. He held the innocent little face and said, Look at Shirley's innocent big eyes. Tony, doesn't your heart hurt? No, it's all this damn idiot system's fault. Why does disinfection take so long? Tony also took off his armor and squatted in front of Shirley. Oh, look at this poor little princess. Her hair has turned into a wet towel. He slapped Mark IV behind him. Uncle Tony will let you vent your anger now. Shirley's slender eyebrows trembled and she puffed up her mouth. You too. Could it be that you did it on purpose? She was touched at first by such careful care. But the expressions of those 2 people who were trying not to laugh while expressing their care were too glaring. This made Shirley suddenly remember that in the central square of Raccoon City, the 2 villains were obviously not wearing armor at first. But after Leon said, Do you remember the disinfection procedure you set up when you leave? The 2 villains exchanged glances, put on armor, and each of them held her hand attentively. Shirley didn't think too much at that time. She just felt that she was about to go to a new world, and her heart was both uneasy and endlessly happy. After all, when she gets there, she will usher in a brand new world and a brand new life, and she will be able to follow Brother Leon all the time. But now think about it. These 2 villains obviously did it on purpose. Little Shirley was so angry that her mouth flattened, and she looked at Leon with her big watery eyes and didn't say anything. You still say that? Lion pushed Tony when he saw the bad situation. You are already mad at Shirley and you are still laughing. You have no conscience. Then he picked up Shirley with a big smile and put her on his shoulders. Shirley, don't be angry. We are not angry with the bad uncle. This is all his fault. He just likes to play tricks on people. Come on, I'll take you to see your room. Leon carried Shirley upstairs. The little girl was amused and giggled in a short while, and she seemed to have forgotten that she was the only one who was sprayed with disinfectant for half a minute. The Stark mansion obviously had no shortage of empty rooms. Shirley was arranged in the innermost room. After Leon introduced the smart devices in the room to her one by one, he left temporarily and asked her to sort out her things first. Little Shirley was in a daze on the sofa for a while, then jumped down and ran around the room on tiptoe. Whether it was the curtains and lights that could be controlled by voice and gestures, or the holographic projection that would pop up many function buttons with a light touch, they all made her feel novel. At this time, she should have felt worried about gains and losses, because she suddenly came to an unfamiliar environment. But when she got off the car, the pranks of the 2 bad guys in Curry did not make Shirley feel alienated at all. Her attention was all on various novel intelligent machines. In a doomsday environment like the world of Resident Evil, most of the production has come to a standstill. Clean food and water are about to become luxuries. Such an environment, Shirley felt like she had become an ancient person. And now she is the ancient person who suddenly broke into the modern world. After exploring the room for 2 or 3 hours, Shirley's curiosity was satisfied. Then she ran into the bathroom as soon as possible, drew on the electronic screen, put her little dolls on the sink, and took a comfortable bath. At night, after dinner, Leon knocked on the door again to find Shirley. How is it? Are you used to it? After all, you will be staying here for the next few days. Leon and Shirley sat side by side. I think they are all good. But it's so surprising that it's 2008 here, brother, and everything is so advanced. Shirley drew a circle in the air with her hands and asked tentatively, Well, didn't you live here before? Are you going to move to another place in a few days? No, I have lived here with Tony since I was a child. Leon didn't understand Shirley's thoughts for a while. When he saw the girl's expression quickly becoming uneasy, he realized that it was the words, stay for a few days, that made Shirley misunderstand. Don't let your imagination run wild. Since I brought you into this world, I will definitely take good care of you. Leon rubbed Shirley's head. He then pinched his neck with both hands. Otherwise, if Jill finds out, she will definitely kill me in a snap. Hey, Sister Jill may be a bit violent, but she can't beat you, brother. Shirley was relieved immediately, and her eyes narrowed with laughter. Leon explained with a smile. I'm only staying for a few days, because I'm moving to New York later, and you will follow me then. Otherwise, I would be worried if I left you alone with Tony. He knew very well how bad Tony was at taking care of children. Move to New York? Shirley thought of the New York that had been razed to the ground in her own world. Go to college? She remembered that Leon had mentioned going to college. Not yet. I have set up an organization there, so I have to go and take a look. Also, Stark Group is going to build a building there, so I have to keep an eye on it. That sounds awesome. What kind of organization is that? Is it something like Umbrella? How should I put it? From the perspective of the organization's purpose, it seems similar. Leon took out a storybook. Tomorrow. I will take you to meet some sisters in the organization, and then you will know. As for now, do you need me to tell you a few bedtime stories? Shirley's eyes lit up, and she nodded hurriedly. William and Aniko had never told her a story. I'm going to bed now. Little Shirley jumped off the sofa, jumped onto the bed, and covered herself with the quilt, leaving only her head exposed, like a baby bird waiting to be fed, with, I'm ready to listen to the story, written all over her face. Leon laughed dumbly. It was his decision to adopt Shirley, and Tony supported it. In the original story, this little girl was so pitiful that it made people feel distressed. When she was 12, she was hunted by her mutated father, and treated coldly by her mother. After escaping death, she was controlled by the official organization and used for human experiments on the G-virus. It was not until she was 26 that she was given limited freedom. But even so, she did not become disgusted with the world because of the terrible experience. Instead, after the suffering, she chose to embark on the path of protecting more people from being harmed by biochemical viruses. How can such a strong girl not be admired and liked? Okay. Now let's start with Anderson's fairy tales. Have you read Anderson? He actually wrote. Leon sat by the bed, his tones soothing like water flowing around a canal. Soon Shirley fell asleep, her breathing gradually lengthening. Children just fall asleep quickly. Good night, Shirley. Leon closed the book, gently combed Shirley's hair, closed the door, and left the room. He then walked to the laboratory. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Tony frantically covering a battle armor with a black cloth. Leon, remember to knock on the door next time you enter the lab. Tony turned around and looked annoyed. Knock? Are there any doors in this lab? They're all made of glass. Leon walked over. What are you doing? Why did you prepare cover-up props in advance? Specifically to protect against me? Judging from the shape, this must be your new armor. I didn't see you wearing it when you came back. Leon was curious and wanted to uncover the black cloth, but Tony slapped his arm. Back off! Stay away from my baby! Stay more than 3 meters away! Tony opened his arms like an eagle protecting its cub. What? Leon stretched out his finger and pointed. Are you trying to do this? Did you forget that I can see through things? Tony put his hands on his hips and said, see through things? You can try it now. Leon raised his eyebrows and turned on the white see-through function, but he couldn't see through the black cloth. He was stunned for a moment, then realized, thank you for the generous gift. You even plated the cloth with lead. Are you going to build an anti-Superman armor? You are wrong. Tony sneered, holding his shoulders. Anti-Superman armor will be available in the future, but this set of armor will definitely exceed your understanding. So before it is officially unveiled, I won't let you see even a glimpse of it. Tony was extremely confident. Just wait. When the day comes for the battle with the 10 rings, I will surely surprise you like a frog jumping out of a well for the first time. That means there is still 1 month left? Leon looked at the humanoid, armor covered by the black cloth. Then I hope you can really shock me instead of just making me laugh. Tony waved his hand. So what do you want to talk about? If you have nothing else, leave quickly. I still have to continue to build the armor. I plan to take Shirley to New York tomorrow, and I want to ask if you want to come with us. Leon shrugged. It seems that you can't spare the time now. New York? To your new office building? Yes, go find Natasha, get Shirley an ID, and introduce her to the widow's agents. I have no objection, but I really can't leave tomorrow, so please say hello to the girls for me. Tony said. One last question. Does that mean that Shirley will also be called Stark from tomorrow onwards? No, it's still Birkin. Leon shook his head. Although both of her parents are not very good, this surname is her only connection with the past. It's impossible that just because the world changes, Shirley will really be cut off from everything in the past, right? That was like denying the first 12 years of her life. Well, it's hard for me to refute you this time. Tony nodded. I didn't expect that this rebellious boy could be so empathetic. Who is the rebel in this family? Are you sure you are not talking about yourself? Leon gave Tony a slap on the back of his head and went upstairs. The next morning, Leon took Shirley, who had just had breakfast, to New York. He flew through the clouds, and along the way, little Shirley screamed and exclaimed one after another. The two finally landed on the roof of a 30-story office building in Franklin District. After landing, Shirley raised her hands and jumped up and cheered. Great, it feels completely different from flying on an airplane. Let's do it again, brother Leon, and do it again when we go back. No problem, no problem. Leon swiped his card to open the alloy door on the roof. You can fly as long as you want when you go back. As soon as the two entered the door, a prompt sounded from the electronic system. Master Lion, welcome to the New Technology Building. Jarvis's subsystem keeps the place running. New Technology Building. The company in this building used to be called New Technology? Leon took Shirley into the elevator. Yes, before you acquired it, this place belonged to the New Technology Light Industrial Manufacturing Company. The establishment of a new organization requires an open headquarters in New York. Considering that New York may face countless crises in the future, Leon chose this office building that is not too high but not too short. This kind of building is well behaved, and you won't feel bad if it collapses. As for the business process of all acquisitions and the subsequent renovation work, Natasha and the widow agents carried it out with the help of Jarvis. This is the first time Leon has walked into this place today. Is Natasha in the office now? Leon asked. She's dealing with AI in Tennessee, sir. Oh yes. I almost forgot after working in Resident Evil for a few months. She had said before that she wanted to acquire A-Tech and bring it under Stark's control. Leon patted his forehead and said, how is her progress? Does she need any help? Miss, Natasha is currently fighting with the other party's president and is unable to respond to your question for the time being. Jarvis said, is the acquisition process so violent? I really caught up with it. Leon looked towards Tennessee. His sight penetrated through all the obstacles. He saw Natasha kicking Killian to the ground. Hiss, that must be painful. Leon muttered, Killian, who has not been injected with the extremist virus, is certainly no match for Natasha. Leon didn't pay any more attention. It was just a matter of solving an immature pioneering technology, and Natasha and the widow agents could do it easily. He changed the subject. How many people are in the office building now? There are 145 agents doing renovation work in the building, sir. No one else but Leon would use the best agents to renovate a house. But the widow agents are happy with it. This building will only be used by them in the future. They will do the renovation themselves. Not only can they build it the way they want, but they can also experience the feeling of being the master. The best of both worlds. Leon still remembers it. In the movie, Yelena only made her own decision to change the button style of a coat, but she felt that coat was precious, because that was the first time in her life that she experienced the taste of freedom. Most of the widow agents are here. They really like decoration. Leon sighed and asked, "Where is Yelena?" "She is painting a mural in the lobby on the first floor." "Mural?" A question mark popped up in Leon's mind. "Let's go to the first floor and take a look. Is there any mural in the decoration design?" "No, sir," Jarvis replied. "The first floor has been selected for you." The elevator began to descend. Shirley had been quietly holding Leon's hand, observing the surroundings with curiosity, and silently memorizing the names Leon mentioned. Soon the elevator door opened. Before he stepped out, a mural with red and blue as the main color came into view. It was a Superman cartoon. The Superman in the painting looked 70% similar to Leon, but he was wearing a traditional uniform, that is, underwear worn outside. Leon's brain immediately crashed. "Brother, Leon, that's you! You look so handsome in it, but why are you wearing your red underwear outside?" little Shirley added. Time flies in the war. 5 months passed in a flash. The entire world of Resident Evil has undergone earth-shaking changes in just 5 months. November 15th, Jill led his troops to recapture the entire state of Colorado, and the zombies in the territory were basically cleared. November 30th, Jill's troops successfully recaptured 4 states south of Colorado, including Texas. The number of new humans who successfully received virus enhancement in the territory increased to millions. December 25th, except for the old official and the 7 states under its rule. The rest of the territory of Eagle Sauce was, under Jill's command. The number of new humans reached tens of millions. December 26th. After the last Christmas of the old official, it surrendered to the Republic of Colorado. The whole territory of Eagle Sauce was unified. January 1st, 1999. The Republic of Seville, also known as the Republic of Survivors, was established and reformed into a republic with Raccoon City as its capital. Lion was hailed as the founding father and served as the first chairman. January 2nd, Lion resigned from the parliament, and the second chairman, Jill Valentine, took office. January 31st, all of North America was under the rule of the Republic of Seville. All the remnants of the Umbrella Company, as well as informal organizations such as the HCF organization and the Family Organization, were all eliminated by the new human warriors. Among them, Wesker, the leader of the Umbrella Company, was punched into the wall by Jill and could not be pulled out. February 26th, zombies were eliminated in most parts of the world. The number of new humans exceeded $300 million. Lion led the remaining forces in the world to form an international joint organization. After that, the entire America was governed by the Republic of Seville. The entire Asia, the entire Australia, and the entire Africa were governed by the Rabbit Country, whose remaining population was still nearly 1 billion. The remaining tens of millions of people in countries such as the White Bear and the Gallic Rooster jointly governed Europe. In the future, the International Joint Organization will be responsible for coordinating the conflicts among the 3 major forces and promoting the integration of the world's nations when necessary. Lion will serve as the co-chairman. The vice-chairman are Jill and Mr. Zoe from the Rabbit Country. So far, the months-long doomsday came to an end. This day was later designated as the new International Christmas, celebrating the birth of the new world and new humans. It also celebrates the coming of the god of the human world to save the doomsday and promote the integration of the world. On March 30, the new human joint forces sent by the International United Organization successfully flattened all the remaining infected areas on the Earth. Even the experimental base secretly built by Umbrella on the seabed and the base in Antarctica were blown open, and the zombies inside were pulled out, and they were humanely destroyed together with the base. The Earth turned back to its former blue on this day, and on the second day, Leon finally waited for the reward promised by the world, consciousness. He was suspended between the Earth and the sun, and the golden sunlight hit his face. All the cells in his body were running in comfort. After 5 months of sun exposure, his single-arm strength has increased to more than 1.7 million tons, gradually approaching the limit. Now that he is sunbathing again, the growth rate of strength has slowed down a lot. At a certain moment, invisible fluctuations suddenly came. The world consciousness connected to Leon's brainwaves, conveying emotions of joy and gratitude. At the same time, it also handed over half of the authority to him. Leon felt that something unspeakable quickly merged into his body. Suddenly, the world in his eyes changed. It was no longer the sunlight, air, and dew that the naked eye could see. It was no longer the microscopic world that supervision could see. It was a mixture of red, cyan, black, white, and other colored airflows and light spots. He felt that his power was infinitely rising at this moment, as if he had a fulcrum, and one force could produce 100 times and 1,000 times the effect. He just slid his fingers in the void of the universe, and a 100-meter-long wave was set off on the vast surface of the Pacific Ocean below. Not only that, he could also consume his own vitality, or things like lifespan, to change the fate of anyone in this world, or to fabricate something that did not exist out of thin air. Just like the enhancement given to him by the world consciousness before, and the special physique integrated into Tony's body. Those were all rubbed out by the world consciousness consuming its own upper limit. No wonder the other party couldn't give good things before. It feels like those good things are all cut from its flesh. Leon understood. The so-called authority is a fulcrum that can pry the entire world, and the ability to control a world. He looked around the universe, and the supervision with a limited distance. After being blessed by authority, the range was infinitely extended. He saw outside the solar system and the truth of the world of Resident Evil. Countless information naturally flowed into his eyes and into his brain. It was as if he was born to know these things and understand these information. So that's how it is. This world is only 10 times the size of the solar system. It can only be considered a small world as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges. The theme of the world is evolution, mutation, and survival. When these 3 concepts cannot be extended further, the world will be destroyed. No wonder. The world consciousness is always obsessed with promoting evolution. Now everything makes sense. But it didn't end there. Soon the world consciousness rewarded another gift. Genetic self-locking ability. This ability turned into a light spot that appeared out of thin air and merged into Leon's body like water, automatically becoming his innate skill. Fortunately, the final form of the S-virus has evolved the global human race and promoted the improvement of world consciousness. Otherwise, it really couldn't give this final gift. This ability can be used actively or as a passive. Constant Leon tried to pull out a hair and use the authority to bless his supervision, and found that the DNA chain in the hair had completely turned into what he looked like before he was 18 years old, without any trace of krypton. What a great ability. Lion smiled with satisfaction and communicated with his mind. I have received your reward. It's a pleasure to work with you. Remember to come to me next time you need help. The world consciousness does not understand the evil of human hearts. It just thinks that Leon is pretty good. It immediately conveys joy and peace of mind. Then, it automatically leaves, and the invisible waves recede like a tide, spreading to every corner of the world. We have taken all the benefits we should have, fought all the battles we needed to fight, and even completed the task of saving Tony in excess. Leon floated outside the Earth, silently looking at the blue planet. It's time to leave. He appeared in Raccoon City as if he had teleported. Now in this world, with the blessing of authority, his strength has reached the level of a weak single universe. It can be said that he is no different from a real god. Leon quickly found Ada and Jill, and explained his intention to leave. The two were reluctant to leave, but they couldn't give up everything in their native world now. Especially Jill. She is now the chairman, shouldering the responsibility of the survival of hundreds of millions of people, and it is impossible for her to leave. Wait for me, Leon, and wait until this country returns to peace, then I will leave with you. Jill said sincerely, I'll go with her. She can't manage such a big place by herself. Ada crossed her arms and said, but before you go, you still have to do some things well enough. It's not like I won't come back. Time flows faster here, and I will come back often to bask in the sun. Leon has already told the two of them about his ability. And surely, let her leave with me. It's inconvenient for anyone to take care of her here. You can say whatever you want, but now just do what you need to do. Ada grabbed Leon's collar and said, you owe me a lot of wages. Lion found Tony the next morning and explained his intention to leave. Tony was extremely happy during this period. Not only did he become a hero that everyone admired, the name Iron Man was known to the world. He also made remarkable progress in the development of the Iron Man armor. However, he still kept the specific results a secret, and vowed to give Lion a big shock. Tony was a little reluctant to hear that he was leaving. He had already developed feelings for the fans in this world. As soon as he went out, the admiring eyes of Bud, Elliot, and other little fans made him feel full of accomplishment. But he also wanted to go home. He still missed Pepper and the big bed at home. Let's go. Destroy the data that needs to be destroyed and then go and say goodbye to everyone. To avoid a crisis like the one a few months ago, Leon used heat rays to destroy all the products and data of the experiments of the two brothers. After that, the two said goodbye to their friends one by one. In the central square of the center of Raccoon City, where there were statues of Leon, Jill, and Tony, Leon and Tony waved to the people who were crying. They stood on both sides, holding the jumping Shirley Birkin. They disappeared into the world of biochemical crisis. That's not me! Leon tried to argue, but the cartoon face with a bright smile on the wall made him feel powerless. At this time, the sound of quarreling came from the distance. Leon took Shirley out of the elevator. His eyes swept across the walls, and blood vessels faintly appeared on his forehead. The first floor of this building covers an area of more than 10,000 square meters. The small workshops and offices in the past have been demolished. Now there is only a central reception desk, a visitor lounge separated by transparent glass on both sides, and an elevator that goes up and down. This design is said to be from a widow agent. She used to run a multinational design company for the Red House. When designing this building, she took simplicity, meditation, and release as the theme, and led the team to conceive the drawings overnight. Now walk in and take a look. The design of the building is indeed spacious, which makes people feel refreshed at first sight. But what's the matter with the various cartoon paintings covering the walls? Isn't it abrupt to paint colorful and complicated patterns on a simple glass room? Most importantly, why are they all Superman? Or is it Superman drawn with his face? Leon took a deep breath and covered Shirley's eyes, feeling that his reputation would be ruined today. Look at the other side of the first floor. A dozen widow agents are arguing together. Leon lets go of his super hearing. The drawing here is wrong. Listen to me. The boss's chest muscles are not that small. I checked it myself. Yelena's voice was screaming, and the mural of Superman versus Batman should be drawn like this, with the boss holding Batman's head with his biceps, full of power. So cool. No. Someone retorted, we've already drawn a mural of Superman clamping Wonder Woman's head with his biceps, so here we should have Superman using his latissimus dorsi to hit Batman. This is a good idea. Several people agreed, then draw this and give the boss a surprise when he comes. Yelena waved her fist. Surprise? Yelena, please define what a surprise is. Leon's voice sounded behind everyone. He dropped from the air with Shirley in his arms. The surprise is of course these carefully crafted. As soon as Yelena turned around, she saw Leon's unfriendly eyes and felt that she was in trouble. She began to stammer. Surprises, that. The boss said it was what it was. Leon slapped her on the forehead as Natasha was used to. Don't do these fancy things. It's a surprise for me. Boss, don't you like Superman? That's why I drew so many of them. Yelena felt aggrieved. I drew all of them with my heart. Is this me in your drawing? Have you ever seen my uniform look like this? Leon asked. Yelena was stunned. I understand. Leon resisted the urge to curse. What do you know, you beast? Do you understand again? I see. It turns out that you don't like wearing underwear, and you're not as perverted as in the comics. Yelena clapped her hands. She raised 2 paintbrushes. Then I'll change your underwear right away. Leon's eyes went dark. What did you mean? By not liking to wear underwear? That was such a vicious thing to say. There was a little kid next to him, looking at little Shirley again. She had her eyes wide open and her mouth opened into an O shape, looking back and forth between Leon and Superman on the wall. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Leon pinched Shirley's cheek and pulled it. She has a problem with her brain nerves. Oh. Shirley nodded repeatedly with her cheeks puffed up. Leon shook his head and looked at Yelena again. I am beginning to regret letting you become the second-generation Black Widow. Why, boss? Yelena's eyes flickered with confusion. Because I'm afraid that one day, other widows will be assimilated by you. Leon waved his hand to the other widows. I don't have any other requirements. You can decide how to decorate this place. But my face must not appear on the murals again, no matter what image it is. A dozen widows nodded in agreement after hearing this, and they all felt a little lost. Yelena, come with me. Leon sighed and took the elevator with Yelena and Shirley, who were constantly exchanging glances. Except for the first floor, which was painted by Yelena as a DC fan club, everything else was normal. The widow agents worked together. Some were operating robotic arms to install alloy interlayers. Some were holding lithium drills and needle-nose pliers, wearing protective masks, repairing circuits. Hundreds of people were showing their skills. All of them were all-rounders who could climb mountains and go to the sea. Leon took Shirley to greet the widow agents one by one. Finally, Yelena was arranged to take Shirley to deal with the identity issue. As for the two of them leaving, Shirley quietly asked, Are brother Leon's muscles really that beautiful? And Yelena nodded like pounding garlic. Leon pretended he didn't see or hear anything. For the rest of the day, Leon walked around the building casually. Whenever he met a widow agent who needed help, he would go forward to lend a hand. As for Shirley, she had been assimilated by Yelena. and after the two of them finished their business, they ran up and down the building together, playing hide and seek. Perhaps because of her age, the little girl was very popular with the widows. When they saw such a lively girl, it was like seeing themselves who had not been sent to the Red House. Every time it was Shirley's turn to look for the hidden Yelena, she would get a subtle reminder from the widows. It was not until the evening, after having dinner with everyone, that Leon took Shirley away. Bye, sister. Brother Leon said we will move to New York soon. I will come to see you then. Shirley and Yelena said goodbye reluctantly. Yelena put her hands on her mouth and shouted, Little Shirley, I will miss you. Big brother, you guys have to come to New York soon. No. Stay away from Shirley, and it's better to turn your back on her every time you meet her. Leon couldn't understand from the bottom of his heart how Yelena could become a close friend with a girl as young as Shirley. Could it be because their real psychological age difference was similar? Huh? Boss, how could you do this? Yelena bent forward in frustration. It was another fast flight in the air. Shirley, who had played all day, was still full of energy and cheered and screamed. When they got home, Leon put Shirley down and suddenly his ears moved. He raised his finger to signal Shirley to lower her footsteps, and the two of them walked quietly to the stairs. Two heads, one big and one small, popped out from the corner of the wall. In the laboratory, Pepper and Tony, who were only wearing vests, were intertwined, their heads twisting back and forth. Wow. Is that Uncle Tony's new friend? Shirley has seen Tony do this with many people. I think that lady might be Tony's only friend in the future. Leon touched his chin. He's serious this time. These two people never did such an intimate thing before. Now it's obvious that their relationship has made a breakthrough. Leon can see at a glance that Pepper has just been strengthened by the SS2 serum. It is estimated that Tony took advantage of the time when the strengthening was over and Pepper was deeply moved to finally confirm the relationship. Alas, our prodigal son will finally settle down. Leon sighed. So, could it be that those big waves in the world of Resident Evil were actually Tony's last bachelor party? Seeing that the two were getting more and more intense, he quickly covered Shirley's eyes and retreated upstairs. Let's go back to the house and tell stories, Shirley. These are just two seals fighting over grapes. There's nothing interesting to see. After Leon coaxed Shirley to sleep, he also wanted to take a nap at home, but he was obviously a little naive. Two people with tens of tons of strength but no biological force field were exercising vigorously at home. The noise was so loud that it seemed as if the floor was shaking. People couldn't help but worry that this luxurious villa would collapse in the next second. These were not two seals bickering, but two elephants singing and dancing. Leon tossed and turned, and finally got out of bed helplessly. He knew it was time for him to move out. Tony and Pepper had confirmed their relationship, so naturally they had to have their own private space. Not to mention the noise of their exercise, there is no room for another person. Leon decided to talk to Tony about moving tomorrow. As for tonight, he would go back to the Resident Evil world to bask in the sun. He was going to take Shirley with him when he left. But the little girl was still sleeping soundly in this house that was vibrating and making loud noises. She even smacked her lips and changed her posture from time to time. In the end, Leon had to go to the Resident Evil world alone, ready to bask in the sun for a few months before returning. With his current strength, the energy required to travel through the biochemical world is less than 1,000th of his physical strength. So, he chose to return to the moment he just left without hesitation, and his figure disappeared in the Marvel Universe. The next morning, Leon appeared in his bedroom at 7 o'clock. He spent 40 days in the biohazard, and it was exactly 8 hours when he came back. In more than a month, he gained another 30,000 tons of strength. He also filled Ada and Jill's salary. Now, as his strength grows, the energy stored in his body is getting bigger and bigger. Every night from now on, he can use the time difference to improve his strength in the biohazard world. Even when he goes back and forth between the two worlds, he can still travel back to the time when he disappeared last time, as if he had never left. The weather in Los Angeles today is particularly good. The morning sun flows on the sea under the cliff and flows into the house. While it was still early, Leon went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Soon, Shirley came out rubbing her eyes. Tony and Pepper also got up quickly. In the past, they would have been admitted to the ICU this morning based on the amount of exercise they did last night. But after the injection of the serum, the two of them were completely different from before. They almost tore down the house a few hours ago. But now they were all rosy-cheeked, sitting at the table with full energy, eating the steamed buns prepared by Leon. Everything was joyful at the table. Leon introduced Shirley to Pepper, who rubbed the little girl's cheek, and liked this well-behaved girl as well. When they were almost done eating, Leon talked about moving. You mean, you're going to move to New York with Shirley? Tony stuffed the bun skin in his mouth and looked at Pepper. Yes. It just so happens that the new company and organization are over there, so I can take care of them when I go. Leon put the dishes in the dishwasher. Is that so? That's not bad. Tony grabbed Pepper's hand on the table. It's good that you leave, kid. If you leave, no one will stop me from bringing beautiful girls home all day long. Ah. Pepper pinched Tony hard. Which beautiful girl do you want to bring home? Oh, who do you think it will be? Who else is beautiful here? Tony screamed and looked at Shirley again. Of course, Shirley is a little beauty, not a formal beauty. Pepper was angry and laughed. She always couldn't do anything with Tony. Why do you think about these things every day? Do you have to tease me? I can't help it. Tony blurted out his sweet words. Some people are so beautiful, but they don't know it at all. I have to remind them. Huh. You are talking about me? Pepper was stunned. Pepper, you haven't looked in the mirror since you injected the serum. To be honest, you can definitely fascinate Tony now. Leon took out a mirror from somewhere and handed it to Pepper. SS serum is a gene optimization and even evolution type of medicine. Improving the appearance of the injector is only the most basic ability it brings. After all, when a person's genes evolve, the body's immune system is greatly strengthened and the bones and muscles tend to be perfect. How could this person not look beautiful or handsome? You have to know that human aesthetics is based on the pursuit of superior genes. The better the genes, the more the appearance conforms to the definition of beauty. Just like Jill and Ada said to Leon several times. He is like a human succubus. As he. Long as they smell his natural breath, their bodies will spontaneously produce the impulse of desire. That is, the body is soft, the legs are weak, the eyes are moist, and they can't walk. That is the desire from the genetic instinct. If Leon hadn't been covering himself with a biological force field, I don't know how many girls would have fallen. This shows how much the strength of genes affects personal charm. Although the SS serum cannot transform a person's genes to be as strong as Leon, it should not be underestimated. Today, Pepper has fair skin and a beautiful figure. She is not too thin, and even her freckles have disappeared. Is this really me? God, Tony, what did you inject me yesterday? Pepper covered her mouth in disbelief. She thought she was just stronger. It was through the previous intense exercise that she mastered the explosive power. Unexpectedly, even her appearance has changed dramatically. In the mirror, she still has some of her previous outlines and temperament. It can be said that she is another perfect version of Pepper. Are you happy now? Tony squinted his eyes. Don't thank me. After all, I can't tolerating his assistant being outdone by others. Thank you, Tony. Pepper had long been accustomed to Tony's awkwardness. She stared at Tony with her eyes fixed, full of tenderness. Seeing the distance between the two getting closer and closer, Leon couldn't help but cough lightly. These two seals. Are you sure you want to start doing something that Shirley can't see now? Shirley blinked and looked at Leon. What is it, brother Leon? Why can't I see it? Isn't it just two people hugging each other to grab grapes? She had seen Tony do this many times in the police station before. Cough, cough, cough! Tony suddenly coughed violently. Leon's words couldn't shake Tony at all, but Shirley's innocent question made him embarrassed immediately. Tony and Pepper quickly separated. Tony adjusted his sleeves to hide his embarrassment, and couldn't help waving at Leon. Okay, go, go. Don't you want to move? Go quickly. You only know how to make me angry at home every day. Move as far away as you can. This time Pepper actually agreed. It's just over 2 months away from the start of school in September. It's good for you to go to New York to adapt in advance, Leon. And later, Stark Group plans to build a building in Manhattan and move its headquarters there. It will be convenient for us to meet then. Leon raised his hand. Thank you for your approval from both parents. I will take Shirley to see the house today. Wait, are you and Shirley the only ones in the house in New York? Pepper thought of something. She was a little skeptical. Are you sure you can take care of Shirley while taking care of yourself? You are just a big kid yourself. No matter how old a child is, he or she will always be a child in the eyes of his or her parents. Otherwise, let me take care of Shirley. Pepper thought of herself again because she was busy with company affairs and couldn't get away. Don't worry, there will be other people there, Leon said. I have built a company with many excellent girls. They will come to help take care of Shirley. And Shirley is very smart. She can take care of herself. Leon pointed at Tony. You can ask Tony for the details. I won't say more. He patted Shirley's head, and the little girl jumped off the chair obediently and grabbed his hand naturally. I'm leaving. Contact me if you have anything later. Leon took Shirley and flew up. Or see you when you get to New York. Two figures, one big and one small, disappeared in the restaurant in the blink of an eye. Even the enhanced Pepper couldn't catch Leon's trajectory. Oh, Leon, he has become so strong now? Pepper opened her mouth slightly. He really looks more and more like Superman. Yes. He has grown up. We don't need to care about him. Let's go. We haven't finished talking before. Tony gradually approached Pepper. The two of them had a long journey, and the two of them had to move in. We'll live here from now on. Leon landed with Shirley in Brooklyn. In fact, he had already bought this New York residence together with the organization building. The address was in a residential area a few blocks away from the building. He bought a whole high-end apartment with a large flat floor. The apartment has 26 floors, with 4 households on each floor. He specifically asked Natasha to connect the 4 rooms on the 16th floor, intending to use it for his temporary residence. Now there is Shirley, who has moved in with her luggage. As for the other floors, they are freely allocated by the widow agents. There are not many of them who live in New York, and this place is enough for them to live. Leon took Shirley around the house. First, I took her to see the functional areas and assigned the rooms. Then they set off for the building together. Yeah, I can see Sister Yelena again so soon. Little Shirley cheered. Leon slapped her on the top of her head. You little kid, why do you like Yelena so much? Don't be fooled by her. But Sister Yelena is very nice, and she looks very kind when she smiles. Kind? Leon recalled the silly look when Yelena smiled at him, and it seemed that she was really kind. After all, what bad thoughts can a fool have? His mind is so straight that it can run at high speed. How can he not be kind? You can learn her advantages, combat skills, but don't learn her way of thinking. Oh, okay. Shirley nodded obediently. The distance between the building and the residence is really close. Leon took Shirley to the top of the building in a flash. It just so happened that Natasha was also in the building at this time. She was dusting with her sisters. As soon as she saw Leon, she wiped her hands and handed over a document. Equity transfer document of Pioneer Technology? Leon took the document and flipped through it. Well done, Nata. I saw it all yesterday. Their president was beaten to a pulp by you. Especially that split leg. Very beautiful. By the way, how did Killian end up? He asked. He went to jail. Natasha wiped the dust off her face with a towel. I contacted the police through Stark's channel and sent the evidence and the person to jail. It should take a few days before the news will release a report that he was sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. Leon put away the document. I thought you would kill him directly. No. If it is not necessary, let the law solve it. Natasha blinked her right eye. After all, Stark's power is enough to give him a fair judgment. Otherwise, I would probably kill him. It is a very fair decision. Leon nodded. Natasha has killed enough people in the past 10 years. She is not willing to kill people except when necessary. Who is the girl next to you? Can you introduce her to me? Natasha noticed Shirley and smiled at her. Then she quietly asked Leon, isn't she your brother's daughter who is out there? The kind of daughter you didn't know before? No, she is my adopted girl, temporarily registered with Tony. You know, although I am almost 19, I am not old enough to adopt a child. Her name is Shirley. Leon touched Shirley's head. Shirley, this sister is Natasha I mentioned before. She lives downstairs from us. You can find her if you have anything in the future. Okay. Shirley smiled shyly. Hello, Sister Natasha. Sister Yelena mentioned you yesterday and said you are very powerful. Yelena? She also mentioned me? Natasha squatted down. She had a good first impression of this little girl. She and Yelena are already close friends. Leon shrugged. They played hide and seek all day yesterday. That's something Yelena would do. Natasha also felt that her sister was childish sometimes. Let's go, find Yelena. I have something to talk to you two about. Leon took the two of them to the first floor by elevator. After one night, the murals here have all changed, although it's still Superman fighting various DC heroes. But Superman's face has been changed to a classic butt chin. As soon as Leon and the other two appeared, Yelena slid onto the stage. Welcome, boss. Boss, what do you think of the murals now? She couldn't help but be eager to see them as soon as they met. He was eager to show his paintings, with his hands wide open and his teeth shining in his grin. It looks much better now. Leon commented. But I suggest you add some superheroes. From our universe. Our universe? Yelena was confused. Are you talking about Iron Man? Isn't it a bit monotonous to add him alone? There will be more and more in the future. Leon motioned her to follow. Let's go to the underground laboratory. The elevator continued to descend and stopped at the second underground floor. As early as last week, this place was renovated by the widow agents first. Now, you need Jarvis's authorization to enter. The elevator door opened, and an area completely different from the upper building suddenly rushed into the eyes of the 4 people. Rows of circular fluorescent lights lit up in turn into the deepest part when the elevator door opened. The entire spacious space was illuminated, as bright as an open-air platform. The white-dominated lobby is like the first floor, with an area of more than 10,000 square meters, and is cut regularly by some glass. Several people looked around at the elevator entrance, and the modern dome and the clean pearl white marble floor were all visible. Hundreds of neatly arranged, white-painted desks were all displaying holographic projections. Compared with this underground space full of modern technology, the first floor with colorfully painted walls was simply a slum. No one could have imagined it. Just taking an elevator, it was like a different world. Wow. Little Shirley looked up and around exaggeratedly. She felt that even the Underground Research Institute in Raccoon City was far from being so high-end. It's like walking into the future world, she sighed. Then let your sister Yelena take you to visit here. Leon touched Shirley's head. Yelena's eyes lit up when she heard this. Come on, Shirley, come with me. This place was designed by the boss himself. Many rooms are very hidden and perfect for hide and seek. Really? Sister, take me to see it. Brother Leon, let's go. The two friends of different ages immediately jumped and went into the depths of the hall hand in hand. Natasha looked at their backs and held her forehead. What should I say? Yelena is old enough to get along with elementary school students. Well, actually, it's good for her to be like this. It means that the Red House didn't leave too many shadows on her. Well, I can't make it up anymore. She's just childish. Leon, couldn't describe it either. I don't know when that guy will mature. Natasha paused and asked. They walked away. Leon, you sent Yelena away. You want to say something to me, right? The old man was very happy. There is indeed something very important. It's like this. A few days ago, Tony and I went to another world together, so the serum I mentioned before has been made. Leon briefly summarized his experience in the world of Resident Evil. Then he said bluntly, except for Tony and the others, this matter will only be told to you for the time being. As for Yelena, don't let her know for now. You mean traveling through the world, biochemical doomsday, savior, God? Natasha looked at Leon in surprise. I didn't expect you to have such a rich experience these days. This matter really can't be known to Yelena. It's not that I don't trust you, but the fewer people who know the better. Natasha quickly said, from Leon's perspective. She thought of the regeneration ability that Leon mentioned, feeling a little nervous and expectant. So, you plan to inject us with the serum that you two brothers have researched? Yes. As an organization under my command, it can't be full of ordinary people. Leon nodded. He raised his finger. But there still needs to be an incentive mechanism after the organization is established. I will inject SS2 serum into you and Yelena, and the others will use SS1 type for the time being. Then set SS2 serum as a reward for outstanding contributions, and you make a contribution value evaluation system to give others a goal. Received. Natasha pointed at her eyebrows with 2 fingers. Then when do we start? Now. In the laboratory. Leon fixed Natasha and Yelena on the experimental table respectively. Shirley was sent back to the first floor and asked to follow the other widows to paint murals. Boss, is this serum really more powerful than the super soldier? Serum? Will I soon become the next Captain America? Even though Yelena was tied to the stage, her mind and mouth were busy. She stretched her neck to look at Leon, imagining the scene of herself kicking Hydra and punching SHIELD after being strengthened, and her mind was very jumpy. She was thinking about fighting in the last second, and jumped back to the present in the next second. Just like a frog croaking by the river, you don't know whether it is going to jump into the water or jump to the shore while croaking. Boss, do we really have to wear such cool clothes to inject serum? Will Natasha and I become monsters later? It's not good to become monsters. It's better not to grow too much muscle. It's not beautiful. Shut up. Natasha and Leon couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at the same time. Keep quiet, understand? Yelena was startled and nodded her head quickly to turn away. Okay, you have the final say. Leon simply accelerated the input of nutrient solution behind the operating table. Then he took out the serum directly, injected it himself, and blocked Yelena's mouth as quickly as possible. With the injection of serum, Natasha and the others experienced a molting rebirth similar to Tony. First, the body temperature continued to rise until their stratum corneum was carbonized. After a while, the carbon layer suddenly shattered, revealing 2 pink and white figures like newly peeled chicken heads. Leon used his perspective ability to observe briefly, and determined that the strengthening had ended, and the effect was very obvious. Natasha and her partner's genes evolved successfully, and their physical strength increased exponentially. Most importantly, their physical defects were perfectly repaired at this time, when he untied the two and put the clothes on the table on them. Natasha and Yelena also woke up. After a brief confusion, they turned over and sat up, and the surge of power directly overwhelmed the experimental table. This is... Natasha sat on the ground, looking at her arms, and touching the muscles that became tough and elastic. She felt like a different person. Her whole body was full of explosive power, and her physical strength seemed endless. Even Yelena didn't shout at this time. This idiot didn't know when the flames ignited in his hands. She stared at the flames blankly, while stroking her abdomen with a complicated expression. Boss, my transformation of the Red House. She was incoherent. Leon knew what Yelena wanted to say. Yes, the serum can regenerate your body. What you once lost has now become a new puzzle, making you perfect again. Is this really true? Yelena's voice trembled. Red Room, the transformation that the sun had carried out on the Widow agents. They were left with irreparable pain. Whether it was the meticulous Natasha or the lively Yelena, they had never let go of this deep scar in their hearts. Of course you will be no different from those girls on the street in the future. Don't doubt it, Yelena, Leon said. He waved his hand against the operating table behind him. But don't thank me too much. This is just part of the employee benefits. I said, you won't regret following me. Old boss! Yelena's tears burst out. You, I love you so much! She dropped the clothes in her hand and rushed to Leon with tears in her eyes. Don't be so excited. Your tears rubbed on my clothes. Hey, why are you still rubbing against it? Leon looked like a koala hanging on his body. The two pushed and shoved, and actually pushed behind the operating table and fell to the ground. On the other side, Natasha also had sparkling eyes, and she had too many things to say to Leon. But when she stood up, her face suddenly became strange, and she looked at the operating table. Hey, what's that sound, Yelena? What are you doing? Fuck, you are my sister, you can't... After Natasha quickly got into the operating table, she even stepped on a small hole in the floor, just to stop her sister from being too enthusiastic. Although Yelena's permanent pain in her heart and body was suddenly filled at this time. It is understandable that she was a little excited, but it would be bad to wipe her tears on Leon. Natasha felt that she had to stop her sister's rude behavior. But she was also very excited. While stopping, she couldn't help but be rude, and became crying bitterly, in the next few days. With the assistance of Natasha, Leon injected SS1 serum to the Widow agents one by one. At this moment of winning people's hearts and enhancing relationships, he must of course go into battle personally, after all of them were strengthened. The agents, who were already very powerful, have now become human cannonballs. These days, they have to walk carefully, for fear that they will accidentally break the tiles by overexerting. Fortunately, the SS serum strengthens not only the body, but also their brains. It won't take long for the Widow agents to get familiar with the increased power. Their recognition of the new organization is also increasing. When Leon appeared, these girls who were already loyal to him became even more passionate and unrestrained, and their fiery eyes seemed to be really burning. Natasha saw all this. She had no doubt that once the current Widow agents really began to show their claws, they would shake the world. The two sides have been working hard. Natasha even approached Leon for this. She felt that the opportunity to wipe out Hydra had arrived. Leon, when should we start the action? Wait a little longer, let the news Nick Fury received fly for a while. Tony had sent a list of some Hydra members in S.H.I.E.L.D. to Nick Fury's mailbox. After so much time, it's time for the results to ferment. Leon stood in front of the French window, watching the traffic on Brooklyn Street. He could hear Nick Fury yelling at his mother-in-law in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in another city. Be patient, Nada. The right time will come soon. But don't waste this time. The Widows have just been strengthened. The previous combat methods based on sneak attacks and quick attacks are no longer applicable. Now we need to let them find a new combat mode that suits their own strength. Next, you take Yelena with you to train the Widows to control their power and decorate the building. Of course, the task of rescuing the remaining Widows must continue. I believe Nick Fury won't let us wait too long. Natasha nodded. I understand. A week later, Nick Fury's movement has not yet arrived. The new organization building has completed the final decoration. Even the Widow agents around the world have been liberated. Among the more than 300 agents, including Natasha and her sister, 313 of them stayed and joined Leon's forces. These people were carefully checked by Leon when they first met. None of them had been brainwashed by other organizations, nor were there any Skrulls who could be trusted. On this day, in the conference room on the top floor of the building, Lion gathered more than 300 people here. This room is called a conference room, but it was actually built to look like a large gathering place. At the end of it is a semicircular platform. On both sides are Roman-style carved stone columns. The walls are yellow-brown stone walls with a very historical atmosphere. Even the door of the conference room is an iron door engraved with a picture of the Ascension of Christ. Lion stood on the high platform, wearing a SuperMan uniform, as solemn as the priests of the ancient Greek temple of Zeus, convening a believer meeting. And the believers all looked up at the bottom of the steps, waiting for the priest to announce the oracle with admiration and expectation. Everyone, our organization is officially established today. Lion folded his hands on his chest on the stage, and his cloak fluttered silently. I feel honored by your joining. Without knowing anything about the purpose and goal of the organization, you chose to join this organization unconditionally out of trust and gratitude for me. This is the part that touched me. In the future, I believe that you will never regret this decision today. But I want to say this first. This organization has been established from the moment it was established until the infinite future. There is only one core purpose. That is to serve me. My purpose in saving you is only this. If you have any objections, you can raise them now. Lion looked around at the widows present and waited for a few seconds. No one showed dissatisfaction. Even most of them showed an excited expression. Their eyes flashed, and their bodies trembled slightly. If it weren't for the serious meeting now, Lion felt that these people might not be able to help but shout excitedly, to be loyal to SuperMan. Especially Yelena. This idiot's eyes turned around, sometimes happy and sometimes stupid, and I don't know what she was thinking. Leon pursed his lips and continued. It seems that no one has any objection. Then, I declare. The Men in Black organization is officially established. From now on, you are the first batch of the organization, and the most core members in the future. The core purpose of the organization is to serve me, and the secondary goal is to protect our Earth. The movie Men in Black is also part of the Marvel Universe. Leon thinks it is reasonable to borrow this name. He walked a few steps on the stage, waved his hand, and a holographic image was projected in the hall. The reason for doing this is, this world is not only the organizations and forces you have known in the past. Under the undercurrent, our Earth has aliens from the other side of the universe. Green-skinned aliens appeared in the projection. There are also hidden extraordinary forces. The projection switched to the wizards of Kamartaj and the villagers of Deluo village, who used chi. These were all made by Leon himself with special effects, and the gods who nominally rule our planet. The projections of Odin and Thor appeared, in the middle of the hall. The Widow agents were all stunned. They never knew that this world was so wonderful, and they always thought that the Red House was one of the top forces. Leon changed his tone at this time. Some of them have a friendly attitude. Some are the patron saints of this world, and some pretend to be friendly but secretly plot against this planet. What we, the Men in Black, have to do is to hide in the dark, and kill all these threats from the outside world in the bud. The Marvel world always has a world-destroying crisis from time to time. Some may come from the high-ranking multiverse-level bigwigs. Some may just come from an ordinary scientist or an ambitious entrepreneur. This Earth can always go to the brink of destruction in various forms. Lion felt that he had to build a lock to intercept these threats in advance. Otherwise, if he came back from another world one day and found that the Earth had exploded, he would not be surprised at all. But we are not going to be the world's nanny. Lion then raised his arms and shouted. We are the Men in Black, a net, a sword, hanging over everyone's head, strangling all threats from outside or inside. Now, everyone follow me to swear. Lion floated in the air. All the Widow agents raised their arms. He said word by word. Remember, when we... Everyone is confused by the illusion of peace and deceived by the so-called facts. We always believe that everything is false, the widows sang in unison after Lion. When morality shackles the world and the law shackles justice, we will never forget that everything is allowed. Everyone repeated together. The voice was sonorous and powerful, and it was loud and clear. Finally, remember the black-clad man's program, leading this chaotic world to the final peace. Lion slowly fell. The oath is over. The oath is over. Every widow agent was immersed in the oath she had just recited. They felt a heavy weight from it. That was the weight of carrying the burden forward in the darkness that all humans could not see. Their eyes were burning, and they remembered the oath in their hearts. At this moment, the SuperMan with flying capes on the stage was their spiritual beacon and mentor of will. Lion snapped his fingers at this time. The stone door of the conference room opened automatically. 313 black armors flew into the room. Each of these armors held a black suit. They stopped in front of a widow agent. What is now in front of you is your future armor and uniform, Lion said. These armors were all made by Lion in the world of Resident Evil. He is the savior over there, and he can mobilize resources from all over the world, so it is easy for him to build more than 300 pieces of armor. He referenced all these armors from Tony's Mark V in the movie. They can all be shrunk into a suitcase, and a new element reactor is used. It will be convenient for agents to travel around the world in the future. The widows were all excited when they saw the armors that fit their own sizes perfectly. Yelena even hugged her armor and turned around, and it seemed that she couldn't stop for a while. At this time, Leon pressed his hands down to signal silence. Armor and suits will be your uniforms from now on. From now on, your name is no longer the Widow, but the Man in Black. the man in black who hides in the darkness and serves the light. Your codenames will be changed to alphabetical order. Natasha is Agent N, and Yelena is Agent Y. The same goes for the others, using the letters in their names, and using double or triple letters for repeated names. The female agents responded in unison, took the black suits held by the armor, and changed into uniforms on the spot. The man, in black, who will be known to everyone in the Marvel Universe in the future, was born. However, the names of the female agents are not only the man in black. In the future, everyone knows that the leader of the man in black is Superman. So these female agents are also called Black Nuns or Valkyries under the command of the God of the World. The establishment of the men in black will not change anything in the short term. The agents who have no missions for the time being have returned to their previous positions one after another, waiting for Leon's orders, as an independent organization. The economic source for the men in black to maintain operations must also be guaranteed. Yelena's murals inspired Leon. After discussing with Tony, he asked for the copyrights of DC Comics and Iron Man, and established a superhero operating company. The function of this company is mainly to operate entertainment works and peripheral products of superhero IP. The operating income is divided into 30% and 70%. 3 points go to superheroes and 7 points go to the company, similar to the Vought company in the world of Black Robes. Such a company must have great potential in the Marvel world. After that, all they need is his endorsement. He also proposed to divide half of the 30% of the income that belongs to superheroes, to compensate for the losses caused by superheroes in the process of executing justice. After that, superheroes who want to sign contracts will probably be able to break through the company's door. Leon did what he said, and with a wave of his hand, all the parts above the ground of the Men in Black building were included in the company. The superhero operation company was listed for business the next day. Yelena temporarily served as the chief operating officer. The ladies in black from all over the world also received the task at the same time, and set up branches of the company in their local areas. As for Natasha, she has been transferred by Leon to work at Stark Networks. Another week has passed. A new morning. Leon returned from the world of Resident Evil again. Now his single arm strength has increased to 1.93 million tons, and the speed of improvement is still decreasing. He is about to reach his limit. After dealing with the 10 rings and Hydra, let's go to Kamartaj. Leon thought it was time to visit the famous Ancient One in Marvel. He walked out of the room and found Natasha and Shirley eating breakfast. You're back? I couldn't find anyone in your room just now. Natasha spread butter on the bread. Shirley's school time is almost up, so we didn't wait for you. Shirley enrolled in a nearby school under Yelena's arrangement a few days ago. Now Natasha and Leon take turns to send her to school every morning. Although Shirley said that she could hit more than 10 tons with one punch, she didn't need to be picked up. But several adults, especially Natasha and her sister, firmly disagreed. They said that other children were picked up by their parents, and Shirley couldn't be without them. This was not resolved until they found out that the students here were picked up by school buses. The two sisters were obviously very interested in raising a child. This made them feel the feeling of family. Every day after work, they had to run upstairs to help Shirley with her homework. After learning the knowledge in class, they also had to teach extracurricular knowledge. Natasha taught hand-to-hand combat, and Yelena taught Russian. The rich academic life made Shirley's lacking childhood life begin to become complete. Don't wait for me. You know it doesn't matter whether I eat breakfast or not. Leon poured a glass of milk. Sunshine is my best food. But it will be uncomfortable to have an empty stomach, or can sunshine also fill the emptiness of the stomach? Natasha handed the bread to Leon. Thank you. Leon took a bite of the bread. Bread, milk, eggs, and nuts. It's a really nutritious breakfast. Shirley needs these to grow up. Natasha took out a thumb-sized glass box and put it on the table. Something happened last night. You have to see this. She lightly tapped the glass box, and a video was projected immediately. All surveillance cameras near the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters failed last night. This is the footage taken by Agent K, who was lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D., using the man in black armor. The video started playing at 11 o'clock last night. The street was empty, with only the dim streetlights isolated. A black Lincoln drove into the street and moved slowly forward. Suddenly, when it passed the intersection, several police cars came from 4 roads, tearing through the darkness and violently crashing into the Lincoln car. There was nothing wrong with the video up to this point, which was very consistent with the style of the New York police chasing desperados. But what happened next was not normal. When the Lincoln car was surrounded and unable to move, the police cars pushed open the car doors, and someone actually dragged out Gatling heavy machine guns and power hammers, attacking the Lincoln car like a siege. Fire, as it should be. The Lincoln car didn't last long before it exploded and became a wreck. Jarvis hacked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. network. After screening and comparison, the person in the car should be Nick Fury, Natasha said. Leon stopped chewing. He dragged the projection to the beginning and enlarged the front of the Lincoln car. It was pitch black there, and it looked like the driver should indeed be a black man. So Nick Fury's actions during this period have finally attracted the attention of Hydra? Very good. They are beginning to have internal conflicts. This is the opportunity we need. Leon ate the bread in a few bites. Notify all the men in black. It's our turn to take action next. Let the female agents spread the specific information of Hydra through their own channels to muddy the waters. By the way, remember to only expose the information of Hydra around the world for the time being, and keep the information inside S.H.I.E.L.D. for now. I really want to see the scene of S.H.I.E.L.D. being sent by the Security Council to eliminate Hydra. As for the internet company, put it aside for now. You and Yelena find an opportunity to sneak into S.H.I.E.L.D., hack into the internal network, and copy all their agent information. When the time is right, post it all on the internet. Natasha's expression moved. You want to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. together? What's the point of keeping such a civ-like organization? It's best if they disband, Leon said. Natasha nodded. I will go to convey the mission after I've arranged the company's affairs. Now the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are still in the dark, and they are loose inside and tight outside, so it is easy to invade. What about me? What about me? Shirley is at the age when she is interested in things like agents and spy wars. She ate breakfast and her eyes lit up. What is my mission, Leon? And Natasha looked at her and said in unison, your mission is to go to school well. Ah, go to school again. Shirley suddenly wilted, her head drooping like a green radish after being exposed to the sun. Natasha patted her head unhappily. Let's go, little girl. It's time to go to school. It's time to go out. Okay. Shirley took the school bag handed by Natasha and walked out the door, not forgetting to wave to Leon. Bye, brother Leon. See you in the evening. Leon smiled and drank milk. Bye. Listen carefully in class. I know. Shirley's little head lowered a few points. At the same time, underground in the suburbs of New York, a secret base facility. Nick Fury, wrapped in gauze from head to toe, lies on a medical bed. He is using his only right hand that can still move to click on the data on the virtual screen. SHIELD agents Hawkeye. Phil Coulson and Hill are standing around him. You all know the current situation. At this moment, I can only trust you guys, Nick Fury said. We must not let SHIELD fall into the hands of those bitches of Hydra. His eyes are fixed on the image of Tony Stark on the screen. But if we want to take back SHIELD, it will take more than just a few of us. We need other helpers. The next day, the efficient ladies in black had already put the information about Hydra on the bedside tables of politicians from all over the world. Bigwigs from all over the world. When I woke up on this day, the first thing I saw was the information that inexplicably appeared on the bedside. This means that an uneasy day has officially begun. The Army and the National Intelligence Agency are dispatched. All the bigwigs who received the information immediately dispatched. The most secretive and powerful armed forces they could mobilize. In various confidential buildings around the world, thousands of elites were dispatched without prior agreement to capture people on the list of information, except the powerful class. They not only need to verify the authenticity of the information, more importantly, they need to investigate what kind of forces can sneak into the homes of those big shots without anyone noticing. However, when the people on the list were arrested and imprisoned, they were tortured and given truth serum. A greater shock hit the hearts of the big shots. The information on the information is actually all true. Hydra still exists in this world, and it has infiltrated every aspect, from royal relatives and ministers of state to peddlers and newsstand owners. All of them have Hydra members. Some big shots were even more shocked to find that their beloved by their bedside was also a member of Hydra. Crazy, the whole world is crazy. Now who cares which force put the information on their bedside? Everyone is looking for Hydra, killing Hydra, and digging 3 feet underground to find them. Almost every country is secretly experiencing turmoil. Thousands of orders were issued, at the same time, to send out the army to wipe out Hydra. But these orders were issued one second and cancelled the next, and the people who issued the orders were also beheaded. Because when those people issued the orders, the clerk beside them who respectfully handed over the gold-rimmed glasses was a Hydra. The country's dignitaries were all crazy. The Hydra's top brass were also crazy. A closed room. The important figures of Hydra met through remote projection. Who the hell leaked the secrets? Who exposed the list? We have a shameful traitor among us. The former director of SHIELD, the well-dressed, Alexander Pierce kicked over the table and roared loudly. He's a coward. A coward who backed down when our great plan was about to succeed. Baron Strucker, did you betray us? Did you give Nick Fury the information he noticed was wrong? On the other side of him, Baron Strucker, who had a shaved head, was also extremely angry. I should ask you, Pierce, you are the only one not on the list in that file. You hypocritical idiot! You dare to blame others! Baron Strucker stood up suddenly. His face was bloodshot and his eyes were red. You think you are superior to us because you control S.H.I.E.L.D. You just want to monopolize Hydra. You never let Nick Fury, who is more like Hydra than us, join us. This is the evidence. You have been acting from the beginning to the end. First, you killed Nick Fury under the pretext that he was aware of it, and then you want to kill us. You have only lived a decent life for a few years, just because you can use a knife and fork? You think you can exclude dissidents? I tell you it's impossible. Baron Stark cursed until his neck turned red and thick. Pierce's face turned red and angry. You are talking nonsense. I am working diligently in S.H.I.E.L.D. How can I be a traitor? Calm down, gentlemen. Calm down. Mrs. Hydra interrupted the topic. She couldn't let the two of them vent their anger so irrationally. The most urgent task is to deal with the suspicion of politicians from various countries, not quarrels, she calmly analyzed. Baron Strucker, we are all on the list. We can't be traitors. And none of you inside S.H.I.E.L.D. have been exposed. It is true that you are more suspicious. Before Pierce refuted, she sped up. But your insight plan has been successfully carried out, and the goal is in sight, so there is no reason to betray. Since there is no answer, throw it aside. The most important thing now is to hide those who have been exposed. Mrs. Hydra sat on the table with her charming body. Do you two understand? Do you think I don't understand? Baron Strucker sat down on the chair. 1/3 of my elite men have been exposed. Now I can only hide in the Sokovia base. But how long can I hide? That's why we gathered here to find a solution. Mrs. Hydra looked at Pierce. Pierce, you are the only ones who are not exposed. This can only be done by you. Don't let everyone down. Pierce took a few deep breaths, stared at Strucker fiercely like a hungry wolf, and then nodded. I will apply to the Security Council to send out S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and then Sitwell and Rumlow will forge a fake death certificate for you. This is the most effective response I can make in a short period of time. Everything will wait until the insight plan is implemented. After the plan succeeds, the ignorant guys will repent for their mistakes. Baron Strucker snorted coldly when he heard this. That's it. You'd better move faster. The meeting is adjourned. The Hydra meeting ended unhappily. On the other side, Nick Fury also found Tony Stark. He brought Phil Coulson with him, and originally wanted to sneak into Stark's mansion directly like the first time. However, when he turned on the local electromagnetic shielding device, the alarm rang throughout the villa. Then in less than 3 seconds, a battle armor fell from the sky, with 2-handed cluster guns charging and ready to fire. Oh, listen to me. This must be a misunderstanding. Nick Fury raised his hands and kicked Coulson, reminding him to raise his hands in surrender. A few minutes later, the two were led by the battle armor and met Tony in the living room. He was crossing his legs, with his hands on the sofa to enjoy the sea view, as if ignoring the two. Nick Fury didn't seem to mind, and greeted him naturally. Second meeting, Iron Man. Maybe I should just call you Tony. You see, our meetings are always so unexpected. Are you surprised? He took Coulson to sit opposite Tony and said to the armor, a cup of coffee with milk and sugar, thank you. Coulson also smiled and said, I just want a glass of milk, room temperature if possible. Stop, stand. Tony stretched out his left hand to stop the two. Sorry, I don't think I asked you to sit down yet. Really? I thought the sofas in your house were for friends to sit on. Nick Fury sat down as if he hadn't heard anything. He stretched out his bandaged legs straight. I believe Stark will not be too harsh on a disabled person with a strong will. Coulson's smile became brighter. The sofa is very soft and beautiful, Mr. Stark. The familiarity of these two people made Tony jump. Shamelessness is the style of S.H.I.E.L.D.? 2 uninvited guests? How do you want me to drive you off the cliff this time? No. Calm down, Tony. In fact, we are here to bring you something you need. Nick Fury motioned Coulson to put a black box on the table. Your father was one of the founders of our S.H.I.E.L.D., and this is what he left there. Perhaps your arc reactor can get a better answer from this. Besides that, there is one more thing. Without waiting for Tony to react, Nick Fury crossed his fingers, rested his elbows on his knees, and leaned forward. Your father is a hero, Tony, and he has made many contributions to the world. And now, the world also needs your help. Are you going to be a hero like Howard, or do you plan to continue to be a playboy and play the game of Iron Man? It's time to make a decision. After saying that, he patted his butt and got up with difficulty, and limped to the door with Coulson. I believe you will make the right choice. When you make a decision, contact me. You will know how to contact me, right? Boiled Egghead used his usual cold routine, only saying half of the words, not giving the other party any chance to ask, and disappeared mysteriously at the door. Tony watched the two leave with speechless eyes. Does he think he is a lame Forrest Gump just relying on his mouth to recruit people? He spread his hands to the armor beside him. Sure enough, just like what Leon said, this black-boiled egg is an idiot who loves to show off. Using my father's things to send favors. What a joke. Tony picked up the box on the table casually, but when his eyes touched the black shell, he brought some nostalgia and solemnity. Then let's see what the old guy wants to tell me. He still remembered that Leon said that everything Howard wanted to say to him was left in it. Half an hour later, when Tony returned to the lab, he was surprisingly silent. His silence was written from the bottom of his heart on his face, and every micro-expression was immersed in memories. There was nothing surprising in the box left by Howard. Just some manuscripts, blueprints, and a few videotapes. In the dusty video, the old man showed the conceptual model of the Stark Industrial Park, suggesting that it was an epic-making invention. However, Tony had discovered the secret in the display board before with Leon's hint. What really made him speechless for a long time. In fact, it was Howard's earnest words at the end of the video. Tony, you are the greatest of my countless creations in my life. This sentence made Tony stand in front of the test bench for a long time. Men in the Stark family seemed to be not good at expressing emotions, in Tony's impression. Until the day of farewell, Howard never said I love you to him, or expressed his love for him. So Tony is always rebellious. His rebellious behavior and personality when he was a child were a way for him to attract Howard's attention. Until Howard died, this personality really became a part of him. But now this conversation across time and space suddenly made him understand the love that Howard had never revealed. This meant a lot to him. After a long silence, Tony called Leon. Hello? Calling in. The broad daylight, do you miss me? To be honest, I'm not used to not seeing your snotty face every day. Leon started teasing as soon as he answered the phone. But he is definitely the most honest person in the Stark family. Miss you? Don't joke. At most only a little. Like a little bit of cheese crumbs. Leon's words made Tony smile. Don't be like that. If you miss me, just say it boldly. I won't laugh at you. Leon laughed. Well, it's like this. I just saw what the old guy left behind. Tony changed the subject awkwardly. Nick Fury gave you the stuff? How do you feel? Tony hesitated. There's a video. The old guy said a lot in it. Well, he didn't talk about you because he recorded it a long time ago. No need to explain. Your explanation makes me seem very fragile. Tell me, what do you want from me? When will we take action against Hydra? Tony took a deep breath. After feeling the emotions he had never felt from Howard, he could no longer suppress the urge to find his enemies. Don't you know? Leon's words made his mouth twitch. We have already started. Really? Shit. Why didn't anyone tell me? Tony widened his eyes. Hydra moved quickly. Pierce led the men of S.H.I.E.L.D. and opened up all the joints in one day. At the Security Council meeting, representatives of various countries voted, agreed that S.H.I.E.L.D. will be responsible for the overall coordination and capture or annihilate all the hidden forces of Hydra. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are ready to go. The Hydra backbones who are mixed in are in a leisurely mood. In the eyes of ordinary agents, that is the fearless look of being ready for a desperate battle. Whether newcomers or veterans at this moment, they can't help but be moved by these Hydra elites and feel that this is the role model of our generation. Not only ordinary agents, even representatives of various countries who came to the scene to watch couldn't help but nod their heads in approval. This situation made them want to sign and approve all action plans immediately. Little did they know that when the fight started, this group of people with their heads held high would turn their guns around and kill all their colleagues around them. Soon all the applications for S.H.I.E.L.D. to dispatch were approved. 3 full aerospace carriers were ready to take off from the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. This time, Pierce took out all his family assets just to perform a grand drama at the New York suburban base. Nick Fury, the real good guy, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Fuck. He circled around the table and kicked the wall with his bandaged foot. Those good-for-nothings in the Security Council, can't they see that Pierce has bad intentions? Fury, you didn't think he had any problems before, did you? Hill reminded her, and she looked dashing in her combat uniform. Nick Fury's dark face became even darker. I'm a fool too. In Bogota, Colombia, Pierce deceived me with his rule-abiding face. In 1995, Nick Fury was just an ordinary deputy station chief of S.H.I.E.L.D., stationed in Bogota. During a rebellion, on the issue of rescuing hostages, Pierce, then a diplomatic ambassador, insisted on negotiating on the grounds that the lives of hostages could not be joked with. But Fury took a risky move and launched a thunderous rescue regardless of orders, rescuing all the hostages. Among them was even Pierce's daughter. Therefore, Nick Fury could never have imagined that Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who had such a life-and-death friendship with him, would be a Hydra. Any news from Tony Stark? He said with a gloomy face. We need him. Sorry, sir. There has been no news from him. Coulson spread his hands. Is it because we didn't leave any contact information? Bullshit contact information. He has artificial intelligence. What contact information do we need? Nick Fury cursed again. We can't sit and wait for death. Even if there is no Playboy, we have to take action. He looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base photographed by satellite. We have to sneak into the aerospace carrier and stop the conspiracy of Hydra. He punched the table. Otherwise the world will be over. The two sides have been working hard. It sounds easy to sneak into the aerospace carrier, but including Nick Fury, they currently have only 4 combat personnel that can be dispatched. 4 people sneaking into a world-class military facility is simply a joke. But neither Hawkeye, Coulson, nor Hill hesitated at all. They really felt that the mission of saving mankind was on their shoulders, and they studied the strategy carefully all night. We must attack the command room at all costs. I believe there will be our own people among the agents. We must give priority to winning over this part of the force. Hill analyzed. This plan is very radical, but it is our only way at present. We can only give it a try, Hawkeye said. Let me try to contact Tony Stark again. He will take action at the critical moment. Coulson also made a solemn promise. When the 3 people dispersed, Nick Fury's unfathomable expression became heavy. Everything happened too quickly. He thought he could take it slowly and quietly, take back S.H.I.E.L.D. with his own strength. But overnight, the top leaders of the world somehow knew about the existence of Hydra. A war was about to start. He had no time to wait. After standing alone for a long time, Nick Fury dialed a number. Talos, I need your help. Talos is the leader of the Skrulls, an important member of SWORD, and a good friend of Fury. That's right, Fury's trump card is his alien friend, the Skrulls. He has to rely on this surprise force to reverse the Yo's desperate situation. At the same time, in Brooklyn, Dawes Leon, who had been using super hearing to pay attention to the movements of all parties, almost laughed out loud when he heard the content of Fury's phone call. This black-salted egg is really not cautious when it should be cautious, and naive when it should not be naive. The Skrulls are not a friendly alien race. They are interstellar refugees in Marvel movies, but they are cosmic gangsters who dominate the galaxy in comics. This race is the creation of the Celestials. They have the ability to imitate the appearance of others and copy the memories of others by concentrating their energy. Among them, the particularly outstanding ones are called super scrolls. This part of people can even imitate and copy the extraordinary abilities of the target, which can reach 60% to 70% of the original owner. However, this ability was cut in the movie universe. It became necessary to use the target's blood and special equipment to copy the target's extraordinary abilities. This greatly reduced their threat. This also explains why they were not as evenly matched with the Kree Empire in the battle as in the comics. The reason why these scrolls hid on Earth can be traced back to more than 10 years ago. In the movie universe, these interstellar refugees were hunted down by the Kree Empire at the beginning. The leader Taros, by chance, awakened some of the memories of Captain Marvel, who was controlled by the Kree Empire at the time. Then they took the opportunity to flee to Earth. When they met Captain Marvel and others again, Taros acted extremely harmless. It showed kindness and provided help, as if it was so kind and innocent that it could take out its heart. So after Captain Marvel and Nick Fury repelled the Kree army, they promised to help these Skrull refugees find a planet suitable for migration, and this search took more than 10 years. During this period, Taros sent a message to his fellow wanderers in the universe. The Earth is safe, come quickly. Nowadays, there are more and more Skrulls on Earth, and the number has reached millions. As time goes by, they gradually discovered that the Earth is the most suitable planet for them to survive, and began to be hostile to humans. However, Nick Fury, who regarded these aliens as friends and subordinates, still knew nothing about this. Perhaps it was because he never wanted to think badly of his friends. After all, he was able to climb to the position of director of SHIELD in just a few years. A large part of the credit came from the help of these Skrulls who could copy appearances and memories. Thinking of this, Leon shook his head. There are millions of people like Mystique. Even if they didn't have ambitions at the beginning, they have them now. Compared with these Skrulls, even the black men he had just established seemed a little weak. After solving Hydra, we will find a chance to drive away these Skrull greenskins. When the aerospace carrier took off, Nick Fury and others really succeeded, infiltrated. Even the infiltration process was carried out according to the plan made by Hawkeye and others last night. No accidents happened. Hawkeye and Coulson sighed that there is always a way out, and God is blessing mankind. Only Nick Fury strolled behind them, laughing secretly. He thought that the old Skrulls had replaced the guards in key positions long ago, and it was all him who was carrying the burden behind. Not only that, he also arranged for several Skrulls to replace the officials of various countries. Only in this way can he turn the tide in the shortest time. Take this road, we will go directly to the command room, control everyone, and use this airspace carrier to shoot down the other two. Hawkeye, the best combat agent among the four, led the way. Hurry, Fury, we don't have much time. Follow us. The information Tony gave only contained information about the backbone of Hydra. The Skrulls have not yet passed the information obtained from the copied memory to Fury. The four-man team could not distinguish between ordinary agents and Hydra members, and could only knock out the agents they met along the way. They quickly rushed to the command room. The four people squeezed in the ventilation duct, lying on the same vent and looking down. The vent was only 50 centimeters long and wide, and the four heads were pressed together, like four seeds growing in a peanut shell, all compressed and deformed. Rumlow, he is here too. Nick Fury glared with his one eye, showing a fierce light. He is also Hydra. Crossbones are all Hydra? Hawkeye thought it was outrageous. No wonder you said that only a few of us can be believed. Are we really SHIELD agents, not Hydra external? Staff? Now is not the time to talk about this, Hawkeye. You come to contain Rumlow. Coulson, you cover Hill to seize control. What about you, Fury? Hill asked. Of course I am. Who is there? Come out. A voice shouted, interrupting Nick Fury's words. Sharon Carter, wearing combat uniform, aimed her gun at the vent. She saw four heads that were squeezed and deformed there. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. was in a state of panic, she first suspected that Hydra had sneaked in, and she was cautious not to shoot directly. As the niece of Peggy Carter, the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., she was as elegant as her predecessors. Fuck! Nick Fury cursed speechlessly, and the three heads next to him rolled their eyes. A few minutes later, the four people who jumped down the vent one after another were surrounded by dozens of people in the command room. Nick Fury? How? Could it be you? Weren't you killed by Hydra 2 days ago? Wong Kongjun glared at him unhappily when he heard this. Dudu, don't forget, we are both like that. How can we be so ungrateful? Luo Dudu chuckled. Hehe. That's my grandpa. Why are you jealous? Also, don't keep talking about this and that. Aren't you ashamed? Wong Kongjun looked indifferent. Heh, I dared to do it. So what else can I not say? I am thick-skinned and can eat meat. Tonight? Hehehe. Humph. No hehe. Wong Kongjun was stunned. No hehe, right? Then I'll go hehe. You hehe. After Wong Kongjun finished speaking, he approached Luo Dudu and stretched out his claws. Luo Dudu's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she said coquettishly, I hate you. I'm angry. Finally, Wong Kongjun finally climbed Mount Everest, as he wished. Yes, another extreme sports challenge completed. The two of them were playing around and it was soon evening. Ding, today's fishing settlement. Number of anglers, $480,000. Total fish caught, $21.8 million. Settlement points, 22.28 million points. Special reminder. Please consume as soon as possible. The system all will unlock higher permissions soon, and it will be a brand new version you have never experienced before. Unfortunately, Wong Kongjun has no time to pay attention to the system prompts now. Brand new version? What version? It's comparable to the new posture I'm about to experience. During dinner, Wong Kongjun came with a few bottles of wine without Luo Dudu asking. Luo Dudu couldn't help rolling her eyes. Food and sex are human nature. The first time I ate meat, I had an endless aftertaste, thinking about it every night, and it was hard to forget. No matter what era it is, men's bad nature will never change. Wong Kongjun poured himself 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Luo Dudu. Come on, let's go to celebrate Dudu's early entry into the giant. Drink it if you want. Who's afraid of who? Drink it. The two of them raised their heads and drank it all. The hot feeling of the wine went straight into his head, and Wong Kongjun suddenly felt refreshed and laughed. Come on, I'll toast you another glass. I wish our fishing the scene is getting better and better. After saying that, Wong Kongjun poured another cup. This time Luo Dudu didn't act pretentiously. He raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. Ha 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 ha. It's great. 1 cup for 2, then 1 glass after another, and before he knew it, he had already drunk 3 bottles of red wine. But Wong Kongjun was not drunk because he had Kryptonian genes. How could he get drunk with ordinary wine? Luo Dudu was already drunk and blurry-eyed. His face was flushed, his eyes were blurry, and he was obviously drunk. Seeing Luo Dudu's appearance, Wong Kongjun smiled mischievously and picked up Luo Dudu and went to the room. Hey, what are you doing? I still want to drink. Enough. Enough, drink, why so much? Just eat, sleep, and play Dudu. It was dark at night, and the earth-shaking sound of vibration came from Luo Dudu's room again. Not long after, the sound gradually subsided, and the gentle and moving sound of birdsong was remembered. In the next few days, Wong Kongjun was busy with the construction of the fishing ground during the day, and even busier at night. Busy with the continuation of the family line. Wang Kongjun now has the Kryptonian gene with the top combat power in the universe. His descendants will undoubtedly inherit his best bloodline genes. If this motherfucker gave birth to 100 or 80 children, the interstellar status of Blue Star would definitely rise rapidly. In short, as the highest reward at the beginning of the system, its value is absolutely super unbelievable. The Kryptonian race was once the supreme overlord of the starry sky. One person could fight against millions of starry sky fleets alone. They were definitely the top race in the universe. It was precisely because the Kryptonian race was too powerful that it caused many devastating disasters to the universe. It caused the universe to correct itself, and along with the disappearance of the entire starry sky, the Kryptonian race also disappeared in the universe. As for why the system got the last genetic inheritance of Krypton, well, that is another extremely tortuous story. However, there is no doubt that the Kryptonians trained by the system again will definitely develop in the direction of entertainment, rather than a destroyer who only knows how to fight. This power is also to give the host better self-protection ability. Fishing in the starry sky's cause, carry it forward. Only in this way can we avoid triggering the universe's self-protection correction force again, maybe this little. The planet can also reproduce the supreme glory of the Kryptonian race. It's just that the blue star at that time is no longer a threat to the universe. It's a group of fanatical fishermen who fish in the sea of stars. On the other side of the universe, there is an endless, vast sea of stars. It is full of endless magical creatures with many magical effects, which are priceless. Treasures in the universe. Only very powerful starry sky anglers can catch these extremely rare creatures. So, the future of fishermen is really very bright, and it is very likely that they will be the main force for Blue Star to gain a foothold in the starry sky in the future. Although they are still very weak now, their strength can be improved and their equipment can be upgraded. What the starry sky really needs is a sincere and hot heart for fishing. Well, so, the emergence of any system cannot be without reason. It must be with a certain mission, even if it looks like an entertainment. Farming system! The next morning, the sun just came out, and Luo Dudu and Wang Kongjun got up. After washing up, Luo Dudu prepared 2 simple breakfasts. Well, it was really very simple. 2 pieces of bread, an egg, and a glass of milk. There was no way Luo Dudu didn't have the heart to make a loving breakfast now. After eating, Luo Dudu went to the fishing spot to start working. Wang Kongjun was not in a hurry to go to Qinglong Gorge today. After all the installation projects were on track. There was no need for Wang Kongjun to keep an eye on it all the time. He went to Qinglong River today. The 2 sides of Qinglong River were still bustling with people, and the fishing spots were full of people, holding their breath and concentrating, staring at the floats, waiting for the best time, to make a move. This time is today. There were no vehicles on the road on the riverbank, and they were all parked in the planned parking lot. Instead, there were many local villagers pushing carts, but they just pushed and walked and didn't shout loudly. There was no need. There were always a few fishermen around the carts to choose. Steamed buns, boiled corn and peanuts, and some homemade fruits were all placed on the cart. Some people with a bit of business sense have actually purchased some fishing gear and bait, mineral water and drinks and set up stalls. Such a large flow of customers means unlimited business opportunities. If each person spends 10 yuan a day, it is a turnover of more than 3 million. If it were other fishing grounds, these business owners would not let it go. The first time, the second time. Agent K transmitted the live footage to the internal satellite of the Men in Black through an encrypted channel. In the Sky Fortress, Mary, also known as Agent M, transferred the footage and encrypted it to a dark web. The title at the top of this website is Rising Tide. The Rising Tide organization is a free organization similar to the Hacker Alliance. They advocate information, disclosure, and freedom of speech. Members are scattered all over the world, and most of them don't even know each other. They reveal the information sealed by various countries and come and go on the internet like the wind, like Zorro in the electronic field. The concept is to give everyone the right to know. Many freelancers in the organization like to read the posts on the website when they have nothing to do. Agent M's speech post soon received a response. Did everyone watch Tony Stark's press conference just now? I hacked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. network for this and found something. Video link. Sky. I just watched it. I was also about to hack into S.H.I.E.L.D. You're really fast, my friend. Anonymous 1. M, did you post a video? Miles. Sky, your current technical level is easy to track. Don't hack into those confidential organizations without my cooperation. Sky. Okay, I remember my mentor. Anonymous 2. Are you still chatting? God. The video M posted is definitely the most shocking one I've seen this year. Anonymous 3. What the hell? I remember that black guy in the video is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? We saw him when we hacked into the archives before. Was he defeated by Hydra? Anonymous 1. Hydra really still exists. They even took control of S.H.I.E.L.D. as Stark said. Damn it, we have to do something. Miles. We are just a group of hackers. What can we do? Sky. You can publish this video and put it on the front page of all portal websites. Everyone should have the right to know. Anonymous 1. Sky is right. This is what we should do at the Tide Rising. Let's take action and knock down the servers of those internet companies. Anonymous 2. But it seems that most social software belongs to the Stark Group. I remember that their firewall is difficult to break. Leave it to me. We at the Tide Rising will do this. Sky. Beautiful. Remember to put the Tide Rising watermark in the video. No problem. 10 minutes later, a huge banner link popped up on all the web pages and software homepages of the Stark Group. The banner read, Reveal the truth about Hydra, the official concealment of the world again. The Tide Rising guarantees the authenticity of this leak. Click on the link. The video content is exactly what happened in the aerospace aircraft carrier. The whole process of Nick Fury and his team sneaking into the aircraft carrier and being defeated after a fierce battle. It was all recorded by the camera. The sneak operation lasted for several hours. It was edited to only 5 minutes. The video has a tight rhythm, and even exciting music at the critical moment. It makes people's adrenaline soar. I don't know whether this editing was done by Agent M or by Jarvis. All portal websites recommended it on the homepage at the same time, and the spread of the video has reached the extreme. Almost as soon as it was released, tens of millions of netizens clicked on the link. A few minutes later, the video was filled with bullet screens from beginning to end. There was also an uproar in the comment area. Thank you for the generous gift. Is what Tony Stark said true? Hydra is still alive. I can't believe it. After watching this video, it was like someone suddenly told me that my grandfather who fought in World War II has crawled out from under the tombstone again. Are those official personnel just for free? And this damn S.H.I.E.L.D., they are all trash. Is that black man the director? He was dealt with in one encounter. He looks worse than me. Hey guys, didn't anyone notice the man on the ground who turned green? Is that some new technology clone? What's going on now? That black man is shouting destruction, salvation, etc. Is the world war about to start? There was a lot of discussion on the internet, but most netizens didn't take it seriously and just watched it for fun. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The reactions of representatives from various countries here were very different from those of netizens. Originally, Pierce pulled all kinds of people. Hundreds of representatives were happily waiting for good news from the front. In order to prevent the representatives from getting bored after staying for too long, he personally served as a guide and took everyone to visit the SHIELD building to see how serious and responsible the agents were when they were working. After visiting the building, he took the representatives to have lunch. Pierce also contacted Agent Sitwell, who was on the front line in front of everyone. Sitwell reported with a steady and happy expression, saying that all the combat plans were going smoothly. The representatives breathed a sigh of relief and praised him. Everything should have started happily and ended smoothly. But fate played a joke on Pierce at this time. At a certain moment, the mobile phone of a certain representative suddenly rang, then the second, the third, and everyone's communication equipment began to ring wildly. Hundreds of ringtones with different ringtones merged into a chaotic symphony. It seemed that someone took advantage of the gathering of representatives from various countries to deliberately bombard them with phone calls, but the representatives' faces changed within a few seconds after they answered the phone. Their expressions were full of confusion and disbelief. The representative of White Bear Country hung up the phone first. He directly controlled the projection function of his mobile phone, connected to the holographic screen in the conference room, and played the live video of Tony Stark. Then he clicked on the mobile phone and played the video posted on the top of each web page by the Rising Tide organization. The scene was quiet. The representatives who had just learned the general situation from the phone were eager to absorb the information conveyed by the video. Pierce looked at the screen, and the warm smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his face was gloomy, but slowly turned into a sneer. The video was over. The representatives looked at Pierce with questioning or angry eyes. Do you have anything to explain, Director Pierce? The representative of White Bear Country actually took off his suit coat, revealing a capable muscle. It seems that he wants to start a duel. The other representatives also woke up one after another. Judging from the content of the video, Pierce is almost dead because of Hydra. The former director is also a Hydra. How many good people can S.H.I.E.L.D. have? The hundreds of national representatives are undoubtedly trapped in the enemy camp, which is more frontline than the frontline battlefield. What they can do now is either to resist or wait for their own country to redeem them. Most of the representatives stood up and stood beside the representative of the White Bear Country. They chose to fight against Hydra. But Pierce just felt funny when he saw this scene. He shook his head, turned around and walked outside, pressing the communication device in his ear. Subdue them, bang! The door of the conference room was kicked open by someone. Dozens of fully armed agents threw tear gas behind Pierce and then rushed into the house with guns. Rising Tide organization, Tony Stark. Pierce brushed shoulders with the agents, his eyebrows cold in the shadows. You'd better have written a suicide note. The dark room. The Hydra leaders gathered again through the projection, unlike the last time when the atmosphere was tense and everyone was like a burning gasoline barrel. At this moment, everyone present was silent. They sat at the table, looking at the circle of table between his hands. I really can't figure it out. A few days ago, everyone was drinking champagne, hugging waists, and talking about grand plans. Why did it only take a few nights? The Hydra that used to be hidden under the water like a shadow has become a street rat known to everyone. Who is the traitor? Baron Stark clenched his hands tightly, his face a little more pale than yesterday. It doesn't matter who is the traitor or whether there is a traitor, Pierce said in a low voice. All the leaders have been exposed. Either we cut off our arms to survive and use everyone's lives to exchange for the rebirth of new snakeheads in the future. Or go to war, use guns and cannons to seize the world. Pierce roared the word, go to war, from his throat. His attitude was very clear and straightforward. Go to war? Now? Mrs. Hydra was stunned. But the insight plan has only been completed 1/5. How do we fight? It's very simple to fight, Pierce quietly said on the desktop. How Schmidt fought 70 years ago, we will fight the same way. He even thought of the battle plan. I have had 10 hydrogen bombs placed on each of the 3 aerospace carriers. Now, it's time to use them. Let Rumlow and his men use the carriers and hydrogen bombs to contain all parties in the world, and we will take the opportunity to seize the Middle East. The Middle East is a powder keg. We have many troops stationed there, which is suitable for us to start a war. Do you agree? Pierce's eyelids half drooped over his eyes, but the gaze from there was as sharp as a knife. Is there something wrong? Mrs. Hydra disagreed. Most of those troops were expelled by Tony Stark before, and their combat effectiveness is worrying. She felt that Pierce had just experienced ups and downs, and lost his mind. Start a war against the whole world? Do you really think Hydra is still as powerful as it was 70 years ago? Also, what did you just say? There are nuclear bombs on the aerospace carrier? She narrowed her eyes. Aren't those motherships going to faint at me and Strucker? What do you want to do with the nuclear bombs? Just to be prepared, Pierce twisted his tie. Those are what my branch has spent decades to accumulate. Just to use in situations like this. For example, to serve as a deterrent, or to eliminate some cowardly traitors. When he said this, his eyes were fixed on Baron Strucker and his men. Mrs. Hydra slowly stood up. Are you threatening us? I'm just talking about the next plan. Pierce looked around. So, do you agree to go to war? Baron Strucker and Mrs. Hydra looked gloomy and agreed under pressure. Agree. The rest of the people saw that the 3 main leaders had reached a consensus, and they all agreed. When Pierce returned to the previous meeting room again, the representatives of various countries were all trapped in their chairs. They were sealed with tape, and they all glared at Pierce when they saw him come in. Don't be so excited, gentlemen and ladies. I know you must be thinking that your country will send troops soon, and Hydra will be eliminated again soon. But I hope you can take a look at this. Pierce switched the projection screen. A projection of the Earth appeared, and the 3 aerospace aircraft carriers were marked at their current locations. They were in San Francisco, Poland, and Sokovia, and they were suspended above densely populated cities, less than 1,000 meters from the ground. The aerospace carrier can stop at such a position. Originally, it was a temporary permission given by various countries to eliminate Hydra. But at this moment, it became the sword of Damocles they put on themselves. And take a look at this. The projection screen switched again, turning into rows of shipborne missile launch systems. The huge missiles on it were ready to ignite. Each aerospace carrier carries 10 hydrogen bombs with a yield of 1 million tons. You know what this means. We can drop hydrogen bombs on the cities under the aerospace carriers at any time. If you don't want to be a butcher in history, then let you, the countries behind us, do as I ask. Pierce looked at the representatives present with a smile. His smile was calm and fearless. You devil! No one will do what you say! Go and pass the message to you! Someone shouted in a trembling voice. No, I don't need you to pass it on for me. What I just said has been recorded and sent to all countries. Pierce found a chair and sat down. He leaned back in the chair comfortably. Well, no wonder Fury always likes to lean on the chair and talk to people. It's really comfortable. Pierce's method is undoubtedly feasible in the early stage. No country that has learned the specific intelligence dares to act rashly. You know, there are tens of millions of people under the 3 aerospace carriers. If you provoke the crazy Hydra, everything will be destroyed. It will cause tens of millions of people to die in the nuclear explosion. At that time, Hydra will at most add to its already notorious reputation. But the other party will really be written into the world history as a sinner who is too numerous to mention. At the same time, Skye and her first boyfriend Miles in the Rising Tide organization fully exerted their subjective initiative and actually intercepted the video Pierce sent to various countries. After being horrified, they chose to publish the video online again without surprise. Pierce's remarks to threaten various countries were just released. Netizens immediately exploded, especially the netizens who were under the 3 aerospace carriers. Fuck you, wake up from sleep and tell me there are 10 nuclear bombs above your head? As soon as the San Francisco netizens spoke, the Harmony system was triggered. Fuck. What did we do wrong in Sokovia? The war has left us with nothing. Why do we even have to attack with hydrogen bombs? The Sokovian refugees cried speechlessly. Which city in Poland is that airship floating on? We were blitzed again? Most netizens expressed disbelief and worry, but the people in the 3 special areas have gone crazy, and the whole city is in chaos. Nick Fury is on the aerospace carrier. Everyone still knows nothing about the changes in the world. Fury and his companions were tied up by the Hydras and thrown into the corner of the command room. Rumlow and others frowned around the bodies of the Skrulls. Fury, if we don't do something we will be finished before Hydra. Hawkeye whispered, do you have any plans? I do have a plan. Nick Fury saw several figures among the Hydra agents and smiled. What plan? Wait for what? Wait, for someone. Barton's eyelids jumped. Since everyone is about to die, can you just say it clearly once? The person I'm waiting for is here. Fury's mouth curled up. A tall and thin Hydra agent walked past Nick and the others nonchalantly. Dang. A knife fell in front of them. Hawkeye's eyes widened. You still say you are not Hydra? Wait, he is the alien just now? Your authority is not enough to know this information. Fury hooked the knife in front of him with his foot. Even if you don't say it, I know that they can turn into human appearance, right? This is a bit dangerous, Fury. No, they are very friendly to the Earth and not dangerous. Nick Fury denied. The two were whispering. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot sounded. Everyone looked over. Rumlow's gun was smoking. In front of him, the agent who had just walked past Nick Fury fell to the ground with a bullet in his eyebrow and turned into a green-skinned Skrull. No. Nick Fury glared and shouted. At the same time, 6 different figures among the Hydra agents also subconsciously exclaimed, Dali! The next second, Rumlow turned the gun and fired 6 shots in a row, each of which hit his head. The 6 were killed on the spot and turned into green-skinned corpses. What Hawkeye could guess, how could Rumlow, who was also a top agent, not guess it? Asshole, I fuck you, asshole. Nick Fury broke his defense and cursed. How dare you kill them? How dare you? I will definitely kill you, Rumlow, you Hydra bastard. Rumlow didn't say anything, twisted his neck, walked in front of Fury, and hit him on the jaw with a gun butt, knocking him unconscious. The threat is cleared. Continue working, and wait for orders from superiors. Rumlow said to the others without changing his expression. The Hydra agents all withdrew their gazes and continued their work. This scene was also filmed by Agent K and transmitted to the outside world. The truth is that the enemy is in danger. Agent K has been hiding in a corner where no one notices. Her strong physical fitness allows her to avoid the search of Hydra members with her agility. When she closed her eyes to rest, her bracelet suddenly vibrated. After a light tap, a light curtain was cast. I received the video. Well done. Take Lu Dan and his men and retreat. Leon sent a retreat signal in the Sky Fortress. S is his codename in the Men in Black. He does not plan to release this video of the Skrulls for the time being. Hydra is enough to shock the world. It is better to save the aliens until next time and expose them all at once. By then, we can also drive the Skrulls out of the Earth by taking advantage of the excitement. As for the Skrull who was exposed before, I believe Fury will definitely be able to fool him. Sometimes Leon feels that he should have a shock value system. That case, the emotions aroused by these actions alone in the world. I am afraid it is enough for him to change into the physique of Superman Prime. On the helical carrier. After reading the message, Agent K flicked her wrist to close the light curtain. Got it, Chief Superman. She picked up a metal suitcase and walked out of the shadows with her graceful waist. Agent K is Asian and was once placed in a research institute affiliated with Hydra by the Red House. Later, Hydra recognized her excellence and sent her to the SHIELD Academy. During this period, Hydra also conducted a superficial brainwashing on her, but the effect is obviously not as good as the chemical method of the Red House. If Natasha had not injected her with inhibitors a month ago, she was probably still in the SHIELD laboratory at this time, doing research with Fitz, Simmons, and others. As soon as Agent K walked out of the shadows, he was immediately noticed. Stop! A Hydra agent threatened with a gun. Rumlow stretched out his hand to stop his men. He knew Agent K. Are you... Caitlin? I remember you should be in the laboratory now. He looked at K suspiciously. I am carrying out a special mission for that person. Agent K explained. He asked me to take Nick Fury and other SHIELD agents away at a critical moment. She did not say who that person was. Instead, when she walked to Rumlow, she whispered, Hail Hydra. Rumlow heard the hesitation in his eyes and instantly cleared up. The person in front of him was originally from Hydra, and he matched the secret code, so he was one of them. He waved his hand to indicate that there was no threat and asked others to return to their posts. Rumlow didn't even ask why Nick Fury and the others were taken away instead of being killed here. He just watched Agent K carrying Fury on his shoulder, Hawkeye in his hand, and holding Hill and Sharon Carter under his arms, leaving the command room. So, she is still an enhanced person. Is she also a Winter Soldier? Rumlow shook his head without thinking deeply. Agent K carried several people, and her slender figure was like a stalk full of rice ears. She entered a Quinjet unimpeded and threw several people on the ground. A few seconds later, the fighter ignited, took off, and left the aerospace carrier. This is good. We are going to be taken to an empty corner and evaporated. Hawkeye observed the interior of the fighter. He was very familiar with the structure of the Quinjet, and maybe he could find a way to survive. Maybe we still have a chance. Coulson looked at Agent K in the driver's seat. She doesn't look like a Hydra. Not like? Just now she took us, and no one stopped us along the way. Isn't that like? Sharon Carter's eyes stopped on the parachute stand. She is very strong and must have been strengthened. It is difficult to deal with. Is there any way to destroy the cabin? If we want to escape, we can only live in death. However, Coulson did not respond. He turned his head and asked Agent K directly. Madam, where are you going to take us? Agent K glanced at the dial. Poland, Warsaw. Okay, we're here. Ah? The people in the cabin were dumbfounded. What the hell has arrived? The next second, the fighter suddenly slowed down, hovered, and then landed on the ground with a slight shock. Agent K left the driver's seat, dropped a few tactical daggers at the feet of several people, opened the cabin door, and walked out. Take Nick Fury away from here. From now on, the Hydra matter will be taken over by us Men in Black. Men in Black? Several people saw in each other's confused eyes that none of them knew about this organization. But that's right. They didn't even know that there was Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. Then this an organization that can arrange people to infiltrate Hydra. It seems normal that you have never heard of it? Normal ass. 2 days ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. was the largest and most secretive organization in the world. How come it suddenly became a clown? Hawkeye and his friends quarreled with their eyes. Madam, can we help you? Coulson asked with a kind temperament. No need. Agent K did not even turn his head. She carried a metal suitcase, pulled and twisted it, and a set of black armor actually unfolded from it and attached to her body. The curve of the armor fit her body perfectly, tight as clothes, and smooth as water. The quiet and charming beauty turned into a mysterious warrior like the goddess of the night in a blink of an eye. After dressing, the armor's hands and feet sprayed flames at the same time, and Agent K cut into the sky in the blink of an eye. Thank you for the generous gift. Could this man in black be established by Tony Stark? Hawkeye was stunned. Now the whole world knows that the Iron Man armor is Tony's exclusive weapon. Is she going back to the aerospace mothership? The time from our flight out of the mothership to landing is no more than half a minute, and the mothership should be near this longitude and latitude. Quick, we have to find a way to leave here, contact more people and stop Hydra. Hill made a judgment, turned around hurriedly, and picked up the dagger with his hands tied behind his back. The other people also quickly untied the ropes and slapped Fury to wake him up. But when they rushed out of the Quinjet and saw the aerospace mothership so close that they could see the base above their heads, there was only one sentence left on their lips. Fuck. The aerospace mothership was suspended in the air thousands of meters above the city. With the scale of the mothership, at this height, people in the whole city could even vaguely see its hideous gun muzzle, whether it was Warsaw or the other 2 cities. They all entered the panic of fleeing. In the city, the right and left lanes are full of vehicles fleeing outward. Even in Warsaw, which is the best planned city in Poland, the entrance to the highway has been blocked by traffic. The best way for people to leave is to take a plane. But when ordinary citizens reacted, the expedited tickets were sold out. It seems that the air route has become the exclusive life channel for the powerful and the rich. But the good thing about Hydra is that it treats everyone equally. They can't control the vehicles running out on the ground, but if your plane dares to take off from under the aircraft carrier, the shipborne anti-aircraft guns will warn first and then shoot it down. In the end, all the planes that took off lined up to land back at the airport in a dejected manner. The powerful dragged boxes full of confidential documents and luxurious treasures and ran out in groups with the airport service staff. But the outside of the airport had been blocked for a long time. Among those who couldn't buy tickets, some were lucky or simply wanted to grab a plane, and they drove to the airport without any appointment. As a result, they were all stuck outside the airport, blocking all roads. The situation was so chaotic that the people were afraid of being attacked by the aerospace carrier. The rich and powerful had no choice in the face of such a situation. They were afraid of being attacked by the aerospace carrier, so they didn't even dare to take a helicopter. They could only get on their luxury cars again and follow the traffic obediently. However, it was a blessing in disguise. Their actions calmed the increasingly frantic mood of ordinary citizens. Some people stood on the roof of the car and looked at the endless traffic. They looked back at the cars of the rich people in the queue at the back. Some of them were so happy that they opened beer and drank it. After all, a nuclear bomb could fall on their heads at any time. If you didn't learn it in school or didn't study it well, you can find out the consequences of being hit by a nuclear bomb by searching on the internet. Everyone seemed to hear the ticking of their own life countdown. But they looked back and thought again. They could drag the big shots they didn't see on weekdays to hell together. It didn't matter if they died. A bad life was worth it. So there were men and women, young and old, in the traffic. Whenever they were anxious, they would look back at the back of the traffic. Occasionally, they would see 1 or 2 big shots in the parliament they had seen on TV, with their families following behind them. They couldn't help but slap the car, body and laugh, saying that if they died today, they would die, and it wouldn't be a loss. And this is just a corner of the city of Warsaw, as a city with a population of millions. Warsaw's basic services, which were already very ordinary, almost no longer existed at this time. People could only flee spontaneously. The city was full of traffic jams, crying and looting. This was only the scene half an hour after Pierce's video was posted online. If the time was pushed back a few hours, even if the city was not destroyed by a nuclear bomb, it would have been destroyed by the riots. When Leon flew over Warsaw, he saw and heard a Warsaw with flames everywhere, and car horns as dense as the sea. After looking down for a few times, he flew straight up and caught up with Agent K, who had just sent Nick Fury and his men away. When the two met, they nodded to each other. Leon continued to fly to the aerospace carrier. Agent K stopped and started recording using the equipment on the armor. The data signal of the video was transferred by satellite and directly cut into the air fortress. In the fortress, Agent M seamlessly stamped the video with a high-tide watermark and transferred it to major websites and software homepages to make a live broadcast entrance. This was like a test of the agent's ability to run a superhero operation company. Facts have proved that in the field of new media, the agents are all-round operators after getting started. Editing, finding gimmicks, and diverting trouble. They are proficient in everything. Even the idea of letting the Tide Rising take the blame was not proposed by Leon. It was an agent who joined the Tide Rising who took the initiative to suggest and swore that the Tide Rising would be eager to take the blame, so this decision was made. After half an hour of fermentation, the internet was in chaos. There were those who gloated over the disaster, those who condemned Hydra, and those who supported Hydra, and said it was a great job. But the most vocal were the residents of the 3 cities. They recorded their changes after receiving the news on the internet. From the beginning, they were eager to leave the city, to the impatience after the traffic jam, to the despair of feeling that they could not escape the city even after dark. Finally, some people began to write suicide notes publicly on the internet. Some people started live broadcasts, kneeling on the ground and chanting the Bible, praying for God's blessing. There are all kinds of people under the disaster. But among them, a group of people are particularly special. This is a group of netizens from the Middle East and Afghanistan. They claim to be believers of Protestant transman God. They comforted the people in the 3 cities under different posts. Tell them not to panic. We still have SuperMan. SuperMan will definitely defeat the evil Hydra and save you, after their unremitting efforts and persuasion from many parties. The internet, which lost its memory more than a month after SuperMan disappeared, suddenly remembered, at this moment, that there was such an awesome person. The other party was an awesome person who could withstand the Jericho missile without any injury. Isn't this kind of awesome person born to be a savior? So more and more posts began to analyze SuperMan and ask SuperMan to come forward. There are even many men and women who uploaded photos, saying that as long as SuperMan defeats Hydra, they are willing to spend the long night with him, and at this moment, it seems to be responding to people's expectations. A live broadcast entrance with a watermark of high tide, and the title, "Superman is Coming," suddenly appeared. Countless netizens reacted and immediately rushed into the live broadcast room. In the picture, the first thing they saw was Superman in uniform flying towards the aerospace mothership. Superman. Oh my god, it's really Superman. He heard our voices and came out to deal with Hydra? Although he is not wearing red shorts, he is more handsome than in the comics. Who is filming this? Is it a local drone? I say, are you too optimistic? Maybe he is also Hydra? It's unlikely to be Hydra, but I don't think he can save the 3 cities. That's a nuclear bomb. Isn't he afraid of being blown to death? There was a lot of discussion on the internet. At this time, the live broadcast camera followed Superman and arrived under the aerospace mothership. The red cloak was pulled up by the long wind in the sky, revealing a body like an ancient Greek sculpture. He placed his hands on the bottom of the aerospace mothership with ease. The next moment, the camera clearly captured the ship shaking for a moment, and then it was pushed higher into the sky by Superman. The live camera did not move, and Superman could be seen holding the huge ship, accelerating continuously and sinking into the clouds. It was not until Superman's figure turned into a tiny black dot that the camera quickly followed. Shit, he pushed the airship away. I'm in Warsaw, and the airship that was just floating above has gone into the clouds. God, my God, he is simply God. We are saved. Damn it, why didn't this guy come to San Francisco first? What if we are the first to be bombed by a nuclear bomb? Oh, I think you are all too optimistic. Even if he can push the aerospace carrier, so what? He will still die when the nuclear bomb explodes. Not necessarily. He pushed the ship, which must weigh at least tens of thousands of tons. I dare not imagine how high his body density is. Then he will also be contaminated with radiation and will not be far from death. Not only on the internet. There was also an uproar inside Hydra at this time, especially Pierce in the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Idiot. Rumlow, you idiots. You only know now that we have declared war on the world, and you let Nick Fury run away. Pierce kicked and broke many chairs. And this Superman, where does he want to push our aerospace carrier? Kill him, kill him. In front of him, there are 3 light screens. On the screen are the commanders of the 3 aerospace carriers. Rumlow, who was in the middle, pursed his lips and did not make excuses. He deeply understands that he must admit his mistakes. He stood straight. Sir, Superman can withstand Jericho missiles. We can't find an effective way to hurt him at present. The enemy was killed, and the enemy's body was chopped off. No effective means of killing? Are we just going to watch him carry all 3 motherships into space? Then we're defeated. The war has just begun, and we've been defeated by this so-called Superman. Pierce turned around in the conference room for a few rounds, and representatives from various countries sneered at him as he was in a mess. Suddenly he stopped. His eyes were like torches. We still have nuclear bombs. Rumlow, you can detonate all the shipborne hydrogen bombs and smash that bastard to pieces. But sir, we're still on the aerospace mothership, and we'll die if the nuclear bomb explodes. Rumlow's face turned pale. He realized that he was going to be forced to sacrifice. Your death is a worthy death. Pierce thought of a way and became polite again. Rumlow, remember the slogan you have been shouting. Shout it again. Rumlow opened his mouth. Long live Hydra. We have been shouting this slogan for hundreds of years. Cut off a head and 2 new ones will grow. Your sacrifice today will make Hydra grow more Rumlows. Pierce directly ordered. Detonate. Detonate all the shipborne nuclear bombs for me. Soldiers, you should be happy. Even enemies like Superman will be defeated by you. Rumlow looked at Pierce in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Yes, sir. He hung up the communication directly. Pierce looked at the only 2 remaining light screens in front of him and sneered a few times. Hey. Want to resist, but unfortunately you can't do it. Aerospace carrier. After Rumlow hung up the communication, he turned around and gave his teammates a far-fetched smile. Everyone. Superman is not our opponent, the commander ordered a retreat. The next moment, dozens of guns were pointed at his head. Shit, I knew it. He shook his head dejectedly and suddenly rushed to the nearest person. After a series of gunshots, including Rumlow, there were 7 more bodies in the command room. Rumlow was not Captain America after all, and he was still a little short of strength when fighting one against many. After cleaning up the internal rebellion, the Hydra with the highest position on the scene took over the command. All nuclear bombs are ready, and they will be detonated simultaneously in 1 minute. He gave the order decisively and simply. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he didn't care that death was about to come. However, as soon as the voice fell, Leon, wearing a Superman uniform, appeared in the command room like a flash. You continue. I'm just here to pack some experimental materials. Leon picked up the 2 Skrull bodies and disappeared in the command room again. Find a few people to take over the Skrulls, and be quick. Leon's voice still echoed in the room, but he was gone, as if the moment just now was just an illusion. The Hydra soldiers looked at each other, and after silence, they continued to detonate the nuclear bomb. When Agent K carried the live camera to catch up with Leon again, he resumed the posture of holding up the aerospace mothership with both hands. The bodies of the Skrulls had been transferred to the air fortress. As soon as the live camera captured Leon, the number of barrages immediately soared. Superman, my Superman. It's almost the Carmen line. It's incredible. He's so fast. He's fast, strong, and can carry missiles. He's the real Superman. I don't know if he's afraid of kryptonite. There shouldn't be kryptonite on Earth. Hehe, no need for kryptonite. He'll be dead when the nuclear bomb explodes. That's right. Although he's great at self-sacrifice, it's also true that he's going to be blown to death soon. Damn Hydra. The wind howled in the sky. The sound of the wind blowing through Agent K's armor was transmitted to the live broadcast room through the camera equipment. In the live broadcast room, people all over the world listened to the wind and seemed to feel the coldness and silence of no man's sky, looking at the lonely Superman holding the ship and leaving the Earth, as if ready to sacrifice himself. Even those who didn't think highly of him fell silent at this time. This scene is really unforgettable. Maybe even if Superman really died in the nuclear explosion, in the future, those who have seen this scene will be as old as a yellowed newspaper. They will also recall this day, when, 100,000 meters above the sky in Warsaw, a figure in a Superman uniform carried the lives of millions of people underground, and walked alone to the end, surrounded by sunshine and white clouds. The barrage in the live broadcast room was almost cleared. The video was silent. Everyone was silent. Suddenly, at a certain moment, like a giant beast, the aerospace mothership exploded. With a loud bang, a white light suddenly lit up and then spread like a swallowing sky and earth. The hydrogen bomb was detonated. The flames instantly engulfed Superman's figure and rushed into the deep space of nearly 100 kilometers. The high temperature spread in circles, and the near-Earth satellites were hit by radiation and electromagnetic pulses, and malfunctioned, in batches. The picture in the live broadcast room also fluctuated, and then it was directly disconnected and stopped. The equipment on Agent K's armor was specially modified by Tony. Even if it was within a range of 5,000 meters from the nuclear explosion point, it could still continue to shoot and transmit signals. But even so, there was still a short-circuit problem. Fortunately, the recording equipment was still running, and the subsequent content could be edited and uploaded. However, Agent K didn't have the mind to care about the equipment problem. She looked at the rolling smoke and flames in the sky with worry, and her heart was full of anxiety. Fortunately, Leon didn't let him wait for long. Soon, a hurricane blew out from the center of the explosion, like a tornado from land to high altitude. The clouds were rolled up by the wind and rose, rising and dispersing in the deeper sky. The original explosion center revealed an intact Leon. On the internet, the dark live broadcast room was quickly filled with bullet comments after a brief blank. How is he? He must be fine, right? God bless. Superman will be safe. Look at his appearance. He's from our Korea, our hero. Fuck. You heartless things are still talking nonsense at this time. I said. He will die. He shouldn't go. Superman. He is the Trinity Superman, the Holy Spirit, the reincarnation of God. He will not die. He is destined to lead us into the future. You. Superman God cult. Don't post those doctrines at this time. The live broadcast room was disconnected and continued. And then suddenly the entire live broadcast room disappeared from the homepage. For a while, people thought Superman was really dead. And there was grief all over the internet. Even Pierce, who was watching the live broadcast at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., felt sad for a moment, and then laughed out loud. However, a few minutes later, an edited video appeared on the front page. Rising Tide Organization, Superman returns. People swarmed into the link. The next moment, the same cheers broke out in front of hundreds of millions of screens around the world. He's still alive, unharmed. Superman, my Superman. People were not even satisfied with speaking on the internet, and began to walk out of their homes, look at another person who went out at the same time, and then cheer and hug. The city of Warsaw has become a sea of hands. Countless hands, some slender, some rough, some wearing precious ornaments, and some stained with black oil stains, all screamed and cheered, raised high, and threw everything around them that could be thrown into the air. Superman! Superman! The cheering voices gathered into an ocean. After the disaster, people cried with joy, ran, jumped, shouted, and cried, or knelt on the ground and covered their faces and cried. They were all venting their emotions, expressing their joy and gratitude. The world is in chaos, and the world is in chaos. Joy and celebration belong to ordinary people. For Hydra, and even the top leaders of countries around the world. Superman walked out of a nuclear explosion with a total yield of tens of millions of tons without any damage. Instead, it was like a blow to the head. Even the ultimate weapon of mankind can't do anything to the other side. Superman can do whatever he wants on Earth. Now they can think of only vague things such as morality and emotion that can be used to restrain Superman. The live broadcast room on the internet was closed, but satellite images from various countries are still shooting. They looked at Superman floating at the junction of the Earth and space in the overhead view, and their hearts sank. In Seoul, the headquarters of SHIELD, Pierce's face was even more gloomy. Others were worried about the future. He felt that he might have no future. Where did this Superman come from? He must die today. Launch. Keep launching. Aim the nuclear bombs of the other two motherships at Superman. He was hysterical. I don't believe he can bear it once, and he can bear it again. He must be at the end of his strength, and is pretending. At this time, Superman's figure moved in the picture. He looked down at the earth under his feet, as if looking for something. Suddenly, he turned his body and fell into the atmosphere like a meteorite. What is he going to do? Follow me. Follow the satellite picture, Pierce shouted anxiously. Leon deliberately flew very slowly, so that a group of satellites could catch up with his speed. Finally, he hovered over the Hydra Polish base. This is a forest. There is no human habitation within dozens of kilometers around. Pierce recognized it as his own base at a glance through the satellite picture. Polish base! Mrs. Hydra is in there now! Damn it! Does Superman really want to kill us all? He just gritted his teeth. Mrs. Hydra was in the Polish base at this time. Looking at the figure floating in the air outside, her face was as sad as if she had lost her parents. That idiot Pierce. He is more likely to cause trouble than help. Quick! Try to communicate with Superman and tell him not to be impulsive. Everything can be discussed. We can surrender. Mrs. Hydra knew that the situation was over, and surrendering was the right way to go. Besides, if she could get in touch with Superman, maybe the defeat of Hydra would not be a bad thing. She was absolutely confident in her charm. There is no man in this world who can remain calm under her charm. However, her order had not been passed down yet. Superman outside the base had already moved. All the satellites that were paying attention captured this scene. High-level officials from all over the world stood up and held their breath. In the picture, Superman swung his right hand back, making a gesture of charging a punch. It's not right to say that he was charging. It seemed that he just contracted his biceps and prepared to punch. Just as everyone thought, Superman retracted his arm and immediately punched. His figure appeared in front of the Hydra base as if he had moved out of thin air, and a punch that could not be captured by the naked eye hit the ground. Boom! A shockwave comparable to a nuclear bomb explosion appeared. When the satellite captured that punch, the ground collapsed into powder as if it was hit by a meteorite from the sky. A huge force poured into the surface of the Earth, spreading along the veins of the Earth's crust, with Superman as the center. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, and tens of thousands of meters of land broke, sank, and exploded one after another. The next second, countless smoke and dust burst through the air. The invisible shockwave opened up the surface of the Earth in circles. Hydra's base was as fragile as a paper shell in front of this shockwave, and was torn into pieces without any resistance. Such scenes all happened in an instant, when countless people in front of the screen blinked their eyes. The satellite captured the picture, which was already dusty, and visibility was almost zero. And this diffuse dust, according to the computer's estimation, covered the surrounding 10 kilometers of land. After the shockwave of his punch spread, the power was even more terrifying than a medium-sized hydrogen bomb. Someone said dryly. Not only that, I calculated it. After he appeared, his fastest speed was more than 100 miles per second, and the speed of his punch just now was only 11 miles per second, which was definitely not at full strength. If he used all his strength, it would definitely be another Tunguska explosion. What's the difference between this and a god? The researchers couldn't help but sigh unscientifically. The Earth will belong to him in the future. Someone was dumbfounded. Unparalleled defense, power like breaking mountains and breaking seas, plus the speed of teleportation. Nothing in this world can restrain him. At this time, a hurricane suddenly blew in the picture. The storm blew away the smoke and dust. Everyone could finally see clearly. The wind was blown by Superman, who was floating above a bottomless pit. With him as the center, the ground collapsed, by half a meter to tens of meters in a radius of 5 kilometers. There were large pieces of rubble and rock layers turned up from the ground everywhere. This was no different from a real meteorite falling from outer space to the Earth. Except for the human-shaped natural disaster. They could not think of other words to describe this scene. Leaders of various countries looked at Superman on the screen. His figure with flying cape was suspended in the air, overlooking the original location of the Hydra base. There was only a piece of broken debris mixed with soil and rocks. The Hydra members in the base were nowhere to be found. Killing a chicken with a butcher knife? No. Using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito is like this. The leaders wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, thinking that it was just a small Hydra. Why did it have to be like this? Why did it have to be like this? Unprecedented shock and the fear spreading in their hearts enveloped them. In the picture, Superman folded his hands and nodded, and he was very satisfied with the power of his punch. There was no one living near the Hydra base, which was just right for exerting power and showing strength. The purpose of shocking the world has been achieved. His figure suddenly soared and disappeared from the images of all satellites. In the headquarters of SHIELD, Pierce fell on his chair. Crazy. This world is crazy. He is really Superman, but we don't have kryptonite. His body was stiff, and his eyes were empty as he stared at the screen. Everything is over. An hour ago, he was full of excitement and was determined to lead Hydra on the world stage. But Superman, who was just a clown in his eyes before, ran out and slapped him directly, waking him up from his dream. Hydra was finished, and Pierce was finished too. But he was unwilling to accept it. The fat on Pierce's face piled up like old tree bark. He staggered to his feet and connected to the command room of the remaining 2 aerospace carriers. Open fire. Fire at San Francisco and Sokovia. Launch all hydrogen bombs and detonate them in the 2 cities. Pierce completely lost his mind. He put all his chips on the stage but lost everything, and the gambler's emotions controlled his mind. Alexander. Pierce, are you crazy? Those are millions of lives. Some representatives from various countries shouted angrily. Crazy. Haha, I am crazy, Pierce sneered. But the world is also crazy, and that Superman is the biggest madman. Doesn't he want to be the savior in Superman? I'll let him be, and I'll personally push him to the throne of the world. Only if he can save these 2 cities. Otherwise, ha 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 ha. Pierce laughed in the middle of the empty conference room. He laughed like sobbing, and the laughter got louder and louder, echoing throughout the conference room. The representatives, tied to the corners of the wall, were all hearing Pierce's hysterical laughter. He was really crazy. He was not crazy when he was defeated by Nick Fury in the movie, because he knew this old opponent and lost with conviction. But now everything is so inexplicable. Hydra was inexplicably exposed, the aerospace carrier was inexplicably broadcast live, and a Superman appeared and was equally inexplicably powerful. Pierce couldn't find who was targeting Hydra at all. It was as if there was an invisible hand hidden above his head controlling everything. It was as if the world was targeting Hydra, making them fail no matter what they did. Pierce collapsed. Since he was destined to lose, he would rather lose with the Superman who defeated him in the end. That was because this was not the DC universe. Otherwise, he would have transformed into the 2nd generation of Joker on the spot.